Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Meeting with the Old Men, revised version. Where am I now and why am I talking to myself? It's quite simple, I'm dead. That's right, what a surprise. I find myself in emptiness, like in typical stories where heroes die and end up somewhere, then meet a god. The most surprising thing is that I ended up here when I expected to go to hell, the place they scare children with. Why was I supposed to go to hell? It's quite simple, I knew how I lived and what awaited me. I probably thought I could find a job there. It's always better than suffering eternal torment. Back to the point, here I am, pondering what to do next. Wait for the big G or Roba, as they call them, or try to escape to where I'm supposed to go. How did I die? It's quite simple, no truckkuin or heroic saving of women or children from disaster. I died like a typical old man from a heart attack at the age of over 25. How did it happen? It's quite simple, late-night gaming sessions, energy drinks, and coffee all led to a heart attack in a young body. And that's how I ended up here. You're quite an interesting young man, may I say. Alexander, well, I think it's quite logical that someone like me should end up in hell rather than getting a chance at reincarnation and such. And why exactly did you decide your place is in hell, not, for example, in heaven? Alexander, I believed in hell and heaven and thought that for one's actions, one should bear punishment. Plus, I thought I could find work in hell. Haha, first time I see someone who wants to find a job in hell. You're truly an interesting kid. Alexander, I guess, thank you. Who are you, old man, god or robe? Neither one, kid. Alexander, so you're the one above all, right? Oh, that's right, and you win a prize. Clap clap clap, bring the prize to the studio, well, actually, to the void. Alexander, you're quite a jovial old man. Oh, I'm not old. Why does everyone I meet think I'm old? Even my two sons think I'm already old. Alexander, blank stare, you do realize you're older than the multiverse that's been around for eons, right? Oh, these are all trivialities, young Alexander. Alexander, and now you're speaking like the Almighty. Sweating profusely. Oh, all right, let's leave all these trivialities and discussions. Now that you've figured out why I'm here, will you choose to be reborn or will you go where your karma dictates for your actions and the life you've lived? Alexander, well, I think only a fool would refuse. So, what can I wish for and what can't I? Oh, you can wish within reason, don't be greedy, young friend. Alexander, then, what's the upper limit of power I can wish for? Can I choose the world I'll go to and change my appearance? Oh, as for power, I think you understand it's not about omnipotence and such. As for the other questions, yes and yes. Alexander, a rather vague answer about power, but okay. Let me think for a couple of minutes and I'll tell you my answer, if that's okay with you. Oh, everything's fine, take your time. Some time later. Alexander, I think I've decided on the abilities I need. I want all the abilities of Anos Voldegod. Oh, well, those abilities don't contradict what I mentioned earlier. But can you explain why these powers specifically? Alexander, I'm not satisfied with typical main characters who overcome everything with willpower and friendship. I want to be strong and unconditionally dominant, breaking any barriers effortlessly, without getting into blood and dirt. I need power to live on the edge, where I am respected and feared, and where every step I take becomes a challenge for those around me. Oh, so you just don't want to bother. Alexander, exactly. And one last question before you send me to the world I choose. Can I absorb their powers and knowledge here before going on adventures? Oh, laughs, you really surprise me, kid. No one has asked to stay to absorb powers before leaving. Well, sure, you can absorb knowledge and powers here. Just let me know when you're ready. Alexander, thank you. And one more thing. Can I get starting weapons, or can I only ask for powers? Oh, what starting weapon do you want, my young friend? But remember, it shouldn't disrupt the balance of the world you're going to. Alexander, the swords Yamato and Beowulf. Oh, well, I think such weapons can be allowed. Why this choice specifically, and not something more exotic like the gates of Babylon or Solomon's rings? Alexander, these are my favorite weapon. I like their style. Oh, laughs, good choice. Are you ready to begin receiving powers? Alexander, yes, I'm ready. And regarding appearance, before I head to another world with my face and dead fish eyes, I want to look like Anos, but with eyes the color of mystical death perception, not like Satoru's. OAA, noted. Let me know when you're ready to begin. Good, when you absorb the powers and experience, you'll be ready for adventures. And please, name the world you wish to journey to. Alexander, all right, no need to get upset. I'm ready to receive your blessing, O great elder. Oh, don't make it all so bad. Absorbing such a volume of knowledge will be a bit unpleasant, so bear with it for a while. Some time later. Alexander, I must say, it's been quite an interesting experience. Feeling these powers and seeing how I look now. I can say I'm pleased with myself. Well then, are you ready for your adventures, young Alexander? Alexander, yes, I'm ready to journey to another world. I want to go to the world of Danmachi, a year before the main event start. And if possible, I'd like to enter an alternate universe where Belle is a girl. And please, I prefer it to be near Orario. I just don't want to travel too far. Can I also receive a small starting capital so I can afford housing and food until I find a family to join? Of course, that's possible. And don't worry about using weapons and gaining experience, you'll learn all that as soon as you arrive in the other world. So, are you ready? Alexander, yes, I'm ready. And thank you very much for everything you've given me and the opportunity to fully enjoy life. Then I wish you a safe journey, young Alexander, and may luck always be with you. This isn't the Hunger Games, I managed to shout before the portal sucked me in, and all I heard afterward was the laughter of that old man before everything went dark. Some time later. After waking up, I found myself already in the forest. Nearby lay the weapon I had asked for from the old man, and a small pouch of money from this world, if I remember correctly, they are called valis. As for the clothes I was wearing, at first, I thought it would be the standard attire of the power I had chosen. However, it turned out to be clothing similar to Virgil's from DMC, which pleasantly surprised me because I've always liked his style. Now, onto the silliest question I hadn't thought about before asking for the weapon, where do I put it? Maybe I can store it and summon it, like in those games. And it seems to have worked. I practiced a bit with summoning and dismissing the weapon to better understand how it works. Now, the most important moment, how much money did the old man give me? Peeking into the valis pouch, I found a note from the old man with a short message, don't thank me, sometimes we all forget something. Alexander, ha ha ha, I admit, the old man has a sense of humor. After reading the note and laughing at my own foolishness, I decided to check how much money I received as a starting capital. There were about 1,000,000 valis in the pouch, enough for me to rent a nice room or buy a decent house until I join a god and their family. Well then, I can start my adventures. To be continued. Chapter 2, Arrival in Orario and Visiting the Guild, Revised Version. First-person view. After deciding to head towards the city, I needed to make initial preparation so that the gods wouldn't sense my demonic blood and demon energy. For this, I required one spell from Anos' arsenal, the Nars spell. Nars is a fundamental magic spell that masks the origin of magical power. It makes the magical power appear human rather than demonic to everyone around. This spell will help me conceal my aura so that the gods won't attack me as soon as I arrive in the city. Additionally, I need to use another spell, Najira. Najira is a spell that hides the target's magical power. It will help conceal my enormous reserve of magical energy. What annoys me the most right now are the purple eyes of destruction. Now I understand why Satoru always wore a blindfold. The feeling that you can destroy everything with just a glance is simply shocking. I need a small seal for my eyes from Anos' arsenal, and the problem is solved. Now, I can set off for the city. I think I'll take Yamato with me, just in case I encounter something on the way. Some time later. As I approached the city, I realized I had ended up in a fantasy world, because what I was seeing was beyond words. I can only say that it was amazing. Getting closer to the city, I noticed a line for entry consisting of various races, merchants, and adventurers. Why does no author mention in their fantasy books that the queues to these cities are enormous? Thank goodness the old man threw me into this world in the morning and not closer to evening. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally my turn to pass through. A guard stopped me at the gate to ask a few questions. Guard, young man, where have you come from and what is your purpose in visiting Orario? Me, I came from the Far East to become an adventurer, find a family, and enjoy the adventures. Guard, from the Far East, you say? I don't see any features in you typical of people from the East. Me, ha ha ha, I understand I don't look the part. My family has lived there for generations, though I don't really know where my ancestors originally came from. Unfortunately, I can't find out because I'm the last of my family, so I decided to travel. One day, while traveling with a caravan, people were talking about adventurers and the city of Orario, so I decided to come here to find a place where I can call home. Guard, I sympathize with you, young friend. You must have gone through a lot to get here. Me, thank you. What do I need to do to enter the city and become an adventurer? Guard, to enter the city, you need a document proving your identity, which you can get at the guild. If you don't have one, we can issue a temporary one. You will also have to pay an entry fee of 200 valis. Me, no problem. Do I need to pay extra for the temporary ID? Guard, haha, you're quite the cheerful one. No, it's temporary and will allow you to enter the city and register at the guild. Me, thank you. Could you also tell me how to get to the guild so I can get the ID and possibly find out information about the so-called dungeon? Guard, of course. See that tall tower in the distance? That's the dungeon, and the guild is nearby. They will provide you with the information you need. Me, thanks for your help, and have a good day. First-person perspective. As I walked through the streets of Orario on my way to the guild, I couldn't stop marveling at the fact that I was truly in a fantasy world. Along the way, I saw many different merchants with their stalls, selling all kinds of trinkets and food. Note to self, try the food at these stalls after registering at the guild because some of it looks very appetizing. Alright, enough distractions and growling stomach. First, I need to take care of business, and then I can enjoy the perks of the fantasy world, namely, delicious food. After all, I haven't eaten since my death, ha ha ha. Silly words and puns. Looking around, I noticed people were starting to give me strange looks. I realized I had made a joke and laughed at it myself, apparently out loud. There it was, my first social blunder in the fantasy world. The most important thing now was to maintain a composed face and keep moving toward my goal. And my goal was the guild. First-person perspective. Reaching the guild building and stepping inside, I was greeted by a spacious area. On one side, adventurers were lined up to sell what they had collected in the dungeon. On the other side, it seemed like people were waiting to get information or hand something over to the staff. Regarding this, I wasn't sure if the guild bought information or not. I'd have to clarify that with whoever became my advisor. For now, though, another queue. After waiting in line for a while, I encountered one of the characters from Danmachi, Ina Tool, a half-elf girl who looked after Bel Cranel. Ina was a kind and gentle half-elf girl, yet quite strict when the situation demanded it. She had a beautiful, slender figure typical of elves, cute long ears, short brown hair, and lovely emerald eyes. Apparently, I stared at her for too long, making her feel uncomfortable. Ina, good day, my name is Ina Tool. How can I help you? Me, I just recently arrived in the city, and the guard at the entrance said I need to get an ID to be able to stay in the city. Ina, I see, you are a newcomer. What brings you to the city? Me, I came to the city to become an adventurer and find a family to enjoy adventures with. Ina, I understand. In that case, you need to fill out a form for the ID, and after you join a family, you will need to fill out a form for adventurers. Me, so, without joining a family, I can't enter the dungeon. Ina, that's correct. Those are the rules after many people who weren't blessed by the gods entered the dungeon and died. Me, I understand, Miss Ina. Then, can you give me the form for the ID? Ina, certainly. While filling out the form, I needed to provide my first and last name, age, and occupation. It was all quite straightforward, though I took some time deciding on what name and age to use. After all, I wasn't going to write that I was just a few hours old. I decided to choose the most optimal age, 18 years, just a couple of years older than Belle. Being a lazy person, I decided to use my old name and surname, Anos, and ended up with a name that even sounded similar, Alexander Voldegod. After completing the form, I handed it to Ina. Me, Miss Ina, I've filled out the form. Can you check if everything is correct so I don't waste the paper? Ina, you filled it out correctly, Voldegod-san. You indicated your age as 18, though I thought you were older. Me, I think, thank you, strange look. Under my strange look, Ina blushed for some reason, although my eyes shouldn't evoke such cute emotions in the opposite sex. Ina, ahem, excuse me, here is your ID, Voldegod-san. If you need any more information, feel free to ask me. Me, thank you, Miss Ina. If possible, could you tell me where I can find information about the families I can join? Ina, of course. You can look through the families of the gods in this book, or are you looking for a specific god you would like to join? Me, I don't have a specific family in mind. I just arrived in the city and want to look around before deciding who to join. Browsing through the so-called family register, I tried to find a certain lowly goddess because I couldn't remember when she arrives. After spending some time, I found who I was looking for, namely Hestia, the goddess of fire and hearth. When people say Hestia gives useless buffs with her blessing, it's not true. There's nothing better than coming home after a hard day to a place where you are awaited. After finding what I was looking for, I decided to return the book to Ina and at the same time find out where I could grab a bite to eat. If it turned out to be the hostess of fertility, even better. Where else could one meet cute maid girls if not at the most significant place in Orario? Me, thank you, Miss Ina. I found what I was looking for. If it's not too much trouble, could you tell me where I can get a good meal? Ina, certainly, Voldigud-san. You can go to the Hostess of Fertility. They cook very well there, and the portions are quite large, just right for a growing body. Me, then could you point the way for this hungry traveler so he can satisfy his hunger, Miss Advisor? Slightly bowed. Ina, of course, I'll show you. It's my job to help adventurers, after all. Said a slightly blushing Ina as she pointed the way to the restaurant. To be continued. Chapter 3, Hostess of the Horn of Abundance and the Lovely Waitresses. After Ina showed me the way to the Mistress of Abundance, we chatted a bit more. I told her that when I become an adventurer, I'll ask her to be my personal consultant. After all, Ina is a meticulous consultant, as the old saying goes, forewarned is forearmed. After bidding farewell to the lovely half-elf Ina, I set out to find a place where I could enjoy a delicious meal and admire the girls dressed as maids. It didn't take long to reach the renowned restaurant, Mistress of Abundance, where I admired the exterior before deciding to enter. My stomach was already protesting, making sounds that clearly indicated its desire for an independent lunch. Without wasting time, I entered the restaurant and was greeted at the entrance by two cat girls. One had chestnut hair, while the other had black hair. If I recall correctly, the one with chestnut hair was Anya Frummel, sister to Alan Frummel of the Freya Familia. The one with black hair was named Chloe Rollo. If I think about it, how could I approach Chloe? I could use the Krotso spell to reduce my age to 12 and let her kidnap me. After all, I don't mind being kidnapped by a beautiful cat girl. Lost in my internal monologue, mesmerized by the cat girl's ears that I endlessly wanted to stroke, I decided it was time to talk to them and asked to be escorted to a place where I could sit down and finally eat. Chloe/Anya, welcome, visitor Naya. At that moment, I couldn't resist one more foolish act, adding another awkward moment to my adventures in this fantasy world. Me, hello, maids Nayas. A palpable awkward silence fell over the entire restaurant, as if no one else had anything better to do than turn and look at us. It was then that I realized, here was another social death. But I regret nothing, I've always wanted to do this with cat girls. Noticing the awkward situation, Chloe took the initiative. Chloe, visitor, did you come here to joke around or to eat? Me, clearing my throat, I apologize, I'm just meeting cat girls for the first time and was a bit nervous. I'm sorry if that came off as rude. Chloe, everything's fine, visitor, you didn't do anything wrong. Will you need a table for one or are you expecting someone? Me, if it's not too much trouble, I'll take a table for one. I've just arrived in Orario, and after getting my identification, I asked the consultant where I could eat well. She recommended this place, so I came straight here after the guild. Although, maybe someone will join me to eat. Although, there is someone who will eat with me, and that's my stomach. Ha ha ha, and again, my silly puns. I hope I won't get beaten up for them one day, although that's unlikely. Chloe, I see, you're quite a cheerful visitor. Please follow me, I'll show you where you can place your order. Chloe led me to a table where I could sit and place my order. After handing me the menu, she mentioned that once I was ready, a waitress would come by to take my order. As I perused the menu, I felt a couple of curious glances from the other end of the hall. Turning to look, I noticed it was Seer Flover, a beautiful girl with gray eyes and hair of the same shade. Her fair skin and the maid's attire only enhanced her charm. In those fanfics I read, every author described her differently. Some saw her as Freya's avatar, seeking people with beautiful souls for her family. Others told stories of her being a child raised in an orphanage and trained by Freya. But these are all just guesses until I talk to her personally and find out the truth. Lost in admiration of her beauty, I decided to verify which version might be true. I confirmed she definitely wasn't Freya, she lacked that aura inherent to a deity. My gaze clouded with her charm, and I forgot to place my order. My stomach reminded me that I wasn't here to enjoy the beauty of fantasy girls, but to eat. Deciding to place my order, I called over Rio Lion, one of the waitresses. Rio, ready to order. Me, I'd like to order, but I'm not sure what to choose. Could you recommend something? Rio, I can recommend our signature dish. And what would you like to drink? Me, I'd like something cool and sweet, please. Rio, all right, your order is taken. It'll be ready shortly. Me, thank you. While I waited for my order, I continued observing the waitresses delivering orders and adventurers coming and going. I still felt that strange gaze upon me, and apparently Seer had nothing else to do if she kept looking at me. Smiling and nodding at her, she apparently gathered the courage to approach me. Sil was an intelligent girl, and she seemed to notice a new face and became curious about who I was. Coming up to me, she took a seat at a nearby stool and decided to introduce herself. Sil, hello, peculiar visitor. I see you've recently arrived in this city. Me, it's not very polite to call someone peculiar. but I admit my behavior was unusual. It's my first time meeting a cat girl. And yes, I've recently arrived in Orario. Before this, I was traveling until people in one of the caravans I was on started talking about adventures and dungeons. So, I decided to come to the city to learn how to live among gods. Oh, and I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Alexander Voldegod, and I come from the Far East. Sil, Voldegod. Quite a strange surname for an Eastern country, although one could say your sword is from the East. Me, smiling I won't lie, my name confuses many, especially when I say I'm from the East, and this sword has been passed down in my family for generations. Sil, my name is Sil Flovis, I'm a waitress here. What are your impressions after arriving in Orario? Have you decided which familia you want to join? Do you already have a familia in mind that you want to join? Me, my impressions after arriving. I can only say one thing, I'm impressed. As for familia, I'm not sure yet. I think I'll join a small familia and try to make it the strongest in Orario. After all, you always need a goal to strive for. Sil, I see you have ambitions, Voldegod-san. But in Orario, there's the Freya familia with a rank 7 adventurer, and there's also the Loki familia, which is also strong. To make your familia the strongest, you have a long way to go. While I was chatting with Sil, Mia Grande, or as they call her, Mamma Mia, noticed this. She was ready to explode, and from the corner of my eye, I noticed her reaching for the cleaver, and I felt she would start throwing soon. Instead of working, Sil was chatting with a client, but at that moment, my savior, Ryu, brought my order and distracted her. Sil noticed this and quietly decided to leave, winking at me at the end. As Sil tried to leave, she accidentally bumped into Ryu, and I couldn't help but notice that despite her grace, Sil moved as if an elephant in a china shop, or it was the so-called author's plot armor. Seeing Ryu fall together with my food, I decided to recreate the famous scene from Spider-Man where Peter catches Mary Jane. I caught both the food and the beautiful elf girl, realizing life was good, my food was unharmed, and in my arms was my beloved Ryu. Holding her in my arms, I noticed she blushed deeply, while Sil smiled guiltily. If my hands weren't busy, I would have given her a thumbs up for such an opportunity. If Ryu was one of my favorite characters in Danmachi in my past life. Putting the food on the table and holding Ryu's hand, I decided to make sure everything was okay with her. She was probably ashamed of her actions, but I can say I'm not complaining, I'm very happy. Me, are you okay, miss? Ryu, I'm fine, thank you for your help. Ryu, there's no need to call me miss, it sounds strange, and it looks like I'm older. Me, laughing I'm sorry, Ryu. You can call me Alexander. Having met Ryu, I started eating and finally understood why everyone praises the food in this restaurant. I can say one thing, the food here is really delicious. While I was enjoying the food and occasionally catching Ryu's fleeting glances, which made her blush and look away, I found it very charming. Another group of newcomers arrived, apparently from the Loki familia. To be continued. Chapter 4, The Loki Familia and the Rowdy Dog. While I was enjoying my meal, Loki's family arrived. Another pair of curious eyes began watching me, those of one of the newcomers. When I turned to see who was observing me, I met a pair of beautiful golden eyes belonging to Ace Wallenstein. Ace was a stunning and slender girl with long golden hair. She wore a white dress with blue lines and floral patterns, along with a blue skirt. Honestly, anime doesn't capture how beautiful she truly is. As I observed the newcomers, they noticed me too and couldn't figure out who this new person sitting alone in the restaurant was. Do you know this guy? Riveria asked Ace doubtfully. No, I don't. But he seems strong, although I can't tell what his strength is, Ace replied, shaking her head. Met someone familiar, Ace, Riveria, an Amazon from their group asked. It was Tiona. No, Tiona, we don't know him. But maybe Ace is interested in this newcomer, Riveria replied, continuing to sit at Loki's family table. That can't be. Ace only loves me, right, Ace? Loki protested upon overhearing their conversation. After Loki caused a scene in the restaurant, I decided to take a break from my food and look their way again. Meeting Ace's gaze once more, I nodded slightly at her and resumed enjoying my meal. Loki's family was shocked by my actions. Loki started making a fuss again, but was quickly calmed down by Riveria's swift intervention. What else could you expect from the famous mother, Riveria? This elf girl who could calm down the noisy god was truly worthy of her title. While Loki continued to claim that no one would take Ace away from her, I finished my meal and realized I needed something sweet. There was still room in my stomach for dessert. I beckoned the cute elf girl, Ryu, and when she approached, our eyes met and she blushed. How adorable, I thought to myself as I asked if there was anything sweet I could order. She recommended apple pie and green tea, and I placed my order. After taking my order, she bid farewell and went to deliver it, still blushing. After Ryu left, the cat girl Chloe approached me, starting a conversation. How's the food in our restaurant, visitor Naya? Chloe playfully asked. Maybe let's not dwell on that awkward moment, I replied with an empty stare. Chuckling at my expense, Chloe introduced herself. Being a true gentleman, I decided to give my name as well. As we chatted and exchanged banter, Chloe continued to tease me, adding Naya to the end of each sentence, which embarrassed me. This was social death in a fantasy world. I began to think I might have dodged a bullet with my actions, but Chloe clearly didn't think so as she kept teasing me. She had beautiful emerald eyes, short black hair, and ears and tail of the same color. Overcoming my embarrassment, I kept thinking about how to touch those cat ears and tail. Following my gaze, Chloe realized I was looking at her ears. Do you want to touch them? Chloe asked, a slight blush on her face. Shaking my head, I replied, I think it would be rude of me, even if you allowed it. And why is that? She asked, surprised. I think members of your race only allow their life partners to touch their ears and tail, I calmly replied. From what I remember in most books mentioning beastfolk races, touching ears and tails is akin to proposing marriage. So, I thought it would be rude, even if you offered. After all, we've only just met. I know you only as a fictional character. But now it's different, you're a living person with your own thoughts and goals. Oh, I see, she responded, surprised by my answer and considering me a pleasant person. After that, our conversation flowed more smoothly. We started getting to know each other. She asked where I was from and why I came to Orario. I told her I came from the east, but after traveling for a long time, I heard about the dungeons and adventurers, so I decided to visit the city. After chatting a bit more, Ryu approached with my order, giving Chloe a stern look. Playfully sticking out her tongue, Chloe bid me farewell and went back to work. After saying goodbye to Chloe and thanking Ryu, I started eating my apple pie. Meanwhile, as I enjoyed my pie, Ace continued to watch me. She felt that I was a skilled swordsman but didn't know how to approach and inquire about my strength. As Ace pondered how to approach and learn about the strength of the person who had forgotten everything around and was enjoying pie, Loki's family noticed that she couldn't take her eyes off the new restaurant visitor. Riveria decided to inquire again if we were acquainted. Shaking her head, Ace replied that we weren't acquainted, but she thought the guy at the table was a strong swordsman. Riveria decided to check my magic to sense my strength and was slightly surprised by what her family members had noticed. They asked what she had noticed. Riveria replied that this person's magical signature was strange, as if veiled, and she couldn't make it out. She added that to conceal one's magical level, one must have amazing control over it. After her words, Loki became interested in me but was still unhappy that I had caught Ace's attention. One of the Amazon members of Loki's family also became interested because, from Ace's and Riveria's words, it was clear that I was a skilled swordsman and magic user. While Loki's family members reacted differently to my presence, one of them was displeased. He believed that a newcomer who hadn't even joined any family yet couldn't be taken seriously. Deciding to teach me a lesson and show that veteran adventurers were not to be trifled with, he stood up. When Bet stood up, he drew his family's attention. They understood that he was about to cause trouble again. Some family members shook their heads, some thought Bet was being foolish, while others watched with interest to see what I was capable of. Loki, with a slightly curious look, seemed interested. If I possessed the strength described by Ace and Riveria, she would consider how to invite me into her family. Bet, who had come to teach me a lesson and put me in my place to show that one shouldn't mess with veteran adventurers, approached the table. He forcefully slammed the table, knocking over the teacup and the pie, which fell to the floor. Before he could say anything, he heard, "You're quite a stupid mutt, aren't you?" After that, he received a blow that sent him flying through the hall, smashing tables. Bet flew out onto the street and lost consciousness. In first-person view. While I enjoyed my delicious pie and cup of tea like a true aristocrat, ignoring my surroundings, I sensed a bit of resentment from Loki's family, but I didn't pay attention, as sweet pie was more important than any strangers. As I savored the pie and contemplated ordering another, someone approached me and overturned my tea and knocked over my pie. Feeling a surge of anger, all I could say at that moment was, "You're quite a stupid mutt, aren't you?" After that, I used the simplest technique from Anos's arsenal, a snap of my fingers to create a shockwave, sending this dog on his first fantasy space program. After the snap, Bet went flying. I didn't want to kill him, it wasn't worth it. But I did feel sorry for the pie. Looking around, I noticed the astonished looks from Loki's family, exaggerated surprise from the restaurant waitresses, and a very angry glare from Mia's mother. I realized that, even though I was the Demon King from another world, I still didn't want to anger this woman. I decided to cast the Revade spell to restore the restaurant to its original state. Revade, a source magic spell that allows local time manipulation. After restoring the restaurant, there was a commotion from witnessing such magic. Loki's family members were most surprised, their comrade was thrown with just a snap of fingers, but even more astonishing was that I was able to repair all the damage. Ignoring those around me, I was still upset about my pie. Members of Loki's family approached me and decided to start a conversation, presumably to apologize for their comrade's actions. I offer my apologies on behalf of my family member for causing you such trouble, Finn said apologetically. No worries. He's already received his due for his actions, I replied, still not taking my eyes off the fallen pie. If you don't mind, you can join our table, and our family will treat you, thus making up for the inconvenience caused, Finn said, noticing I was still visibly upset about my pie. Of course, I don't mind, as long as I'm not intruding and your family members don't object, I responded, waving to Ryu to settle the bill for the food I had eaten. After paying 400 valis for the food I consumed and apologizing to Ryu for the inconvenience caused, I heard her reply that it was no big deal, since I had fixed everything. After bidding farewell to Ryu, I asked her to put in a good word with Mia so I wouldn't be barred from enjoying delicious food. Approaching Loki's family table and sitting down, I took a seat next to the elf Riveria, who was staring at me intently. My name is Finn Dame, and these are members of my family. Finn cleared his throat and began introducing his family members. He introduced a redhead woman who was his goddess, saying her name was Loki. Looking at her, I could understand why she and Hestia were constantly fighting. All I could say was, you can stroke clothes on her chest. Seeing my gaze and apparently understanding what I was thinking, she slightly opened her eyes and gave me a wicked smile. Clearing my throat, I decided to listen further. Finn continued to introduce his family members, starting with a gnome named Gareth Landrock. Then he introduced the elf sitting next to me, saying her name was Riveria Leo's elf. After that, he introduced the girl with the blank face, Ace Wallenstein. Next, he introduced the Amazon sisters. One who glared at me was named Tioni Hiriut, and the other who smiled at me cheerfully was Tiona Hiriut. He also didn't forget to introduce the young elf who was looking at me cautiously, named Lafia Voridis. Finally, he mentioned the name of the one I launched out of the restaurant, named Bet. After Finn introduced them all, it was my turn to introduce myself. Giving my name, I shared my story of coming from the Far East, traveling extensively, and upon hearing about adventures and dungeons while traveling with a caravan, I decided to come to this city and become one of them. At that moment, the waitress brought me another apple pie, and without hesitation, I began to eat it. While I was busy enjoying the pie, other family members dragged unconscious Bet and seated him at the table. Riviera could no longer hold back and asked me about the magic I used. At that moment, Tioni intervened, wanting to know how I snapped my fingers to launch Bet through the entire hall. Finding the most advantageous answer from my arsenal, I acted as appropriate in this situation. Spreading my arms, forming a rainbow in them, I said that it was magic. Other family members, waiting for my answer, at that moment spat out all the alcohol they were drinking. Loki, with her eyes slightly opened, watched me and asked the quite expected question in this situation. Would you like to join my family? Loki asked, with a slight smile on her face. All the family members awaited my answer. Even Ace, with her expressionless face, was quite interested. I'm sorry, but I can't. I already have a god whose family I want to join, I replied, with a slightly apologetic tone. Then can you tell me which god or goddess you want to join, she asked, with an intrigued expression. Remembering Loki and Hestia's feud like cats and dogs, I decided not to be direct and wriggle out another way. That's a secret. Every man should have one or two secrets to seem more mysterious, I answered, avoiding a situation where Loki could stir up a fuss. After spending some more time with Loki's family, chatting with them and listening to their stories, I realized it was time to leave to find Hestia. Saying goodbye to everyone, I mentioned that I would be glad to meet again. They responded in kind. Exiting, hostess of fertility, I used a spell for local search and located Hestia, then set off on my way. To be continued. Chapter 5, Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, or how to meet a lowly goddess. Leaving the hostess of fertility, and using search magic to find the lowly goddess, I discovered that she was in a small, abandoned church on the outskirts of the city. Setting my goal, I headed towards the small church. I didn't even notice how the day flew by, it was already evening, and the streets of the city were filled with adventurers who had apparently just returned from the dungeon and decided to celebrate a successful raid. Some were having fun, others were sad. Walking through the evening streets of Orario, I observed many people and realized that this was not an anime world, but a real one. Here, people live their lives, they rejoice, they grieve, they go on adventures, they start families. They are all living people with their own lives. As I moved further away from the bustling streets, humming a melody that just popped into my head, I approached the church. Anticipating the meeting with the best goddess, Hestia, or as she's affectionately called, Bestia, I wondered if she would be afraid of me when she saw my race and my status. After all, the magic I possess doesn't even exist in this world. For example, magic that can influence time or resurrection magic. I hope it doesn't show up in my status. Lost in my own thoughts, I didn't notice that I had already reached my destination. Hesitating for just a moment, I decided to enter. Is anyone here? I called out as I entered the church and immediately heard a noise, as if someone was rushing. In an instant, I saw a black-haired rocket shoot out and stand before me so quickly that I was surprised. There, in front of me, stood the goddess Hestia, looking at me with curious eyes, trying to understand why I had come. In her beautiful blue eyes, there was confusion and a small glimmer of hope. She thought I had come to join her family. "Did you come to join my family, Stranger Kuan?" she asked hopefully, her eyes beginning to sparkle with anticipation. "Well, I recently arrived in the city, and after visiting the guild, I was told that I need to be part of a god's family to be able to visit the dungeon. When I learned this, I asked the secretary for a registry of gods to understand which family would be worth joining," I replied to the goddess, who grew more excited with every word I said. She probably began to guess that I had come here to become part of her family. But why my family? "Unlike other gods, I can't give a worthy blessing that would help enhance an adventurer's combat power," she said in a sad tone. It seemed she had recently left Hephaestus and had already tried to invite someone to her family but was rejected. This sad look made me feel that I had to protect her and make her family powerful so she would never be sad again. There it was, my first goal in this world, to make Hestia's family powerful so she could be proud and boast to her fellow gods. When I was looking through the registry, I saw many gods and what blessings they give, but yours is the best for me. After all, there's nothing better than a place you can return to where you are always awaited. In this world, I don't have a place I could call home, and no people who would wait for me, I replied with a smile on my face. I let her know that her blessing was no less valuable than those of other gods, and only fools wouldn't understand that. Hearing the first part, Hestia was so excited that her pigtails started spinning, and I began to think she might take off and reach the realm of the gods on her own. But when she heard the second part, she became sad, and it was clear from her eyes that she was trying to find the right words to cheer me up. "Don't be sad, Stranger Kuan. I'll be your family and help you become the best adventurer. I'll give you a home you can return to," she began to say, her pigtails still bouncing with her, trying to make me feel better. "Thank you for trying to cheer me up, Hestia, but I'm not sad. Sooner or later, I'll find a place to call home. But thank you anyway," I said to her with a smile. "And you don't need to call me stranger, it makes me feel uncomfortable when someone with your appearance calls me that. My name is Alexander Voldegode, or you can call me Alex, whatever suits you. After all, we're about to become family," I continued, not forgetting to introduce myself. "When a girl who looks like Hestia calls you stranger, it sounds very strange. Then welcome to my family, Alex Kuan. Now come on, I'll give you my blessing," Hestia said, pulling me into the church basement where her living quarters were. When we descended into the basement, she started trying to pull off my cloak and the shirt underneath. "Hestia, stop!" I shouted, and her hands immediately stopped trying to strip me of my upper clothes. "Can you explain what this blessing you want to give me is, instead of trying to undress me right after bringing me to the basement?" I asked, adjusting the clothes she had almost torn off. "All right, and don't say such silly things, as if I'm some bad woman," Hestia pouted, her cheeks turning a bit red and puffing up like a hamster. "The blessing that gods give their children is called Falna. It's what allows adventurers to accumulate experience and become stronger. Once a family member receives Falna, a family insignia appears on their back, and the god who bestowed it can display the status, allowing you to see how much stronger you've become. When an adventurer reaches a certain threshold in their status, they can level up. If you have more questions, ask them quickly and stop wasting time. I need to give you Falna, and we need to celebrate because I finally have my first family member," Hestia said happily, her pigtails still spinning. I began to think that these pigtails had a life of their own, like an animal's tail. "Then one last question, how does the Falna of gods affect the status of a family member?" I asked, because I wasn't sure about my theory. If I understand correctly, depending on the domain of the god, the family member receives a boost to the corresponding skills, and certain parts of the status increase faster. Hestia thought for a moment and replied, "It all depends on the god who grants the Falna. Take my friend Hephaestus, for example. If she grants Falna to a mortal, the skills needed for smithing will develop faster. Now do you understand? If you do, then take off your top, and I'll grant you Falna," Hestia said. It seemed she could no longer wait to have her first family member. As Hestia requested, I took off my top and lay down on the couch. If you could call it a couch, it was essentially a frame of boards with a mattress on top. As I lay there, I thought it might collapse under my weight, and that was before Hestia climbed on. While our main character lay on the couch with his back to Hestia, she climbed on it to perform the Falna granting ritual. The ritual is quite simple, the god granting the Falna needs to just drop their blood on the adventurer's back and recite the incantation to activate the ritual. And voila, you become a member of the god's family. While Alex fought off sleepiness, Hestia completed the ritual and decided to check the status of her new family member. When Hestia saw the status, she couldn't understand what she was seeing. At first, she thought the ritual had failed, but then she checked the other parts and realized it had worked. So why was there such an anomaly in her new family member's status? She couldn't figure it out, having never encountered anything like this before. Setting aside the part with the stats that weren't displayed, she decided to look at the other elements, and what she saw surprised and even scared her. She had never seen skills like these, even among the gods. And when she saw Alex's title, she was completely stunned, then jumped up and started shaking Alex, demanding explanations about his status, what these skills were, and what the title, Demon King from Another World, meant. I woke up to Hestia shaking me, demanding answers and thrusting a piece of paper in my face. Seeing my blank look, she started explaining why she was acting this way, as the status displayed on the sheet was not what she expected to see. Taking the sheet from her, I decided to look at my status and understand why she was so worried. What I saw surprised me a bit. In the part where the numerical value of the stat points should be, there were no numbers, only letters, and in all the categories, it was marked as SSS. It seemed that this was the maximum the status could display. If I understood correctly, even if I advanced to level 2, my stats would remain at SSS rank. However, the status board could display my skills and even the proficiency levels of Yamato and Beowulf. In the title section, it was recorded as Demon King from Another World, and so much for my secrecy. Deciding to tell Hestia a half-truth, I explained that I had once woken up in the forest without memories, and all I had with me was a sword and battle gauntlets. Summoning Beowulf, I continued the explanation, adding the element of awakening in the forest, further traveling, and arriving in Orario. After spending a few hours telling my story, I asked Hestia if the entire status needed to be provided or just the level and proof that I had become a member of her family. I didn't want the gods interfering with my enjoyment of adventures for now. Hestia assured me that my status was strictly confidential and that I didn't need to worry. With a laugh, I said that we now had a little secret. After laughing for a while longer, we calmed down and started sharing stories of our lives until we fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up on the broken couch with the feeling that someone was lying on top of me. To be continued. Chapter 6, officially an adventurer and information about the dungeon. Waking up the next day, quite early in the morning, I was slightly surprised that I hadn't slept longer. Feeling a weight on me, I was astonished to see Hestia drooling on me. Using simple magic to wipe off her drool, I gently stroked her silky hair and reflected on the previous day. Yesterday was full of events. So much happened in one day that it was astonishing. I died, met the one above all, who decided to give me a second chance in another world. Then I arrived in the city, walked around, met various people, including characters who, until yesterday, were considered fictional. I even got into a fight in a fantasy bar, well, more like threw an idiot out of the restaurant and enjoyed some delicious food in the company of beautiful girls. I met Loki. Now I understand why most authors like her, she's quite fun if she's not trying to deceive you or bother her family members. After lying for a while longer, I decided it was time to wake Hestia because we needed to go to the guild so I could register as an adventurer. Hestia, wake up, I said softly, gently nudging her to wake up. Just a few more minutes, she mumbled incoherently, trying to fall back asleep. Continuing to wake her, I mentioned that we needed to go to the guild, and at those words, her sleepiness vanished instantly. She got up immediately, no longer wanting to sleep. After washing up and getting dressed, we headed to the guild. When people say that women take a long time to get ready, it's not true. They get ready quickly if they really need to, so that claim can be considered a half-truth. The goddess and I stepped out onto the main street, where the first stalls were already set up, selling food and other items. I suggested to the lowly goddess that we grab a bite to eat before heading to the guild. From Hestia's face, it was clear she was torn between wanting to get to the guild quickly to boast about finding a family member and wanting to fill her stomach. While she was trying to decide, her stomach made the choice for her, letting out a loud growl that made her face turn red. Pretending not to hear those sounds, judging by her look, if I mentioned it, she would have bitten me instead of the street food, I headed to the nearest stall. It sold Jagamarukan, and if I remember correctly from the canon, Hestia worked at this stall to earn extra money for their home, in addition to what Belle brought back from dungeon raids. Paying for 2 Jagamarukans and a couple of drinks, the total came to 120 valis, which was quite cheap for such a tasty morning snack. We decided to eat near the stall and discuss a topic I had forgotten about yesterday due to having a fun and laughter-filled time with Hestia. Hestia, after I register at the guild, I need you to find out how much it would cost to buy the land near the church and restore it, I said, chewing my food and washing it down with lemonade. I need to know specifically how much it will cost because, according to information from Loki's family, the price of an ordinary house is about 800,000 valis. Hestia needs a big house to accommodate new family members in the future. Why do you need this? And why buy the land next to the church? Hestia asked, intrigued. The purchase of the land is to build a mansion, and the restoration of the church is to prepare for the construction of the house. Plus, it's for future family members so they have a place to stay when they join us. You don't think it will be just the 2 of us, do you? Although I wouldn't mind, we will need to recruit people for raids and guild missions. I'm just one person, I can't handle everything alone, I replied to her question. As Hestia listened to my answer and nodded, confirming that my point of view was correct, her face gradually turned red, and she mumbled something indistinctly. After listening to the end, she understood my point of view and said that after visiting the guild, she would go find out the details. I reminded her to take someone with her so she wouldn't be deceived. Hestia replied that she would take her friend Hephaestus, as Hephaestus is better at this, and since her family is one of the most in demand in Orario, no one would want to cheat her. After finishing breakfast, we headed to the guild. Hestia skipped along joyfully, eager to brag to her friend Hephaestus that she had found a strong child for her family. At the entrance to the guild. Upon reaching the guild, Hestia and I decided to go inside. Despite the early morning, the guild hall was already filling up with adventurers who had come to take a mission or get information. At one of the counters, I noticed the cute half-elf Ina, who was sorting through documents. Sensing someone looking at her, she looked up and noticed me. Seeing Ina looking at me, I waved to her, and she waved back. Before Hestia could start asking questions, I took her hand and led her to the counter. "Good morning, Ina. I've come to register as an adventurer," I greeted her and explained why I had come so early in the morning. "Good morning to you too, Alexander-san. I see you've also brought goddess Hestia. I'm glad you found a god who accepted you into their family," Ina replied with a polite smile. While we chatted a bit, Hestia began to lose patience, and her ponytail started to levitate. I was beginning to think she was about to go Super Saiyan. Noticing her impatience, I asked Ina for the adventurer registration form. After my words, Ina handed the form to Hestia, and she started filling it out with her help. While Hestia was filling out the form, I asked Ina if she would like to be my personal advisor. After a moment of thought, Ina agreed but warned me that she was a strict teacher and wouldn't let me slack off. I responded with a light laugh and said that I was a good student, as in my past life, I had already written 3 thesis papers by the age of 22. After filling out the form, Hestia handed it to Ina, who congratulated me on becoming an official adventurer. She then asked if I wanted to receive a starter kit for beginners. I declined and showed her my sword. Ina asked another question about the consultation, whether I wanted to start now or the next day. She seemed to think that Hestia and I would go celebrate this event. I replied that I could start now since Hestia had things to do. Before entering a private room, I handed Hestia a pouch of money and a note with the items she needed to buy for the house. She didn't know how much money I had given her and looked at me with a hint of guilt, thinking that I was giving away my last money and that she, as the goddess of the hearth, couldn't take care of her only child. Noticing her look, I told her how much I had given her, and her blue eyes sparkled. She was likely already fantasizing about a luxurious bed and soft linens. Before she ran off shopping, I told her that if the cost of restoration was within the budget, she should immediately hire a crew to start repairing the church. Nodding like a chicken pecking at grain, she saluted and ran off with thoughts of a soft bed. Meanwhile, at Hephaestus's workshop. While our protagonist was seriously listening to a lecture about the dungeon, Hestia ran into Hephaestus's workshop, bursting in with a cry of joy. "Hephaestus, listen, I finally found a child for my family." Hestia shouted joyfully as she entered the workshop. "Hestia, how many times have I told you not to barge in while I'm working?" "Congratulations on finally finding your first child for your family," Hephaestus congratulated her best friend. "But you didn't come here just to brag about your child. And let me tell you right away, I won't be making free weapons for your child, and I won't give a discount either, even if you're my best friend," she added, continuing to hammer at the metal. "My child doesn't need your weapon, he has his own. Besides bragging about finding a strong child, I came to you with a request," Hestia replied, proudly puffing out her chest. Hephaestus put down her hammer and looked at Hestia with doubt. What kind of weapon did Hestia's child have that she would refuse a weapon crafted by Hephaestus, the god of blacksmithing? Putting this question aside, she decided to find out what Hestia's request was. With a wave of her hand, Hephaestus indicated that Hestia could continue. "My child asked me to check the items on this list and to take someone with me so I wouldn't be cheated," Hestia said, handing over the paper and pouting, thinking that Alex Cohen considered her irresponsible. Hephaestus took the list, looked it over, and, raising her eyes to Hestia, understood why Hestia's child asked her to bring someone responsible. Hestia could indeed be cheated if she wasn't careful, and knowing her friend, she would definitely be deceived. Placing a hand on her forehead, Hephaestus began to think about whether to agree or not. Noticing that her best friend was about to refuse, Hestia did the only thing she could. She ran up to Hephaestus and started tugging on her arm, behaving like a child, pleading with her to go along so she wouldn't be cheated. Hephaestus, accustomed to Hestia's behavior, looked at her and sighed, deciding to help her friend after all. She said she would assist in this situation but wouldn't lend any money. Hestia pouted and mentioned that her child had already given her money for some items. With a raised eyebrow of doubt, Hephaestus asked how much money was given. Proudly puffing her chest, Hestia stated the amount and explained that her child had been saving up to buy a house in the future, but since becoming an adventurer, he decided to repair the place where they lived. Hephaestus, upon hearing this, noted that the child Hestia had found could be considered responsible, and she hoped that this child wouldn't spoil her. After changing into casual clothes, Hephaestus and Hestia headed to their first destination. After Hestia ran off to her friend, I followed Ina into the private consultation room. Once seated, Ina poured me some tea and asked what I wanted to know about the dungeon. I explained that I needed information on monsters from floors 1 to 18. Upon hearing this, Ina became annoyed and said that as a novice, it was too early for me to know all that information. I should at least reach level 2 first. Calmly, I clarified that I just needed the information and wasn't planning to go to those floors right away, though who could stop me? After some argument, Ina relented and asked me to swear that I wouldn't go to higher floors until I was stronger. Seeing her concerned and caring eyes, I could only agree, crossing my fingers behind my back. Once I returned from those floors, she would see that I was capable, and hopefully wouldn't worry so much. Ina then spent several hours explaining the dungeon's structure to me in detail. She covered everything thoroughly, which was almost putting me to sleep. Seeing my distraction, she asked me a question. I see you're bored, and you seem to have remembered everything. Can you tell me which monsters are on floors 1 to 5? She asked in the tone of a strict teacher. The monsters on floors 1 to 5 are kobolds, goblins, and underground lizards. Items that drop from them are kobold claws and goblin fangs, I replied to her question. Ina relaxed and continued to describe the dungeon's structure and what the floors looked like. Spending nearly the entire day gathering information, I was satisfied. Now I had a rough idea of which monsters to target to earn money faster for building the house. Realizing it was late, I told Ina I had to leave, or Hestia would worry. Checking the time, Ina realized it was time to go. She reminded me not to forget the information she provided, as it could save my life. I showed her my recording spell, which surprised her, and assured her that I would always have the information with me. Leaving the office, I noticed Hestia had just arrived. She entered the guild hall and immediately rushed over to share what she had learned today. Before she could start talking, I suggested discussing everything over dinner, and she agreed. We began to make our way out. After saying goodbye to Ina, we left the guild and headed to a place where we could eat well, of course, Mistress of Abundance. To be continued. Chapter 7 Future Plans and the First Visit to the Dungeon. After we left the guild, I noticed that Hestia was very excited. Her joy was so contagious that I couldn't help but smile. Seeing my gaze, Hestia blushed slightly, but her eyes shone with satisfaction from a successful day. After all, she had finally found a family member and was able to boast about it to her friend. As we walked through the lit-up evening streets of Orario, I decided to ask how her day had gone and why she was in such a good mood. Her answer surprised me a bit but brought a smile to my face. Hestia, what put you in such a good mood? I asked with a smile. After leaving Hephaestus, I was living in that rundown church and sleeping on that horrible couch, which caused back pain. I am a goddess and should sleep on a soft bed to preserve my beauty, Hestia replied with a wide smile, clearly excited about her new soft couch. Oh, my goddess traded me for a soft couch. Hestia, you're breaking my heart, I replied, clutching my heart and putting on a pitiful look with tears in my eyes. After my words, Hestia began to panic and tried to explain that the couch was not as important as the well-being of her family. She was talking so fast that I couldn't understand anything. Noticing her panicked state, I couldn't help but laugh. Seeing me laugh, Hestia got angry and clung to me like a monkey to a tree, shaking me. While Hestia was shaking me, I tried to figure out where such strength came from in such a small body, considering that almost 99% of her power is sealed. Calming the lowly goddess, I shifted Hestia onto my back, and we headed to the restaurant. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw that Hestia was still pouting. I could only muster a crooked smile. After all, it's impossible to stay mad at such a kind goddess. As I carried the goddess on my back, we enjoyed an evening stroll through Orario. This walk could be considered a mini-date with my goddess. To savor the atmosphere of the evening fantasy world, I slowed my pace to fully immerse myself in it. Noticing that I had slowed down, Hestia said nothing and also enjoyed the walk with her new family member. But our beautiful atmosphere was interrupted by a sound coming from Hestia's stomach. It was so loud, like a whale calling for food. I couldn't help but notice it and looked at Hestia, who was hanging on my back. Her face turned as red as a ripe tomato. First, Hestia was embarrassed, then she became angry and started shaking me like a tree again out of embarrassment. After calming her down again, she climbed onto my shoulders and told me to hurry up. Onward, my noble steed, she chanted. Sighing, I decided to speed up because if she continued shaking me, I might actually get sick despite my sturdy build. Some time later. Having arrived at the hostess of fertility, with a very hungry Hestia, I couldn't help but wonder if she had eaten anything at all since we went our separate ways. As we approached the entrance, Hestia skillfully slid off my shoulders, and we walked inside. We were greeted by one of the waitresses, Anya Frummel. Oh, it's you, the strange customer Naya. Anya pointed at me with her finger. Why do the waitresses here call me strange? I asked, raising an eyebrow. I was curious to hear her answer. If it's because I greeted them with Naya the first time I visited, it would be even more awkward than I thought. Well, I've never seen someone who's not even an adventurer throw one of Loki's kids across the restaurant and then fix everything like nothing happened, Anya replied, crossing her arms and nodding. Ahem. My name is Anya Naya, and I'll be serving your table tonight, Naya. I see you need a table for two, Naya, Anya continued after clearing her throat. From my memories of the anime, if I remember correctly, Anya was carefree, but it seems she behaves like a responsible worker on the job. Hello, Anya Naya. You probably already know my name, as others must have told you, I replied with a smile. My name is Anya, not Anya Naya. Anya began to protest. Well, that's what I'm saying, Anya Naya, I replied with a wide smile. We started arguing about her name, going back and forth for a while. While we were arguing, I noticed Hestia's confused look. After spending some time arguing, Anya Naya gave up, and I could say that the victory was mine. Admitting defeat, Anya stopped arguing and led us to our table with puffed cheeks. After we sat down at our table, Anya Naya handed us the menu and walked away with such heavy steps that I began to think she might break the floor. As Hestia and I placed our order, I noticed that Mamma Mia was watching me. Seeing my glance, she made a "I'm watching you" gesture with her hand. Noticing her stern look, I could only gulp and nod nervously at her gesture. Seeing my nod, she smiled and made a "order more" gesture. Shaking my head with a smile, I couldn't help but think what a strange woman she was. Noticing Hestia's frowning expression, I asked her what was wrong. How do you know the waitresses here? And why are they so friendly with you? And what was that fight with a member of that flat-chested Loki's familia about? She asked, narrowing her eyes at me. All I could do in this situation was to tell her what happened after I came here. After my explanation, Hestia started laughing, holding her stomach. When she stopped, she asked me to explain what happened with the member of Loki's familia. I told her how I launched him across the restaurant through the tables and then fixed everything I broke. Then I explained that they invited me to their table to apologize, and we ended up chatting, and Loki wanted to invite me to her familia. After hearing this, Hestia started raising a fuss, yelling that she wouldn't give me to that flat-chested goddess. With a smile, I reassured her that I wasn't going anywhere. Relaxing at my response, Hestia calmed down for a while. As we continued talking about our day, our food was ready, and it was brought to us by my favorite elf, Rio. Placing the food on the table, I decided to greet her and start a conversation. I asked her how she was doing and if she was tired after a long day of work. Appreciating my concern, Rio smiled and replied that her day was fine and she wasn't tired. She asked how I was doing. Well, I officially joined a familia and am now an adventurer, I replied with a smile. Well, congratulations. I hope you remember that there are many dangers in the dungeon, and you'll be careful not to get hurt, she said with eyes full of concern. Don't worry, Rio. I'll make all the necessary preparations before going into the dungeon, and I won't go to the lower floors for now, I assured her so she wouldn't worry. You made the right decision to prepare before going into the dungeon because danger lurks around every corner, and you never know what awaits you. Even though there are records of monsters, the guild receives daily reports about what adventurers encounter, Rio said seriously. After talking for a while longer, Rio wished us a pleasant meal and went back to her work. Thanking her and starting to eat, Hestia and I dug into our meal. After a hearty dinner. After the meal, we ordered dessert and drinks, and I decided to start a conversation about what Hestia had learned about prices and other things on the list. Hestia, did you find out what I asked for this morning? I asked, sipping my tea. Yes, Hephaestus helped me a lot. I'll give you the note, and you can see for yourself, Hestia replied and started searching for the note while still eating her dessert. Receiving the note, I began to look at the prices of everything listed and couldn't help but frown at what I saw. The prices were a bit different from what I had imagined. If Apollo's mansion cost around 30 million valis, the restoration of the church would be about 300 to 350,000 valis. Buying the land next to the church and building a mansion would cost around 20 million valis. It's good that our church is on the outskirts of the city, and the land there is cheap and unclaimed, so the price for that land is quite low. And that's not counting the other little things needed for the house. After roughly calculating how much I would need to farm alone, I realized I would have to single-handedly defeat more than 20 raid bosses that appear once a week, and there's already a queue for them. Alternatively, I could search for unique materials and monsters. Sighing heavily, I decided to put this off for the future. Noticing my frown, Hestia began to worry and told me that I didn't need to overexert myself to earn such money and that she could still live in the rundown church. Laughing at her panic, I reassured her that she didn't need to worry, and I wouldn't overwork myself. Hestia, don't worry. I'm not frowning because of the prices, but because I was calculating how many monsters I need to defeat to earn that amount. I already have an idea of which monsters I'll be hunting, so don't worry. I'll be able to save up for our home in the near future, I said to calm her down. Hestia relaxed after my response. We finished our dessert and decided to head home. Paying for the meal and saying goodbye to everyone, we left the hostess of fertility and headed home. Once we got home, Hestia immediately collapsed into bed, instantly forgetting all her worries. Laughing at this goddess, I covered her with a blanket and decided to lie down on my shabby couch. As I was falling asleep, thoughts of quick ways to make money swirled in my head. I kept thinking until I drifted off. The next morning, waking up again next to a drooling Hestia, I gently laid her on the couch and went to get ready for the dungeon. Washing up, getting dressed, and leaving a note for Hestia, I grabbed my sword and headed to the tower. On my way to the tower, I noticed that many adventurers were heading to Babel Tower early in the morning. As I got closer to the tower, around which adventurers were already gathering, I looked up and thought that the tower was indeed enormous. That's what she said. Remembering an old joke, I decided to follow the other adventurers into the tower. Inside the tower, I was greeted by stone walls and a huge 10-meter wide hole in the center of the room, leading straight into the dungeon. The circular room was filled with numerous columns at equal intervals, and above was a beautiful azure sky painting, resembling a real sky. Gentle stairs spiraled around, leading into the dungeon. When I saw the entrance to the first floor of the dungeon, my first thought was, what a hole. Laughing at my joke, I approached the entrance and looked down to see how deep the stairs went. Seeing how far they extended, I pondered whether to descend the steps like a plebeian or choose an easier way, just jump. After thinking a bit more, I made my choice and... To be continued. Chapter 8, Raiding the Dungeon Properly or Speedrunning to the 10th Floor. Having made his decision, Alex decided to jump down, as going down the steps was for plebeians. Only kings choose the short path, making a leap of faith into the abyss known as the dungeon. Gaining enough momentum, Alex ran towards the entrance to the first floor and made the leap of faith. While he was falling, he thought it was a pretty good experience of free falling. Seeing that the ground was approaching, he decided to do a skillful flip and make a perfect superhero landing. After landing, Alex even felt that in one of the Marvel universes, Deadpool shed a tear, started clapping, wiped a single tear from his mask, and said, "I'm so proud of this bastard, that was the best jump I've ever seen." Shaking off these silly thoughts, Alex stood up and looked around. He noticed the surrounding adventurers staring at him with wide eyes, not believing what they had just seen. "Did you see that too? That guy just fell down and landed in a weird pose," said one of the adventurers, rubbing his eyes and asking his friend. "Yeah, I saw that guy fall from above too," his friend replied with astonished eyes. Ignoring the adventurers who were whispering to each other, Alex decided to delve deeper into the first floor to test his abilities. Moving forward, he encountered solitary monsters, which he easily dispatched. Reaching a fork in the path, Alex thought he needed a secluded place where he could test his skills without any disturbances. After a brief consideration, he chose the left direction. Walking down the corridor, he noticed that the walls of the first floor were light blue with gray speckles if you looked closely. After some time, Alex stumbled upon a room where he found a group of 20 goblins. Just what I need for practice, Alex thought, entering the room and casting a spell that paralyzed all the goblins. "Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you just yet. I'm just going to try some moves," Alex said, approaching the group of goblins that had fallen to the floor after the spell. In response, he heard only coarse growls. "It's rude to growl at someone who can kill you," Alex remarked, striking one of the goblins on the head. "Damn, I thought they'd turn to ash immediately, not splatter their blood everywhere. Now my boot is all bloody," Alex said, wiping his shoe and looking at the terrified goblins. "Now I can test some of my abilities, and you'll be the first test subject," Alex said, pointing to one of the goblins. Grabbing one of them, Alex dragged it to the other end of the room so that his abilities wouldn't affect the other test subjects. While Alex was busy testing his abilities, let's return to the lowly goddess. Waking up from a deep sleep, Hestia rubbed her sleepy eyes and noticed that Alex was nowhere to be found. Her drowsy state immediately vanished, and she panicked, running through the rooms in search of Alex. Finally, she stumbled upon a note on the table. Deciding to read it, Hestia picked up the note and realized that Alex had left it. The note read as follows. "Dear Hestia, I went to the dungeon to check some things. I don't know when I'll be back, it could be after lunch or in the evening. I've left money for food on the table. Take it to buy something to eat and don't wait for me. I'll eat in the dungeon. Please don't spend all the money on snacks, eat normal food. After I return, we'll discuss the restoration of our home. P.S. Once again, don't spend the money only on snacks. I'm not a child to live on snacks," Hestia said, pouting at the note. After that, she decided to go buy herself breakfast and return home to wait for the delivery of her bed and sofa. Leaving, Hestia let out a cheerful laugh and couldn't wait for her new soft bed to arrive. Returning to Alex. While Alex dragged his green test subject to the other end of the room, he hummed a melody from his old world, pondering which ability to try first. Placing the paralyzed goblin near the wall, Alex stepped back and decided to start with the simple Greg spell, Greg, Flame. Weakest fire spell. It's a small fireball. After choosing and launching the small fireball at the goblin, it immediately turned to ash, leaving behind a fong and a small mana-filled crystal. So this is what those crystals adventurers hunt for look like, Alex said, examining the crystal from different angles. Given its size, one could conclude that the lower the floor, the larger the crystal and the more mana it contains. He nodded, stroking his chin. Now, let's test other abilities, Alex said, turning his head towards the other green test subjects. Approaching the goblins, Alex grabbed one of them and dragged it while humming the melody. Placing the goblin near the wall, Alex returned to his starting position and pondered which ability to try next. What if? Alex thought, devising another way to use the Greg spell. What if I try to use Greg like Sukuna uses Divine Flame, change its shape, and make a bow? Then the range should increase, and the accuracy of the shot as well. After spending some time, he managed to change the shape of the fireball, making it resemble a bow with an arrow. Now, let's see how deadly this skill has become, Alex said, aiming at the goblin and releasing the arrow. The fiery arrow instantly reached the goblin, striking it. The goblin immediately turned to ashes, leaving loot and a hole in the wall. Noticing the hole after the spell hit, Alex decided to check how much damage the arrow had caused. Well, that's unexpected. Changing the shape of the fireball reduced the area of effect, but increased its penetrating power, range, and projectile speed, Alex said, peering into the hole and seeing how the arrow passed through several rooms, leaving through holes in them. Some time later. Testing magical skills from Anas's arsenal, Alex decided to test his weapons. Grabbing another green volunteer, he dragged him to a test wall. Returning to his position, Alex assumed a standard stance with his sword, unsheathed the blade, and made a light swipe towards the goblin. The strike instantly hit the goblin, turning it to ashes. Alex noticed that even a simple Yamato swipe had cut through the dungeon wall. Approaching where the strike left a gash in the wall, Alex touched it and concluded. Such a clean cut. And judging by the mana flowing through the dungeon walls, it will take some time before the damage heals, Alex said, looking at the hole in the wall left by the sword. Now, let's test Beowulf and see how much damage a weak strike can do, Alex said, summoning Beowulf and dragging another goblin to the wall. Dragging the goblin to the wall, Alex took a combat stance for hand-to-hand combat. Now let's try one of Saitama's punches. Ordinary series, ordinary punch, Alex said, striking towards the goblin. After the strike, the goblin was thrown with such force that the wall behind it also collapsed. Well, that was stronger than I expected, Alex said, clenching and unclenching his fist, looking at the destroyed wall and the room behind it. Now I need to find a way to lift fallen crystals and materials from defeated monsters without collecting them one by one, Alex thought, recalling some characters and their abilities that he could mimic. What if I try to mimic Ruler's Authority from Solo Leveling? After all, this skill allows using mana as an extension of the hand, which could be used to gather crystals and materials from monsters, Alex decided. Spending a couple of hours on trial and error mastering this skill, Alex finally managed to master it and was able to retrieve all remaining goblins with this ability. Now it's time to finish testing the skills and do what I loved back in my old world. Namely, let's speedrun through the dungeon aiming to reach the 10th floor as quickly as possible, Alex thought, getting up from the floor and eliminating the remaining goblins, collecting the crystals that fell from them. Some time later. Returning to the entrance of the first floor, Alex began to warm up lightly. Adventurers passing by looked at him strangely. Hey, look at what this guy is doing. What's this strange ritual at the entrance to the first floor, said a random adventurer to his friend. Who knows? Maybe it's his ritual before hunting. Everyone has their quirks, his friend shrugged. What about me, the first one asked. You like to have a drink before descending into the dungeon and say it makes hunting easier for you, his friend replied. The first one just grumbled and headed deeper into the first floor. After finishing his warm-up, Alex took a running stance. Alright, let's go. Speed running through the dungeon, he said to himself and sprinted towards the first floor. Breaking through the floors, defeating monsters, and collecting crystals from them, Alex reached the 10th floor. He looked around to understand what this level was like. The walls were covered with brown moss, the ground was scattered with short grass. The light from the phosphorescent ceiling resembled sunlight, and occasional fog worsened visibility for ordinary adventurers. After a quick survey of the 10th floor, Alex decided to check the loot he had gathered during the run. Well, I can say for a first dungeon run, I gathered a decent harvest of crystals, he said, peering into his bag. Now I can go back and sell what I've collected to find out how much I earned from the first raid and which floor is best to start from, Alex thought, slinging the bag over his shoulder. Now I can use the spell Gatum to teleport back to the entrance of the first floor, Alex said, casting the spell. Gatum, a teleportation spell that connects 2 points in space. It can only teleport to places previously visited. The farther the magical power, the greater the distance that can be traveled. After teleporting to the first floor, Alex noticed there were no adventurers around, which was unusual since there were usually many at the entrance. Dismissing this detail from his mind, he headed to the guild to sell the crystals. At the guild entrance. Approaching the guild, Alex headed straight to the counter to sell the gathered crystals. Not noticing his consultant, a half-elf, he sighed with relief, thinking he was lucky. Standing in line, Alex pondered how much he could earn from this raid. According to Loki's family members, an ordinary group of adventurers earns around 25,000 valis per run. Lost in thought, he didn't notice when it was his turn. Good day. Are you looking to sell what you've gathered in the dungeon? The girl behind the counter asked. Good day. Yes, I'd like to sell the crystals and materials I've collected, Alex replied, handing over the bag of crystals. I see, your hunt was successful today, the girl remarked, taking the bag and feeling its weight. While waiting for the girl to count the crystals and materials received, Alex estimated he had earned about 100,000 valis. Thank you for waiting. Here's the money you earned from the raid, the girl said, handing over the bag now filled with valis. Could you tell me how much I earned from this raid? Alex asked, not wanting to count the earnings himself. Of course. Taking into account the crystals and materials you collected from the monsters, you earned a total of 120,000 valis, the girl replied calmly. Thanking the girl at the counter, Alex decided to leave the guild, avoiding Ina who might start lecturing him on how newcomers should approach the dungeon. Exiting the guild, Alex headed towards an empty alley to use Gatum and instantly appear inside the church. Descending into the church basement, which served as the temporary residence of the Hestia family, Alex looked forward to boasting to Hestia about his first earnings from the raid. Hestia, I'm home. Alex shouted, opening the door. Immediately, he was tackled by the dark-haired Rocket. Hestia began inspecting him for injuries. Assured there were none, she sighed deeply and spoke so quickly that even Eminem would be surprised. Hestia, I can't understand what you're saying. Slow down, Alex requested, trying to calm her. I was saying, why didn't you wake me up when you were going into the dungeon? Hestia replied, pouting. You were sleeping so soundly that not even an explosion next to you would wake you up, Alex replied, hanging his cloak in the closet. But you should still have woken me up, Hestia began to complain and shook Alex again. All right, stop shaking me. I promise next time I'll wake you up before I leave, Alex said, trying to appease the sulking goddess. Now let's go eat. I'm a bit hungry and wouldn't mind a hearty dinner, Alex said, slinging Hestia over his shoulder and heading towards the exit. No need to go anywhere, I've already brought dinner. We can eat at home, Hestia replied, hanging on his shoulder. Great, no need to go anywhere, Alex replied, slightly disappointed that he wouldn't see any beautiful waitresses. All right, let's go eat. All the food is already on the table, Hestia said and started dragging Alex towards the table. Okay, let's go eat, and I'll also tell you how my dungeon run went, Alex said to the hyperactive goddess. To be continued. Chapter 9 Purchase of the Church and Meeting with Hephaestus. Sitting down at the table where Hestia had set up dinner, Alex helped her sit down and they began to eat. They ate slowly, savoring the food. Alex noticed that Hestia was in a very good mood and decided to ask his little goddess what she was so happy about. My new bed has arrived, and I've already tried it out. Also, my future family captain successfully completed his first raid in the dungeon, Hestia proudly puffed out her chest, boasting about her child's achievements and successes. So, while I was busy in the dungeon, all you did was eat and sleep. Alex raised an eyebrow. I'm the goddess of the hearth, and I must take care of the home. From your words, I sound like a lazy goddess, Hestia retorted, pouting. Okay, you're not a lazy goddess, but a caretaker of the home, Alex agreed, sighing. After finishing their dinner, they moved from the table to the new couch, where Alex could tell Hestia about his first day in the dungeon. Well, come on, don't hold back, tell me how your day went in the dungeon. Hestia asked, bouncing in place. I can say that the day turned out to be more productive than I expected. The amount I earned proves that I'll be able to gather enough money quickly to build a house, Alex replied, pouring tea. And how much valis did you earn? Tell me quickly. Hestia said, grabbing Alex and shaking him again. Please, stop shaking me, you'll spill my tea, Alex said, trying to stop the goddess. Okay, I'll tell you. No need to get upset. I earned 120,000 valis in one go, Alex replied. Wow, you earned that much on your first dungeon dive. I knew my captain is capable of a lot, Hestia said with shining eyes, giggling foolishly. Noticing that his goddess was behaving strangely, Alex decided to ask why she was giggling so foolishly. I'm not acting silly, I'm just eagerly waiting for the opportunity to brag to the other gods that I have such a strong captain, Hestia said with such pride as if she had achieved it herself. Okay. Then you can brag as much as you want, I'll support you in that, Alex replied. Hestia, don't forget that we need to go to the administration tomorrow to buy this church. We're living here illegally. How can a family become better if they don't even have their own home? Alex reminded her. I know, there's no need to remind me that my family has no home, Hestia replied, her cheeks puffed up like a hamster's. No need to pout. Tomorrow we'll buy this church, and we'll have our own home. So let's wash up and get some sleep. We have a lot to do tomorrow, Alex said, poking her puffed cheeks, which made a pfff sound. Stop treating me like a child. I'm already an adult goddess and can decide when to go to sleep, Hestia began to object. Yes, as you say, my little goddess. Now let's go wash up, Alex replied, putting Hestia on his shoulder and carrying her to the bathroom. After Alex helped his goddess wash up, he put her to bed and settled himself on the new couch. Lying down on it, he thought, I could sleep on this forever. Those were his last thoughts before he fell asleep. In the morning. Waking up early, Alex opened his eyes and saw Hestia sleeping with a silly smile, drooling on his body. He wondered how Hestia managed to sneak into his bed without waking him. Shaking his head to clear unnecessary thoughts, he decided to start waking the sleepy goddess. Hestia, wake up, we have things to do today. I hope you haven't forgotten, Alex said, gently shaking the sleeping goddess. All right, I'm getting up. You know, girls need a long sleep to stay beautiful, Hestia sleepily murmured, getting up. You're beautiful already, even in the morning. Now get off me and go wash up, Alex said, carefully removing Hestia from himself and placing her on the floor. How can you say such things to an innocent lady so early in the morning, blushed Hestia, and she hurried off to the bathroom. She's so cute, thought Alex. Now I need to get up myself and prepare for today's busy day. He got off the couch and headed to the bathroom, preparing for the day ahead. Some time later. Exiting the church, Alex and Hestia headed towards the administration office. On the way, they made sure to buy breakfast so they wouldn't have to deal with business on an empty stomach. As they walked, Alex reminded Hestia of their plans for the day so she would be prepared for an active day. Hestia, you understand that we'll be walking a lot today, so there's no need to start acting up right away. Our plan for today is to buy the land where the church stands, then go to the workshop to hire people to repair it, so it doesn't collapse on us one day. After that, we'll need to visit the shopping street to buy everyday items, Alex explained his plans to the sleepy goddess. I won't act up. If I get tired, you can just carry me, Hestia confidently replied. I don't mind carrying you. Just letting you know it's going to be a busy day, Alex said, preemptively warning Hestia about what to expect. Some time later. Arriving at the administration office, Alex and Hestia noticed a small queue. Alex sighed, realizing they would have to wait in line again. With no other choice, he gently pulled Hestia to take their place in line. While Alex was lost in thoughts about how much this rundown church might cost, their turn came up. Good day. How may I help you? The secretary asked, looking curiously at the duo consisting of a man and a goddess. Good day. We're here to purchase the dilapidated church on the outskirts of the city and find out its price. If the price suits us, we'll buy it immediately, Alex calmly replied, making their purpose clear. The church on the outskirts, you say, the secretary clarified. That's correct, the half-ruined church, Alex confirmed. May I ask what you intend to do with this dilapidated church? The secretary inquired again. My goddess wishes to buy this church to repair it and turn it into a home for her family, Alex answered, stroking Hestia's head, causing her to squint happily like a satisfied cat. Then please wait a couple of minutes while I retrieve the records and can give you the price for this property, the secretary succinctly replied, getting up and heading to fetch the documents. While the secretary searched for the documents, Alex played with Hestia's hair, and she looked around like a curious child, which Alex couldn't help but notice. Is something catching your interest, Hestia? Alex asked his little goddess. And nothing catches my interest. It's just my first time in a place like this, and I'm just curious, Hestia replied slightly excitedly. Just as Alex was about to ask Hestia a few more questions, the secretary returned with the documents. I found the documents for this church, and its price is 200,000 valas, the secretary said, placing the documents on the desk. Of course, we're prepared to buy it for that price. What documents do we need to fill out to ensure the land and the church on it become our family's property? Alex asked, unfazed by the price. You'll need to fill out these documents to transfer ownership of the land and the church, the secretary said, handing over the paperwork. Passing the form to Hestia to fill out, Alex retrieved the money to pay for the purchase up front. Thank you for your purchase. Here are your property documents, the secretary said, handing the documents to Alex. Tucking the documents into his coat, Alex and Hestia left the administration office and headed towards the construction workshop. At the construction workshop. Entering the workshop, Alex and Hestia began searching for someone who could help repair the church and make it suitable for living. After a while, they found the foreman who invited them into his office to discuss the details. How can I assist a man and a god who've come to my workshop? The foreman asked. We're here to hire a team of workers to repair a dilapidated church and make it livable, Alex explained. We have plenty of capable guys, but first, I'd like to see the church myself to assess the scope of work and cost, the foreman calmly replied. Using projection magic, Alex showed how the church looked from the outside and inside. The foreman pondered for a moment and began jotting something down in his notepad. After a couple of minutes, he handed a sheet to Alex. This is the initial estimate for the repairs and making the building habitable. If you want any changes, the price will adjust based on the materials you choose to use, the foreman said, passing over the price sheet. Taking the sheet, Alex saw that the price amounted to 300,000 valis, as Hestia had mentioned. The price suits us. If there are any changes needed, it's best to consult my goddess, she knows better what she wants, Alex replied, drawing the foreman's attention to Hestia. Hestia began explaining what she wanted to change and add, emphasizing the need for high-quality materials. As she spoke, the foreman noted down all her ideas to finalize the repair cost. After the final calculations, the foreman handed over another sheet, and the price had increased by 150,000 valis. After discussing final details, including the down payment and the start of the church renovation work, the foreman clarified. To begin with, we'll need to procure materials and assemble the work crew, so we'll start the work next week. If possible, please deposit half of the down payment now so my team can start purchasing materials. Handing over the down payment, Alex and Hestia bid farewell to the foreman and headed to the trading street to buy everyday items. Upon arriving at the trading street, Alex and Hestia wandered among shops and street stalls, browsing items needed for their home. Alex noticed that Hestia was already feeling tired. Hestia, we also need to thank your friend Hephaestus for her help in finding prices for all the necessary items, Alex said. I understand she needs to be thanked, but I'm not sure what gift she would accept, Hestia replied thoughtfully, stroking her chin like a true sage. I think I've figured out what we can buy that Hephaestus won't refuse, Hestia exclaimed suddenly, brightening up. And what would that be? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. A cake. Let's buy a cake and visit her to express our gratitude, Hestia declared, as if she had just found a second wind. You just want to eat something sweet, and that's why you chose a cake, Alex chuckled, squinting at his goddess. These are minor details. Now, onward to the cake, my faithful steed, Hestia replied, climbing onto Alex's shoulders and directing him towards the pastry shop. As you command, my little goddess, Alex sighed, grabbing the bags and heading towards the pastry shop. After buying the cake chosen by Hestia, they made their way towards the workshop of the goddess Hephaestus. Upon arriving at Hephaestus's workshop, we entered inside. Before I could knock, Hestia burst in with a shout. Hephaestus, I've come to thank you for your help and brought a cake. Hestia cried out, rushing into the workshop. Hestia, how many times have I told you not to barge into my workshop? And I've also told you there's no need to thank me for such help, Hephaestus replied calmly, setting her hammer down on the anvil. Sighing at her goddess's actions, I entered the workshop and noticed a beautiful woman with crimson eyes and a bandage over one eye, which she kept hidden. Her crimson hair flowed down to her slender waist, and her sharp features highlighted her beauty. Noticing me, a newcomer, Hephaestus understood that I was a new member of her friend Hestia's family. Observing me carefully, she wanted to discern whether I was trying to take advantage of the carefree Hestia. In her long life, Hephaestus had seen many hypocritical men and women who approached her with specific intentions. The first group desired her body and skills, while the second wanted to use her to create jewelry. But anyone who caught sight of her cursed eye fled immediately upon seeing it. Only Hestia wasn't afraid of it and was always there to save her from loneliness. Therefore, she wanted to understand who this person was that Hestia had brought into their family. I apologize for the intrusion and for my goddess's actions, I said apologetically as I entered the workshop. It's all right, I'm used to her antics. She lived with me for some time, and we knew each other back in the realm of the gods, Hephaestus replied, assessing my behavior. Since you've come, let's go to my personal room, which is here in the workshop. I often stay late, so I sometimes remain here, Hephaestus said, gesturing for me to follow her. Following Hephaestus to her private room, we sat down at the table. Hephaestus went to get the tea set to brew tea. I placed the bags of purchases in the corner and sat at the table, while Hestia helped Hephaestus set out plates and cups. After slicing the cake and pouring the tea, Hephaestus and Hestia began reminiscing about the times they were in the divine realm. I listened to their conversation, sipping tea and occasionally glancing at the bandage over Hephaestus's eye. Noticing my gaze, she decided to ask. Are you curious about the bandage over my eye? Hephaestus asked, lightly covering the bandage with her hand. I am indeed curious about what's under the bandage. But if you're uncomfortable talking about it, you don't have to. I don't want to make things awkward for Hestia's friend, I replied, indicating that she didn't have to share if she didn't want to. It's just a very complicated matter, and it's not easy for me to talk about it, Hephaestus said, remembering what she had been through because of her eye. I understand it could be a sensitive topic, but perhaps I can help you resolve this issue, I said calmly, trying to reassure Hephaestus. That's right, Heffy. Alex is super duper strong, he can help solve your problem, Hestia chimed in, remembering that I could help her friend. And trusting her friend's words, Hephaestus decided to remove the bandage from her eye to see my reaction and whether I would be scared. Seeing that Hephaestus had removed the bandage, I decided to take a closer look at her eye, as it wasn't explained in the anime. Starting to examine the eye, Alex noticed roughened skin around it that looked dead. The eye itself was dark and shimmered with strange colors. Deciding to approach closer, Alex wanted to understand whether this was a curse or something else. Seeing Alex trying to get closer, Hephaestus panicked and tried to prevent him from coming closer. Seeing her panic, Alex decided to calm her down. Hephaestus, there's no need to worry. I want to come closer to understand what's exactly going on with your eye and ask a couple of questions, Alex said calmly to reassure the goddess. All right, just be careful, Hephaestus replied nervously. Then, Hephaestus, can you tell me if you were born with this eye or if it became like this over time? Alex asked, examining the eye and realizing it was a powerful curse. I was born with this eye, it just looked different before, but it changed over time, Hephaestus replied, keeping her gaze serious as Alex examined her eye. As I looked at it, I found a few ways to rid you of this curse. I can list them, and you can decide which one to choose, Alex said, raising his hand. Then you can list these solutions, Hephaestus replied, not entirely believing him. After all the healing gods couldn't solve her problem, let alone a mortal she had just met. But she decided to hear him out. I have 3 options. First, transfer it to another. Second, disperse the curse one by one because the curse on your eye isn't singular but a whole combination intertwined like a snake's nest, strengthening each other. And the last option, I'll simply separate the curse from you and burn it, Alex began listing, raising fingers on his hand. I'm against the first option because I don't want anyone to suffer as I have. What about the second option, can you explain more? And as for the third, what does separate the curse mean? Hephaestus responded to the options listed. The curse on your eye isn't a single curse but a complex combination, intertwined like a nest of snakes, strengthening each other. As for the third option, it's the simplest, I'll use my sword to separate the curse from you and then burn it, Alex answered the goddess's question. What sword is capable of such a thing? And I didn't see you come here with a sword, Hephaestus said suspiciously, looking around to see if Alex had brought a sword with him. This sword, named Yamato, is part of me, so it's always with me, Alex said, summoning Yamato and showing it to Hephaestus. Let me see this sword that can separate a curse from a god, Hephaestus said, snatching the sword from Alex's hands. Sure, take it, but only if you can draw this sword, Alex chuckled, handing Yamato to the goddess. Taking the sword in her hands, Hephaestus first examined it from all sides, then tried to draw the blade from its sheath, but she couldn't. After a couple more attempts, she decided to return it to Alex. What kind of sword is this? Even I, the goddess of blacksmithing, can't draw it from its sheath. Hephaestus asked, beginning to doubt her own divinity. Haha, that's a little secret I won't reveal to you just yet, Hephaestus. We need to get to know each other better before sharing such secrets, Alex replied with a laugh, taking the sword back. So, Hephaestus, have you decided which way we'll solve your little problem? Alex asked. What do you mean, little problem? This problem has haunted me my entire life. And how can this sword possibly help solve it? Hephaestus began to shout, but calmed down towards the end and asked a question. This sword can easily solve your problem, specifically like this, Alex replied. He drew the sword from its sheath and made a gentle swing towards Hephaestus, separating the curse from her and immediately burning it, using the spell Ei Shield to heal the damaged eye and the surrounding skin. Ei Shield is the most powerful healing spell. It fully heals multiple targets, including lost limbs. Not having time to react, Hephaestus felt warmth on her eye and decided to touch it, no longer feeling the familiar roughened skin that had been there for so long. Hope flickered in her eyes that the problem that had plagued her since birth might finally be solved. Hestia never doubted that Alex could help her friend, quietly observing all this time and awaiting her choice. Noticing the changes in her friend's eye, Hestia began to joyfully jump on her chair. She immediately stood up and rushed for a small mirror so Hephaestus could see the changes. But Hephaestus hesitated to look into the mirror, and Hestia reassured her that her problem had already been solved. Finally gathering her strength, Hephaestus took the mirror and decided to look at her eye. She didn't see the ugly skin and curse that surrounded it, only a single ruby eye with flames burning inside. Hephaestus checked it several times, not believing her eyes, and couldn't hold back her tears. Alex decided to approach and calm down Hephaestus, who was crying but smiling. Spending some time comforting her, Hephaestus wiped away her tears and hugged Alex tightly, thanking him for his help. I'm really grateful to you, Alex. I don't even know how to thank you, Hephaestus said, still holding him in her embrace. No need to thank me. If Hestia considers you family, then you're family to me too, Alex replied with a smile, enjoying her embrace. I still feel like I owe you thanks. You have no idea how much you've done for me, Hephaestus said, burying her head in his shoulder. I've already said, there's no need. Just your embrace is enough for me, especially from such a beautiful goddess, Alex replied, still smiling. Seeing that this couple continued to hug and didn't seem willing to let go, Hestia decided to intervene and forcefully separate them. Hephaestus, you may be my best friend and I consider you family, but Alex is mine, Hestia said, starting to growl at Hephaestus, who blushed bright red. Hestia, I'm not going anywhere. Hephaestus was just very emotional, considering her problem has finally been resolved, Alex said, patting Hestia on the head. Humph, Hestia snorted, folding her arms across her chest and turning away. And Hephaestus, you don't need to thank me. A beautiful girl's hug is the best thanks, Alex said, raising a thumbs up towards Hephaestus. After his words, Hephaestus blushed to the point where her face matched her hair color. Spending some more time in Hephaestus's company, Alex and Hestia decided to head home. Before leaving, Hephaestus said they could visit more often, and she would definitely thank Alex in the future. After bidding farewell to Hephaestus, they headed home in good spirits. Hestia was pleased that her friend had been healed, and Alex was glad to have scored a few points with Hephaestus. To be continued. Chapter 10, Back into the Dungeon, or How to One-Shot a Raid Boss. That same evening. After Hestia and Alex left Hephaestus's workshop, they slowly made their way towards the church, which now officially belonged to them. As they walked, Alex noticed that Hestia kept glancing at him, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to do so. He decided to take the initiative. Hestia, if you have something to say, just say it. No need to be shy. I'll answer to the best of my ability, Alex said, looking at his little goddess. I just wanted to say thank you again. You really don't understand how much you've done for Hephaestus. This curse haunted her all her life, and she suffered a lot because of it, Hestia said, tears beginning to form in her eyes. I've already told you, Hestia, there's no need to thank me. This curse was just a small problem for me, and solving it was quite simple. There are many ways to lift such a curse, but I came up with the easiest ones I could remember at the time, Alex said, handing Hestia a handkerchief so she could wipe her tears. If it was such a small problem, why couldn't all the healer gods deal with the curse? Hestia asked, wiping her tears. Look, Hestia, every living being has a core, and each one is unique. It's what makes you, you. The same goes for gods, they just have a divine core, Alex began to explain, handing Hestia the bags to demonstrate. Raising one hand, he made a fist and showed a circle. If this circle is Hephaestus's core, the curse latched onto it like a leech, feeding off it and growing stronger. Hephaestus said her eye used to be different, and over time the skin around the eye started to toughen. That's all because the curse was getting stronger, feeding off Hephaestus's powers, Alex continued, wrapping his other hand around the fist to show how the curse entwined around the core. But you didn't explain why the healer gods couldn't lift the curse, Hestia said, stomping her feet in frustration. Hestia, I haven't finished yet. Be patient, Alex said, tapping her forehead with his finger. Ahem. The healer gods couldn't lift this curse because it wasn't just one curse. There were many, and they depended on each other, strengthening and protecting each other. To dispel this whole knot, you had to find the weakest one and slowly remove the rest. Because if you didn't remove them all at once, the remaining ones would get stronger, absorbing the power of the ones that were removed. And by the time they realized what they had done, the curse would have already fused with Hephaestus's core, and no one would be able to remove it without destroying the core, Alex explained. I get that you're super-duper strong and all, but how did you so easily remove the curse? I still can't understand how you used a sword to separate a curse that had been with Hephaestus for years, Hestia said, looking at Alex suspiciously. The Yamato sword can separate anything, from space to the soul. And there's still a lot you don't know about me, my little goddess, Alex said, roughly patting Hestia's head and taking the shopping bags. Humph, whatever, Hestia huffed, striding ahead. Laughing at this cute goddess, Alex followed her to their home. This is all the author's imagination. Don't pay it any mind. You might have your own theories about this curse, and you can propose them. The next morning. Upon waking up, the first thing Alex did was gently remove the sleeping, drooling Hestia from his side and place her on the couch. Smiling, he got ready and decided to let Hestia know he was heading to the dungeon. Hestia, I'm going to the dungeon, Alex said softly, nudging the still sleeping Hestia. Was Hestia's only response before she turned over onto her other side. Shaking his head, Alex decided not to disturb the sleeping goddess any further and headed toward Babel. On his way, he thought he could get breakfast at the Hostess of Fertility, and turned toward the restaurant. As he approached, Alex noticed Anya sweeping the entrance. He decided to greet her before going inside. Good morning, Anya Nyan. I see you're hard at work early, Alex said in a cheerful tone as he approached. Alex Nyan. Stop calling me Anya Nyan, my name is Anya Nyan. Anya began to shout. Well, that's what I said, Anya, Alex replied, holding back his laughter. After spending a few more minutes bantering with Anya, Alex decided to go inside, where he found the other waitresses preparing the dining area for the day. Good morning, everyone, Alex greeted as he entered. You came so early in the morning to see me. How embarrassing, Sear said, rushing over and placing her hands on her cheeks as she began to blush. Before he could respond, Ryu came over and grabbed Sear by the collar, pulling her back to work. Sorry for her behavior, Ryu apologized on Sear's behalf. It's all right. I'm glad she's so cheerful this early, Alex replied with a broad smile. So, why did you come here so early? Was it just to see the girls? Ryu asked, looking directly into Alex's eyes. Ahem. I came to see if I could buy breakfast to take with me to the dungeon. And, of course, to see all of you again, Alex said, coughing awkwardly and glancing away. Well, I understand. I'll go get Mamma Mia. Follow me, Ryu said, blushing slightly as she asked Alex to follow her. Mamma Mia, we have a customer with a question. Can you come out? Ryu said, approaching the kitchen. Who's here so early in the morning? Mia said as she walked out of the kitchen, wiping her hands. Oh, it's you, rascal. What do you want so early, and don't say you came to ogle my staff. Ahem. I came to see if I could buy breakfast to take to the dungeon, Alex said awkwardly, clearing his throat. Breakfast, you say? Let's see what we can do, Mia said, stroking her chin as she headed back to the kitchen. While Alex waited for Mia, he watched the waitresses working hard from early in the morning. Before he could fully enjoy the view, Mia returned and placed a box of food in front of him. Now give me 200 valis and get to your dungeon, Mia said gruffly. Thank you for your service and have a productive day, Alex said, handing over the money. After saying goodbye to everyone, he headed towards Babel. Near Babylon. Approaching Babylon, Alex was lost in his thoughts and paid no attention to the adventurers surrounding him, whispering among themselves. Hey, isn't that the newbie who jumped down and then tore through 10 floors on his first day? Asked a random adventurer, tugging on his friend's sleeve. Yeah, that's him. Valen was bragging up a storm at the bar about seeing this guy who jumped down and landed in some weird pose, replied his friend, recalling the rumors he heard at the bar. I somehow don't believe there's such a capable newbie, he added skeptically. Well, you could go check it out and risk looking like a fool, but count me out. Plenty of people saw him tearing through those floors at full speed, retorted his friend, reminding him it wasn't just hearsay but something witnessed by many. Hey, I may be old, but I'm not stupid. I'm not going to verify it just because I don't believe it, he replied, heading into the dungeon. Suit yourself. Now let's go kill a couple of monsters to earn some drinks, maybe hit up the red light district later, his friend replied, fantasizing about how he'd spend his evening. Alex continued walking, lost in his thoughts, oblivious to the people passing by. He didn't notice a small assistant sitting near the fountain, listening to the whispers and watching Alex with keen interest, pondering what he had just learned. And of course, to the author as well. Inside the tower. Lost in his thoughts, Alex didn't even notice as he approached the hole leading to the first floor of the dungeon. He continued pondering whether to attempt a new speedrun or resume from the floor where he left off. Landing on the first floor with such force that the floor cracked beneath him, he ignored the adventurers who stared at him with frightened eyes. Alex clenched his fist and made a decision. He would continue from the 10th floor and, if lucky, face off against the Monster Rex. Hey, isn't that him? One adventurer asked another. Yeah, that's the one. We better move ahead or he'll start breaking through to the 10th floor again, and we won't get any loot, replied the other, hurrying to avoid having their loot stolen. Alex entered an empty room on the first floor to use a teleportation spell and instantly reached the 10th floor. After teleporting, he took a deep breath and decided to progress towards the 17th floor, hoping to encounter the Monster Rex. What if I try to turn mana into swords that I can launch at enemies? After all, magic is only limited by your imagination, Alex thought as he ventured deeper into the 10th floor. As he walked, he experimented with turning mana into a sword that he could launch at enemies. Moving forward, he managed to form a mana sword and launched it at the first enemy he encountered, an orc. The sword flew with such force that upon impact, it pinned the orc to the wall. Haha, it actually worked. Just need to dial back the force a bit so it doesn't blow enemies away, and adjust the penetration power, Alex mused, launching another sword at a different monster. Reaching the 15th floor, inhabited by minotaurs, he decided to try combining the Gaddam spell with the mana sword. Virgil could thus be drawn to enemies. If successful, Alex would gain the Hirishin skill in the magic world. After several attempts, he succeeded in imbuing the mana sword with the Gaddam spell. Finding a lone minotaur, Alex launched the mana sword, hitting its mark. After a flash, Alex found himself next to the minotaur and immediately beheaded it. Alright, that worked. Now, what if I try a reverse Gaddam to attract the monster instead of me? Alex pondered. Finding another test subject, he launched the mana sword. Upon impact, there was a flash, and only the Minotaur's torso fell to Alex's feet, turning to ashes. So that's how it works. Attraction uses more mana, considering the distance, weight, and volume of the object you want to attract. Now I know, Alex reflected, stroking his chin. After several attempts and a couple of test subjects, he finally mastered this skill. Well, that was tougher than I thought. Besides distance, weight, and volume of the object you want to attract, the magic itself in this area matters too. After 10 attempts and summoning various parts of monster bodies, I finally got the hang of it. Now, onward to raid the boss, Alex thought proudly, and he headed to the 17th floor towards the raid boss room. On the 17th floor in the raid boss room. Arriving at the boss room, Alex noticed that the boss had not yet appeared. Surveying the wall where magic was concentrated, he realized that the Monster X would soon emerge. Making the most reasonable decision in this situation, he decided to eat. Creating a stone throne with magic and sitting down, Alex took out his food and began eating, forgetting everything else. Meanwhile, a large group of adventurers approached the 17th floor. Hey, Captain, let's hurry up. If we don't move fast, the Monster X will appear and delay our raid progress, a cheerful voice spoke up. No need to worry. We're just in time to avoid any delay in the raid, replied the captain calmly, indicating they still had time. If the Monster X shows up, I'll deal with it quickly, retorted a haughty voice. Bet, you haven't learned from last time when your arrogance got you in trouble, said the cheerful voice, prompting laughter from everyone. Shut up, Tiona. I just wasn't ready in that situation, Bet arrogantly replied. Yeah, sure, great warrior Bet, Tiona said in a tone that sparked another wave of laughter. Quiet down, everyone. We're approaching the boss room, stay alert, the captain warned the group. Captain, look, someone's sitting in the boss room, and it looks like the boss will appear soon, whispered one of the group members. Everyone noticed the person sitting on a stone throne, enjoying their food, clearly unconcerned that the Monster X was already beginning to regenerate and emerge from the wall. Returning to Alex, who was enjoying his meal in the dungeon. While eating, Alex noticed the mana concentration on the wall reaching its peak, and Goliath had already begun to emerge. Placing the food box in his backpack and destroying the throne he sat on, Alex summoned Beowulf and assumed a combat stance, watching the approaching Goliath. Goliath stood about 7 meters tall, with a muscular body and grayish skin. Spotting Alex, Goliath moved towards him. Alex's first thought was that he needed the soundtrack from Attack on Titan. Pushing away unnecessary thoughts, he prepared for an uppercut stance as Goliath approached. Alex was eager, preparing to perform one of Virgil's famous combo strikes. When Goliath entered striking range, Alex delivered a devastating uppercut, underestimating its force. The uppercut literally blew off the entire top part of Goliath, punching a huge hole in the ceiling, revealing the 16th floor. Alex snapped out of it only after the monster's enormous crystal fell in front of him. He stared at it blankly, doubting his own reality. This continued until he heard a voice shouting towards him. That was so cool, yelled the voice approaching him. Turning towards the voice, Alex noticed a group of people. To be continued. Chapter 11, Loki family and the malevolent half-elf Ina. Snapping out of his thoughts, Alex noticed a voice from the side and saw the approaching figure of an Amazoness. It was Tiona. Ignoring Tiona, who was running towards him, Alex went back to his thoughts, with his first thought being, what the hell just happened? He kept looking at the huge crystal that had fallen in front of him, occasionally glancing at the hole in the ceiling leading to the 16th floor, and then back at the crystal. Completely ignoring Tiona, who was jumping around him and asking questions. How did you do that? Can you teach me? Or better yet, show me again. Come on, show me again. How did you do that? Boom bam and a hole in the ceiling. Tiona asked, jumping around Alex like a hyperactive child. Snapping out of his thoughts, Alex thought, all right, to hell with it. He decided to pay attention to Tiona, who was jumping around him and tugging at his arm like a spoiled child. All right, Tiona, stop jumping around me, I'm getting dizzy, Alex responded, dismissing Beowulf and picking up Tiona like a cat. Thank goodness she didn't stretch out. While Alex and Tiona chatted, the rest of the Loki familia approached, shifting their gaze from the hole in the ceiling to Alex, who was holding Tiona at arm's length. Finishing his chat with Tiona, Alex turned his attention to the newly arrived members of the Loki familia and decided to greet them. Yo, Alex said, setting Tiona down and raising one hand in greeting. Hello, Voldegod-san, the elf Reveria elegantly introduced herself. I see you haven't been wasting any time, Voldegod-san, said Finn, extending his hand for a handshake. Show off, grumbled Bet, standing aside. After greeting everyone, Alex glanced at Ace, who simply nodded in greeting. As Alex continued greeting the other members of the Loki familia, Tiona climbed onto his shoulders. Now, tell me how you did that punch. And will you teach me? Tiona asked, sitting on Alex's shoulders and lowering her head so their eyes met. Hearing her question, all the members of the Loki familia perked up, eager to know how Alex executed such a punch. Even Ace, whose face usually showed no emotion, was interested. Tiona, get off him and stop pestering the men, he's not obliged to reveal his secrets, said her sister, making everyone feel a bit awkward. That punch isn't a secret, anyone can do it as long as they have mana in their body, Alex replied, ignoring Tiona, who was still sitting on his shoulders and swinging her legs like a small child. Humph, easy for you to say. It's probably all about your weapon. Stop pretending to be mysterious, Bet retorted arrogantly, implying that it was all about the weapon Alex was using. It seems you didn't learn your lesson last time. Do you need a reminder of how it ended? Alex responded calmly to Bet's provocation. I was just careless. This time, it'll be different, and I'll show you your place, rookie, said Bet, preparing to attack. If you don't calm down, I'll have to use a super secret move to knock some sense into you, Alex said, carefully lifting Tiona off his shoulders. Let's see what you've got, rookie. This time, you won't get the drop on me, said Bet, taking a fighting stance. All the members of the Loki familia stepped back and watched the beginning of the confrontation, curious about the super-secret technique Alex had mentioned. Taking his fighting stance, Bet was ready to launch his attack. Seeing Bet ready to strike, Alex took a step and instantly appeared before him, delivering a blow with his super-secret technique. The blow struck Bet's head, driving his body into the ground so that only his legs were left sticking out. All the members of the Loki familia gaped in amazement at the sight. That's what happens when you underestimate the power of secret techniques, Alex said, looking at Bet, whose head was buried in the ground. What kind of technique is that? Can you teach me? I want to use the super-secret strike to beat up monsters too, Tiona ran over excitedly, tugging on Alex's arm like a spoiled child. This strike is called the burial strike. There's also an equivalent called the burial kick. The essence of this move is to drive your opponent headfirst into the ground, Alex calmly responded to her question, causing another round of gasps from the members of the Loki familia. Can you teach me this technique? Tiona asked excitedly, already imagining herself slamming monsters into the ground with her strikes. I'll teach you the technique when I have time. But for now, if you don't mind, I can show you how I delivered the strike to Goliath, Alex replied, walking towards a vacant wall, piquing the interest of the Loki familia members. Everyone was curious about how to execute such a powerful strike. Everyone knows how to reinforce their body with mana during a fight, right? Alex asked, receiving nods from the members of the Loki familia, confirming they knew how to do it. Good. Since you already know how to reinforce your body with mana, I'll show and explain how to deliver such a strike. To start, instead of distributing mana throughout your entire body, you concentrate it in one place, specifically in your fist or foot. Now, I'll demonstrate how to do it, and then you can try it yourselves. Alex began his demonstration, making the mana visible as it accumulated in his hand. Turning towards the wall, Alex slowly delivered a punch. The strike was so powerful that a web of cracks spread across the wall, causing parts of it to collapse in some places, showing that even a seemingly weak punch could cause significant damage. The observers gaped in disbelief, unable to believe that such a seemingly weak punch could inflict such damage. Some even pinched themselves to ensure they weren't dreaming. Ace Wallenstein pondered, if she could master this strike, she would be one step closer to her goal of defeating the one-eyed dragon that had taken her parents. Everyone had their thoughts, but all were impressed by the power of the strike and thought about how they could master this skill. That was awesome. Can you teach me how to use this skill so I can smash everything? Tiona ran over excitedly, waiting for Alex's response. If I have some free time, I'll teach you, no problem, Alex replied. The Amazon began jumping up and down at his words, and even Ace showed interest in learning the strike. All right, friends, I still need to return to sell all the loot and get back to my goddess so she doesn't worry, Alex said, lifting the huge crystal with the grip of the ruler. Before you leave, can you tell us which familia you joined? Finn inquired. I joined the Hestia familia, Alex replied, summoning a mana sword and aiming it at the hole in the ceiling leading to the 16th floor. Sorry, I haven't heard of Goddess Hestia before, Finn apologized. No worries, she only recently descended to the mortal world, so not many people know about her yet. But in time, everyone will. Now, I must be off. Good luck with your raid, Alex said, launching his mana sword towards the hole in the ceiling. Before they could say goodbye, he vanished in a flash of light, leaving the members of the Loki familia bewildered. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Finn decided that after completing the mission, he would ask his goddess if she knew Goddess Hestia. Little did he know how well Loki knew Hestia, which would later cause him quite a headache. Commanding his team to pull Bet out of the ground, who everyone had forgotten about, Finn ordered them to continue the raid. Meanwhile, Ace continued to stare at the destroyed wall with eyes full of interest, thinking about how to approach Alex to learn the skill. She didn't notice her group was ready to leave until Reveria called her, saying they needed to move on. Nodding, Ace gave the wall one last determined look before following the group. A little while later. After bidding farewell to the Loki Familia members, Alex used his new skill to arrive on the 16th floor. Then, using the spell Gatum, he teleported to an empty room on the first floor. Checking all the loot he had gathered and estimating the earnings, Alex headed towards the guild. As Alex walked towards the exit of the first floor, adventurers he passed would step aside upon seeing him. "Hey, look, it's that newbie." "And what's that huge thing floating behind him?" one adventurer said, pointing at the enormous crystal hovering behind Alex. "That's the Goliath's crystal. That crazy newbie must have defeated the Goliath alone today and is now heading back to sell the crystals," his companion replied enviously. "No need to be jealous, maybe one day you'll be just as strong," he tried to encourage his friend. "Yeah, right, dream on. Now, let's go, maybe we'll get lucky today," the other replied sarcastically. Ignoring the adventurers, Alex exited Babel and headed towards the guild. As soon as he entered the guild hall, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to the huge crystal floating behind him. Alex pretended not to notice their stares and went to queue up to sell the crystals. While waiting, he started praying to every god he knew, hoping not to encounter Ina. He didn't want to listen to a long lecture about proper dungeon behavior and how his arrogance could get him killed. When it was finally his turn to sell the crystals, he was relieved that his prayers seemed to be answered. But as he handed his crystals to the receptionist, he heard a voice that sent shivers down his spine. Slowly turning his head and cursing the gods he had prayed to, he saw her. Sure enough, it was the stern half-elf Ina, standing there with a look that could devour Alex alive. "Valdegode-san, I see you had a very successful raid," Ina said coldly. "Haha, something like that. Here, came to sell these crystals," Alex nervously replied. "I see. Now follow me, we need to talk," Ina said just as coldly, gesturing for him to follow her. "But my money," Alex sadly responded, realizing he hadn't received payment for the crystals yet. "You'll get your money later, it's not going anywhere. Now come with me to the consultation room," Ina said, already entering the room. Knowing he had no choice, Alex decided to accept all the criticism that would come from Ina. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to face his fate like a true man. Upon entering the consultation room, a scolding followed. Alex heard a lot directed at him, that he was irresponsible, arrogant, and very careless. Ina continued her lecture for a full 40 minutes, covering every possible topic. Exiting the room, Alex's face looked as if a dementor had sucked out his soul. Even the raid hadn't left him as exhausted as Ina's lecture on proper dungeon behavior. Wearily, Alex approached the counter to collect his raid earnings, totaling a whopping 2 million valis. Thinking he was one step closer to his goal, Alex tiredly made his way to an empty alley to teleport home. Descending into the basement, opening the door, and once again catching the dark-haired Rocket, Alex picked her up and headed for the couch. After sitting down, he exhaled and began recounting to Hestia how today's raid went and how much he earned. Hestia started rejoicing in her child's achievements and suggested celebrating. However, Alex made a proposal that made Hestia's eyes shine even brighter. "Hestia, how about leveling me up to 2? Alex said, excitedly, causing Hestia, who was already preparing to celebrate, to turn around. "Exactly, let's level you up so at the next gathering I can rub it in the faces of those gods and show them that my child is the most capable," Hestia said, immediately rushing over to Alex, pushing him onto the couch to upgrade his level. While Hestia upgraded Alex's status, the Loki Familia group returned to the guild after completing their mission. They recounted their encounters and mentioned meeting an adventurer who single-handedly defeated Goliath with one blow, earning admiration from everyone present. Those who saw Alex selling the crystals thought he had defeated Goliath with his group, but the truth was even more shocking. After reporting on their raid, the Loki Familia members headed to their estate. On the way, Finn pondered how to inquire Loki about goddess Hestia. Arriving home, the Loki Familia members noticed Loki herself sitting at the table drinking alcohol. After greeting her, everyone dispersed to their rooms to shower and change, except for Finn, who decided to tell Loki about the events in the dungeon. "Goddess Loki, today in the dungeon we encountered Alex on the 17th floor, Finn said, sitting across from his goddess. "Oh. And what was he doing there?" Loki asked, pouring herself another glass of alcohol. He decided to take on Goliath alone and defeated him with a single strike, creating a hole in the ceiling leading to the 16th floor. Finn began his report. "Buffed. He did what?" Loki spat out her drink after the captain of her family spoke. "I'm telling you, he defeated Goliath single-handedly with one blow," Finn repeated, wiping alcohol from his face. "If he's already delving into the dungeon, he must have joined some familia. But which one? Did he say which familia he joined?" Loki began questioning, pondering which god Alex might have aligned with. "He said he joined Hestia's familia," Finn replied. "He joined that little goddess's familia. What makes her better than me? She's poor, she doesn't even have her own home," Loki started speaking, scratching her hair and doubting her life choices. Doesn't matter. I can always lure him to our side, and we need to do it quickly before the other gods realize and start making offers to recruit him. Loki began devising a plan to lure Alex into her familia, outmaneuvering the other gods. While Alex was busy leveling up, news of his feat began spreading throughout Orario. No one wanted to believe there was a newcomer who could defeat Goliath with a single blow. More and more people started discussing the topic and believing in it. These rumors reached some gods who became interested in this new child. All they knew was that he belonged to Hestia's familia, a goddess whom practically no one knew. At the upper levels of the Babylon Tower, a silver-haired goddess sat holding a glass of wine, pondering where this wayward Hestia could have found such a child. She was very curious to meet and see this child, thinking perhaps he could offer her the freedom she desired. To be continued. Chapter 12 Date with Hestia and Future Problems. That same evening. Come on, Alex, lie down on the couch and lift your shirt so I can update your status, Hestia said, pushing Alex toward the couch. All right, no need to push, I'll do it now, Alex replied, lying down on the couch and baring his back. While Hestia was updating Alex's status, his thoughts were occupied with how soft the couch was, money well spent. Fighting off drowsiness, Alex was making plans for the next day. Okay, your status is updated. No changes, except there are some new titles, Hestia said, reviewing Alex's updated stats. Let me see what these new titles are, Alex said, getting up and taking the paper from Hestia. What's wrong with these titles? What do One Punch Man and Titan Slayer even mean? And this one, Fist of Destruction, is just ridiculous. Who comes up with these titles? Apologies. The only decent one here is David vs. Goliath. If anyone finds out about these titles, I'll be socially dead again, Alex said, reading his status with a twitching eye. Hestia, I hope you won't tell anyone about these titles, because they're embarrassing even to read, Alex said, looking at his goddess with a vacant stare. No one will know, I swear by my name, I won't let anyone embarrass a member of my family, Hestia replied, saluting like a soldier. Hestia, listen, we'll need to go to the guild tomorrow to update my status anyway. How about after that, we take a walk and go for a stroll? Alex proposed to Hestia. Are you asking me out on a date? Hestia asked, blushing and twirling her pigtails. If you want, it can be a date. If you're uncomfortable, we can call it a family outing, Alex said, seeing Hestia's embarrassment. Humph, idiot, I'm not talking to you anymore, Hestia said angrily, wrapping herself in a blanket and turning into a cocoon. So, are we going out tomorrow? Alex asked the cocoon where Hestia was hiding. Yes, was all Hestia said before going silent. Seeing that Hestia didn't want to talk anymore, Alex shook his head and went to wash up, preparing for bed. As he lay down to sleep, Alex wished Hestia good night, and all he heard in return was a umph. Shaking his head at his goddess's antics, Alex began to drift off to sleep. The next morning. Waking up, Alex saw Hestia still sleeping on him and shook his head. Lying there a bit longer, knowing there was no rush today, Alex continued to stroke Hestia's head, lost in his thoughts. After a while, he decided to start waking her up. All his attempts to wake the lazy goddess were met with her mumbling, just a few more minutes. She just wrapped her small arms around his neck and asked to be carried to the bathroom. Seeing no other choice, Alex picked up Hestia and carried her to the bathroom so she could wash up. After spending some time on morning routines, Alex and Hestia got ready and left the house. Heading towards the guild and grabbing breakfast on the way, they arrived at their destination. Yo, Ina, how are you? Alex greeted, raising his hand in a friendly wave. I see you're still in the mood for jokes. Maybe I should give you another lecture. Ina said with a stern look. No, thanks, I'll pass, Alex replied, crossing his arms to show he'd had enough last time. If you're not here for another lecture, then what brings you here? Ina asked, adjusting her glasses. All questions go to my goddess, Alex said, pointing to Hestia standing next to him. How can I help you, Hestia-sama? Ina asked, shifting her gaze to Hestia. We're here because Alex has leveled up, and we need to update his records, Hestia said calmly, though pride shone in her eyes. I see, you're here to update the records and... level up what? Ina started speaking calmly but ended with a shout, unable to believe her ears. I'm saying, Alex has leveled up, and we're here to update his records, Hestia repeated louder. Oh my god. The guy who just became an adventurer has leveled up, Ina was so shocked that her glasses slid down her face. Meanwhile, as Alex and Hestia were busy with the paperwork, the adventurers in the guild overheard why they were there. Hey, did you hear? It seems that crazy newbie leveled up, one observer said. I'm not even surprised, considering what this guy has done in the past few days, another replied. What do you mean you're not surprised? His friend asked. Where else have you seen a newbie who breaks through 10 floors on his first day and then defeats a Goliath solo on the second day? He replied to his friend. You're right. So, he leveled up faster than the sword princess. It took her several months to level up, and this newbie did it in just 2 days, his friend began to say. If he doesn't die in the dungeon, his achievements will be significant, his friend concluded. After finishing the paperwork, Alex and Hestia said goodbye to Ina and headed to the shopping street. Shopping street. Arriving at the shopping street, Alex and Hestia decided to wander among the stalls and look for something interesting. Strolling between the booths, Alex suggested to Hestia to visit one of the clothing stores. Approaching the most decent-looking store, they decided to go in and see what they could buy here. While Hestia was busy searching for suitable clothing for herself, Alex also decided to pick out a couple of casual items for himself. Taking a couple of t-shirts, one black and the other red, he went to choose pants and shoes for himself. After quickly making his choices and handing the clothes to the clerk, Alex noticed that Hestia still hadn't picked anything. Remembering that girls usually take a long time to choose clothes, Alex, like a true gentleman, decided to approach and ask if anything caught her eye. Hestia, if you like something, just take it and try it on. If the clothes fit you, we'll buy them, Alex said, approaching the goddess. I don't know, there's so much choice here, and I can't decide, replied Hestia, examining the clothes. We have all day, you don't need to hurry, Alex said, encouraging Hestia. Really, I don't need to hurry, asked an excited Hestia. Yes, really. Now go ahead and choose the clothes you want to try on, Alex said calmly, stroking Hestia's head. Thank you, exclaimed Hestia, hugging Alex and rushing off to pick out clothes. Author's note, don't forget, dear readers, that Hestia is also a girl and she likes beautiful clothes too. And the most important advice from the author, if a girl takes you to a clothing store, don't cry like a little child, just follow her like a ghost and say that the clothes look good on her. After some time, trying on a lot of clothes, Hestia settled on a couple of dresses of different styles and several pairs of sandals in white and brown. Seeing there was still time left, Alex suggested going somewhere else to Hestia. After thinking for a while, Hestia suggested going to Babylon because Hephaestus mentioned that there was a trading floor there where adventurers could buy many things. Alex agreed, hoping to find several types of metal there to make himself a few trinkets. Babylon's trading floor. Riding the elevator up to Babylon's trading floor, Alex and Hestia found themselves amidst a multitude of shops filled with diverse goods, from simple potion pouches to weapons and armor. Walking between the displays, Alex noticed one shop that caught his attention. Deciding to check the prices, he stopped at the sword showcase. 30 million for some crap sword. Are you kidding me? It just looks fancy, nothing more, Alex complained to his goddess, puzzled by why this sword was so expensive. That crap sword was made by a child from my family, a voice came from inside the shop. Hephaestus, I didn't expect to see you here, exclaimed Hestia, noticing her friend. This shop belongs to my family, Hephaestus replied, standing at the shop's entrance. Yo, Hephaestus, how's it going? Sorry, but that doesn't change the fact that this sword is terrible, even if it's made by a member of your family, greeted Alex, not missing the opportunity to voice his opinion. The swords in this display are not for sale, they're for decoration, Hephaestus explained, inviting them inside. Hephaestus, why are you still wearing an eye patch if your issue is resolved? Hestia asked, noticing her friend's eye patch. I've gotten used to it and I don't want the gods to start flocking with marriage proposals. After what they did in the realm of gods, I won't tolerate their behavior, Hephaestus replied, showing her disdain for the hypocritical gods. Right, let them all go to hell, just like when they saw your eye, Hestia supported her friend. So why did you come here? Hephaestus asked, taking a seat behind the counter. Hestia suggested coming here since you mentioned that there's a lot here useful for adventurers. So here we are, Alex replied, with Hestia nodding in agreement. And since we're here, I thought of buying a couple of medals to make some trinkets for myself, Alex said, examining the shop. We have a couple of medals left in stock. I'll bring them now, and you can see if they suit you, Hephaestus said, heading to the storeroom. Here are the medals that were left over. If they suit you, you can take them, Hephaestus said, laying the medals on the counter. I think I can make something out of these. How much will they cost? Alex asked, holding the medals in his hands. They're worthless, good for nothing else, so you can take them, Hephaestus calmly replied. Then I won't be polite and I'll take them. I can show you later what I make, Alex said, hiding the medals in his backpack. Chatting for a while longer, they noticed that evening had come, time for dinner. Alex suggested having dinner together, but Hephaestus declined, saying she still had things to do in the shop. She reminded Hestia that the gods' assembly was approaching and she needed to prepare. Nervously nodding, Hestia took Alex's hand, and they left the shop. Alex suggested going to the Landlady of Plenty for dinner, which Hestia agreed to, mentioning that she was tired of walking. Seeing Hestia behaving whimsically again, Alex allowed her to climb onto his back, and he carried her towards the restaurant. Mistress of Fertility. Approaching Mistress of Fertility, Hestia climbed down from Alex's back, and they entered the restaurant. they were greeted by Chloe. "I see you decided to drop by, Alex Cohen. Did you miss us?" Chloe playfully asked. "Of course, I missed the charming waitresses. Looks like it's packed here. Is there a spot for me and my goddess?" Alex replied, scanning the crowded room. "Oh, you sweet talker. Right now, everything's taken, but there are seats at the counter. Would that be okay for you?" Chloe blushed, waving her hand. "We're not picky, as long as we can fill our stomachs." "Right, Hestia." Alex turned to Hestia, who nodded in agreement. "Then follow me, I'll show you to your seats," Chloe said. "Here, please have a seat. When you're ready to order, just call for me," Chloe said, winking at Alex. "Thank you. Hestia, choose what you'd like." "I'll go with their signature dish as usual," Alex said, handing the menu to Hestia. "I see you're back again, troublemaker," a familiar voice chimed in. "Good evening, Mia. Looks like you're still in a good mood," Alex said, looking up at Mia, who had just approached. "Are you here to ogle my waitresses again, or are you planning to wreck my restaurant again?" Mia asked in a rough tone. "I'm not ogling them, just appreciating their beauty. And as for wrecking your restaurant, that was a one-time accident. I fixed everything right away," Alex replied calmly. "I don't care. If you break anything again, you're dead meat, you little brat," Mia said angrily. "I promise not to break anything, and if I do, I'll fix it immediately. No need to worry. Worst case, I'll pay for anything that gets damaged," Alex said, trying to calm Mia down. "You better keep your promise," Mia said before heading back to the kitchen. Having placed their orders, Alex and Hestia began chatting while they waited for their dinner to arrive. Unbeknownst to them, a group of people with ill intentions was heading towards the restaurant. Yet even if they had known, they wouldn't have paid any attention, for why bother with such riffraff? The group entered the restaurant and started looking around until they spotted their target, for whom they had come. Approaching Alex and Hestia, they began speaking. "Oh look, it's the crazy newbie who broke through 10 floors on his first day and defeated Goliath on his second," one of them said. "Indeed, those achievements must have gotten to his head. Now he thinks he's special, right guys?" added another. "He's probably so full of himself that he thinks he's better than everyone else," said the third. "Hey, idiots, if you came here to cause trouble, just say so instead of behaving like children whose only skill is insulting others," Alex said, turning his head towards them. "Did you hear that, guys? He says we're causing trouble." "Ha ha ha," the second one laughed, egging on his friends. "Yeah, thinks he's better than everyone else." "And what, he's gonna hit us now," the first one said. "Go ahead, hit us, tough guy," taunted the third. "Well, you asked for it yourselves. Who am I to refuse you?" Alex said, standing up and cracking his knuckles. "No need for this, ignore them. Let them say what they want," Hestia said, grabbing Alex's hand to stop him. "Don't worry, Hestia. Any problem that arises from this will be easily resolved," Alex said, removing Hestia's hand and approaching the trio of idiots. Approaching them, Alex decided to use his secret move for dealing with idiots, the burial strike. Seeing that their provocation had worked, the trio began to rejoice, preparing to teach the newbie a lesson. But they had no idea they had provoked a being feared even by their own god. If they knew his identity, they would have run back to the heavens, praying to other gods not to let him come for them. But that's a story for another time. For now, let's return to the trio of idiots and Alex, who was preparing to teach them a lesson. Seeing Alex approach closer, the three took their positions, preparing to attack. Alex took a light step and found himself in front of them, delivering 3 consecutive strikes that buried them in the ground. Seeing only their legs sticking out of the ground, Alex nodded in satisfaction and returned to his place. "I told you not to break anything. Are you selectively deaf?" Mia started shouting as she rushed out from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion. "I'll fix everything, no need to yell." "Just figuring out who these idiots are," Alex calmly replied, looking at the legs sticking out from under the ground. "Hey, what's going on here?" a cheerful voice rang out at the entrance to the restaurant. "Hey Alex, how's it going?" Tiona asked, running up to him. "Hey Tiona, good to see you. Just encountered 3 idiots and trying to figure out where they're from," Alex greeted the approaching Amazon. "If you pull them out, I might be able to tell which family they belong to," Tiona said cheerfully. "Looks like you used the burial strike again," Tiona remarked, surveying the state of the trio of idiots. "Yeah, that move works great against idiots like them," Alex said, approaching one and grabbing him by the legs. "Seems wherever you go, trouble always follows you," Valdegod-san, a male voice remarked. "Yo, guys. Looks like you all decided to come eat," Alex said, greeting the others. "Since you're all here, can you tell which family these idiots belong to?" Alex asked, pulling one out of the ground. "Looks like these idiots belong to the Apollo family." His children always do this, provoke promising newcomers, pretend to get injured, then Apollo challenges the newcomer's family and tries to recruit them into his own. Finn began explaining the actions of the Apollo family. Well, now things are getting more interesting, Alex said, tossing the trio of idiots out of the restaurant. Then he fixed the floor, as Mia was eyeing him like a hawk. The Apollo family has done this more than once, so you should be more careful in the future, Finn warned, reminding Alex of potential troubles. Don't worry, I'm actually looking forward to it, Alex said, anticipating the next assembly of the gods. To be continued. Chapter 13, Donatus and the Declaration of War. That same evening, after Alex had thrown the three idiots out onto the street, he brushed off his hands and went back inside the restaurant. As he entered, he was met with silence. Surveying the room, Alex noticed that some patrons were looking at him with fear, others were giving him a thumbs up, and one person was glaring at him as if ready to grab something heavy and rush over to beat him up. Ignoring these people, Alex returned to his seat with an unruffled expression, hoping everything would settle down, but Mamma Mia had other thoughts. You brat. I told you not to break anything and not to fight in my restaurant. Mia began yelling, storming out from the kitchen. Mamma Mia, it's not my fault, trouble just follows me around, Alex replied, spreading his hands to show he was innocent. That's not my problem, I told you not to fight in my restaurant. Do you want to stop coming here? Mia said in a rough tone. All right, Mia, don't get mad. How about I make you an offer you can't refuse, Alex said mysteriously. I'll make a batch of tables for your restaurant that will be hard to break. Judging by your hands, you don't look like a master carpenter, Mia said skeptically. True, I'm not a carpenter. It's all about magic, Alex replied, spreading his hands, from which a rainbow appeared. Yeah, whatever you say, magic and all that. How long will it take you to make these tables? Mia asked, now interested. First, I'll need to find the right materials. But they can be quickly found in the dungeon. After that, I'll come back and measure the diameter of the tables, Alex said, glancing around and counting the number of tables in the room. Then I'll make a few samples to show you, and if you like them, I'll make the rest. Or I could make each table unique. And what's with the generosity? Mia asked suspiciously. It's just that there's a good atmosphere here and tasty food. And, of course, beautiful waitresses, Alex began to say, adding the last part in a whisper. So you come here to ogle the girls? Hestia said, pinching Alex's side. All right, I agree. But don't you dare trick me, you know what'll happen if you do, Mia agreed, lifting a rolling pin. Meanwhile, as Alex and Hestia finished their dinner, the topic started buzzing around the restaurant. Hey, did you see how that crazy newcomer dealt with Apollo's kids? One patron asked. Yeah, I saw. But I'm afraid he'll have problems now. You forgot how Apollo acts in such situations, his friend replied. I don't think that crazy guy will have problems. In the past few days, he's proven he can do a lot, his friend said again. Well, his track record over the past few days shows he's really strong. But he's still just one person in his family, another said. If he's lucky with the choice of the war game, the newcomer might show us something interesting, his friend suggested. Right, it'll all depend on the game Apollo chooses. And if he picks something suitable, that crazy guy will be really lucky, another said. All right, let's keep eating, this isn't our problem, concluded a random patron. After Alex and Hestia finished their dinner, they decided to order dessert. Hestia didn't object, as she always had room for something sweet. Hestia, since we're still here, why don't we join my friends? Let's gather some information, Alex suggested to his voracious goddess, pointing towards Loki family's table. What friends? Hestia asked, following Alex's finger with her gaze. Are you wanting to move just because there are pretty girls sitting there? She clarified, pinching Alex's side again. No, we just need information to prepare for upcoming events, Alex calmly replied, removing Hestia's hand from his waist. You better tell the truth, or you'll hear from me later, Hestia smirked, getting up with her dessert. All right, don't be angry. We really do need information, Alex said, heading towards Loki family's table. Yo, guys, it's me again. Mind if we join you? I have a couple of questions, Alex said, approaching the table. No, of course not. Sit down quickly, I also want to ask you a couple of questions, excited Tiona said, pulling a chair for Alex. In that case, I won't be polite, Alex said, helping Hestia to sit down and then sitting himself. What do you want to ask, Valdegoat-san? Finn asked. It's quite simple. What is the Assembly of Gods and what are these war games? Alex asked, expressing his curiosity. Firstly, the Assembly of Gods, or as it's called, Donatus. Donatus is a gathering of gods held every 3 months. They discuss various topics, including granting titles to adventurers who have leveled up. Any deity who has ever received an invitation thereafter has the right to participate in the assemblies, Finn explained. All right, I understand. So it's a gathering of gods where they discuss various topics, right? But what are these titles they discuss? Alex clarified. Titles are what gods give to adventurers who reach the second level during Donatus. Titles can change over time. My title, for example, is Hero, and Ra's title is Sword Princess. Mostly, gods use this event to give funny nicknames to adventurers from weaker families, Finn explained. So, gods use this gathering just to laugh, huh? Alex asked, putting his hand on his forehead, finding it hard to believe. Well, if you put it that way, you're right, Finn replied with a wry smile. All right, if that's the case, I have a way to handle this situation. If I get a silly title, I'll just make sure the gods don't want to give me funny nicknames, Alex said with a crazy smile, frightening everyone. And what is this way? Tiona asked, ignoring his smile. For that, I'll need Hestia's help, Alex said, turning to her. Me? Hestia asked, pointing to herself with her fork. Yes, you. I need you to remember all the gods who will be offering funny titles or voting for them, and report their names to me, Alex explained. Hestia nodded, not fully understanding. And why do you need the names of these gods, may I ask nervously? Finn asked. It's quite simple. I'll catch the children of these gods and beat them with a stick, Alex began to say with a crazy intonation. I don't think you should do that. It will only cause more problems, Finn said with a twitching eye, pondering how to tell Loki not to give silly titles to Alex. That's a concern for future me. Now, can you tell me what war games are? Alex asked, brushing off Finn's words. War games are battles between families. A special Donatus is convened for this purpose to discuss rules and stakes that families place on their victory. Gods must strictly adhere to the rules of the war games, or there will be serious consequences, Finn explained. So, in essence, the gods are like generals sending their children as troops to battle. Is that right? Alex asked. You've grasped the essence correctly. Yes, the children of gods fight to achieve victory. War games vary, and the topic is discussed during Donatus, Finn replied, nodding. I see. I think we'll be going now. Thanks for the information, Alex said, getting up. You're welcome. But why didn't you ask your goddess? Finn decided to inquire. I've never been there because I didn't have family members, and I wasn't interested until I lived with Hephaestus, Hestia replied, noticing everyone's attention on her. As you can see, my goddess is a bit carefree. Well, I think we'll be on our way, Alex said, patting Hestia on the head. Wait, when can I come learn those skills you showed? Tiona shouted, attracting attention. First ask Loki. If she agrees, we can start training after Donatus, Alex replied, walking away. All right then, farewell, friends. Until next time, Alex said, leaving the restaurant and waving to the Loki family. Time skip and events before Donatus. Returning home, Alex decided to talk to Hestia and prepare her for the Donatus. He asked for some time to gather information about the Apollo family and formulate a plan to counter them. Alex also informed Hestia that he would create a few trinkets for her to defend herself in case of danger. In the following days, Alex visited the dungeon and the upper floor of Babylon to gather necessary materials. First and foremost, he fulfilled his promise to Mamma Mia. He gathered the required wood, showed her the options she approved of, and installed new tables at the fertility hostess. Afterward, he began gathering information about the Apollo family using illusion and hypnotism magic. What he learned did not please him. Alex understood that Apollo was quite the deviant. He decided to prepare a few items to help Hestia protect herself in danger or simply to teach Apollo and any other male gods who tried to approach her a lesson. Alex also didn't forget to visit Hephaestus to consult with her and show her the things he had created. Some of Alex's inventions pleased her, and she asked for a couple of them for herself. Time flew by unnoticed, and the day of the gods' assembly arrived. Alex checked once again everything he had given to Hestia for protection to make sure they worked properly. Author's note, guys, in the comments you say that with magic of creation, you can create Valis or build a mansion. But the catch is that for creation magic to work well, you need to know what and from what material it consists of. You can't just create something out of thin air, you need to know the elemental component of the element you want to create. This was explained in Fullmetal Alchemist. From a piece of iron, you can create an iron rod, but you can't turn a piece of metal into a piece of wood without knowing the atomic structure to change it. This is purely my theory, I'm not imposing my opinion. You can stick to your opinion, and I'll be happy for you, because if you have your own opinion, it means you're a living person, not a soulless machine. Thanks for your attention. Mwah, happy face. Preparation before Donatus. Have you got everything, Hestia? Alex asked anxiously, checking Hestia from all sides. Yes, I've got everything. Stop fussing, nothing will happen to me. Hephaestus will be there, she'll protect me, Hestia replied irritably. Let's just check one last time everything you've taken with you, Alex insisted. All right, goodness, you're such a worrywart, sighed Hestia, taking off her shoulder bag. Okay, let's see. Bag with separate compartments, 1 piece, Alex began listing. Got the bag, Hestia replied, showing the bag. 1 shocker against gods, Alex said. Got it, Hestia answered, pulling out a long magical shocker from the small bag. Pepper spray against gods, Alex said. Got it, Hestia replied, taking out a small canister with a red pepper symbol on it. Folding iron baton. You didn't forget about it? Alex asked. It's here too, Hestia said, pulling out a small folded iron rod. Good, and most importantly, don't forget the secret move I taught you, Alex said, checking for the last time if Hestia had everything. Okay, enough. You're acting like an overprotective parent letting their daughter out on the street, Hestia said irritably. Meeting place of the gods. Arriving at the meeting place, Hestia entered the large assembly hall. She looked around, trying to spot familiar faces so she wouldn't have to sit alone. Soon, she noticed her friend Hephaestus and decided to sit next to her. Approaching Hephaestus, Hestia greeted her warmly. Hephaestus, hi. Do you mind if I sit next to you? I feel uncomfortable sitting alone here, Hestia said, hugging Hephaestus. Of course, Hestia, sit down. How have you been these past few days? How's Alex and his inventions? Hephaestus asked. Haven't you met often this week? Hestia raised an eyebrow in surprise. He dropped by a couple of times, showed what he'd created, and then dashed off. He gave me a couple of things that might come in handy, Hephaestus replied, pointing to a leather pouch on her waist. Yeah, he made something similar for me too, but a bit different, Hestia replied, showing a small blue pouch with a butterfly on the front. He gave me a lot of things for protection, as if I'm a child. He's just worried about you, doesn't want anything to happen to you, Hephaestus reassured her. That doesn't mean he should treat me like a child, Hestia retorted, still pouting. Then stop acting like one, Hephaestus calmly replied, raising an eyebrow. I'm going to ignore you, Hestia said, turning her head away. Before Hephaestus could reply, the hall filled with all the gods who were supposed to attend. At the end, the chief god Uranus entered. Now that everyone's here, let's begin our discussion on mortal affairs and, as usual, conclude with choosing titles for adventurers who've reached the 2nd level, Uranus said authoritatively. After his words, most of the gods relaxed, not interested in listening to these discussions. They had come here just for fun, leaving serious matters to the larger and medium-sized families. What did they care? Meanwhile at Hostess, Alex came to the restaurant to pass the time while Hestia was at the gods' meeting. Stepping inside, he was surprised to find the hall practically empty. Alex decided to approach the counter and ask why there were so few people. Hey, Mamma Mia, why is it so empty here? Where did everyone go? Alex asked, approaching the bar counter. Everyone's busy unlike you, slack off, Mia replied, wiping a glass. I'm not a slacker, I made those cool tables for you. By the way, how do you like those tables? Do you find them appealing? Alex said, pointing to a round table with Celtic runes and a drawing of 2 wolves chasing the sun and moon. The tables are beautiful and sturdy, the customers really like them. You seem to have a talent for crafting, Mia replied, nodding towards a group of patrons admiring the table's artwork depicting a person with a bow aiming at 10 suns. Why did you come here? Don't you have other things to do? Mia asked, wiping a glass. I had a free evening. It was a tough week. My goddess went to Donatus, and I had some free time, so I came here, began Alex. Aren't you afraid that Apollo will take revenge on your goddess for his children? Mia asked, handing Alex a drink. He. I'm not worried, I can't wait for this idiot to try something, Alex replied with a creepy laugh. You did something, didn't you, with such confidence? Mia asked. Of course, I armed my goddess and taught her one of my secret tricks that will help her deal with male gods, Alex replied with a cheerful smile. While Alex and Mia chatted, one of the waitresses approached them. I see you decided to visit us again, said Seer with a cheerful voice, approaching Alex. Hello, Seer. How are you? Alex asked. I'm fine. How are you? Are you already waiting for the gods to choose you a nickname? Seer asked, sitting next to Alex. If they choose a silly nickname, I have a way to make them regret that choice, Alex said, taking a sip of his drink. Yeah. What's that way? Seer asked, leaning closer to Alex. It's quite simple. I'll use an item I created, Alex said, pulling an iron club out of his coat. What's this iron rod that will help solve your problems? Seer asked doubtfully. This, as you called it, iron club is called the stick for idiots. It's just right for this situation, Alex said, showing his invention to Seer, and what are you going to do with it? Seer continued to ask. I'll just catch these gods' children and hit them with this stick, Alex replied, anticipating how he would punish these adventurers. Ha ha ha. You're joking, right? Seer asked, laughing nervously. No, Alex replied, taking a drink. Putting her hand on her forehead, Seer began to think about the chaos that would start after the meeting was over. But that's another story. For now, let's go straight to the end of Donatus. Assembly of the Gods. After discussing all the urgent matters and assigning nicknames to all second-level adventurers, only one question remained. We've made decisions on nicknames for all second-level adventurers except one. This new adventurer ascended to the second level faster than anyone else, and his achievements on the first level have been talked about by everyone in recent days. Now, let's discuss what nickname we will give to this child, began Arun with authority. After his words, all the gods turned towards Hestia, who started to feel nervous under such scrutiny. Gathering her courage, Hestia decided to suggest a nickname for Alex. I think Alex's nickname should be Overlord, she said nervously. I vote for the nickname Runner, intervened one god who had come for amusement. I vote for the nickname Speedrunner, said another god, not understanding why that word came to mind. I think Noble Knight would suit him, firmly stated Hephaestus, avoiding Hestia's suspicious gaze. Let's call him Demon Fist, I think that nickname suits him. Right, Apollo. Loki said, looking at Apollo, whose face was ugly. A lively discussion began about what nickname to give Alex. Some shouted out silly nicknames, while others proposed humorous options. This continued until one god raised their hand and made their proposal. I think Mad Novice would suit him, as all our children call him that. I think that nickname would be just right, said one god, drawing the attention of everyone present. They nodded in agreement, recalling stories from their children. Well, since you've all come to a unanimous decision, we hereby award Alexander Voldigode the title Mad Novice. With that, our meeting is adjourned, and everyone can proceed to the banquet, announced Arun. Sorry, Alex, I let you down. I'm a useless goddess, Hestia thought, shedding tears, imagining how angry Alex would be because of his nickname. Hestia, don't worry. After he levels up, his nickname can be changed, so there's no need to fret, said Hephaestus, trying to comfort her. I'm just afraid he'll do something foolish after hearing his nickname, Hestia said with a wry smile. And what foolish thing could he do? Asked Hephaestus, raising an eyebrow. I'll tell you after the banquet, because it's better if other gods don't hear, whispered Hestia so only Hephaestus could hear. All right, let's go eat and think about how to explain Alex's new nickname, said Hephaestus, taking Hestia's hand and leading her to the banquet hall. As Hestia and Hephaestus left the assembly hall, they were unaware that they were being watched by a gray-haired goddess who was increasingly interested in this child. She couldn't discern his soul, which piqued her curiosity even more. The goddess continued to contemplate how to meet this child to verify if he was indeed the person she had been waiting for so long. Banquet hall. Entering the banquet hall, Hestia and Hephaestus headed towards a food-laden table where no one else was seated, and began to serve themselves. Filling her plate with plenty of food, Hestia heard a voice and turned around. I see you're in a good mood, Shorty, managing to invite such a capable child into your poor family, Loki said with a mocking voice, approaching the duo. You're not welcome here, washboard. And there's no need to envy just because he rejected you the first time, replied Hestia, stuffing her cheeks with food like a hamster. What did you say, lowly granny? Are you asking for a fight, said Loki angrily. I'm telling you, flat-chested, there's no need to envy, retorted Hestia. Seeing where this was heading, Hephaestus shook her head, remembering that even in the heavens they were like cat and dog, always arguing at every encounter. Lost in her thoughts, Hephaestus didn't notice how they had already started fighting and arguing. Their dispute was interrupted by an elegant male voice. My dear Hestia, it seems things are going well for you, said the elegant voice, approaching their table. You're not welcome here, Apollo. You'd better leave, said Loki, releasing Hestia's cheeks. Indeed, Apollo, you'd better go, added Hestia, rubbing her swollen cheeks. My dear Hestia, you break my heart, said Apollo gently. You know that your child has hurt my family's children badly, and now they are in the hospital. How do you intend to resolve this issue? Enough of your hypocrisy, Apollo. Get to the point or leave, intervened Loki, with Hestia nodding in agreement. It's simple, we'll arrange a war game, Apollo said, maintaining a smile. You're playing your tricky games again, Apollo. First, you have your children cause trouble, and then you pretend they're not to blame, said Hephaestus disdainfully. Their argument caught the attention of all the gods in the banquet hall. Everyone was curious how this dispute would end. So, you want a challenge to defend the honor of your children? What hypocrisy, said a now angry Hestia. I don't understand what you're talking about. Whether you accept the challenge or not, it will all be decided at the Council of the Gods, Apollo continued, maintaining his smile. I accept your challenge, said Hestia, calming down. Hestia, there's no need to fall for his words. Hephaestus tried to intervene to stop her friend. I know what I'm doing. Alex has already predicted this outcome and assured me that he can handle it, Hestia whispered to Hephaestus. Then let all the present gods witness that Hestia has accepted my challenge, Apollo said with an enthusiastic smile. What are the stakes for this battle? Hestia asked calmly. Stakes, you say? Hehehe. If my family wins, then you and your child will be mine, Apollo said with a twisted smile. You pervert, take this, shouted Hestia, pulling out a taser from her purse and striking Apollo with it. Upon being struck by the taser, Apollo fell and began convulsing. The strike was so powerful that smoke started emanating from Apollo. That's what you get for behaving like a pervert. We'll discuss the stakes at the assembly held in honor of our game, Hestia said, looking at Apollo who was convulsing and emitting white smoke. Hestia, I don't think he can hear you after that. Looks like one of those gadgets Alex made for you. Quite an interesting device, Hephaestus said, examining the taser in Hestia's hands. If you want one like this so badly, you can ask Alex. He'll make you one too, Hestia said, twirling the taser in her hands, which caught the attention of the male gods who backed away, fearing they might be next. Well, I'll ask him later. And now, what will you do? Hephaestus asked her friend. Can I have one like that too? Loki interjected, keeping her distance from Hestia. No way. But your children could use it to scare you off and stop bothering them, Hestia said, frightening Loki. You wouldn't do that to me, we're friends, Shorty, Loki said with fear in her voice. Who knows? Now I need to go home to Alex and tell him about today's events, Hestia said, putting away the taser in her purse and leaving the hall. To be continued. Chapter 14 Discussion of the game, or how to catch an idiot. That same evening. After Hestia left the hall, she continued to ponder how to break the news to Alex and feared he might do something foolish to avoid adding to his troubles. As Hestia distanced herself further from the building where the gods gathered, Hephaestus caught up with her. Hestia, wait up. I'll walk with you. I don't like being in such places anyway, Hephaestus said, catching up to Hestia. Where are you going now? Hephaestus asked. I'll find Alex first to tell him how the assembly went. After that, we'll go home, Hestia replied. By the way, why did you panic after Alex was given his epithet? You said you'd tell me later, Hephaestus asked, wondering why her friend had been so sad at that moment. Sigh. I wasn't panicking, I was afraid of what would happen after Alex was given his epithet, Hestia said with a deep sigh. And what consequences will there be after you tell him? Hephaestus asked. He's going to use one of his devices he created, called the idiot stick, and he's going to hunt down the children of the gods who gave him stupid epithets, Hestia continued with the same wry smile. He's going to what? A female scream was heard from behind. What do you need, Loki? I'm not in the mood to argue right now, don't bother me and go away. I still need to find Alex to tell him everything, Hestia said, dismissing Loki. Don't dismiss me, explain what Alex is going to do, Loki insisted, clearly not intending to go anywhere. I'm saying he'll take his weapon he created and go hunt down the children of the gods who gave him stupid epithets. And most likely, he'll start with the children of the god who's responsible for his current epithet, Hestia said, still angry that she couldn't help her child get a good epithet. He won't hunt down my children, right? Don't be silent, Shorty, say something, Loki began to speak in panic, clearly forgetting that she considered the epithet she came up with to be cool. I don't know, better ask him yourself, Hestia said, irritated. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find him quickly, I don't want him hunting my children, Loki said in panic. Where are you running if you don't know where he is? Besides your breasts, you don't have any brains, Hestia said contemptuously. What did you say, big-breasted lowly? Do you want to get it again? Loki said aggressively. Okay, you two, that's enough. We still need to find Alex, Hephaestus calmly said, preventing another fight. Why look for him? He's either at home or staring at waitresses again, Hestia said, with a twitching eyelid. With their goal set, the trio of goddesses headed towards the Mistress of Fertility. Entering the restaurant, the trio of goddesses immediately spotted Alex sitting at the counter, chatting with a waitress and having a drink. Upon noticing their arrival, Alex decided to greet them. Hey, I see the assembly is over. Any good news for me? Alex greeted. From Hestia's expression alone, he understood he had received a silly epithet. Don't hate me. While I'm trying to get you a good epithet there, you're here having fun, Hestia shouted, approaching the counter heavily. I'm not having fun, just taking a break from a tough week, Alex replied, placing a glass in front of Hestia, suggesting she take a drink before starting to talk. Now tell me what happened there, Alex said, waiting for Hestia to clear her throat. Here's what you asked for, and please, don't do anything stupid, Hestia said, handing over a sheet of paper to Alex. Thanks. Now let's see what epithets the other gods proposed for me. And before I start reading, Hestia, can you tell me what mine is? Alex asked, taking the paper in his hands. Your epithet is mad novice. I did everything possible to get you a normal epithet, but it was complete chaos, Hestia said, looking away, afraid Alex might be angry. Well, it's not a bad epithet, but not a great one either. So, no need to worry. It could have been worse, like Pussy Destroyer 322, so it's all good, Alex said, recalling a famous online nickname. Noticing their puzzled faces, Alex waved his hand, indicating they shouldn't dwell too much on it. He then began to read the list. After reading for a while, he finished with a twitching eye and gritted teeth, ready at that moment to go hunt down the children of the gods to get back at them. Spotting one of his targets nearby, he decided to start with her. Hey, Loki, care to explain what this is all about? Alex asked, waving the sheet of paper in his hand. I have no idea what you're talking about, Loki replied, starting to sweat and looking for a way to avoid the situation. Come over here for a moment, Alex said, beckoning Loki with his hand. All right, coming. Ouch, what was that for? Loki exclaimed, receiving a tap on the forehead with Alex's palm. That's what you deserved. What's with this demon fist? Were you bored or something? Alex said, pulling his hand away from Loki's forehead. I think it's a cool epithet. My kids told me how you punched Goliath, so I chose that epithet, Loki said, rubbing her red forehead. All right, never mind. Hephaestus, what about noble knight? I'm as much a knight as Loki is a noble lady, Alex said, turning to Hephaestus, who awkwardly looked away. Hey, I can act like a lady when needed, Loki retorted, showing she was still a noble lady. As you wish, my fair lady, Alex said, starting to behave like a noble knight, which made both of them laugh. Listen, Hestia, did Apollo challenge you or did he back off? Alex asked his goddess, who was already devouring a pastry. Yeah, he challenged me, but under the conditions he set, I shocked him with a taser and said we'd discuss the rules of the game at the meeting, Hestia said, swallowing a big bite of pastry. By the way, how did the taser work against a god? Alex asked, curious about how powerful the shock was against the so-called god. The taser worked really well, he immediately went out cold, and smoke came out of him, Hestia replied, continuing to eat her pastry. By the way, can I have one of those? Come on, just give me one. Just one. Loki said, approaching Alex and starting to act flirtatiously, holding onto his arm. No, not until you stop behaving like that. Maybe then I'll give you one. For now, I can only hand out tasers to all the girls in your family so they can defend themselves from your antics, Alex said, tapping Loki on the forehead again. Stop hitting me, my forehead is already all red. And what do you mean, stop behaving like that? I'm behaving just fine, Loki said, rubbing her reddened forehead. Stop being a pervert, and I'll give you one. And Hephaestus, if you need one too, just ask, I'll give you a whole set against perverts so you can protect yourself, Alex said calmly. All right, we still need to go home, so I think we'll take off now. The meeting about the game will probably be tomorrow, so we need to prepare Hestia for that event, Alex said, bidding everyone farewell. The next day. When Alex and Hestia returned home last night, Alex immediately began explaining how to ensure Apollo chose a game that would benefit them. This lecture lasted well into the night. Hestia behaved like a diligent student, taking notes, making observations, and asking questions. Waking up the next day alongside the sleeping Hestia, Alex began to make plans for his hunt, eagerly anticipating how he would catch idiots. After lying there a bit longer, he decided to wake Hestia up to go over the plan again. Hestia, wake up, we need to discuss the plan for today once more, Alex said, gently nudging the drooling goddess. Sometimes he felt like Hestia was not the goddess of the hearth, but the goddess of drool, given the amount she produced in her sleep that made his eye twitch. 5 more minutes, and then I'll get up, Hestia sleepily replied, not even opening her eyes. All right, then I'll carry you to the bathroom myself, Alex said, picking Hestia up and carrying her to the bathroom. After bath and breakfast. Listen closely, Hestia, our plan is this. First, you must propose a one-on-one battle, hinting that you have only one family member. After that, maneuver him into choosing a castle siege game, which will further simplify my task. If he imposes any ridiculous conditions, you can agree, but don't forget to use the secret technique I taught you. Once he places his bet, you must declare that if he loses, he will forfeit all his possessions and leave Orario forever with no chance of return. Do you understand how to proceed, Captain Hestia, said Alex, dressed inexplicably like a general. Yes, General. I'll make Apollo accept our terms, replied Hestia, saluting. My clever girl. Now go get ready and wipe the floor with that idiot so he knows who he's dealing with, said Alex, now dressed in his usual attire, a black t-shirt, black pants, and matching black boots. Don't do anything that could cause trouble while I'm at the meeting. I don't need more gods challenging us at our doorstep, Hestia said as she left the room. No promises, Alex shrugged, prompting a sigh from Hestia as she headed to the meeting. Now, time to hunt some idiots, but first, I'll change my outfit, Alex muttered to himself and went to change. He put on a sleeveless white shirt, a black tie, and black shoes, making sure to wear a white mask covering his entire face. The mask had no eye holes, just a toothy grin. With all preparations done, Alex teleported to an empty room in the dungeon, eagerly anticipating the hunt. Inside the dungeon. Strolling through the dungeon, Alex encountered the first group of adventurers and decided to inquire which among them belonged to the family of the god listed in his notes. Good day, young ones. May I ask you a couple of questions on this fine day? Alex said in a friendly tone, approaching the group of adventurers. Who are you? What do you want? One member of the group asked, pointing a weapon at Alex. It seemed strange to see a person wearing a mask. No need for aggression, my friends. I just want to ask a few questions and then continue on my way, Alex replied calmly, stepping closer to the group. Go ahead, but don't come any closer, he said, still keeping his weapon at the ready. Does anyone here know someone from the family of a god named Aichi? Anything you can tell me? Alex asked, standing before the group. Why do you need to know that? Why are you looking for someone from that god's family? The adventurer asked aggressively, still aiming the weapon at Alex. I'm not planning to harm him. I just want to ask a few questions and move on, Alex replied, indicating he had no ill intentions. My comrade belongs to that god's family. If you try anything funny, you'll regret it, he pointed to his companion and threatened. I told you, I'm not going to harm him. I just have a few questions. Now, my dear friend, would you care to believe in our savior, the flying spaghetti monster? Alex said, shifting his gaze to the person he was looking for. What kind of strange name for a god is that? I'm not joining a god with such a silly name that nobody's heard of, replied the member of Aichi's family. Sorry, my friend, but that's the wrong answer, Alex said, pulling out his idiot stick and swiftly striking the person in the stomach. You said you wouldn't harm me. Why did you hit me right after asking a question? The adventurer asked, doubled over in pain and groaning. I said I wouldn't harm you, but I didn't say I wouldn't make it hurt. My stick doesn't cause damage, just pain, so there's no need to pretend like you're dying, Alex said, looking at the person curled up in a fetal position. Now that I've found who I was looking for, I'll be on my way. Good luck with your hunt, Alex said, walking away, ignoring the group trying to help their companion up. Throughout the dungeon, this event continued. Alex didn't stop, seeking out new targets and continuing to ask his victims silly questions. Tell me, what has a top but no bottom? Alex asked one adventurer. A roof, the adventurer replied, eyeing the strange figure. Unfortunately, that's incorrect. It's a cup, Alex said, striking the adventurer. And again. Tell me, what word is spelled incorrectly? Alex stopped another adventurer. Incorrectly, the adventurer answered after a moment's thought. Correct answer. Here's your prize, Alex said, striking the next adventurer. And again. Tell me, what can we see both day and night? Alex asked another adventurer. I think it's the sky, the adventurer replied. Unfortunately, it's the moon. You missed that one, Alex said, striking him. You lied. We see the sky both day and night, the adventurer protested, clutching his stomach. I said can, not, constantly see, Alex replied, moving on to his next victim. And again. Tell me, what is actually round but everyone thinks it's flat? Alex asked. I think it's a potato pancake, the adventurer guessed without much thought. Nope. It's the earth. Here's your consolation prize, Alex said, hitting the poor guy on the legs. Meanwhile, as Alex continued to hunt for his next victim, adventurers in large groups began fleeing the dungeon's upper floors, causing a commotion. Hey, why is everyone running out of the dungeon? Are monsters breaking through again? An adventurer asked, stopping a person who was fleeing the dungeon. What other breakthrough? There's some lunatic in a mask running around asking weird questions, then hitting you with a stick, whether you answer correctly or not, the person replied, wrenching free and continuing to run, escaping from the madman in the white mask. Assembly of the Gods. When Hestia arrived at the assembly, she had no idea of the chaos Alex had caused in the dungeon. But she would find out later, in the following chapters. For now, let's return to the assembly. Entering the room, Hestia noticed she was the last to arrive. Now that everyone is here, let's begin the discussion on the war game between the families of Hestia and Apollo, Uranus said with authority. Making sure everyone was settled and quieted down, he continued. The family of Apollo has challenged the family of Hestia due to damage caused by a member of Hestia's family to a member of Apollo's family. Is that correct? Uranus asked, to which Hestia and Apollo nodded. Good. Now that we have settled that, let's move straight to the game in which the families will participate. Please make your proposals, Uranus suggested, allowing each to speak up. I have only one family member, so I propose a one-on-one battle between our families, Hestia proposed. I disagree, Apollo countered, knowing how strong a member of Hestia's family was. Then my final proposal is a castle capture game. If he doesn't agree to this choice, then I refuse the challenge, Hestia said, crossing her arms. She was supported by Hephaestus and Loki, and surprisingly, even Freya. Hestia immediately looked suspiciously at Freya, suspecting she was up to something. I agree, Apollo immediately replied, knowing he could win by numerical advantage. Now that both families agree, place your bets, Uranus said. I want, in case of Apollo's family's defeat, for him to give up all his property and leave Orario forever, Hestia said, expressing her desire. Then, in case of Hestia's family's defeat, I want Hestia herself and her child to belong to me, Apollo said, sinking into his depraved fantasies. If both sides agree, then sign this contract, and we will prepare the arena for battle, Uranus said, handing over the document for signing. That concludes our assembly. You may now go about your business, Uranus said, rising from his chair and leaving the hall. The other gods followed him, and gradually, the hall emptied. Soon, Hestia, you and your child will belong to me, Apollo said with a lascivious smile. We'll see who gets the last laugh. But for now, take one of the secret moves Alex taught me, Hestia said, then delivered a powerful kick to Apollo's groin, causing him to immediately lose consciousness, foaming at the mouth. Goodness, Hestia, where did you learn that? Hephaestus asked, looking at the stunned Apollo. Alex taught me. He called this move, Descendant Crushing Strike. He said to use it if male gods started getting too forward, Hestia proudly said, puffing out her chest. My word, Hestia, what have you become? Hephaestus said, placing a hand on his forehead, unable to believe what her friend had done. It's all small stuff. Now let's go eat, Hestia said, heading off for food. To be continued. Chapter 15, How I Met Bilbo in the Dungeon. While Alex continued his descent into the dungeon, oblivious to the chaos he had caused, and indifferent even if he had known, for he could always leave and no one could stop him, the guild hall gradually filled with victims of Alex and concerned adventurers. The first group wanted to file a complaint against the adventurer who had attacked them in the dungeon. The second group consisted of those who came to observe the spectacle, and the third group comprised serious adventurers who wanted to know who this person was disrupting their livelihoods, aiming to catch him and prevent further trouble. Someone needs to help us. I want to file a complaint against the adventurer. He disrupted my hunt and injured me. Various shouts echoed throughout the guild hall, causing headaches for the staff. There were so many voices that it was impossible to discern what they were saying. Remmer, the department head of the Orario Guild, a serious and professional man, struggled to calm the crowd and understand what was happening. However, the group of adventurers continued to shout, making it impossible to make out their words. Remmer decided to summon one of the guild's employees, specifically Rose, a half-wolf girl with long red hair dressed in the guild's classic attire. Rose, quickly go fetch Royman. Maybe he can quell this disturbance. I'll try to calm them down a bit until you bring the guildmaster, Remmer shouted, still attempting to pacify the chaos. Despite Remmer's responsible and calm demeanor, this situation angered him toward those causing disorder, especially the person responsible for it. Suddenly, a rough, elderly voice grabbed everyone's attention in the hall. What is going on here? Can someone explain to me, yelled Royman Mardell, the guild master of Orario, an elf and immediate subordinate of the god Uranus. Royman was an elderly elf with gray hair, green eyes, and a slightly overweight body that made him appear shorter than he actually was. He wore a black guild suit of much higher quality than that of other employees. His gaze showed that he looked down on everyone, especially the half-elves whom he considered despicable. The only beings he didn't look down upon were gods and goddesses. After Royman's shout, silence fell upon the hall. All eyes turned immediately to the guildmaster who had entered the room, demanding to know what was happening. Now that everyone has settled down, who will answer my question, or do I have to wait here all day? Royman said, looking down on the gathered adventurers. And why is everyone silent? Can no one give me an answer, he continued. Guildmaster, allow me to explain what happened. Most of the adventurers here are directly affected by this situation, said the first victim of Alex, whom he encountered at the start of his crusade. Seeing Royman's agreement to hear more, he continued, here's what happened, my group and I descended to the first floor of the dungeon. As we started moving towards the second floor, we encountered a strange man wearing a mask. Go on, don't stop halfway. Or do you intend to narrate your tale all day while we listen? Royman interjected, signaling not to waste time and to get to the point, earning nods of approval from other adventurers who had suffered at the hands of the same person and wished to file complaints. My apologies, I'll continue. As our group headed towards the second floor, a peculiar man in a white mask without eyes approached us. The mask bore only a smile. This strange man said he was looking for followers of my god. I informed him that I myself was a follower of this god. He mentioned that he was looking for me specifically and then asked a strange question. He inquired if I wished to become a follower of a god with a peculiar name he called the Flying Spaghetti Monster. I replied that I had no intention of following a god with such a strange name. He said my answer was wrong and immediately struck me in the abdomen with an iron rod before disappearing. We haven't seen him since, continued the victim of Alex's crusade. Are all the victims of a similar incident gathered in this hall? Royman asked, scanning the room filled with people. Some nodded, some shook their heads in denial, and the last group stood with smiles, seemingly there just for amusement and observation. Then those who have encountered a similar situation, please speak up so the guild can address this matter, Royman continued, giving other victims a chance to speak. I'll go first. This person asked me some silly question, and after I answered correctly, he immediately struck me, one adventurer said. Let me also share. When I encountered this person, he asked me which finger he was showing. I said it was the pinky, but he said it was wrong, calling it the left pinky on the right hand. After that, he struck me and left, saying I should listen better, another added. I also encountered this person. He asked me why the sky is blue. I replied that I didn't know, and he immediately struck me, saying, you should know, it's basic, then left me lying on the dungeon floor. The more Royman listened to the adventurers, the more he realized the absurdity of the situation. Placing a hand on his wrinkled forehead, he asked, so, in summary, you've all encountered a strange adventurer who attacked you and then left without further explanation. Seeing all the victims nodding in agreement, he continued, if he attacked you, why are you all in good health? I don't see any of you injured, Royman observed the adventurers, hoping to spot any signs of physical harm, but all he saw were headaches. When he struck me with his stick, he said it only brings pain but doesn't cause any damage. After these words from the adventurer, Royman became even more doubtful about the sanity of those gathered. He was ready to believe they had inhaled something in the dungeon rather than that a madman with silly questions had attacked them. But seeing that all of them unanimously claimed they had been attacked, and observing how the commotion started again, he posed the most rational question. So what do you want to do? File a complaint against a person whose face you haven't even seen? Royman asked, presenting his argument. After his words, all adventurers fell silent and pondered how they could file a complaint against someone whose face they hadn't even seen. The silence continued until one of the adventurers made a proposal. I suggest we gather a squad to capture this guy and bring him to the guild so the guild can deal with him. Delving into the dungeon is our job, some of us have families to feed, and this person is causing us trouble. What if there's a breakthrough and no adventurers are nearby, resulting in many deaths? One of the adventurers began, pretending to be concerned about the safety of those around. Those who heard his words nodded in agreement. However, he had his own greedy motives. He wanted to take everything that belonged to Alex, believing that the rod with which he struck adventurers was worth a lot of money. With his words, he managed to deceive many, but not the guild workers who had seen many people in their line of work. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, he gathered a group and set off in search of Alex. Meanwhile, in the dungeon. As Alex descended deeper into the dungeon, unaware that a punitive squad was trailing him, he continued to seek out new victims. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. Wandering through the corridors of the 5th floor and humming a famous pirate song, he stumbled upon a strange empty room. In this room, he found a child unconscious and decided to approach to check if everything was all right. Despite being selfish, Alex still helped when he could, understanding that goodness needed to be backed by strength and influence. In his previous world, Alex possessed neither. He was an ordinary person who had withdrawn from society, spending his time at home immersed in video games and books. However, upon entering this world, he gained power that gave him freedom of action and the ability to protect loved ones, who eventually became his family. Alex always resented powerless heroes who constantly got into trouble, endangering those around them. He didn't want to be like them and strived for strength that would help him defend himself and his loved ones. Lost in his memories, Alex decided to help the child and asked how they ended up in the dungeon. Hey, kid, how are you? Are you okay? I've treated you, can you stand? Alex said, noticing the child beginning to regain consciousness. He wanted to find out how the child ended up in such a place. Do you understand that the dungeon isn't for children? How did you get here? Who are you? Are you an angel? Did I die? The child asked, seeing Alex's unusual attire and thinking they had arrived in heaven. I'm sorry, of course, but I'm not an angel, I'm a demon, Alex replied, noticing that the child was behaving strangely after waking up. Hearing his words, the child began to cry, thinking she had ended up in hell, recalling her sins and the deceived adventurers, hoping for peace after death. Seeing that the child misunderstood him, Alex decided to explain the situation. Wait, don't cry. You're not dead, I was just joking. I've treated you, and now we're talking. There's no need to panic, I won't harm you. Just calm down for now, and then we'll talk, Alex said, trying to calm the child. Seeing the child starting to calm down, he tried to understand who was before him. Because of the dirt on her face, he couldn't make out her features, but he understood she was a girl. "Why are you here alone?" Alex asked, waiting for an answer and hoping to understand how to help the child. "I see you finally calmed down. Maybe now you can tell me why you ended up in such a dangerous situation in the dungeon," Alex said, handing her a handkerchief to wipe her face. "I ended up in this situation because my group abandoned me and left me here to die," the child replied, taking the handkerchief that Alex offered and began wiping her face. "And anyway, why should you care what happened to me? People like me are always treated like this. Who cares whether a helper like me is alive or dead? Everyone doesn't care about the helpers," she continued, starting to cry again. "My name is Lily Ruka, and I'm an assistant who helps adventurers collect dropped items from monsters. In this situation, I ended up because many monsters emerged from the walls, and my group left me here to die," said Lily Ruka, pulling back her hood. Alex saw a cute face with brown hair and brown eyes, reflecting experience and suffering. "So tell me, Lily, why is such a young child like you in the dungeon instead of enjoying a normal childhood?" Alex asked, curious about her situation. "I'm not a child, I'm already 15 years old, and I'm this small because I'm from the Hobbit race. I'm in the dungeon because I have no one else to rely on," replied Lily, annoyed at being called small. All right, you're grown up. So, since you're a hobbit, do you know a hobbit named Bilbo Baggins who lives under a hill?" Alex asked, intending to lift Lily's spirits. "Bilbo? Who's that? I've never heard of him. And what does 'lives under a hill' mean?" asked a bewildered Lily, clearly forgetting the situation they were in. Chuckling, "I'll tell you the story of that brave hobbit sometime. But now tell me, Lily, do you want to get revenge on those who wronged you?" Alex asked, seeing that Lily had completely calmed down. "What do you mean by revenge? Are you suggesting we kill them? Why would you even want to help me?" "I'm a stranger to you," Lily said, doubting what she heard. "I said get revenge, not kill. Those are two different things. And as for why help? Why not? I'm doing this because I want to, nothing more," Alex replied, shrugging. "So what revenge are you talking about then?" asked Lily, unaware of where this assistance might lead her. "It's quite simple, my little helper. We'll catch up to them, and then we'll beat them until your anger subsides and you feel better," said Alex, standing up from where he was sitting. "Now you need different clothes," Alex said, transforming Lily's attire into something resembling his own. Instead of pants, he created a long, loose skirt that reached her knees and a pair of comfortable shoes suitable for navigating dungeons. Upon noticing the changes, Lily called Alex a pervert for changing her outfit. After a moment of contemplation, she inspected the new clothes and was surprised by how soft and comfortable they were. "So, my little helper, take this mask to avoid being recognized. It's always wise to conceal your face when doing something risky," Alex said, handing Lily a mask resembling his own but with red cheeks instead of a smile. Lily took the mask with puzzlement and sighed, realizing she was getting herself into an unpleasant situation. She put on the mask and used her abilities to transform her appearance from a hobbit into a catgirl. Noticing the change, Alex tried to touch her ears, for which he received a slap on the hands as Lily ordered him not to touch her ears. Shrugging, he suggested they go seek revenge. "Hey, Lily, are those them? The group that abandoned you?" Alex asked, pointing to a group sitting slightly apart. Lily nodded, confirming it was them. "All right, take this, and do as I do. And most importantly, don't get nervous. I'll help you vent your anger," Alex said, handing Lily a pocket shocker and leaflets that said, "Say cheese." Lily put the shocker in her pocket and took the leaflets, still unsure about her savior's words. Seeing him already walking towards the group of adventurers, she decided to follow him, ready for anything. "Good day, young people, what a beautiful day, isn't it?" Alex began, approaching the group of adventurers and catching their attention. "I would like to invite you to join the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. Our God is peaceful and forgiving, requiring no sacrifices or prayers in his honor. He just wants his followers to be happy," he continued, addressing the adventurers. Upon hearing those words, Lily began to doubt whether following him was worth it, but she remained nearby to support him. "What nonsense are you spouting? What flying spaghetti monster? What god?" protested one of the adventurers. "Exactly, we've never heard of a god with that name." "Stop talking nonsense and get out of here before it's too late," added another. "My friends, I mean you no harm," Alex said, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. "My assistant will hand you a leaflet, and you can see for yourselves," he continued, indicating for Lily to give the leaflet to the adventurers. Lily did so and returned to Alex, awaiting further instructions. But what she witnessed next shook her heart. "It just says, say cheese," she observed. "That's right, you bastard. Now smile for the camera," said Alex, delivering an instantaneous blow to the person who received the leaflet, shocking the rest of the team. "Oh my god, what's that over there? He continued, pointing in another direction. One of the adventurers, seeing nothing where Alex pointed, was about to say there was nothing there, but as he turned back, he received Alex's burying strike. The last adventurer standing attempted to flee but was halted by a shock from Alex. As he prepared to pursue, he saw Lily stunning the final one. "See, I told you it would be easier than it seemed," Alex said, approaching the dazed Lily, who continued to stare blankly at the adventurer from whom white smoke billowed. "Now, my little helper, we need to move on to enlighten these uneducated adventurers and set them on the right path," he added, snapping Lily out of her stupor. She still held the shocker in her hand, unable to believe such a small thing could knock out a level 2 adventurer. "All right, let's go, my little helper, we've got plenty to do," said Alex. Lily snapped out of her daze and followed him until they heard approaching voices. Alex initially thought it was a new group of victims for his adventures, but it turned out to be the opposite. It was a punitive squad of adventurers who had suffered from his pranks. "There he is. Get him." "Yeah, that's the one who attacked us. Grab him." "But he's not alone, there's someone else with him." "Who cares, get them both." Shouting, the approaching group of adventurers arrived to arrest Alex. In this situation, Alex did the right thing. "Look, it's Superman," he shouted, pointing behind the enraged group of adventurers and distracting their attention. Seeing them turn, he grabbed Lily and bolted for the nearest corner to hide. "Superman? Who's that?" "I don't know, do you know?" "Idiots, he's distracting us to escape," the head adventurer angrily said, noticing Alex disappearing. "Start the chase." Alex was about to turn the corner when he heard behind him, "Surprise, motherfucker," and took a heavy blow to his face, knocking him unconscious. As soon as Alex noticed the enraged crowd, he shouted the first thing that came to mind. "Run, Bilbo, they've found us," said Alex, grabbing Lily, who was stunned by the whole situation. They dashed around the nearest corner. Alex noticed the crowd was distracted and hid behind the corner, preparing for a strike and awaiting the first unfortunate adventurer who would chase after them. Spotting his first victim, he yelled a famous phrase from his previous world, "Surprise, motherfucker." Alex struck with such force that the poor soul was thrown back into the crowd, knocking down anyone trying to follow. Realizing he had caused enough chaos among them, he grabbed Lily and decided to flee, understanding he had sinned enough. Using teleportation, they found themselves in an empty room on the first floor of the dungeon. Alex sighed, realizing they wouldn't have more time for mischief. "Too bad, I would have liked to have more fun, but it's not possible anymore," said Alex, changing back into his usual clothes and switching Lily back into hers. "You?" Lily started pointing at the one hiding under the mask. "Stop pointing, it's impolite," said Alex, pushing Lily's hand away from him. "You're that crazy rookie who leveled up the fastest." "Why do you even need this?" exclaimed Lily, continuing to point at Alex. "Yes, I'm that guy. And I do this simply for revenge against those who gave me stupid nicknames." "There's no deeper reason," replied Alex, shrugging. "Oh God, what have I gotten myself into?" said Lily, putting her hand to her forehead. "You haven't gotten into anything. No one saw your face. And if anything happens, I can protect you. Just say the word if you need help," Alex calmly replied. Lily looked at him suspiciously. "All right, my little helper, after such a tough day, we need some food." "Coming," said Alex, leaving the room and beckoning Lily to follow. She shook her head and went after her new strange friend. To be continued. Chapter 16, The Little Hobbit and the Request for Help. Exiting the empty room on the dungeon's first floor, Alex and his young assistant Lily headed towards the exit. Lily couldn't believe that the person who had saved her and the famous newcomer were one and the same. She remembered him being serious and focused when he entered the dungeon, and now she couldn't reconcile how this quirky guy in a mask could be the same newcomer everyone talked about. But the facts were undeniable. Alexander Voldegode, the newcomer everyone was buzzing about, turned out to be a very peculiar guy. Lily continued to gaze at Alex, wondering how the person who saved her and this renowned newcomer could be one and the same. "I have something on my face?" Alex asked, noticing Lily's intense stare. He checked his face to make sure the mask was off. Once assured it was, he decided to inquire, "Is there something on your mind, since you're staring at me like that?" "No, I'm just curious how that stern adventurer I once saw at the dungeon entrance turned out to be such a peculiar person," Lily replied. She was genuinely intrigued and mulled over many possibilities in her head, but none seemed to fit the situation. Laughs, "So that's what's been on your mind?" The answer is quite mundane and simple. I'm just that kind of person. You know, sometimes when you go to a new place, you start acting modestly so others don't think you're strange and keep their distance, Alex explained, making his viewpoint clear. But no one would suspect that behind the mask is someone who recently made quite a stir. Plus, I didn't want to cause trouble for my goddess, so I did everything to avoid being recognized, he continued. So you're actually a strange guy who just suppresses his nature so others don't see your true essence, and that's why you hid your face under a mask and went on to create trouble. Lily summed up. Alex just shrugged and replied, "You forgot to add that I didn't want to cause more trouble for my goddess. Is that really so important compared to the chaos you caused in the dungeon, leading to a punitive squad being sent after you? Are you only afraid of causing trouble for your goddess? And aren't you afraid she'll find out what you've done?" Lily spoke louder with each word. "Firstly, don't shout. Secondly, no one will find out, except maybe. Damn, I forgot I told my goddess about the stick I created for idiots and a couple of others about my plan. Looks like I messed up." Alex began to realize what he had disclosed to Hestia and others. He understood he had violated the first and most important rule: if you're going to cause trouble, don't tell anyone about it. Realizing his mistake, he decided to find a way out or resort to the sixth rule: if you've caused trouble and been discovered, under no circumstances admit to it. Coming to a decision, Alex chose to adhere to the sixth rule and act like he knew nothing. "Why did you go silent?" Lily asked, noticing Alex's face first started to sweat, then returned to normal. "Nothing much, I was just devising a plan to avoid trouble. And the solution is quite simple: I'll just deny all accusations because without evidence, they can't do anything to me," Alex replied. Lily could only roll her eyes at the absurdity of his plan and silently sighed, knowing she was his accomplice in this. "All right, let's go eat and talk. Maybe we can share our stories," Alex suggested, seeing that Lily wasn't saying anything more. Lily nodded and followed him. At a random food stall. Arriving at a place where food was sold, Alex and Lily decided to take a vacant table. Alex didn't want to go where he might meet acquaintances. He pretended he had just gone out for a walk and coincidentally encountered a helper he decided to hire. He had no idea what awaited him when he returned home: a group of angry goddesses interrogating him about his activities all day. Sitting down at a free table and ordering their food, each of them was lost in thought. Lily was still pondering whether she was worthy of someone like him helping or saving her. Alex sat quietly, observing how Lily's expression changed every second. When the waiter brought their food, they began eating in silence, each immersed in their own thoughts. Alex still waited for Lily to gather the courage to ask him for help. He thought that if she didn't want to ask, he would offer his help himself. There were many ways to solve her problems, and the simplest one was to just barge into the family of the god of Soma and demand they release Lily. But Alex decided to leave that choice to Lily herself. Finishing their food and seeing that Lily still hesitated to speak up, Alex decided to take matters into his own hands. "Lily, if you have something to say, just say it." "There's no need to be afraid," Alex said, breaking the silence. After his words, Lily tensed up, unsure of where to start. I just think I'm not worthy of help for everything I've done," Lily said, lowering her gaze, afraid to look at Alex. Without hearing his response, she looked up and met his gaze. Alex nodded at her to continue. "I deceived many adventurers and stole money from them," Lily continued, still avoiding Alex's gaze. "You need to blame yourself for stealing from adventurers." "Yes, I'm against theft, but you did it to survive," Alex said, implying to Lily that she shouldn't blame herself too much. "Lily, many people do worse things to survive. What you did wasn't a good deed, but it wasn't the worst either," Alex continued. "Tell me your story, and I'll try to help you." "My strength is greater than you can imagine," Alex said, letting her know she could rely on him. "It all started when I was born into the family of the god Soma, which made me a member of that family from birth. And from that moment, my difficult life began," Lily began, gathering her strength to tell her story. "I was born into the family of god Soma. My parents were part of this family, and when I was old enough to take care of myself, they made me earn money for them instead. Eventually, both of my parents died in the dungeon, leaving me completely alone. After their death, the members of Soma's family neglected me and constantly bullied me. I couldn't fight back because I was weak. I even tried to become an adventurer, but apparently, I had no talent, so I decided to switch to a support role. Over time, I learned how adventurers treat people like me, and I began to hate them even more. Tired of this difficult work, I decided to escape from Soma's family and was taken in by an elderly couple who ran a flower shop. But my happiness didn't last long. Members of Soma's family found me, destroyed the shop, and harmed the elderly couple who had taken care of me. After that, I had no choice but to return to Soma's family to prevent anyone else from getting hurt. Upon returning, I started hating adventurers, especially members of Soma's family, even more. Then I learned how I could leave Soma's family, but I needed money to do so. To earn it, I started stealing from adventurers who hired me. But recently, members of Soma's family took my money, and I didn't know what to do anymore. And then you saved me in the dungeon, and here we are, sitting and eating," Lily concluded her story, tears streaming down her face. She pondered why she deserved such a life and why, while watching other families appear so happy, she had to endure so much suffering. "Don't cry, Lily, everything will be all right. If you need help, just ask, and I'll do everything I can to assist you," said Alex, approaching Lily, embracing her, and gently stroking her back to calm her down. "It's all my fault, all because I'm weak. All my suffering is because of my weakness. If only I were strong, I wouldn't have suffered like this, Lily replied, continuing to cry and holding Alex closer. Lily, listen to me. As a wise man once said, it's not a sin to be weak, but it's a sin to stay weak. So don't worry, I'll help you become stronger, Alex said, showing his readiness to support her. But how can you help me? I tried to become an adventurer, and it didn't work out for me, Lily said, still crying. Lily, there are many ways to become stronger. Being an adventurer isn't the only path, Alex replied, still holding the distressed Lily. One way is to learn martial arts, he suggested as an example. This is just nonsense made up by the author, so don't worry about it. But first, tell me, do you want to seek revenge against the members of Soma's family? Alex asked, wanting to know her answer. Yes, I want revenge, but I want to do it with my own hands, Lily said, clenching her fists in hatred. Don't be angry, my little hobbit. Your revenge can start right now. Do all the members of Soma's family know your face? Alex asked. Lily nodded in response. Good, then follow me. Your revenge begins now. I'll teach you a technique that will help you unleash your anger on them, Alex said, standing up and beckoning Lily to follow him. Shortly after. Leaving the diner, Alex and Lily headed to a deserted place. Once there, Alex explained to Lily what she needed to do and how to execute the secret technique. The plan was for Lily to stroll through the streets, waiting until a member of the Soma family noticed her, then lure him into an empty alleyway. Understanding the plan and mastering the secret technique, Alex and Lily set out to find their first target. They wandered through the city until they encountered one who still had no idea what awaited him. Hey, Alex, that's one of the guys who took my hard-earned money, Lily said, gritting her teeth in anger. Well then, what are you waiting for? Go ahead, my little assistant, your revenge begins right now, Alex said, donning his chaotic attire once more. Seeing Alex change back into his disguise, Lily approached her target to lure him into the alleyway. Lily emerged from the empty alleyway, positioning herself so that a member of the Soma family would notice her. Spotting her, he assumed Lily was scared and attempted to flee. The victim thought Lily was scared of him and chased after her, unaware of the high price he would pay for his foolishness. Darting into the empty alley, Lily stopped and waited for her victim. You've got nowhere else to run now, said the Soma family member. I don't need to run anymore, but you should start, Lily replied in a tone that enraged the Soma family member, who was ready to use force. What? You think just because we let you go last time, you can say whatever you want, the Soma family member began, until he felt someone place a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw a smiling mask and the person wearing it. Young man, would you care to believe in the bread god? Alex said, gripping the Soma family member's shoulder while Lily prepared to strike. What nonsense are you talking about? Get out of here before you get it, the Soma family member aggressively responded. For your rudeness, my dear friend, you will have to pay. Now, my little assistant, it's time to punish our uncouth friend, Alex calmly said, still holding onto the Soma family member's shoulder. Then he turned to Lily, whose attire had changed to a white short-sleeved shirt, black knee-length skirt, black shoes, and a mask with red cheeks on her face. Upon hearing Alex's words, Lily immediately rushed forward and delivered the descendant-crushing blow to the poor Soma family member, who promptly lost consciousness from the strike. Seeing the victim unconscious, Alex suggested continuing the search for several more Soma family members. Lily agreed with a smile. They found a few more unlucky targets, and Alex helped Lily vent her anger. This continued until evening approached. When Alex noticed it was getting dark and time to return, he decided to talk to Lily. Lily, it's evening already, time to head back. You can continue your revenge another time, Alex suggested. Hearing his words, Lily tensed up, realizing she had nowhere else to go. If you have nowhere else to go, you can come with me. My goddess is very kind, she will allow you to stay, Alex continued, noticing her tension. Nodding, Lily agreed to go with Alex to his home. Approaching the abandoned church, Lily couldn't believe he lived in such a rundown place. Alex reassured her that this place would be fixed soon and wouldn't be so dreadful. Entering the church, he began descending downwards. Alex opened the doors without looking inside. Come on in, Lily. My goddess is very kind, she will understand your situation and try to help you, Alex said, looking at Lily as she followed behind him. I see you decided to return after causing all that trouble, a voice echoed from inside. Alex turned around and realized he was in a tricky situation because besides Hestia, there were also Hephaestus and, surprisingly, Loki. He understood there was no point in running and decided to step inside, accepting his fate. To be continued. Chapter 17, Evil Hestia and possibly a new family member. Let's go back a bit, to the moment when the meeting regarding the war games ended and Hestia employed her secret technique against Apollo. The gods who hadn't yet left the hall were stunned by Hestia's actions. No one expected such a display from this gentle little goddess. The male gods remaining in the hall broke into a cold sweat upon seeing Apollo's condition. They swore to themselves never to attempt to pursue Hestia again, fearing they might suffer the same fate. Hastily, they departed the hall, wary of the consequences. The once crowded hall now emptied, with only a few gods remaining, aside from Apollo whom his fellow gods escorted out. Hestia, you didn't have to do that, Hephaestus said, rubbing his forehead. She still couldn't believe her kind-hearted friend had acted in such a manner. Hephaestus began to doubt whether it was right to let Hestia go off to start her own family. Sighing, she turned her attention to Hestia. If he hadn't behaved like a pervert, I wouldn't have even paid him any attention. He brought this upon himself, Hestia replied, grimacing. She didn't think she had done anything wrong. All she had done was punish a pervert who had tried to harass her. All right, let's go eat. It's been a long meeting, and I'm hungry, Hestia said, feeling her stomach growl. I see you're quite relaxed, Hestia. I take it you already consider this a victory, a suave voice came from behind Hestia and Hephaestus. What do you need, Freya? Hestia said, turning her attention to the speaker. The voice belonged to Freya, the most beautiful woman among the goddesses. Her beauty had no equal among gods or mortals alike. She had long silver hair, violet eyes that sparkled like precious gems, and snow-white skin so delicate it seemed a touch would leave a mark. She was dressed in an elegant black and red dress that accentuated her beauty. Freya was rightfully considered the most beautiful woman in both the realm of gods and mortals. Nothing special, Hestia. I just want to wish you and your child good luck in the upcoming game, Freya said in a gentle voice, approaching Hestia and Hephaestus. My child doesn't need your wishes. He'll manage just fine without your blessings, Hestia replied aggressively, as she never favored Freya even among the realm of gods. After Hestia's words, Freya's eyes briefly gleamed. It's just a wish of good luck, Hestia. I won't distract you any longer, Freya said, leaving the hall without looking back. Only Freya knew what she was thinking at that moment. All right, Hephaestus, now we can go eat before the annoying flies start bothering us, Hestia said, heading towards the door. But another goddess's voice stopped her. Hey, Shorty, I'll come with you guys. After all, I helped you at the meeting, so you can treat me to food as a thank you, Loki said, approaching and pretending she had indeed helped. What did you say, Washboard? You didn't help me at all, just nodded your head. That doesn't count as help, Hestia said, grinding her teeth at Loki's audacity. All right, you two, enough arguing, Hephaestus intervened. Hestia, you said yourself you're hungry. If you keep arguing, you won't be able to eat, and I'm not carrying you to the restaurant, she continued, preventing another fight from starting. Hearing Hephaestus's words, Hestia decided to set aside the argument for now and head to the restaurant to eat. Loki smiled to herself, satisfied that her plan had worked. And so, the trio of goddesses set off for food. At Loki's insistence, they arrived at the tavern, hostess of fertility, found a free table, and placed their order. While they waited, Hephaestus examined the table. Hestia, is this one of Alex's tables? He did a fantastic job. His work looked simply stunning, Hephaestus remarked, admiring the ornament on the table. The table depicted a huge serpent coiled around the world. Proudly puffing her chest, as if she had crafted it herself without realizing it had been made instantly, Hestia heard her friend's words. What are you proud of, Busty One? Are you glad someone in your family can do something, unlike you? Loki said disdainfully, observing Hestia's pride. Unlike you, members of my family don't keep their distance from me, fearing I'll come onto them, Hestia retorted with equal disdain. Noticing that the two had started arguing again, Hephaestus sighed and rubbed her forehead, regretting she had decided to come with them. I should have just gone back to my workshop rather than watch these two argue again, she thought, wishing to leave. But then the savior arrived with the food, and the two perpetually quarreling goddesses fell silent for a moment. Hestia, aren't you afraid to leave Alex alone? Aren't you worried he might decide to carry out his plan? Hephaestus asked, drawing Hestia's attention. Hestia choked on her food and fell silent, looking at Hephaestus. Loki, who was drinking ale, also paused with her mug near her mouth and glanced at Hestia. Hephaestus, keep your voice down, Hestia said, looking around to see if anyone might overhear their conversation. I don't think he would dare to do that. He promised me he wouldn't cause any trouble while I'm away, Hestia said, reassuring herself that her family member wouldn't deceive her. Little did Hestia know that while she was here enjoying her meal, Alex had already caused quite a commotion in the dungeon. Some time later. While the trio of goddesses enjoyed their meal, a group of familiar adventurers entered the restaurant and immediately noticed their goddess. They were members of Loki's family who couldn't enter the guild hall because it was filled with victims of Alex's crusade. Upon seeing their goddess, they decided to approach and inform her of what had happened. Loki-sama, we didn't expect to see you here so early in the day, said Finn, the captain of Loki's family. I didn't expect to see you here either. Weren't you supposed to head out on a raid for a mission? Loki replied with surprise, setting her mug down on the table. Something happened in the dungeon, and the entire hall was filled with adventurers, so we couldn't get inside to take the mission, Finn explained, clarifying the reason for their delay. From what we heard from the adventurers, some guy started attacking adventurer groups, Finn continued, sitting at the neighboring table with his group. Laughter. This strange guy attacks adventurers by asking them silly questions and then hitting them with a stick, Tiona chimed in, laughing heartily, unable to believe such craziness existed. And what kind of stick was he using to hit them? Hestia nervously asked, starting to break out in a sweat. The adventurers we talked to said they were hit with a stick that only brings pain, Tiona replied after a moment's thought. She didn't notice Hestia starting to sweat even more from her answer. Alex, thought the trio of goddesses, looking at each other. Hestia began sweating profusely, Hephaestus sighed heavily, realizing the chaos Alex had caused, and Loki started laughing, clutching her stomach. Laughter, and what questions did he ask them? Loki asked, trying to stop laughing. Well, he asked different questions to each of them. For example, one was, why is the sky blue? When the adventurer couldn't answer, he immediately hit them and said something like, you should know this, it's classic, Tiona replied after thinking for a while. Hearing her answer, Loki laughed even harder, almost falling to the floor. And what did he look like? Hestia nervously asked, silently praying to the other gods that the adventurers didn't recognize Alex. Everyone said he was dressed strangely with a mask and a smiling face, Finn replied, eliciting a sigh of relief from Hestia, followed by a surge of anger. Alex, I asked you not to do anything like this. Hestia thought, grabbing her head and anticipating future troubles. Seeing her state, Hephaestus didn't know how to comfort her friend. Loki, having just stopped laughing, noticed Hestia's distressed state and started laughing again. I need to go home immediately. Right now. Hestia said, jumping up and trying to run home, hoping that Alex was at home and not the one causing the commotion. But even Hestia doubted her own words. There was still hope that Alex had just been lazing around at home all day, and they could breathe a sigh of relief, but even she didn't really believe it. As long as she didn't see him, there was still hope. Hestia, don't rush, you might fall, Hephaestus said, seeing Hestia about to run home. I don't have time, Hephaestus, I need to run home. Hestia said, pushing herself up from her seat and darting towards her house. Hephaestus shook her head and decided to follow her friend. Hey, don't forget about me. Loki shouted, running after Hestia and Hephaestus. Darn it, I didn't get a chance to ask Goddess Loki about the training sessions, where Alex will teach us new techniques, Tiona said, disappointed. Don't worry, you'll have another chance to ask. Loki will come back home, and you can ask her then, Riveria said, trying to cheer up Tiona. Hearing her words, Tiona's mood lifted again. The abandoned church. Upon arriving home, Hestia rushed straight to the basement where their room was located. Alex, are you home? Don't stay silent, answer, she shouted, rushing into the basement. She started running through different rooms, trying to find Alex, but he wasn't there. Unable to find Alex, Hestia sadly sat down on the couch, tears welling up in her eyes, realizing that the troublemaker causing problems was indeed Alex. Understanding the extent of the problems he caused, Hestia began to feel angry. Hestia, I finally caught up with you. Could you not run so fast, said Hephaestus, entering the room and surveying it, understanding the kind of life her friend lived. So you live in such a shabby place, Shorty, remarked Loki, who entered last. Leave, Loki, I'm not in the mood for you right now, Hestia said angrily. Don't get upset, no one saw Alex's face, so maybe you can avoid some trouble, Loki said with a smile, looking around the room. Hestia, calm down, let's talk and wait for Alex to come so he can explain everything, Hephaestus said, sitting down next to Hestia on the couch. Her words helped Hestia start to calm down. And is this your hospitality, Hestia? I expected more from the goddess of the hearth. You haven't even offered tea to your guests, said Loki, already seated at the table, provoking new anger from Hestia with her audacity. Leave, Loki. I didn't invite you into my home, Hestia replied through gritted teeth. Nah, I'm not leaving. I'm curious too about what Alex has done, Loki said, still relaxed in her chair. Seeing that Loki wasn't going to leave, Hestia became even angrier and was about to explode, when Hephaestus intervened to distract her. Hestia, if I remember correctly, they're starting renovations on your house this week. How about living with me again for a while? Hephaestus suggested, catching Hestia's attention. True, Shorty. You can stay with Hephaestus for now, and Alex can stay with me, Loki interjected, provoking Hestia's anger again. Seeing that she had managed to annoy Hestia once more, Loki chuckled. Back off, Loki. Alex won't be living with a pervert like you, or he might catch your perversions. I won't allow my child to turn out like you, Hestia snapped. First of all, I'm not a pervert, and secondly, he won't catch anything from me. By nature, all men are perverts, some more, some less, Loki said, shrugging. I said no, so it's no. He won't be living with a pervert like you, Hestia retorted to Loki, who smiled, enjoying her anger. All right, enough from both of you. Let's just wait for Alex and ask him what he's done, Hephaestus said, trying to calm the two goddesses down. She sighed again, wondering why she came here in the first place. Evening time. As the trio of goddesses waited for Alex, evening fell. They heard someone enter the church and descend downstairs. When the doors opened, Hestia noticed Alex, who was opening them with a smile on his face, which triggered another wave of anger from her. I see you've decided to come back after everything you've done. Do you have anything to say to me? Hestia said, looking at Alex, who froze in the doorway. Alex's face displayed a mix of accepting his fate and calmness. He stepped inside, and the trio of goddesses hadn't noticed yet that a little assistant was hiding behind him. I don't understand what you're talking about, Hestia, Alex said, feigning innocence. Then I'll ask again. Do you have anything to tell me? Hestia repeated, this time with a louder tone. Want a hug? Alex asked, avoiding the question and spreading his arms for a hug. Don't you dare dodge my question, Alex Cohen, Hestia said, and her braids started to float as if one more wrong answer would turn her into a super scion. I don't understand what you're talking about, Hestia, Alex replied, continuing to follow the sixth rule, if you've caused trouble and been caught, under no circumstances admit it. He continued to pretend he was innocent. Then what have you been doing all day? Hestia persisted. I lounged on the couch for half the day, then went out for a walk and met an assistant, whom I decided to hire, Alex replied, pointing to Lily, who was hiding behind him. Lily didn't understand the situation she was in, as from Alex's words, his goddess seemed kind. So why was she so angry? Seeing the three goddesses in one room, Lily started to get even more nervous. Who is this child you've brought? Hestia asked, shifting her gaze to Lily, who started to get even more nervous. This is Lily Ruka Arde, and she's not a child, she's just a hobbit. Lily is my assistant whom I hired to help with raids, Alex replied, slipping up at the end. Hearing his answer, Lily just facepalmed for how easily he slipped up. The trio of goddesses heard his answer and rolled their eyes at Alex. So she's your assistant in those matters you've handled today all day? Hestia asked, hearing his slip up. I said assistant, not accomplice. I just slipped up a bit, Alex continued, following his rule. So you still don't want to admit what you've done? Hestia said, starting to get angry, approaching Alex and shaking him like a tree. Hestia, I'll explain everything to you later when we're alone. The situation with Lily is a bit sensitive, Alex said quietly so only Hestia could hear. And what situation with your assistant is it that others shouldn't hear? Hestia said loudly enough for everyone to hear. Everyone immediately turned their attention to Lily. Seeing this, Alex facepalmed for his goddess's carelessness. She's just a member of the Soma family. And maybe, or maybe not, I may have kidnapped her, Alex said, shrugging. Upon hearing this, Hestia started shaking him again and shouting about why he did this. Hestia, calm down, I'll explain everything to you later. But for now, let's calm down, Alex said, holding Hestia's hands to stop her from shaking him. Seeing that Hestia had calmed down, Alex suggested that everyone sit down at the table to talk. Once they were settled, he decided to tell Lily's story. Quietly asking for Lily's permission, she nodded, indicating he could continue. Alex began recounting her origins, how her parents had treated her, and her life with the Soma family. He didn't forget to mention how she escaped and was taken in by an elderly couple. Finally, he added how they had met, leaving out details of their subsequent activities. Poor child, let me hug you. You've been through so much, Hestia said, reaching to embrace Lily. She couldn't bear the thought of a child suffering so much. Hephaestus silently furrowed her brows, pondering how a god could allow such things in their family. Even Loki, always smiling, couldn't hide her displeasure. She knew there were gods who neglected their families, but to what extent? Don't be afraid, come here, I just want to hug you. And what are you going to do now, Alex? She's a member of the Soma family, you can't just take a family member of another god when they still belong to her, Hestia said, embracing Lily who was already crying. Hestia gently stroked her head, trying to comfort her. For now, let's set aside this question. First, we need to find a place to live because repairs are starting soon, and we won't be able to stay here, Alex replied, indicating to Hestia that now wasn't the time to discuss this. I've already found a place where we can stay during the repairs. Hephaestus offered us to stay with her during the renovations, Hestia said, still holding Lily in her embrace, to which Hephaestus nodded in agreement. This little one can stay with Hephaestus, and you can stay with me, Loki intervened, running up to Alex and shaking his hand. No, I don't mind staying with Hephaestus. I also need to help Lily become stronger, Alex replied, patting Loki on the forehead with his free hand. Stop hitting me, I'm a goddess, Loki said, covering her reddened forehead. And Loki, before I forget, if you don't mind, I can also help your children become stronger, Alex said, looking at Loki. If you want to teach them that move you used to defeat Goliath, I'm all for it, Loki said, rubbing her red forehead. All right, it's getting late, time to prepare for bed. Lily must be tired after such a stressful day, she needs rest, Alex said, signaling to the guests that it was time to part ways. Why are you sending us away? Do you have something to hide? Loki began to protest. Okay, Loki, enough. We need to attend to our own matters, Hephaestus intervened, who had been silent until then. Seeing Alex nod gratefully at her, she smiled warmly at him. All right, as you wish. I'll send my children to you once you've moved in with Hephaestus, Loki said, getting up and heading towards the exit. Hephaestus also bid farewell and followed Loki. Then safe travels and good night, Alex called after them. Hearing their response, he sat back and sighed, remembering he had another problem to solve. To be continued. Chapter 18, Lily 2.0 and moving to Hephaestus. That same evening. After the two goddesses left his house, Alex sat down on the couch and sighed heavily, realizing that he had managed to avoid explaining his actions of the day. He decided to tell Lily a story to avoid questions about his crusade against the adventurers. As Alex sat on the couch, he didn't notice that someone was watching him like a hawk, not forgetting for a second about his actions today. No matter how much Alex tried to use his sixth rule, it wouldn't help him, because he would still have to answer his goddess's questions. Looking up, Alex met Hestia's eyes, which were staring at him so intently that it seemed like she was ready to bore a hole through him. Since we're alone, tell me what you did today, and don't even think about dodging the question. I already heard what you did on the way home, Hestia said in a quiet voice. I didn't do anything special, just had a little fun and played some pranks on the adventurers, Alex replied, spreading his hands. Speak more quietly, Lily's asleep, Hestia said quietly again, making it clear that there was no need to make noise. Alex noticed that Lily was already asleep in Hestia's arms and sighed, realizing that it had been an exhausting day for her. All right, just wait a moment. I'll lay her down on the bed, and then we can talk, Alex said, getting up and approaching Hestia to gently take Lily from her embrace and carry her to the couch. Okay, what do you want to know, Hestia? Alex asked, returning after laying Lily down on the bed. I want to know everything you did today, without any lies, Hestia said, sitting down next to Alex. She was curious to hear firsthand what he had been up to. Rumors were one thing, but hearing it directly from him was another. Basically, everything you've heard is true, except for the moment when I met Lily in the dungeon. She was abandoned by her group and on the verge of death, and I saved her. Then I helped her vent her anger on that group, Alex calmly began to explain, recounting how he had assisted Lily. Hearing this, Hestia looked again at the sleeping Lily and couldn't help but think about how much this child had suffered. So, what do you plan to do with her now? She's still a member of Soma's family, and you can't just take her and not return her. Until Soma himself releases her, she's still part of his family. We can't break the rules set by the gods, Hestia said with a serious tone, indicating the complexity of the situation. Hestia, rules are made by the strong to control the weak. Until you become strong, you have to abide by the rules. If you're already strong, then you create the rules that others must follow, Alex explained. So how do you plan to solve Lily's problem? She's still a member of Soma's family, and we can't afford to start another war, Hestia asked again. It's simple. We don't need to start a war to free Lily. And we don't need to go to Soma for him to release her. I can remove Falna from her body myself, Alex replied, indicating that he had a way to solve Lily's problem. And how do you intend to do that? Hestia asked skeptically, apparently forgetting that Alex had managed to heal her best friend before. Hestia, have you forgotten how I healed Hephaestus's eye when other gods couldn't? Removing the Falna is much easier than you think. Essentially, this blessing is a contract between a god and a member of their family. All we need to do is dissolve the contract, and Lily will be free, and will gain a new family member, Alex reminded, tapping his finger against Hestia's forehead, explaining how he would solve Lily's problem. All right, you're all-powerful and everything, Hestia said, not letting Alex continue tapping her forehead. Okay, Hestia, it's time for us to sleep. Tomorrow, we'll need to help Lily and move in with Hephaestus. So, go wash up and get to bed, Alex said, getting up from the couch and heading to the bathroom. Hestia sighed wearily and followed him. Meanwhile, the two goddesses, having left the abandoned church, walked home in silence until one of them remembered why she had come to Hestia's house in the first place. Oh damn, I completely forgot to grill Alex about what he did in the dungeon. He managed to distract me with his words. I'm the goddess of lies and deceit, how could this guy deceive me? Loki began shouting, wanting to turn back. All right, calm down, Loki. You'll have time to talk to him later, no need to start a tantrum, Hephaestus sighed, understanding she still had this restless goddess on her hands. No, I want to know it now. I want to hear it right now. I need this. There hasn't been anything this fun in Orario for a long time. And better yet, next time he should take me with him. Loki continued shouting, stomping in place and grabbing her head like a spoiled child. Loki, when your kids go to train with Alex, you can go with them to talk, Hephaestus said, clearly forgetting that Alex and Hestia would soon move in with her. She might regret this decision, or maybe not, as her empty house was occupied only by herself and her child. Their presence could make her home more lively. Exactly, Hephaestus, you're right. Why didn't I think of that right away? Thanks, Hephaestus. Loki said, running towards her estate. Hephaestus took a deep breath and calmly walked home, enjoying the night walk through Orario. Kids, I'm home. I have good news for you. Loki shouted as she ran into her house, attracting the attention of its residents. What good news, Lady Loki? Yes, Lady Loki, tell us. Quiet down, let me speak. I've arranged with Alex for him to help you increase your strength. See what a great job I'm doing. Now praise me, Loki said proudly, clearly forgetting that it was Alex who proposed it. Everyone looked at Loki with suspicion, clearly not believing her, but still happy about the news. The next morning. Waking up early as usual, Alex noticed Hestia drooling over him again. A sigh escaped his lungs. No matter how hard he tried, Hestia always managed to crawl into his bed and continue drooling on him. Alex didn't want to wake Hestia just yet, knowing today would be a long day. Turning his head towards the bed where Lily slept, he saw her with a peaceful smile, evidently feeling safe in this house. After lying there for a while longer, Alex decided to awaken the sleepy kingdom because there was much to do today. Hestia, wake up, Alex said, trying to rouse the drooling Hestia. Lily heard Alex's voice waking Hestia and immediately sat up, looking around. Spotting Alex looking at her at that moment, she breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she hadn't woken up in Soma family's house. Good morning, Lily. Did you sleep well? Alex asked, still trying to wake Hestia. Yes, I slept very well, even better compared to the past few years of my life, Lily said, getting out of bed. I'm glad you got some good sleep. Now go to the bathroom, there's an unused bath set there. You can use it, and we'll talk afterwards, Alex said, getting up and carrying Hestia into the bathroom. This lazy goddess never woke up unless she was taken to the bathroom. What are we going to talk about? Lily nervously asked, having overheard snippets of Alex and Hestia's conversation yesterday, clearly afraid they might send her back. Don't worry. We'll talk about how to help you get rid of the Soma family's mark and become free again, as well as how to make you stronger, Alex said, seeing Lily starting to get nervous. Upon hearing his words, Lily nodded and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Shortly after, sitting down at the dining table, Alex decided to share his plan with Lily on how to help her. Lily, what I'm about to say stays in this room. If anyone asks, just say you've never been a member of the Soma family. Soma himself probably won't even remember you, Alex said. Seeing Lily nod, he glanced at Hestia, signaling the importance of keeping this quiet. Catching his gaze, Hestia also nodded, understanding the need for secrecy. Lily, I will help you remove the Soma family's mark and cleanse your body so you can grow stronger, Alex continued. Seeing Lily nod again, he proceeded to explain further. Firstly, I'll cleanse your body of all the impurities that have accumulated throughout your life. Growing up in unfavorable conditions meant your body didn't receive enough nutrients needed for growth. So, I'll flush out all the toxins from your body to strengthen it. This way, you'll be able to become a proper adventurer or whatever else you wish, Alex concluded. Upon hearing his words, Lily's eyes widened in surprise. Subconsciously, she believed that Alex could do this. All right, now that we've discussed it, follow me to the bathroom and remove your outer clothing so it doesn't get dirty when the impurities leave your body, Alex said, getting up and heading towards the bathroom. Lily followed him. Hestia, intrigued by what was happening, also followed them to avoid sitting alone at the table. Author's note, this is all nonsense I made up. In reality, I don't know why Lily can't absorb fauna properly and level up. I've seen many fanfics trying different ways to help Lily become stronger, and I came to the simplest conclusion: her body wasn't strong enough due to poor conditions to properly conduct fauna. So, I thought a body cleansing method would fit well in this situation. You may have your own theories about it, but this is what I decided to go with. After cleansing Lily's body of toxins, Alex noticed a change in her appearance. She had grown slightly taller, her height increasing from 110 to 125 centimeters. It was amazing how simply cleansing her body and providing it with essential nutrients had such an effect. Now, she was a bit taller than the average hobbit. Although Lily was only 15 years old, she could still grow to 130 centimeters or even taller. How do you feel after the body cleanse? Alex asked, examining Lily from all sides. I feel lighter and moving is easier, Lily replied, testing her movements by waving her arms and legs. Besides feeling better, have you noticed you've grown taller? Alex said with a smile. Hearing his words, Lily looked at herself and noticed the change, which brought a joyful smile to her face. Now, lie down on the bed. I'll erase your mark, Alex said, showing Lily the way to the bed. Hearing his words, Lily approached the bed and lay down. All right, now I'll erase your mark, and if you want, you can immediately join Hestia's family, Alex said, using magic to remove the mark. Lily pondered and agreed to become part of Hestia's family. Hestia, hearing this, was delighted to have another family member. But then she frowned because she wanted Alex and Lily to spend some time alone and enjoy each other's company. However, upon reflection, she realized there would still be opportunities to spend time together. After Hestia applied her mark on Lily's back, another question arose: if they were moving, where would they put her new soft sofa? While she pondered, Lily got up from the couch and finally felt free, having found a new family where no one would harm her anymore. All right, we need to get ready. The construction crew will be here soon, so we need to clean everything up to greet them, and then head to Hephaestus's place, Alex said. But Alex, what about my new super soft bed? Hestia asked, her eyes welling with tears. Just use the bag I gave you and put the bed inside, Alex replied. Hestia didn't understand how she could fit a big bed into a small bag. I'll show you how to do it. And then don't forget to pack all your things in there, Alex said, taking Hestia's bag and guiding it towards the bed. Hestia watched as her bed disappeared when Alex directed the bag towards it, nearly jumping in shock. That's how it's done. Now hurry up and pack your things, the workers could arrive any minute, Alex said, handing the bag to Hestia, whose eyes sparkled. She quickly ran to gather her things and stuff them into the bag. With everything packed, the group waited for the workers to arrive. To be continued. Chapter 19, Living on the Freebies at Hephaestus's and the Start of Training. Same day. After the group had gathered all their belongings, they sat down on the remaining 3 chairs in the empty room. Alex noticed how empty the room had become, but he understood that this marked the beginning of a new life. Once their new home was renovated, he could start recruiting new adventurers into their family. This house would become a lively place, filled with laughter and people with various goals and aspirations. Alex eagerly awaited the moment when new members would join their family, so he could train and guide them toward success. I think we've gathered everything, Alex said, scanning the room once more to ensure nothing was forgotten. Yes, I've packed everything into my bag, replied Hestia, showing her small purse. Lily looked at the purse enviously, which didn't escape Alex's notice. Lily, since you're a new family member, let me give you a gift, Alex said, pulling out a small brown backpack and handing it to Lily. Are you really giving me something so valuable? Lily asked, holding the backpack cautiously, afraid to damage it. Valuable. I can create such things with a snap of my fingers, so you don't need to worry. And here, take this anti-pervert kit, Alex replied, handing Lily the same kit he had given to Hestia. If you want to know how to use it, it's better to ask Hestia. She successfully completed the anti-pervert course, Alex added, pointing to Hestia, who proudly puffed up her chest, pleased with her achievement. Oh okay. Then, Hestia-sama, I'll be under your care, Lily said hesitantly, holding the kit Alex had given her. And don't forget, Lily, once we arrive at Hephaestus's place, your training will begin. You need to learn how to better control your body and fight, Alex said, thinking about how to train Lily. I already know how to fight monsters and have seen adventurers do it many times, Lily replied, sensing that the training would be challenging. That's not up for discussion. I'll teach you how to use one of my techniques, Alex said, deciding to make Lily into One-Strike Woman. He recalled reading a fanfic where they turned Asia Argento into One-Strike Woman, and couldn't wait to see Lily, with her small frame, sending men 3 times her size flying through the air. I don't like the way you're smiling, Lily said, seeing Alex's grin grow wider. This is all small stuff, Lily. Now, start getting ready. It's going to be an exciting training session, Alex said, changing the subject. While our group was chatting cheerfully, the repair crew arrived. They had already set up their tools and were waiting outside for us to exit. Hey, anyone still inside? Shouted the foreman into the church. Yes, we're here. We've just finished packing up and we're waiting for you, Alex said, coming out with his group from the church. I see you've packed up your things so we don't accidentally break anything. There was a case once where we were fixing a house and people hadn't cleared out their stuff. We accidentally broke a couple of things. Of course, we compensated for the damage, but since then, we've been advising people to clear out their belongings during repairs, the foreman said, chatting with Alex. Yeah, I understand, these things happen. Now, this place is entirely at your disposal. You can work your magic, Alex said, giving way to the foreman. Laughter, you're a cheerful guy. Have you found a place to stay during the repairs? Asked the foreman, showing interest in the group's situation. We'll be staying with a friend of my goddess for the time being. How long do you think the repairs will take? Alex asked, curious to know. Well, by my calculations, about a week, the foreman replied, checking against the plan. A week? That fast, exclaimed Hestia, hardly believing her ears. Yes, Lady Hestia, if everything goes smoothly, the repairs will only take a week, the foreman answered her. It's so fast, I didn't expect everything to be done so quickly, Hestia said, thinking the repairs would take longer. You just want to freeload at Hephaestus's place, don't you? Alex teased, squinting at Hestia, who looked away and avoided his gaze. All right then, let's get going. We have somewhere else to stop by before we reach our temporary home, Alex said, extending his hand for a handshake with the foreman. Well, safe travels to you all, and see you soon, the foreman said, shaking hands with Alex. Before heading to Hephaestus's estate, the group went to the shopping street to buy a couple of sets of clothes for Lily so she wouldn't have to wear the same outfit every day. While Alex helped pick out clothes for Lily, Hestia also took the opportunity to choose a few outfits for herself, thinking that since she was there, why not treat herself? Alex, seeing Hestia darting around the store and picking out clothes, shook his head and decided not to pay attention to it. Alex helped Lily pick out everyday clothes and workout attire. After selecting the clothes, he suggested they stop by a pastry shop to pick up something for Hephaestus, as it would be improper to visit someone's home empty-handed, especially if they were going to stay there for some time. Everyone agreed, and they headed to the pastry shop. After buying some sweets, the group headed straight to Hephaestus's estate. Arriving at Hephaestus's home, Alex was surprised to see a traditional Japanese house. Taking note of its beauty, he decided to admire it for a while. At that moment, Hestia wasted no time and dashed inside the house, paying no mind to anything else. The Hephaestus family estate. Hephaestus, we've arrived. Hestia shouted from the doorway as she entered the house together with Lily. Hestia, how many times have I told you not to shout? Hephaestus's voice echoed from deep within the house. She emerged, noticing Lily standing next to Hestia. After a moment's thought, Hephaestus decided to inquire about it later, in private with her friend. Sorry, Hephaestus, Hestia said, lowering her head. Never mind. Where's Alex? Hephaestus replied, immediately noticing his absence from the group. Alex decided to stay and inspect the house from outside, Hestia answered, gesturing back to where Alex stood on the street, admiring the view of the house. Well, don't just stand there in the doorway, come in. I've prepared rooms for you already. Hestia, we need to talk, Hephaestus said, indicating the way to the rooms before turning to Hestia. Oh okay, Hestia replied, following Hephaestus into the room. Hestia, is there something you need to tell me? Isn't this child a member of the Soma family? Why is she with you? Aren't you afraid of starting another war? Hephaestus began questioning, worried for her friend. Everything's fine, Hephaestus. Lily was never a member of the Soma family, she just lived there, Hestia began lying to her friend. Are you sure everything will be okay? Hephaestus asked, not believing a word Hestia said. Hestia nodded vigorously like a scared chicken, afraid Hephaestus would continue asking questions. All right, it's your family, and it's up to you how to handle it. But if anything happens, I'll be here to help, Hephaestus sighed, offering her support. Hearing her words, Hestia jumped up, hugged Hephaestus tightly, and thanked her for the help. Hephaestus simply shook her head in response. Meanwhile, on the street. Who are you, and what brings you here? A voice behind Alex asked. My name is Alexander Voldegod. I'm here with my goddess because she's friends with Hephaestus. Hephaestus has allowed us to stay with her for a while our home is undergoing repairs, Alex replied, turning to face the voice. He saw a girl standing there. The girl had dusky skin, long black hair tied in a ponytail, and one red eye, the other was covered with a bandage similar to the one Hephaestus wore. She was dressed in red hakama and sandals, with ample bosom concealed beneath a sarashi. My name is Tsubaki Colbrand, but you can call me Tsubaki, since our goddesses are friends, she introduced herself. You said your name is Voldegod. Yes, that's my name. Is something the matter? Alex asked. So, you're the crazy new guy, right? Sigh. Seems like it. Haha, nice to meet the new celebrity. And I heard from my goddess that you called my sword crap. Shrugs. Can't help it, the sword really is crap. You're quite straightforward. I like you already. Alright, let's go inside. Enough standing around and admiring the facade, Tsubaki said, heading towards the house. Alex shook his head and followed her inside. Inside the house. Following Tsubaki inside, Alex looked around the house, impressed by its quality and style. Hephaestus-sama, I've done as you asked and brought another guest, Tsubaki said, dragging Alex into the common room. My apologies for intruding, Hephaestus, Alex said, approaching a place to sit. No worries, I allowed you both to stay here, Hephaestus replied kindly. Tsubaki, clearly not understanding why Hephaestus was so calm talking to Alex, looked at her in surprise. Why do you wear an eye patch even at home? Alex asked, noticing the patch. It's habit. Is this better? Hephaestus replied, removing the patch, which shocked Tsubaki. What? How? Why? Tsubaki exclaimed, asking questions and clearly not believing her eyes. Hephaestus simply gestured towards Alex, indicating he should answer. How did you do this? How did you heal my goddess? Quickly answer. Tsubaki rushed towards Alex and started shaking him. Well, a little of this, a little of that, and then, boom, magic, Alex replied, used to this kind of shaking. What do you mean, a little of this and that, and what boom, magic? Can you explain properly? Tsubaki shook Alex even harder. Well, you know, magic, Alex replied, gesturing with hands that seemed to radiate rainbows. Can't you be more serious? Tsubaki asked, stopping shaking Alex. Alex just shook his head and touched Tsubaki's forehead with 2 fingers, healing all her old wounds. What did you do? Tsubaki asked, not understanding what happened but feeling better. I healed all your old wounds. You know, magic and all that, Alex said, gesturing with his hands. Tsubaki's mouth hung open so wide a bird could fly in. All right, I still need to unpack. Can someone show me where my room is? Alex asked. Hephaestus stood up and offered to lead him. Thank you, Hephaestus. You can always count on you, Alex said, following her, leaving Tsubaki with her mouth wide open, not understanding what had happened. Don't mention it. This is your room, make yourself at home. If you need anything, just come and ask, Hephaestus said, pointing to the room. Alex nodded, indicating he understood. Seeing his nod, Hephaestus bid farewell and went about her business, as she was a busy goddess unlike a lazy goddess who spends all her time at home and snacks. A little later. After unpacking everything, Alex double-checked to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything and, satisfied that everything was in place, headed to the main hall. Upon entering, he noticed that everyone had already gathered. Alex asked Hephaestus if there was a place here where he could train Lily. Hephaestus thought for a moment and mentioned that there was a suitable place in the backyard, where Tsubaki sometimes tested the weapons she created. Hephaestus suggested they follow her. Arriving in the backyard, Alex noticed a bunch of wooden dummies and posts for testing sword sharpness. He asked if they could clear away unnecessary things to make space for training. Hephaestus nodded and said it was fine for him to move things around. Alex thanked her and used magic to clear the unnecessary items to the edge of the yard so they wouldn't get in the way. Alex called Lily over and told her that training would begin now, to which Lily sighed, realizing she wouldn't be able to rest a little longer. Hephaestus, Hestia, and Tsubaki decided to stay and watch the training. They were curious to see how Alex planned to make Lily stronger. Lily, I'm going to start training you now to become stronger. First, you'll need to put these on, Alex said, handing her body weights. What is this? Ugh, why is it so heavy? Lily asked, struggling with the weights as she held them. These are body weights, they'll help strengthen your body, Alex replied, ignoring Lily's discomfort. Seeing no other choice, Lily resigned herself and put on the weights, feeling her body become heavier. What's this thing? Tsubaki interjected, noticing Lily struggling to stand after putting on the strange gear. These are body weights designed to enhance strength. They adapt to the user and become as heavy as the user can handle. Here, try one, Alex replied, handing one to Tsubaki. When she took it in her hands, she almost dropped it due to its weight, realizing how heavy it was. Are you saying this little thing adapts to the user's strength? Where did you even get such magical equipment? Tsubaki began asking questions, examining the invention. Not where, I didn't get it, I created it myself, Alex replied, shrugging. But how? Tsubaki asked. Hey, magic, Alex answered, causing Tsubaki to grind her teeth in frustration. Can you use normal words to explain and answer instead of your nonsense? Tsubaki said through clenched teeth. Okay, don't get mad. I used runes, a combination of gravity runes, adaptation, and a few other minor runes that allow the user not to be crushed under their own weight, Alex explained, giving an example. But how did you manage to combine all of that? Tsubaki asked, very intrigued. Before Alex could give his answer, an unexpected guest appeared, or rather another troublesome goddess who could cause chaos at any moment, Loki. Hey, Alex, I brought my kids for training, Loki shouted, rushing into the backyard. Loki, why do you and Hestia always barge into my territory without asking? Hephaestus asked, wondering what was wrong with these goddesses. I knocked on the door, and no one answered. I got tired of waiting, so I invited myself in, Loki replied with a smirk. Sigh, why are my friends like this? Hephaestus sighed to herself. Hestia and Loki could only smile wryly. Fine, I see you brought those who wanted to come. I'm just starting anyway. Let them take seats next to Lily and Loki. Don't interfere, Alex said, hearing his words. Loki pouted and stomped over to the other goddesses who were sitting and eager to watch the training. After everyone dispersed, Alex decided to begin his explanation of the training process. He pulled out a special board, which made Hestia flinch. She remembered how Alex used this board to explain plans so she wouldn't embarrass herself at meetings. Pushing aside her thoughts, Hestia was glad it wasn't her standing in front of that board now, knowing Alex was a strict teacher. Let's start with the basics of mana usage, specifically how to circulate mana throughout the body to strengthen it, Alex began, but he was interrupted. Teacher, but we already know how to do that, Tiona interjected, raising her hand. Tiona, could you come here for a moment? Alex said, waving for Tiona to approach. Seeing Alex call her, she came with a smile. Oh, what for? Tiona said, receiving a light slap. It's so you don't interrupt. I'm explaining this to Lily, but some of you could use a refresher, Alex said, looking at the annoyed Tiona. After Lily learns to strengthen her body with mana, the next step is to direct mana to specific parts of the body, like the arm. Watch, Alex said, approaching a training dummy and delivering a light strike that demolished the upper part of the dummy. If you can control this strike well, you can achieve this effect, Alex continued, moving to another dummy and lightly striking its chest with the back of his fist, leaving a fist-sized hole. I have a question. Can this technique be used with weapons? Tioni, the elder sister of Tiona, asked. Of course, it can, but the effect will be different. Let me show you. Can someone lend me a regular knife? Alex asked, after which Tioni handed one of the knives in their arsenal. Thank you. Now watch what effect it will have, Alex said, approaching another dummy and lightly running the knife across it. After making the strike, the dummy was cut like butter. Now you see what effect it will have, Alex asked, to which all nodded. Any more questions before we start? Alex asked, scanning his new students. I have a question. Do we need to do this too? Or will you teach us some magical tricks? Riveria asked, pointing to herself and the elf Lafia. Lafia was an elf with light orange hair and blue eyes. She wore a pink cloak over a white shirt and a pink corset dress. There was a purple bow on her collar. She had golden, white, and turquoise staffs called Tear of the Forest. Yes, you too will need to train physically. And before you ask, enemies won't wait for you to finish casting a spell. There may always be a situation where no one can protect you. That's why I'll teach you to run and use spells simultaneously, Alex answered, not allowing Riveria to ask another question. Now, put these on and let's go for a few laps to get used to the weight, Alex said, handing out body weights to the group, including Loki. Seeing them strain under the weight, Alex noticed Aze, whose face always remained stoic. He noticed she only tensed slightly, then relaxed. Shaking his head, Alex decided to start the training. To be continued. I decided to finish this chapter for now because my brain hasn't fully woken up yet. In the next chapter, I'll spend some time on Lily's training and the others, then move on to the battle against Apollo's family. Chapter 20 New Power of Lily or Another Speedrun. Author's note, this chapter was hastily written because I've been busy most of the time and constantly distracted from writing, so I decided to write a chapter about simple interactions between characters, just because I can. Training Ground. After Alex sent his charges to run and get accustomed to the weights, he decided to chat a bit with the gang, namely Hestia, Hephaestus, Loki, and Tsubaki. But as soon as he approached, one restless goddess, tired of waiting and eager to know the truth, started speaking. She was very curious about what Alex had been up to in the dungeon. Alex, last time you managed to distract me, but not this time. I want to know what you did in the dungeon. Rumors aren't enough for me, I need details about what you were doing, Loki began as soon as Alex approached. Hearing her question, Alex's eyes immediately began to dart around nervously. Loki, I don't know what you're talking about. I was with Lily the whole day and didn't do anything like that. It's all some crazy person upset with adventurers, Alex replied, sticking to the sixth rule. You won't fool me. I've heard that when the punitive squad found you, you had a little assistant with you who looks a lot like Lily, Loki said, pointing at Lily, who was sweating after running a lap around the training ground. First of all, Lily is a hobbit, and there was a wolf girl there, Alex replied without thinking, forgetting that Loki had said, a girl who looks like Lily but hadn't mentioned what she looked like. There, you just admitted you were there. Now spill the details, or I won't leave you alone, Loki said, rushing forward and grabbing Alex's hand, behaving like a child. Stop grabbing his hand, you laundry board, or he might catch your perversions. Hestia said, rushing over and delivering a karate chop to separate their hands. Why are you shouting, lowly lady? He probably already told you all the details, and now you're preventing me from enjoying the story, Loki snapped back at Hestia, allowing Alex to step away and take a place beside Hephaestus. How have you been these past few days, Hephaestus? Alex asked, sitting down next to her. I've been good lately. Actually, very good. I feel more free than before, Hephaestus replied with a smile that reflected her relief. Really? Everything's that good? Alex asked, noticing her beautiful smile. Yes, everything is really good for me. And how about you? Aren't you afraid of losing to Apollo's family? The stakes in this battle are quite high, Hephaestus asked, concerned for her friends and Alex's fate, knowing how much he had helped her. I'm not worried. I'm more concerned about how to deal with these mongrels, or rather, how to defeat them, Alex replied, evoking a crooked smile from Hephaestus. What do you mean by how to defeat them? Hephaestus asked, seeking clarification from Alex. I mean, crush them using overwhelming force, or maybe toy with them a bit first and then win. In the worst case, let Lily fight them to hone her skills. After all, it's not always about fighting monsters, Alex calmly said, but anticipation for the upcoming battle was already visible in his eyes. He could already envision crushing these mongrels and making them lose all motivation. Why do you want Lily to fight? She hasn't even been in the dungeon yet. How can she defeat members of Apollo's family who are several levels above her and more experienced? Hephaestus asked, doubting Alex's choice to allow Lily to fight alone. Don't worry about Lily. I'll help her gain enough strength before the war game begins. If Lily doesn't want to fight, I have a mission for her during the war game, Alex said, pondering Hephaestus's words. What mission is that, then? Hephaestus asked, but Alex just raised a finger to his lips and indicated that it was a secret. You've escaped again without giving me an answer. Stop hiding and tell us what you were doing in the dungeon, Loki interjected, not allowing Hephaestus to continue speaking. Hephaestus simply shook her head and decided to listen quietly. All right, Loki, I'll tell you, but only if you answer a question, Alex said. Loki nodded, ready for the question. Alex's question intrigued everyone present at that moment. They were all curious about what the question would be. Then my question is simple, what chicken will hatch from the egg, but the egg does not bear? If you answer my question before they stop running, I'll tell you everything, Alex posed his question, confusing not only Loki but also Hephaestus, Hestia, and even Tsubaki, who sat silently. While Loki pondered her response, Alex noticed that the group he had sent to run with weights was still going. He thought these fools seemed determined to run themselves into exhaustion. Seeing them all drenched in sweat, Alex decided to stop them and find out what was going on. Stop. Stop running. Are you all planning to run until you collapse from exhaustion? Alex shouted, getting the group's attention, and they immediately halted. Now, answer my question, did you plan to keep running until you dropped from fatigue? Alex repeated. But you told us to run with these weights, didn't you? Finn asked, not understanding what the issue was. Everyone nodded, unsure why they were being stopped. God, I asked you to run to get used to the weights, not to run until you're exhausted, Alex said, shaking his head. The group exchanged looks, clearly having forgotten his instructions. All right, then tell me, did you feel tiredness and discomfort while running? Alex asked. Everyone nodded, admitting that running with weights had been challenging and exhausting. It was hard because you were breathing incorrectly. During running, your body needs more oxygen, so you have to take deep breaths to oxygenate your blood. Understand? Alex explained. So basically, because of the weights, our bodies weren't used to it and started using more oxygen. Finn summarized. Exactly, Finn. You weren't accustomed to the weight, so it was tough. Now, you need to learn to take deep breaths to oxygenate your blood consistently throughout your training, Alex continued. Here's a useless fact for you, friends. When a person breathes, it happens as a reflex that develops over time. And now that you've heard about it, you're consciously breathing, Alex said, drawing curious looks from the listeners. However, he forgot that one silly goddess was listening attentively. Alex Cohen, help. What do I do now? Do I have to breathe all the time by myself, panicked Hestia, rushing over. Hestia, don't worry. Breathing is a reflex that develops over time. If you stop paying attention, your body will continue to breathe on its own, Alex reassured her. While Alex was explaining to the group how to breathe correctly during running and exercises to avoid fatigue, an unexpected guest approached him. It was Ace Wallenstein, also known as the Sword Princess. Alex hadn't expected her to approach him so soon with a request. What can I help you with, Ace? Alex asked, looking at the silent girl. Can you help me become stronger? Ace asked calmly. I'm already training you. Or do you want me to help you in another way? Alex clarified, unsure of where she was going with this. Yes, I want you to help me master the technique you used to slice the mannequin with the small knife, Ace replied quietly. All right, I'll show you a couple of techniques that suit your weapon. Follow me, I'll show you, and then you can try to master them. If you have any questions, just ask, Alex said, leading Ace to an empty space where there was a free mannequin. This caught the attention of everyone else who was training. Watch, Ace. First, you take your stance, then take a deep breath, and then infuse your rapier with mana. But be careful not to overdo it, as it might break the blade if you use too much force or mana, Alex explained, assuming his stance with the rapier. His left arm was extended forward, indicating the path of the blade, while his other hand holding the rapier was slightly withdrawn for added power. Alex began infusing the rapier with mana, creating a second layer that sharpened the rapier. Then he delivered a precise strike to the mannequin. Do you remember how to strike and how much mana to use? Alex asked. Yes, but I feel something was off with your strike, Ace expressed doubt. Then you noticed. Look at the mannequin, and you'll see why my strike was peculiar, Alex said, pointing at the mannequin, which had 8 holes instead of 1. You delivered not just 1 strike, but 8. Ace asked, unable to believe her eyes. The rapier is effective for thrusting attacks at vulnerable points. It's difficult to slash with a rapier, so it's best to cover only the tip with mana, giving an extra boost during the strike, Alex explained. Will you teach me, then? Ace asked hopefully. Of course, I'll teach you. I'll explain the principles, and you'll practice yourself. If you have any questions, just ask and don't hesitate, Alex said, handing Ace the training rapier. She took the rapier in her hands and listened attentively, trying to memorize every detail. While Alex was explaining to Ace how to use the technique he had applied, 2 mages from the Loki Familia approached him, Riveria and Lafia. Alex noticed them and decided to ask why they had come. He told Ace to continue training and try using the new technique, cautioning her to be careful and avoid injuring herself. What can I help you with, Riveria and Lafia? Alex asked the approaching mages. You mentioned that we need to be in good physical shape to run and use spells if needed. But I have the skill, Parallel Chant, that allows me to do that. So why do I need physical training? Also, I am an experienced mage, I can control the power of spells and the number of words needed for their activation, Riveria asked, not understanding the point of the training. Can you use Parallel Chant without any problems? Alex asked directly. Riveria fell silent, recalling that she doesn't always manage to use the skill perfectly. I understand that you are an experienced mage and know a lot, but can you use a spell with the same power just by saying its name, or even silently casting it? Alex inquired. Look, this is a simple fireball. I summoned it without an incantation and without chance. I simply transformed mana inside me into a fireball, Alex continued, summoning a fireball. But how did you do it without chance or even saying the spell's name? Riveria asked, examining the fireball. Lafia was intrigued. It's quite simple. Mana is essentially without an element and floats in the air. All you need to do is shape mana into the form you need. This requires good control over your mana. I know you're an elf, and your race has an innate predisposition to using mana, so it should be easier for both of you to learn, Alex replied, changing the fireball into other elements to demonstrate mana usage. The initial method for mana control involves giving it different forms, and then transitioning to changing elements. You've become too accustomed to using the skills you've acquired and haven't tried using mana itself, which could simplify many things. Look, this is a simple mana sphere, and then you just take it and change its shape, for example, into a sword or any other object, Alex said, showing how to practice mana manipulation. If you master what I've shown you, you'll be able to use your spells even without incantations or other details. You'll already know what to do and how to invoke a spell immediately. Chanting makes mana move and change in response to words, like activation keys that initiate the process, taking time. If you learn this technique, you won't need Parallel Chant anymore. You'll be able to run and use spells right away without worrying about losing concentration during running and injuring your allies, Alex concluded. A few words from the author. I know that in the world of Danmachi, magic can be innate or acquired through fauna, and all spells in this world require chance, as Belle did in the anime. But still, mana is mana, and why you can't simply transform it, which essentially has no element, into a fireball or a ball of light, I don't understand. Oh well. In different stories about mages, calculations are needed somewhere, understanding the element itself, etc. I just chose the simplest way to explain. After explaining the basics of magic to the 2 elves, Alex decided to approach the 2 Amazons to inquire about how they were doing and how he could help them. He had already promised to teach Tiona a few of his techniques. Tioni, how are you doing? Any issues with your breathing? Alex asked, catching the attention of the Amazons. No issues at all, it's quite simple once you know how, Tiona cheerfully replied. Tioni simply nodded, indicating she was also doing fine. Alright then, do you need any advice or something similar? Alex asked. Tioni shook her head, indicating she didn't need anything. Now that I've learned to breathe properly, can you teach me those techniques? Tiona asked, drawing the attention of everyone on the training ground. Alright, follow me. I'll show and explain how to perform these techniques, Alex said, motioning for Tiona to follow him. The others who became curious also joined in. I've already explained the first technique, now I'll demonstrate how to use the burying strike. It needs to be executed with enough force to incapacitate an opponent without causing lethal damage. You need to apply force in such a way that instead of knocking the opponent's head off, you drive it into the ground, Alex began explaining, demonstrating the strike on a dummy, burying its head into the ground without causing damage. If you can master this skill, essentially you can incapacitate opponents without killing them. Now, give it a try yourself, Alex said, allowing Tiona to attempt the strike. You did it like this, and then like this. Tiona exclaimed, striking the dummy and completely knocking its head off. Well, you got the idea. Just don't try this on live targets until you're fully proficient. Practice on monsters, after all, a live target is better than a wooden one, Alex said, to which Tiona smiled sweetly and hugged him. Alright, enough hugs. I still need to help Lily settle in and train her, we have the war game coming up soon, Alex said, trying to pry Tiona off him as she clung to him like a koala. Ah, you're no fun, Tiona said, hanging on to Alex. Tiona, stop hugging him. Get off already, her sister called out, rushing over and managing to pry Tiona off Alex on her second attempt, to which Tiona pouted. After helping everyone who approached him with questions, Alex decided to approach Lily, who was still getting used to the weights and learning to breathe properly to conserve energy. Alex noticed Lily was putting in a lot of effort. Seeing her determination to become stronger, he resolved to assist her with all his might so she could always defend herself. He also had in mind to make her into a one-strike girl, and he didn't forget that plan. Well, Lily, are you getting used to the weights? Alex asked, approaching Lily who found it difficult just to stand under such weight. I'm gradually getting used to it. I think, Lily answered uncertainly. That's good. Let's start your training program then. Our goal is to make you a one-strike girl, so you can defeat your enemies with a single powerful strike, Alex said, outlining his plan. Maybe just making me a normal adventurer would be fine. No need to do anything extreme. I'm okay as it is, Lily replied, unsure about Alex's plan. No need to doubt, my little assistant. We must look at the bigger picture and strive for greater heights, not stay in one place. As a great man once said, non est terminus, which means, there is no limit to perfection. You must push yourself and become better than your former self, Alex said passionately, his eyes full of determination to put his plan into action. All right, but if you push the training too far, I'll complain to Hestia, Lily agreed, but ended with a threat to tell everything to Hestia. Fair enough. Now, let's start with learning how to reinforce your body with mana. Once you've mastered that, we'll try reinforcing just one part of your body with mana, Alex said, demonstrating and explaining how to strengthen the body with mana. After several attempts, Lily learned how to strengthen her body with mana, but she couldn't sustain it for long due to her limited mana reserves. Alex came up with a solution and gave her a bracelet filled with mana so Lily could train comfortably. Over the next few days, Lily improved her ability to use reinforcement and direct mana to specific body parts. Seeing her progress, Alex concluded that she needed real-world experience. The best solution was to venture into the dungeon so Lily could face monsters and gain practical experience in using her skills. Inside the dungeon. On the first floor of the dungeon stood Alex, Lily, Tiona, and Ace. Tiona and Ace had joined to witness the little assistant's progress. Lily, it's time to gain real experience using the skills you've learned. The simplest way is to battle monsters, Alex said, implying what lay ahead for Lily. Are you saying I have to fight monsters in the dungeon using just these skills? Lily asked, ready to reject the plan and go home. Don't worry, my little assistant. If anything happens, I'll help you. Now, what will you do once you enter the first floor? You'll need to rush to the 5th floor at speed, defeating all the monsters in your way, Alex said, placing a hand on Lily's shoulder and subtly casting a spell to attract monsters. So you want me to push through 5 floors and defeat every monster in my path all on my own? Are you out of your mind? Lily asked, doubting Alex's plan. You can do it, no need to fret. Plus, you have the protective bracelet I gave you. Did you think it only worked as a mana battery? Alex pointed out, indicating the bracelet on Lily's wrist. Well, if you say so, I'll give it a try. But I'm not promising anything, Lily said, preparing herself to begin. Where are you going? First, you need to warm up. Now repeat after me, hey boogie boogie bam bam, let's go body body boom boom, Alex said, starting to sing and move his arms and hips to the beat. Tiona immediately joined in, finding it fun, while Ace became slightly intrigued and began to repeat the chant as well. Lily, however, hesitated, unsure if she should participate while adventurers watched them. Hey, look, it's the crazy rookie, and someone else with him, one of the adventurers remarked, noticing the dancing group. That's the Sword Princess and the Amazon from the Loki Familia, but what are they doing with him? I'm more interested in what they're doing rather than why they're together. Maybe performing some strange ritual. Wait, this lunatic did some weird warm-up on his first day before busting through 10 floors. And since these two are with him, maybe they'll go beyond 10 floors. Who knows, but I want to see this. Inside the dungeon. After finishing their warm-up, Lily began her first speedrun in the dungeon. She ran with such speed that even first-level adventurers were amazed at how a little girl could develop such velocity. As Lily rushed onto the first floor, she heard Alex's voice shouting to her, saying he had cast a monster-attracting spell on her and that with each pause, the spell would strengthen. Upon hearing this, Lily promised herself that once she finished, she would strangle Alex for his jokes. As Lily pushed through the dungeon, Alex, Tiona, and Ace followed behind her to rescue her in case of danger. Spending a lot of time clearing the 5th floor, Lily collapsed on the ground covered in sweat and monster blood, but she was proud of herself. She had accomplished what she couldn't before, and Lily understood that this was the beginning of her path to becoming stronger. "I'll strangle you once I've regained my strength, I promise," Lily said in a heavy tone, lying on the floor of the 5th floor. "Sure, you can try anything you want, but I want to congratulate you on what you've achieved these days of training," Alex said, lying on the floor next to Lily. "You did great, little Lily," Tiona added cheerfully. "Congratulations," Ace simply said. "For your achievement, there should be a reward." "Now let's go replenish our strength," Alex said, recovering alongside Lily. "We also need to start preparing for the war game." "If you want, Lily, you can compete with them, and I'll stand aside," Alex suggested, helping Lily to her feet. "No, I won't fight them." "You better go yourself, and I'll just stand aside," Lily said, already on her feet. "As you wish." "Now let's go eat to regain our strength," Alex said, heading towards the exit from the 5th floor. "You didn't do anything. What strength do you need to regain?" Lily squinted at Alex. "These are all minor details." "Now, let's move forward," Alex said, not giving Lily a chance to reply. Exiting the dungeon, Alex already anticipated how the war game would unfold. To be continued. Chapter 21 War Game or Total Destruction. After Alex's group left the dungeon, they decided to go out for a meal to celebrate Lily's first successful raid. She had achieved what she never dreamed of before. However, there was one detail Alex had forgotten, what Lily had said when she was lying on the dungeon floor, exhausted. "Do you remember what I told you? That when I regained my strength, I would strangle you for what you put me through," Lily said, narrowing her eyes at Alex. "I don't know what you're talking about. Shouldn't you be proud of yourself for what you've accomplished?" Alex asked, having completely forgotten about Lily's threat. "She said she would strangle you when she regained her strength," Ace replied in a flat tone on behalf of Lily, causing Alex's eye to twitch. "That's right, now come here and take your deserved punishment for your jokes," Lily said, jumping on Alex's back and attempting a chokehold. The hugs of a cute girl are always pleasant, even if they are extreme when she's hugging you this way," Alex said, paying no mind to Lily's attempts to strangle him. "Do you even care that I'm trying to strangle you?" Lily asked, hanging on Alex's back. "No, I do care. I'm just enjoying the hug," Alex said, spreading his arms. I'll get you back for this, or better yet, I'll tell Hestia-sama everything you did to me," Lily said, still trying to strangle Alex and threatening to tell Hestia everything. "Lily, you're forcing me to do this," Alex said in a tone that made Lily panic. "Do what?" Lily asked nervously. "Do this. Another silly fact for you, my friends, our eyes always see our nose, but just ignore it. And now that you've heard this, you started noticing your nose. You can no longer ignore it," Alex said, employing his silly fact tactic, causing a short circuit in the minds of Lily, Tiona, and Ace, who started looking at their noses. "What did you do? How do I stop seeing it?" Tiona panicked. "It's just a joke. Over time, you'll start ignoring it again. It's like a habit that makes you overlook small things in your life. The simplest example is when you're in your room, you don't notice things, but the moment something is out of place, it feels like something's wrong. And when you put it back in place, you start ignoring it again because everything is in its place," Alex said, sharing his little wisdom. "It's that simple?" Tiona asked, eliciting nods from Lily and Ace. "Yes, it's that simple. Now let's stop wasting time, we still need to go celebrate Lily's first raid," Alex said, deciding to move forward. Tiona, Ace, and Lily shook their heads at his carelessness and decided to move ahead. As Alex's group left the Babylon area, heading for lunch, a pair of beautiful eyes watched them from the upper floors of Babylon. These eyes, fixated on Alex's silhouette, belonged to the goddess Freya. She continued trying to discern his soul, but each time, she was met with failure. All she saw when attempting to observe his soul was a mist that enveloped him, shielding him from prying eyes. Yet, each time Freya saw this mist, her interest in Alex only grew. She became increasingly convinced that he could dispel her boredom. "My lady, you continue to observe this newcomer. Have you been able to see anything?" asked the man standing behind Freya, her loyal bodyguard. "No, Otter. I still cannot discern his soul, which only makes me more curious about him, Freya said, not taking her eyes off Alex's silhouette. I understand, my lady. Would you like me to investigate him? Otter asked. He was a boar-type zoomorph with a body like a rock, standing over 2 meters tall. He had brown hair, eyes the color of rust, and a pair of boar ears. No need, as it would only push him further away from us. Besides, I believe he will show something interesting during the war game against the Apollo family. I'm still curious how someone like him ended up in Hestia's family, Freya replied, anticipation evident as she absent-mindedly bit her thumbnail. I understand, my lady, Otter replied, never questioning Freya's words, always following her directives. I look forward to the moment when this game begins, to see what Alex will demonstrate during the battle against the Apollo family, Freya said with a slight smile, taking a sip of wine from her glass. Meanwhile, in the Apollo family, another girl woke up from a nightmare, plagued ever since Apollo declared war on the Hestia family. She had been unable to sleep properly as nightmares tormented her, yet each time she woke, she couldn't remember what she had dreamt. This girl was Cassandra Allian. Cassandra was a beautiful young woman with long blue hair and light green eyes, now tired from lack of sleep and constant nightmares. The reason for her nightmares was simple: Cassandra possessed a special gift that allowed her to foresee the future. But today, everything changed. She finally saw the reason behind her nightmares. In her visions, she saw the battle with the Hestia family and realized that her family awaited total destruction. Cassandra decided to summon her only friend, who believed in her power. Her friend's name was Daphne. Finally recalling her dream, Cassandra rushed to Daphne's room to tell her what she had seen. Daphne, wake up. I have something urgent to tell you, Cassandra cried, knocking on her friend's door. What's wrong, Cassandra? Why are you bursting into my room in the middle of the night? Asked a sleepy Daphne, opening the door. Daphne was a beautiful young woman radiating a strong aura. She had medium-length dark red hair and sharp light yellow eyes, her voice strong and assertive, which complemented her appearance and character. Daphne, I finally remembered my dream, Cassandra replied, entering Daphne's room and sitting on her couch. She was still shaking from what she had seen. Are you talking about your visions again? You said you couldn't remember anything since the nightmares started, Daphne said, sitting down next to Cassandra. That vision was my nightmare. And most likely, I couldn't remember it because of what awaits us, Cassandra replied, continuing to tremble from what she had witnessed. And what did you see that's shaking you up so much? Asked Daphne, trying to calm her friend. I saw total destruction and the Demon King who will destroy our family, Cassandra replied, remembering everything that was supposed to happen. Is this Valdegode really that powerful to destroy our entire family? Daphne asked skeptically. He's not just powerful, he's terrifyingly powerful. There's nothing we can do against him, Cassandra replied, resigned to what lay ahead. Then we need to tell the family so we can devise a plan to resist him, Daphne suggested. Do you not remember how the family reacts to my visions? Even if we come up with a plan, we still won't be able to do anything against him. This battle is already lost, and it will depend on our team members how bad things will turn out for us, Cassandra said with a wry smile, recalling the strength she had seen in her dream. So what do we do then? Daphne asked, clearly unsure where her friend was leading. When the battle begins, we simply won't interfere. Maybe the Demon King won't notice us, Cassandra suggested, unaware that the Demon King had long ago taken notice of this duo while gathering information on the Apollo family. So, when the game starts, we'll just stand aside and watch, hoping not to be noticed. Daphne asked doubtfully. That's right. It's the most optimal option in our situation, Cassandra said, getting up from the couch. If that's our plan, where are you going? Daphne asked, seeing her friend stand up and head for the door. I'm going back to sleep because the nightmares won't haunt me anymore. Good night, Cassandra said, leaving the room before Daphne could finish. The day of the war game arrived, marking the passage of time. In Hephaestus' estate, a group consisting of Alex, Hestia, and Lily prepared to set out to confront the Apollo family. Hestia was nervous and couldn't find peace within herself. Despite Alex's confidence in their abilities, she remained anxious. Her unease transferred to Lily, who had been calm up until then but started to worry upon seeing Hestia's state. Meanwhile, Alex sat calmly on a chair, pondering how best to deal with the mutts from the Apollo family. He had spent the past few days lost in these thoughts and had yet to reach a final decision. Seeing her friend's state, Hephaestus attempted to reassure her. Hestia, there's no need to worry. Alex will handle it, Hephaestus said, trying to comfort her. I'm not nervous. Hestia retorted, insisting everything was fine. I can see how shaken you are. You call this not being nervous? Hephaestus continued, pointing out Hestia's condition. I'm just warming up, Hestia continued to deny. Whatever you say, Hestia. Don't forget, I'll be watching Alex and Lily's battle in the arena too. I'll support you if needed, Hephaestus said, soothing Hestia's back to calm her. I'm not worried. I believe Alex will handle all the problems, Hestia said, finally calming down. While Alex observed the nervous Hestia and Lily lost in their thoughts, he didn't notice Tsubaki approaching him. How can I help you, Tsubaki? Alex asked, pulling out of his thoughts. I don't need anything. I just came to give you a gift. During the time your family lived here, we became good friends, so I decided to give you this, Tsubaki replied, handing Alex a haori. It was a black haori with a red spider lily pattern, perfectly matching the black color. Oh, thank you. I've always wanted one but couldn't find the right style. How does it look? Alex asked, putting on the haori and turning to show it to Tsubaki. It suits you very well, Tsubaki said, watching Alex spin around, demonstrating the haori. But how did you know what colors I like? Alex asked, not taking off the haori, deciding he would participate in it. It wasn't difficult. You always wear the same clothes, either black or red. It was easy to guess what colors you like, Tsubaki replied, spreading her arms. Well, I guess I need to expand my wardrobe choices, Alex said, sitting back in his chair. You're quite arrogant, you know, Tsubaki said, watching Alex. It's not arrogance, it's confidence in my abilities. Arrogance is when you have no strength or influence, and all you can do is loudly proclaim your wonder, Alex replied. Well, as you say. You know better, Tsubaki said and fell silent, enjoying Alex's company. Alex nodded and continued to enjoy the taste of cigarette smoke, which he remembered from his old world. He really missed these cancer sticks in this world. While Alex and Tsubaki sat in silence, Hestia noticed Alex and noticed the new haori on him. After looking at him for some time, she raised her index finger, indicating that he was wearing it well. Alex just smiled, seeing that Hestia was no longer worried. Lily, who gradually came to herself, remembered that Alex had never shown all his strength, and she, too, calmed down. Upon arriving at the venue for the game, Hestia's family was greeted and escorted to the main hall where the rules of the game would be explained. The hall was already filled with many gods and their companions who had come to observe the game. Hestia spotted Apollo, who looked arrogant and already certain of his victory. Alex surveyed the hall, nodding to acquaintances in greeting. Casting his gaze towards the Apollo family, he noticed two girls whom he planned to invite into his family, Daphne and Cassandra. Cassandra felt someone's intense gaze and locked eyes with Alex. Startled, she quickly looked away. Daphne noticed her friend's strange behavior and asked what was wrong, but Cassandra only shook her head, indicating there was nothing to worry about. She still remembered the cold eyes from her dreams. I see you have a new member in your family, Hestia. Do you think this changes anything? Your defeat is already predetermined, Apollo said arrogantly. We'll see who loses, Apollo, Hestia replied, ending the conversation and ignoring him. I'm Ganesha. And I will be the judge in this game. Now, let me explain the rules, said the god Ganesha, assuming a peculiar pose. The gods who had seen him before were accustomed to his behavior. Ganesha was a muscular man with long, shaggy, ash-brown hair and wore a red-yellow elephant mask on his face. An orange ribbon crossed his right shoulder and wrapped around his waist. A golden frame around his neck served as decoration, and a leather plate sat on his abdomen. He wore sporty white pants and dark brown knee-high boots. His entire appearance screamed showman. The rules of the game are as follows: the attacking team must capture the city by defeating the enemy captain or capturing the crystal hidden within the city, Ganesha announced loudly. The defending team must protect their crystal until all enemies are defeated, or defeat the enemy captain themselves, which will signify their victory, Ganesha continued. And now, let the war game begin. Ganesha exclaimed, striking his peculiar pose once more. On the battlefield, Alex first summoned a strange stone throne and sat upon it. The throne appeared as though it were cast from gold, with a sword hilt protruding from its top. Seated on the throne, Alex leaned on his fist, cigarette in hand, and began to tap the floor slowly and rhythmically. Lily, remember when I mentioned you'd have a task during the war game? Alex asked, turning his gaze to Lily. Yeah, you said I'd have some task, but you kept silent about it, Lily replied, nodding. Your task is to incapacitate those two and get them out of the danger zone. You'll need to signal when you've done it, Alex said, handing Lily photos of the targets and a signaling rocket. So, you want me to save two beautiful girls so you don't harm them? Lily asked irritably. These two girls are potential future members of our family. After Apollo's family is defeated, they'll likely leave their current family. It's better to recruit potential participants, Alex explained, handing Lily the photos and signaling rocket despite her annoyance. Fine, I'll do as you say. But how do I find them in this fortress? They could be hiding to set a trap, Lily said. Look at this, and you won't have to search for them, Alex replied, showing a projection of the fortress and everyone inside. These two girls are hiding in this location. One is a healer, and the other protects her, so they'll be near each other, making it easier for you to find them, Alex explained, pointing at the projection. Got it. But how do I get into the city? There are huge walls and massive gates I can't climb over, Lily asked skeptically. It's quite simple. I'll throw you in, Alex calmly replied, rising from the throne. You're what? Lily shouted, backing away from Alex and not letting him get closer. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I'll cushion your fall with magic, and to keep you from being noticed, wear this invisibility cloak, Alex said, catching Lily and handing her an invisibility cloak. Let me go. I'm not going on a flight, it's dangerous, Lily screamed, trying to break free from his grip. Don't worry, Lily, everything will be fine. If anything, you can incapacitate them with your stun gun, they're quite resilient. Signal me once you knock them out, Alex said, not allowing her to break free. Now, shut your mouth so you don't bite your tongue, and let's go. Yeet. Alex yelled, launching Lily towards the fortress. All he heard after he sent her flying was her shouting that she hated him. Chuckling to himself, he returned to his throne and awaited Lily's signal. The broadcast venue. In the hall where gods and their companions had gathered to watch the game, all eyes were focused on the massive screen displaying both teams. Initially, the spectators observed the defending team as they strategized and deployed their warriors for battle and crystal protection. When the viewers' attention shifted to another screen, they noticed Alex sitting on his throne, casually smoking a cigarette. They were surprised by the absence of the Hobbit girl and saw only Alex, in a relaxed pose, enjoying the view of the fortress from his throne. Why is he just sitting there doing nothing? And where's his companion? Asked one of the male gods. I don't know where his companion is. I'm more concerned about why he's just sitting there doing nothing, replied another. I wonder where the throne came from, mused a third. If you're so curious, go ask Hestia what her family members are up to, suggested the first god. No, thanks. I don't want to have my family jewels stolen, retorted the third. Tisk, you're a coward afraid to approach, sneered the second. If I'm such a coward, why don't you approach yourself, shot back the first god, looking disdainfully at his friend, who simply looked away. While the male gods argued and tried to understand why Alex was lounging instead of taking action or devising a plan, the goddesses enjoyed his disheveled appearance on the throne. He looks like a true king on that throne. It suits him so well, remarked one goddess, resting her chin on her hand dreamily gazing at Alex. Tisk, Hestia lucked out with this one. I'm envious, sighed another goddess. No need to envy. You could approach Hestia and ask her to introduce you, suggested a third. I don't want to approach her yet. Sure, he looks cool sitting on the throne, but what's he waiting for, pondered the second goddess. He's waiting for the signal, elegantly stated Freya, who had been observing Alex from the start and saw everything he did. What signal is he waiting for, Freya? Inquired another goddess. This one, Freya replied, pointing to the screen where a red flash appeared over the fortress. And now he's starting to make his move, she continued, her eyes full of anticipation. She was curious to see what Alex would show in this battle. Returning to Alex. After launching Lily towards the fortress, Alex settled back onto his throne, awaiting the signal from Lily indicating she had retrieved the two girls. Time passed swiftly, and soon Lily fired a signal rocket into the sky, signaling her mission accomplished. The time has come, said Alex, rising from his throne and stowing it away into his subspace. Gathering his strength, Alex made a powerful leap towards the fortress, leaving a trail of destruction behind him. Landing at the center of the fortress, his impact demolished nearby structures, creating a shockwave. Surveying the wreckage caused by his fall, Alex decided to give Apollo's family a chance to regroup and come to him for battle. After waiting for a while, Alex saw the remaining members of Apollo's family beginning to arrive, preparing to confront him. I see you finally decided to come out instead of hiding like rats, Alex remarked, lighting another cigarette. And why so silent now? You were so arrogant when you met my family. What's changed? You shouldn't have come here alone, said Hyacinth Cleo, a member of Apollo's family, wondering where Daphne and Cassandra were. Arrogant or not, we'll find out soon enough. And you'll understand that Apollo's family is strong. After we win, your goddess will become a plaything for my god, arrogantly shouted Hyacinth Cleo. Why did you even need to say that? I just wanted to beat you up a bit and let you go, but now you'll suffer, said Alex, whose eyes became empty, releasing some of his power. And you'll pay for your words. You'd better start running because nothing will save you, neither your god nor anyone else in this world will be able to protect you. A powerful surge of mana burst from Alex, creating another shockwave that threw Apollo's family members further back. Now, you mongrels, start running because this is your last chance in life, Alex said as mana began to erupt from his body like a powerful flame. After Alex released some of his power, throwing Apollo's family members further back, mana's surge created more destruction. Alex stopped waiting for them to regain their composure and began attacking to destroy their bodies to cause maximum pain and make them lose their desire to become adventurers. He wanted to destroy them not only physically but also morally. First, he attacked the elf who was the squad commander. Alex struck with such force that all the bones in the elf's body shattered, sending him flying like a rag doll in the wind. The next target was a hobbit, a member of Apollo's family. Alex couldn't care less about their names, histories, or anything related to them. He simply wanted to destroy them to set an example of what happens to those who cross his family. After dealing with all the members of Apollo's family, only Hyacinth remained, the one who had been shouting the loudest before the battle began, now standing there, sweating profusely. "Do you have anything to say before I start beating you until you lose the will to live?" said Alex, his eyes remaining empty as he stared at Hyacinth. "Even if you beat me to death, I won't admit defeat." "The Apollo family does not admit defeat even in death," shouted Hyacinth, holding on to the last shreds of his dignity. "So you say you won't admit defeat even when you're dead?" asked Alex. Hyacinth nodded, indicating he would fight to the bitter end. "I can respect your determination, but here's the catch. Who said you'll be able to die in this situation?" said Alex. Hyacinth didn't understand where Alex was going until he saw the approaching fist, and then everything went dark. Until the very last moment, he didn't realize that Alex had simply smashed his head with a fist. "Now, Ingle," said Alex, using a resurrection spell on Hyacinth. "What just happened?" said Hyacinth, looking around bewildered, not understanding what had occurred. He clearly remembered the fist, and then darkness. "I resurrected you, and now you will experience countless deaths for your words," said Alex, approaching Hyacinth. "That's impossible." "There's no such spell," screamed Hyacinth, trying to crawl away from Alex, who advanced step by step. "I can resurrect anyone within 3 seconds of their death." "I call it the 3-second rule," said Alex, snapping his fingers in front of Hyacinth's face, triggering yet another death for this fool. This continued until Hyacinth could no longer bear the constant deaths. He knelt there, praying for mercy. His words were difficult to make out. Hyacinth wanted the suffering to end. He was no longer so arrogant, even forgetting about his god Apollo. All he wanted was for it to stop. He feared this cycle of constant death and resurrection. In the broadcasting hall, everyone watched as Alex landed in the center of the fortress and waited for the members of the Apollo family to arrive and attack. Everyone held their breath, anticipating Alex's next move. But what they saw exceeded all expectations. Alex stood there with a faint smile, silently observing the members of the Apollo family. After the conversation began, everyone thought a battle would ensue, but what they witnessed next shook them to the core. Alex's face, once smiling, turned grim, and his eyes, once kind, became empty. Those who knew Alex couldn't believe it was him. Then, a powerful mana burst forth from him, creating a shockwave that stunned everyone. But what they saw next frightened them even more. The brutality with which Alex dealt with the members of the Apollo family terrified everyone in the hall. Only a few spectators continued to watch, unable to look away, until Alex was left alone with Hyacinth. What followed next was even more terrifying. The cruelty with which he killed Hyacinth frightened even the staunchest gods. Some feared this Alex, while others watched with keen interest, eager to uncover more of his secrets. To be continued. Chapter 22, Demon King and Assault on the God. Battlefield. Let's go back a bit, to the moment before Alex launched Lily towards the fortress to prevent the 2 members of Apollo's family from interfering in the battle. Lily didn't know that these 2 girls never intended to interfere and had stayed aside with the plan that a strong fighter should protect the healer, so that if necessary, the healer could tend to the wounded allies. After Lily landed gently inside the fortress, she looked around and threw on her cloak. "When this battle is over, I'll definitely strangle him. Even if I can't strangle him, I'll find a way to make his life miserable. But for now, I need to find these girls," Lily thought as she put on the cloak to avoid being seen. Lily quietly made her way to her target, who was hiding in one of the houses away from the center. As she approached the house, she heard their conversation and decided to eavesdrop. "Cassandra, are you sure we can avoid the battle here?" Daphne asked, looking at her friend. "Yes, this is the farthest place from the center of the fortress. He won't reach us here if everything goes wrong like in my vision," Cassandra replied, unaware that a small hobbit was watching them. What kind of vision did this girl have that made her so worried? Lily thought as she quietly crept closer to the 2 girls. "What did you see in your visions that has you so concerned? You haven't explained anything properly, only talked about total destruction. Cassandra, why are you silent and saying nothing?" Daphne asked, turning to see her friend unconscious with a small girl from Hestia's family standing over her. Before Daphne could react, Lily had already knocked her out with a taser. "Now I've taken them out." This blue-haired girl said this was the safest place in the fortress, Lily thought as she fired the signal flare out the window to indicate that the plan was completed. Lily laid the girls down carefully so they wouldn't be sprawled on the floor like trash. She felt proud of herself for accomplishing the task but was still annoyed with Alex for throwing her towards the fortress. While Lily was lost in her thoughts, she felt the first impact, realizing Alex had arrived at the fortress. Then she felt a second, much stronger impact that nearly knocked her off her feet. What was that? Lily exclaimed aloud, clutching onto the table to steady herself. It's the awakening of the Demon King, a female voice behind Lily said. What does that mean? And why did you recover so quickly? Lily asked, turning to Cassandra. That's what it means. Members of my family said something to Voldemort, and he became enraged. If you don't stop him, things will get much worse, Cassandra replied, healing Daphne. What did they say to him that made him so angry? Lily asked, still trying to grasp the situation. I don't know what they said to him. In my visions, I only saw his cold eyes and how he attacked Apollo, Cassandra answered, helping Daphne to her feet. Can we do something? Daphne asked, now more composed. We can't do anything. It all depends on this girl or their family goddess. If we interfere, we'll only get hurt, Cassandra replied, preventing Daphne from making a reckless move. Listen, girl, Cassandra began, but was interrupted. My name is Lily Ruka, not girl, Lily interjected. There's no time for names right now. Listen carefully, Lily Ruka, you need to go there and try to make Voldemort come to his senses and stop, Cassandra said, outlining her plan. So, I have to go there and stop Alex from causing something worse. Lily clarified, to which Cassandra nodded. Lily understood the seriousness of the situation just by looking at Cassandra's face, and she ran towards where Alex was. However, when she arrived at the battlefield, what she saw deeply shook her. Bodies of Apollo's family members were scattered around, all covered in blood. It was unclear if they were alive. In the center stood Alex, with eyes she had never seen before. She remembered his warm gaze, always filled with kindness, and his smile that expressed care. But now, this was a completely different Alex. His eyes were cold, his face devoid of smile, instead scowling. He stood there, staring at a person kneeling before him, pleading for mercy. Lily didn't know what to do. She didn't like this version of Alex. She wanted to bring back the old Alex, the one who always smiled and joked with his silly jokes. She wanted to bring back the Alex she met in the dungeon, the one who helped her vent her anger on a group of adventurers who abandoned her, and on members of Soma's family who bullied her. She wanted to bring back the Alex who wanted to make her into the one-strike girl. Lily no longer hesitated and ran towards Alex. She wanted to save him just like he had saved her. She wanted to rescue him from the darkness he was descending into. The broadcast room. The entire room held its breath as Alex appeared at the center of the fortress, ready to commence battle. Everyone eagerly awaited his next move. Hephaestus, look, it's Alex. He's about to fight and show these gods and everyone else what a strong family I have, Hestia exclaimed, bouncing on the spot. He looked so cool on the throne, and when he landed and destroyed everything around, he looked even cooler, Hestia continued boasting, to which Hephaestus shook her head. Hephaestus, something's wrong with Alex. Why are his eyes like that? What's happening, Hephaestus? Hestia asked, noticing changes in Alex, puzzled by why the usually smiling Alex had become like this. Don't look, Hestia. Hephaestus shouted, covering Hestia's eyes to shield her from seeing what was happening on screen. Hephaestus, why did you cover my eyes? I need to see what's happening to Alex, Hestia cried out, trying to remove Hephaestus's hand from her eyes. It's better for you not to see what's happening, Hestia. It's for the best, Hephaestus said, refusing to let Hestia look at the screen. What angered you so much, Alex, to make you like this? Hephaestus wondered, watching Alex as he dealt with members of Apollo's family. I hope you can return to how you were after all this. I don't want to see you like this. I'll try to prevent Hestia from seeing what you've done, so I pray you return to your former self, Hephaestus silently prayed to herself. The Loki family. There he goes, finally making his move. I'm tired of waiting. Loki exclaimed, banging her glass on the table. I can't wait to see him fight. Maybe he'll use another secret technique. Tiona said excitedly. Or maybe a new magic spell no one has seen before, added Lafia, who had befriended Alex ever since he started teaching her magic. I think he's just going to beat them up, Bet chimed in. After a few defeats, he had calmed down and now regarded Alex as an equal. I'm curious to see what he'll show, Ace said monotonously, nodding her head. But noticing the changes in Alex, her eyes widened. Something happened, but I don't like how he looks right now, Ace remarked, noticing Alex's state. They must have said something to him that really got him riled up, Loki said seriously, opening her eyes wide as she observed Alex. His cold eyes were unsettling to her. I hope he returns to his old self. I don't like this Alex, he's frightening, Tiona said, losing her cheerful demeanor. If he had been like this from the start, he wouldn't have just hit Bet, he would have done something worse, Finn remarked, watching Alex closely. I have to help him. Ace exclaimed, attempting to leave to get onto the arena. Don't let her interfere. Loki shouted to the other family members, urging them to stop Ace. I have to help him. Ace continued to insist, struggling to break free from the grip of other family members. Ace, you shouldn't interfere. You'll only make things worse, Loki said firmly, keeping her eyes on Ace, who was still trying to break free. You're causing a lot of trouble, Alex. You'd better return to your old self. I liked you better when you could joke around with me, not this person with eyes as cold as ice, Loki thought to herself, continuing to watch the screen. The Freya family. And so it begins. Show me something new, something amazing that I haven't seen before, Freya thought, watching Alex leap into the fortress. My lady, there's something wrong with him, Otter said, standing behind Freya. I see. He's completely different now. Either he's real or he's terribly angry, Freya replied, not taking her eyes off the screen. I can feel his power even from here, Otter said, watching the screen intently. And what do you feel, looking at his power? Freya asked. He's strong, very strong. I've never encountered such power before, Otter answered. And how do you know this? Freya asked, still not looking at Otter. I can't explain it, my lady. I just feel that if I were to try to fight him in this state, I would surely die, Otter honestly replied. I see. But I don't like how he looks right now. He doesn't shine like before, he looks more like darkness, Freya said, watching Alex through the screen. His new appearance is intriguing. He resembles the Demon King, but I don't like this version, Freya continued. I hope Hestia can bring him back to his old self, or else I'll have to live a dull life again. And I won't be able to discover or see anything new, Freya thought, staring at the screen. Battlefield. Returning to Alex, who at this moment looked at the pitiful semblance of a former adventurer groveling at his feet, pleading for mercy or death. This wretched man continued to beg to end his torment, he could no longer endure all these deaths. In a short time, he had experienced many ways to die, and although he wished to end it himself, he knew that the monster looking down on him would not allow him to die. Every time his eyes met Alex's cold, rainbow-colored eyes, he flinched and tried to escape, but no matter how hard he tried, he always returned to the same place and died again. Realizing that running was futile, all he could do was pray for forgiveness. Have you finished your whining? Alex asked in a cold voice that caused such a dreadful sensation that those who heard it flinched. Please, forgive me, I won't say anything more. I'll leave Orario and never appear before your eyes again. Just let me go, please, Hyacinth begged, kneeling before Alex. This should have been done before you sent your men to provoke me on Apollo's orders. You should have just crawled into a hole and stayed there like a rat, not sticking your head out, Alex said. You shouldn't have listened to your stupid god, you shouldn't have joined his family, you shouldn't have been so arrogant knowing you had such little power, Alex continued. Yes, I'm guilty, forgive me. It's all my fault, I'm guilty, Hyacinth began to say. But your biggest fault is that you allowed yourself to say such things about Hestia. Hestia is the kindest goddess I've met, but you creatures decided you could say such things about her, Alex said, grabbing Hyacinth by the head. It's all Apollo, it's him. He told me what he would do to Hestia when we win. He also told everything he did while in the mortal world, Hyacinth began to say, grabbing Alex's hand, trying to loosen his grip on his head. And why would a god tell some scum like you about his deeds? Alex asked, and his grip on Hyacinth's head only tightened, so that there was a crunch. He himself boasted about it before the battle when he was drunk. I was just nearby, Hyacinth quickly said, not letting Alex crush his head. Depending on your answer, you will either continue to suffer or find freedom. It's up to you how you finish, Alex said, giving Hyacinth a chance to speak. But what Alex heard from Hyacinth only fueled his anger even more. He was already ready to return and kill Apollo in the cruelest way possible and everyone who stood in his way to his goal. After hearing everything, Alex could no longer restrain his anger. He delivered another blow to Hyacinth, smashing all his bones to somehow quench his rage. Alex was already ready to break loose and go kill Apollo when someone interrupted him. Alex, stop. This isn't like you. Lily cried out, running towards Alex to prevent him from doing something he might regret. Please, stop, you can't do this, Lily said, rushing up and embracing Alex, not letting him move away. Lily, let me go. I have to kill that worthless god, Alex said in a cold tone, trying to gently push Lily aside. Alex, you're truly kind, so please, return to your old self, Lily said, already in tears, trying to stop Alex. Lily, if I don't solve this problem now, that bastard will continue causing trouble. Eventually, some innocent person or even a child will suffer, Alex said, looking at Lily's tear-filled eyes. Alex, after victory, Hestia might change her stance so Apollo returns to the realm of gods and doesn't descend again, Lily shouted, pleading with Alex to stop. What makes you think he'll follow that stance? What makes you think he'll agree at all? These gods are tired of the heavens and have come down to the mortal world for fun. They consider others their playthings. Remember the Soma family who bullied you. It's better to solve future problems now than let a potential enemy live, Alex said in a cold tone. Alex, let Hestia decide this. Please, stop, Lily cried, holding on to Alex. Sigh, fine, Lily, I'll let Hestia decide, Alex replied, looking into Lily's tearful eyes and remembering the last time he was so angry. But if that worthless god doesn't want to return to the heavens, I'll kill him as soon as he leaves Orario, Alex thought, his eyes turning cold again. Do you promise me? Lily asked, raising her eyes to Alex and looking straight into his gaze. I promise you, Alex replied, looking into Lily's eyes. Hey, you two, stop hiding, come out, Alex called towards one of the destroyed houses. You two will come with us, and it's better if you keep quiet. I'm not in the mood right now, Alex said, looking at the two girls who emerged. Hearing his threat, they quickly nodded, indicating they understood. Let's go then, Lily. Let Hestia decide, Alex said, knowing Apollo would still cause trouble regardless. Broadcast room. As soon as Alex returned to the broadcast room, everyone who was watching the transmission fell silent and turned to look at him. No one here had ever seen such brutality. Gods who had been joking before stood silently, goddesses who had admired Alex now hesitated to meet his gaze. Hephaestus, who had been shielding Hestia's eyes, sighed upon seeing Alex revert to his former self and opened Hestia's eyes, who was already starting to grow angry at Hephaestus for not letting her watch the transmission. But there was one idiot in the room who believed that his status as a god could protect him. How dare you act like this with my children, mortal? Apollo shouted, pointing a finger at Alex. Do you realize what you've done? Your actions demand punishment. Apollo continued yelling, and Alex's eyes turned cold once more. You will be punished for your cruelty. Apollo didn't finish his sentence before Alex grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. You pitiful bastard, still yelling. Do you not think I dare to kill you? Alex asked in a cold tone, holding Apollo by the neck. How dare you threaten me, mortal? I am a god. Apollo shouted, trying to break free from Alex's grip. Just because you're a god doesn't mean I won't dare to kill you. Alex said, squeezing Apollo's neck tighter. Alex Cohen, please stop. Hestia cried out, running over and embracing Alex, preventing him from committing a crime. Hestia, step aside. He thinks because he's a god, he's all-powerful and no one dares to touch him. I'll show him just how wrong he is, Alex said, squeezing Apollo's neck even harder. Alex Cohen, please listen to me and let him go, Hestia pleaded, calming Alex down. Hestia, I'll let him go only if instead of leaving Orario, he must return to the heavens and never come down again, Alex replied, continuing to hold on to Apollo. As Alex held Apollo by the neck, everyone witnessing the situation was in shock. None of the gods could believe that a mortal would dare to attack a god. Hephaestus was deeply concerned about the unfolding events before her eyes. Loki, who always smiled, was very serious because the situation was spiraling out of control. Freya was astonished, she hadn't expected Alex to dare to attack a god. Everyone watched to see how this situation would unfold, and only one god, standing in the corner, watched with a mischievous smile in his black eyes, like the night. This entire situation continued until the chief god Uranus intervened. Hestia, ask your child to release Apollo, and then we can talk. There's no need to escalate the situation, Uranus spoke up. I won't release him until he agrees to return to the realm of the gods and stay there forever, or I will send him there myself, Alex refused, still holding Apollo by the neck. Apollo still couldn't understand why he couldn't use his power. The answer was simple, Alex was destroying the power Apollo was trying to apply. Do you want to change the terms of the deal made by the gods? You're quite bold for a mortal, Uranus said, looking at Alex. Bold or not, you can check. I'll say it again, Apollo must go to the realm of the gods and stay there forever, Alex replied. Alex Cohen, stop it. This is Uranus, the chief god, Hestia said, trying to prevent another mistake by Alex. And why should we change the terms of the deal just because you asked? Uranus asked calmly. Then we can talk alone, and I'll tell you why I want to change the terms of the deal, Alex suggested. All right, follow me, Uranus said, leading Alex and Hestia. Apollo didn't need to be called, Alex was dragging him by force, whether he wanted to or not. And what do you want to tell me that could change my mind to change the stake agreed upon by both gods? Uranus asked, standing in an empty room. Look at this, and you'll understand why I decided to change the terms of the deal, Alex said, showing the projection of what Hyacinth had told him. So that's it, Uranus said, silently looking at Apollo. How dare you treat mortals like this? We were supposed to protect them, not treat them like this. I support Alex in changing the terms of the deal, Hestia said angrily. Uranus thought for a while and then replied, I accept the request to change the terms of the deal, when he had the paper on which Hestia and Apollo had signed. Changing the terms of the deal, the contract came into force, and now after Apollo's defeat, he had to return to heaven and never descend again. If that's all, you can release Apollo now. We'll deal with him ourselves, Urun said, asking Alex to loosen his grip. If I find out that you've gone anywhere other than the realm of the gods, I'll find you and kill you. And don't think you'll return to heaven after your death. I'll destroy your essence itself so you can't even regenerate, Alex whispered in Apollo's ear, letting him go. At that moment, Apollo was scared because in Alex's eyes he saw his inevitable death, not just death, but complete erasure from existence. Apollo realized that if he didn't escape to heaven, he would be destroyed with no chance of regeneration. Returning to the hall, everyone focused on Alex, whose eyes were already calm, and on Hestia, who was very angry. Everyone wanted to ask what they had talked about, but they were afraid to approach. I think it's time for us to go home, Hestia, Alex said, putting his hand on the head of the angry goddess. I think it's time to go home, Alex Kuin, Hestia replied, feeling his touch, which brought her relief. His hands were still warm. Lily, we're going home. Come here, Alex said, calling Lily. Well, time to go home, Alex said, completely ignoring everyone around him. Hestia murmured and hugged Alex tightly. All right, Lily replied, holding onto the edge of Alex's haori. Then let's go home, Alex said, using teleportation magic. To be continued. Chapter 23, How to Kidnap New Members, or rather, How to Invite Them. After Uranus invited Alex and Hestia into a separate room, everyone fell silent, trying to understand what had just happened. Initially, it all began as an ordinary war game, but then events took an unexpected turn. Alexander Valdiogod, a member of the Hestia Familia, attacked the Apollo Familia and dealt with them brutally. Those watching the screen couldn't comprehend what had provoked him so. Events unfolded so quickly that the spectators couldn't keep up. After the battle ended, Alex returned and attacked Apollo. The chief god Uranus attempted to stop him but instead invited him into a separate room for discussions. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Everyone began to speculate about what would happen next. What do you think Uranus will do with that child? One god asked. I think he will severely punish him for attacking a god, said another. He must punish him. If Uranus doesn't, others might start attacking gods too, another god interjected. I think it's more serious than we think. If Hestia's child attacked just like that, Uranus would have stopped him immediately and not waited, said the first god. What do you mean? Asked the third. Uranus is the wisest and oldest god among us. That means he noticed something that others didn't, replied the first. While the male gods argued about what would happen to Alex for attacking a god, his friends were discussing and worrying about Alex, who was in the same room with Uranus. Hephaestus, what do you think Uranus will do to Alex for attacking a god? Loki asked, approaching Hephaestus' table. I don't know. Mortals haven't attacked gods in a long time, so it's unclear what the punishment will be, Hephaestus replied, shaking her head. If necessary, I will try to help Alex, just as he once helped me, Hephaestus continued, touching the patch on her eye. What did he do to help you that made you decide to intervene on his behalf? Loki asked, to which Hephaestus shook her head, indicating that she couldn't answer for now. I don't think Uranus will punish Alex for his attack on Apollo, came an elegant voice from behind the duo. What are you doing here, Freya? I don't recall anyone inviting you, Loki said, frowning at Freya. I just came to chat. It's boring standing alone while all this is happening, so I approached those I know better, Freya said, walking to the table. I don't remember us being that close. And what do you mean Alex won't be punished? Loki asked. I mean he won't be punished, but Apollo most likely will be, Freya, who was already sitting at the table, said. Can you answer clearly instead of speaking in riddles? Hephaestus said, losing patience. She never liked Freya. Apollo has done many things and will soon be punished for his actions. Alex's attack on Apollo just accelerated this process, Freya said, holding a glass of wine. So, you knew what Apollo did and kept it a secret? Hephaestus asked, to which Freya shook her head. I only heard rumors and nothing more, Freya replied. Before Hephaestus could continue questioning Freya about Apollo's actions, Alex, now calm, and Hestia, extremely angry, emerged from the room. The gods who knew Hestia were surprised that such a small goddess could be so angry. Everyone in the hall became even more curious about what was discussed in the room, but no one dared to approach Hestia, let alone Alex. Alex's acquaintances wanted to approach and ask him what had happened, but they didn't have the chance as Alex took Lily and Hestia and teleported away. Everyone was surprised by such magic but didn't have time to react as Uranus and a very pale Apollo, whose eyes had lost all light and who was trembling as if he could fall at any moment, walked out. Everyone couldn't understand why the previously arrogant Apollo had become like this, but their thoughts were interrupted by Uranus's words. After discussing with the Hestia Familia, it has been decided to change the stakes of this game, and Apollo will be permanently sent to the world of the gods and remain there without the possibility of descending, Uranus said, making it clear that this decision was final. Everything that happened today in the war game must remain in this hall. Anyone who spreads this information will be punished, Uranus continued. This concludes the war game between the Hestia and Apollo Familius. You may disperse, Uranus said, taking Apollo with him. Everyone in the hall was at a loss to understand what had just happened and why Apollo looked so defeated. He was simply being sent to the realm of the gods, but he looked as if he had experienced something terrible. A god hiding in the corner frowned at the failure of his plan and left the hall unnoticed, as everyone was busy discussing the situation. So, this situation was resolved just like that. I didn't notice Uranus being angry or reacting in any way after Alex attacked Apollo. He looked rather calm, as if he expected this, Hephaestus said. Uranus is the oldest and wisest god among us, and he sees and understands more than meets the eye, Freya said, sipping her wine and glancing around the hall. It doesn't matter anymore, the situation is resolved, which means Alex is safe, Loki said, standing up from the table. And where are you going? Hephaestus asked Loki, who was leaving. I'm going to gather my children and head to Alex for answers. Uranus said not to spread this information to those in this hall, but he didn't say anything about Alex, Loki replied with a smile, clearly eager to know what had happened in that room. Do you even know where Alex, Hestia, and Lily went after they disappeared? Hephaestus asked. They most likely returned to your home, Hephaestus. So, I'll gather my children and head there, Loki said, heading toward her familia. Sigh, as you wish, Loki. Let's go, Tsubaki, we'll return home too. Maybe we'll find Alex and the others there, Hephaestus said, standing up from the table. Can I come with you? Freya asked, looking at the two goddesses. No. Hephaestus and Loki said simultaneously, to which Freya just smiled and shook her head, also standing up. Hephaestus home. After Alex, Hestia, and Lily returned home, they simply sat in the main hall in silence, saying nothing. Hestia continued to hug Alex, thinking he was still angry and trying to calm him down this way. Lily sat on the other side, lost in her thoughts, recalling how Alex had been when he was angry. Seeing their state, Alex decided to pat their heads to help them relax and feel reassured. After sitting in silence for a bit, Alex decided to break it. Why are you sitting with such sour faces? Alex asked, looking at the two silent girls. What did you just say? Hestia yelled, who had just calmed down. Do you even understand what you did? I didn't do anything special, just attacked a pathetic imitation of a god, Alex replied, spreading his arms. Hestia's eye began to twitch at his words. Just attacked a god. Are you kidding me? Do you understand how many problems you've created? Hestia screamed, trying to attack Alex, waving her arms. Hestia, calm down, there won't be any problems. Uranus will probably take care of all these issues and prevent it from spreading, Alex said, holding Hestia by the head to keep her from attacking him. What do you mean Uranus will handle everything? How can a god who created these rules solve it? Hestia continued her attempts to attack Alex. I mean just that. Since he created them, he can break them. And he probably knew what Apollo was up to, Alex said, continuing to restrain Hestia. What do you mean he knew what Apollo was doing? Then why didn't he intervene earlier? Hestia asked, beginning to calm down. Uranus couldn't resolve it earlier because circumstances likely didn't allow it, Alex said. What circumstances? Hestia asked. Lily, who was lost in her thoughts, snapped out of it and started listening to the conversation, as she was also curious. I have a couple of hypotheses, but I'm not sure if they're correct. The first possibility is that he knew what Apollo was doing but didn't have any proof, Alex said. And the second? Lily asked, nodding at Alex's words. The second possibility is that Uranus is limited in his ability to act. You've noticed that gods can freely travel in the mortal world, right? Alex asked, to which Hestia nodded. That means Uranus is tied to this place, specifically to the dungeon, and can't take action without preparation. What do you mean Uranus is tied to the dungeon? Hestia asked, not understanding what Alex was getting at. Literally. Uranus is restricted in his freedom of action, he literally limits the dungeon by binding himself to it, Alex said, seeing that Hestia still didn't understand. Hestia, listen carefully. If Uranus didn't restrict the dungeon, monsters would be constantly escaping from it. The monsters that live on the lower floors would have long since roamed the world, causing chaos. Are you saying that as long as Uranus restrains the dungeon, everything will be fine? Hestia asked skeptically. Sort of. When gods descend to the mortal world, they limit themselves to live among people using arcanum, and in turn, Uranus uses the dungeon to restrain his power and vice versa. In other words, without Uranus, things would be bad, Alex concluded, to which Hestia nodded, indicating that she understood. All right, I still have some things to finish, and then we can go to sleep, Alex said, getting up from the couch. Are you going to kill Apollo? Hestia screamed, thinking that Alex went to finish what he started, which alarmed even Lily. What are you talking about, silly? Alex said, knocking Hestia on the forehead. I'm going to recruit new family members. All right, I'll be back soon, Alex said, using teleportation. In a random inn. In one of the inns of Orario, where adventurers stay, two girls sat, finally able to catch their breath and calm down, realizing they had avoided a terrible fate. Once they calmed down, they decided to talk about what to do next. Cassandra, are you sure we're no longer in danger? Daphne asked, still remembering those cold eyes that looked at her. Yes, Daphne, everything has been resolved, and the Demon King won't be pursuing us since we weren't at fault in this situation, Cassandra replied, holding her favorite pillow in her hands. If we're not in danger, what are we going to do next? Daphne asked. First, we'll sleep, and then we'll look for a new family to join, Cassandra said, already preparing for bed. Then why not join the Hestia Familia? Another voice in the room asked. I don't want to join the Hestia Familia because the Demon King is there, Cassandra replied without thinking, not noticing the new voice in the room. Demon King, you say? No one's ever called me that before, the voice said. You, what are you doing here? Cassandra said fearfully, realizing there was someone else in the room. Did you come to finish what you started? Did you come to eliminate the remaining members of the Apollo Familia? But we're no longer members of the Apollo Familia. Daphne said, grabbing her sword. No need for aggression. I'm here to kidnap you two into the Hestia Familia. Or rather, to invite you, Alex said, stepping out from the dark corner. Why should we believe you? And did you just say, kidnap? Daphne said, holding her weapon at the ready and shielding Cassandra. If I wanted to harm you, I would have done it long ago and wouldn't have waited for you to talk and get ready for bed, Alex replied, walking over to a chair and sitting down. Can we refuse? Cassandra asked quietly, still afraid of Alex. Well, that's a complicated question, Alex said, looking at Cassandra with a smile. What does that mean? Daphne asked loudly. No need to shout, you'll wake the neighbors. It means that I am kidnapping you, and you have no choice, Alex said, making it clear they had no option, causing their faces to sour. Since the matter is settled, we're off to the Hestia Familia, Alex said, not giving the girls a chance to react, and use teleportation. Wait. Daphne managed to shout before the light enveloped her. Hephaestus Mansion. After Alex went off to recruit new members, Hestia and Lily sat on the couch, full of confusion. He had been all grumpy and angry before, and now he went off to kidnap some girls to join the Hestia Familia. Hestia still didn't understand what was happening. Today's events were piling up one after another, and she couldn't keep up. While Hestia and Lily were deep in thought, Hephaestus returned home, bringing the Loki group with her. Shorty, where's Alex? Loki shouted, not giving Hephaestus a chance to speak. What are you doing here, Loki? You're not welcome, Hestia said as soon as she saw Loki. I thought we had become friends by now. How can you treat me like this, Hestia? Loki said, ignoring Hestia's tone. I'll ask again, why are you here, Loki? Hestia said in a harsh tone, clearly not in the mood for jokes. I'm here, like everyone else, concerned about Alex, that's why I came, Loki said, eliciting nods from the group. Alex isn't here right now. He left, Hestia made it clear that Alex was not at home. Where did he go then? Hestia, why are you silent? Hephaestus asked, then noticed the crooked smile on Hestia's face. He went to recruit new family members, Hestia said with a crooked smile. He went where? Hephaestus and Loki said simultaneously. He said he went to recruit new members for the family, whatever that means, Hestia repeated in a weary tone. This day had been too stressful for her. Where did he go? Hephaestus asked worriedly. I think he went to recruit two girls who were in the Apollo Familia, Lily said quietly, drawing the others' attention. Maybe he went to finish what he started. Loki said, stroking her chin. No, I don't think so. After he came home, he was already calm and smiling like before, Hestia said, shaking her head. Just as Hephaestus was about to speak, a bright light appeared in the room, drawing everyone's attention. After Alex had kindly invited the two new members into his family, he immediately teleported to Hephaestus' mansion so Hestia could accept them into the family right away. Returning to the main hall, Alex noticed that instead of just Hestia and Lily, the hall was filled with people who were now looking at him. Not understanding what was happening, Alex decided to just go with the flow. Hey, how's it going? What brings you all here? Alex asked, raising his hand in greeting. What do you mean, what brings us here? I live here, you know, Hephaestus said irritably, feeling relieved as Alex returned to his usual goofy self. Who are these girls, Alex? Loki asked with a smile, seeing that he was still the same. I kidnapped them. I mean, I invited them to join the Hestia Familia, Alex said, correcting himself again. You kidnapped these two girls to join the Hestia Familia? Hephaestus asked, putting her hand on her forehead. I said invited, not kidnapped, they're two different things, Alex said, spreading his arms, causing everyone in the room to twitch an eye. If you didn't kidnap us, then why did you bring us here by force? Daphne asked, not believing this absurd situation. First of all, I made you an offer to join, and you went silent, so I took that silence as agreement, Alex said with innocent eyes, causing Daphne's teeth to grind. Alright, now to the important stuff. Loki, why are you here, and why did you bring Ace and Tiona with you? Alex asked, looking at the girls next to Loki. Well, we were worried about you, so we came, Tiona answered for the others. Oh, you're so sweet, you didn't have to do that, but I'm very flattered, Alex said, starting to act silly, causing the group's mouths to twitch. We were worried about you, and you start acting silly. I'm going to strangle you. Loki shouted, starting to attack Alex. Oh, help, I'm being murdered, Alex yelled, running away from Loki with a laugh. Loki, if you don't stop, I'll use my secret weapon, Alex said, stopping Loki. Yeah. And what will you do to me? Loki asked with a smile, looking for an opportunity to attack. You made me do this. We constantly have to apply force to keep our lower jaw aligned with the upper one, Alex said, causing everyone's jaws to drop at this information. You scoundrel, I haven't recovered from your previous facts, and now you drop another one. Now I'm definitely going to strangle you, Loki screamed, starting the attack again. Loki continued to chase Alex, who ran away from her with laughter, bringing joyful smiles to the group's faces. Daphne and Cassandra saw that the so-called Demon King was completely different from the person they saw on the battlefield. It was like two completely different people. Seeing everyone watching the situation with smiles, they thought it might not be so bad to join this family. To be continued. Chapter 24, Why You Shouldn't Call Loki. Hephaestus Manor. After Alex started running away from Loki with a laugh, lifting everyone's spirits after everything that had happened that evening, he decided to move on to the main task, introducing the new members of the Hestia Familia. Alright, Loki, that's enough attacking. I need to introduce our guests, Alex said, stopping Loki by holding her head at arm's length. Do you think I'm a child? Loki yelled, trying to reach Alex. Hestia, let me introduce you to two potential members of the family, Alex continued, ignoring Loki who was trying to break free. This red-haired girl who looks like a tomboy is Daphne Loros, former deputy captain of the Apollo Familia. She's level 2, Alex introduced, to which Daphne scowled. This timid girl with blue hair is Cassandra Ilion, former healer of the Apollo Familia. She's also level 2, Alex introduced, to which Cassandra shyly waved her hand. And since they had nowhere else to go, I decided to invite them to our family. They can help Lily in the dungeon while I'm busy with other matters, Alex said, making everyone roll their eyes. So you just want to slack off, is that it? Loki said, finally breaking free from Alex's grasp. I'm not slacking off. Firstly, I'm still training your family and Lily. Secondly, these two will join the training in the future because they're weak. I don't want to constantly run to their aid just because some weak monster attacked them and they couldn't handle it. And thirdly, I'm preparing gifts for my lovely students who will complete my training, Alex concluded. What kind of gift? Tiona asked excitedly. That's a secret for now. Come to the training tomorrow, and you'll get it, Alex said, causing Tiona's eyes to shine with anticipation, and even Ace, who usually showed no emotion, was intrigued, her eyes gleaming. Alright, girls, go with Hestia so she can bless you, and after that, you can rest in Lily's room. There will be enough space, Alex said, sending the newbie duo off with Hestia. Hearing Alex's words, Lily's face twisted, realizing she would have to share her room with others. Seeing her expression, Alex reassured her it was only temporary until the house was repaired. Lily sighed and agreed reluctantly. While Alex was sending the duo off, Loki clung to him again, having already jumped onto his back. Now I've got you, and you'll tell me everything, don't even think about denying it, Loki whispered in Alex's ear. I'm telling you, I didn't do anything in the dungeon, Alex kept denying. Then I have another condition, next time, you take me with you, and I'll stop pestering you, Loki continued. I'm saying it wasn't me, it was some other guy I don't know, Alex replied. Please, I promise I'll leave you alone, Loki pleaded. Do you promise not to bother me with these questions anymore? Alex asked suspiciously. I swear, I promise, Loki answered. For some reason, I don't believe you, Loki, Alex said, still looking at Loki with suspicion. I swear on my name, Loki said, showing she was serious. Alright, but we also need Lily. If she doesn't go, it's all for nothing, she's a big part of the plan, Alex said, pointing to Lily, who at that moment looked back and expressed suspicion about why Alex and Loki were whispering. Sensing something was wrong, she saw Alex calling her and understood that something was up. No. Lily said immediately as soon as she approached. But I haven't even said anything yet. Why are you refusing right away? Alex asked. You're up to something foolish again, Lily said firmly. Listen, Lily, it's just this one time, otherwise Loki won't leave me alone, Alex said, pointing to Loki, who was nodding. Let me tell you what I want to do, and then you can decide. Okay. Alex said, making it clear she could decide for herself. All right, I'm listening, Lily replied. I propose we mess with those dumb adventurers who think too highly of themselves, Alex said, his eyes starting to sparkle. No, I'm not going, the last time was enough for me, Lily said, preparing to leave, but Alex grabbed her hand. What if I offer to skip one day of training? Alex said, leaning closer to Lily. Even though Loki was still hanging on his back, it looked more comical than romantic. I'm still not sure, Lily replied, averting her eyes from Alex, trying not to look into his eyes. Just think of it as the best opportunity to personally get back at the Soma Familia members and those adventurers who bully supporters, Alex whispered in Lily's ear like a devil. All right, I agree, but this is the last time, Lily said after considering that it was a good chance to test her strength. Good, then we'll start our plan tomorrow. Once the Loki Familia arrives, we'll set off on our adventure, Alex said, to which Loki clapped her hands happily, attracting everyone's attention in the room. All right, Ace, Tiona, it's time to go home. We've checked on Alex, we know he's fine, we can head home, Loki said, indicating they had plans for tomorrow. After saying goodbye to everyone, Loki took Ace and Tiona and headed home with a broad smile on her face, anticipating the next day. Alex shook his head at the antics of this troublesome goddess and decided to talk a bit with Hephaestus before bed, who had been quiet most of the time. Is something bothering you, Hephaestus? Alex asked. No, I'm fine. I'm just glad this whole problem got resolved. I was really worried about you, Hephaestus replied. I'm fine, I was just a bit angry, that's all. You didn't need to worry about me, Alex said, sitting next to Hephaestus. That doesn't mean I won't worry about you if something like this happens, Hephaestus said, leaning against Alex's shoulder. Thanks for worrying about me. I really appreciate it, Alex said, allowing Hephaestus to lean on him. What gift do you plan to give the Loki Familia members tomorrow? Hephaestus changed the subject. Hey, that's a secret. You'll see tomorrow, it will really help them in the future, Alex replied, keeping the gift a secret. Why won't you tell me? Is it that hard for you? Hephaestus said, starting to act spoiled, which was out of character for her. I'm surprised by how you're acting right now, but it won't help you. I'm constantly pestered by two goddesses who always act like this, so I'm used to it, Alex said with a slight smile. Well, I tried, Hephaestus said, returning to her light smile. Laughing at the situation, Alex and Hephaestus talked a bit more until Hestia returned with the two newcomers. So, Hestia, did you accept them? Alex asked, seeing his goddess. Yes, everything went well. It would have been perfect if you hadn't dragged them here by force, Hestia said, sitting on the other side of Alex. If I hadn't brought them that way, they would have been too scared to come to us, Alex replied, rolling his eyes. Don't roll your eyes. You just didn't need to scare them, and they would have come themselves after you won, Hestia said, looking at Alex. Ladies, you can go to bed, no need to stand here. You're probably tired, so it's better to rest since you'll be training tomorrow, Alex said, looking at Cassandra and Daphne. Hearing his words, they nodded because they were indeed tired from the day. Lily, show them to your room. Tomorrow you'll also get a gift in honor of the training for doing well, Alex said. Lily, who led the duo to her room, was delighted to hear his words and also wanted to know what the gift was. What gift did you prepare for Lily? Hestia asked, to which Alex shook his head, indicating he wouldn't say. All right, it's already late, time to go to bed, Alex said, skillfully changing the subject, to which Hephaestus and Hestia rolled their eyes and wished him good night. The next day, Alex was already standing at the training grounds, waiting for everyone to gather. Lily was the first to arrive, having slept poorly due to thoughts about the gift Alex had prepared for her. After some time, the Loki Familia arrived. Loki's face clearly showed signs of having had a lot to drink and barely making it on time. She shuffled like a zombie, following her family, and Alex couldn't help but chuckle. Once everyone had settled down, he began to speak. Today is a great day, isn't it? Alex asked, to which everyone gave him a strange look. I can tell by your sour faces that maybe it's not, Alex continued, eliciting only eye rolls from the group before him. He even thought he distinctly heard the sound of eyes rolling. All right, all right. Today was supposed to be another training day, but due to some circumstances, it's postponed, Alex announced. Upon hearing his words, the faces of those who had come for training lit up. I was also planning to give this to you later, after the training, but I decided to do it now. These are weapons specially made for you, Alex said, gesturing towards the weapon cases. Seeing the cases, everyone immediately perked up, eager to find out what weapons were inside. All right, I see you all want to know what's inside. Don't worry, there's plenty for everyone, so come up one by one and take yours, or I'll hand them out myself to make it easier, Alex said, picking up the first case. This weapon is specially for you, Ace. It's called the Ice Needle, Alex said, handing the case to Ace. Thank you, Ace said quietly, hugging Alex. Thanks for the hug, of course. Tiona and Tioni, these are for you, Alex said, handing a large case to Tiona and two smaller ones to Tioni. Thank you, Alex. Let me give you a kiss, Tiona said, hugging Alex like a koala and trying to kiss him. The kiss can wait, hugs are enough for now. Now, magic girls, these are for you, Alex said, removing Tioni from him and approaching Riveria and Lafia. Thank you, I've never seen material like this before. Where did you get it? Riveria asked, examining her new staff. That's a secret. And now, my little assistant, this is for you, Alex said, handing a box to Lily. Thank you, Alex, these gloves are really beautiful, Lily said, hugging Alex. Of course, they're not just beautiful, they'll also help you achieve your goal of becoming a one-strike girl, Alex said, accepting Lily's embrace. After Alex distributed all the weapons, he noticed that Loki had fully recovered and couldn't wait to set off on adventures. Seeing her state, Alex shook his head and called Lily to come with him to approach Loki. As they reached her, before Alex could say anything, Loki started the conversation. So, when are we heading out? Loki asked eagerly, unable to sit still. You were dying from a hangover earlier, how come you're so active now? Alex said, looking at Loki. I've recovered from that already, so now we can go, Loki said, standing up to indicate she was ready. Well then, are you ready, Bilbo, for new adventures? Alex asked Lily with a grin. Stop calling me that, and I told you it's the last time, Lily replied with a sour face, clearly not liking the nickname Alex had given her. All right, it's no big deal. Now, follow me, Alex said, leading the duo of goddess and hobbit. The trio of troublemakers slipped away unnoticed, allowing others to focus on trying out their new weapons. Even if they had said goodbye, no one would have noticed, as everyone was busy testing their new gifts. Empty alley. Alex teleported into an empty alley with Lily and Loki. He decided to outline his plan. All right, Loki, since this is your first time with us, you'll need different attire, Alex said, changing Loki's clothes to something more akin to his own, a white short-sleeve shirt with a black tie, black trousers, and black shoes. All right, clothing changed. Now, take this mask and this little hammer. You'll use it to bonk our targets on the head, Alex said, handing Loki a mask with a sad face and a rubber hammer. Now, onto our plan. Lily will pretend to be a pickpocket who will catch attention and run into this empty alley. We'll collect money for charity, Alex explained his plan. What about me? Loki asked, already putting on the mask. You'll use that rubber hammer to knock them on the head if they refuse to give up their money, Alex said, to which Loki saluted, indicating she understood the plan. Lily, it's your turn now. Go ahead, my Bilbo, all hopes are on you, Alex said. Stop calling me that. I'll do my best, Lily sighed and went off to find her first target. Go on, I believe in you. And remember, only the scumbag adventurers, ignore the regular folks, Alex reminded her. Lily nodded in response. First target. Lily noticed the first scumbag adventurer, whom she knew from her time working as his assistant. She decided to start with him. Approaching closer and snatching his wallet so he would notice, Lily immediately ran away. The scumbag adventurer noticed his loss and, seeing someone running away with his wallet, got angry and chased the thief into the empty alley. Give me back my wallet, and I promise I'll just break your arm for stealing my money, the scumbag adventurer said, glaring at Lily. Seeing he was being ignored, he started getting more agitated until he heard a voice behind him. Young man, wouldn't you like to donate to build a temple for the flying spaghetti monster? Alex said, placing a hand on the adventurer's shoulder. Listen, back off. I don't have time for you right now. I need to get back my money stolen by that street rat, he replied. How can you take money from a child, even if he stole it? Maybe this child is starving. Why do you need this money? Money comes and goes, but saving lives is always good, Alex began his tirade. It's not my problem if he's starving. He's to blame for being poor and not having the strength to earn, the adventurer retorted. Pay up, buddy. Loki shouted, not letting Alex finish, and knocked out the adventurer with the rubber hammer. Loki, why did you do that? You should have provoked him first, but you just knocked him out, Alex said, looking at the adventurer who had lost consciousness. Well, sorry, Loki said, shrugging her shoulders. Second victim. Give me back the wallet nicely, demanded the second victim. Young man, wouldn't you like to make a donation to feed hungry children at Orario? A voice came from behind. Let them starve, it's not my problem, the victim snapped. You were told to donate, didn't you hear? Loki shouted and struck the second victim with a taser. Loki, are you kidding? You didn't even let me finish and you knocked them out right away. We're not robbers, we're peaceful Samaritans, Alex said, looking at Loki, who held the taser in her hands. He was taking too long to respond, and I got tired of waiting, Loki said and struck the second victim again with the taser. Sigh. Why am I doing all this? Alex said, rubbing his forehead out of exhaustion. Third victim. Give me back the wallet, the third victim started to say. Take this, pervert. Loki shouted from behind and struck the third victim in the groin with the taser. Loki, I'm starting to regret bringing you along and teaching you this, Alex said, nervously twitching his eye, looking at a satisfied Loki. It's all small stuff, the main thing is that it's fun, Loki replied. All right, a couple more times and we can call it quits, Alex said. A few victims later. There he is again. Get him, yelled a member of the enforcement squad, noticing Alex. Damn it, Bilbo, Sam, we've been spotted. Let's get out of here. Alex said, grabbing Lily and running. Wait for me. Loki yelled, jumping onto Alex's back. Get him before he escapes with his accomplices, shouted a member of the enforcement squad. You'll never catch us. Loki shouted from Alex's back as he carried her. After managing to shake off the enforcement squad, Alex immediately teleported to Hephaestus' mansion. Alex released Lily, who had an empty expression from the whole situation. Loki skillfully jumped off Alex's back and laughed, saying they would need to do it again. Alex and Lily looked at her with a wry smile, not understanding how she could find amusement in what she had just done. Alex didn't even get a chance to ask his silly questions before Loki promptly knocked out the victim again, not letting them joke or swindle him out of money. Alex shook his head with a wry smile and realized he wouldn't be inviting Loki to his exploits anymore. To be continued. Chapter 25, The Child Again and Third-Rate Villains. Same day. After Alex, Lily, and Loki returned, Alex realized that Loki wasn't suitable for this type of prank. She was too impatient and more focused on creating problems than on teasing trash adventurers. Alex decided never to take Loki with him again because she ruined all the fun, but he chose not to tell her this to avoid creating even more issues. Alex looked at Loki, who was laughing, and couldn't help but shake his head. As soon as Alex decided to leave, he encountered Hestia. Where have you been? And why is Loki with you? Hestia asked, walking toward Alex with heavy steps. Lily and I went to the store to buy some things, Alex said, to which Lily quickly nodded her head. Then why is Loki with you? Hestia asked, looking at Alex with narrowed eyes. Loki came with us to buy some booze because she had a hangover and didn't want to sit and watch her kids test new weapons. She got bored, Alex explained the story he had made up while they were messing around. Then why is this flat-chested idiot smiling and laughing so stupidly? Hestia asked, looking at Loki, who was still giggling from the previous events. I just bought her some booze to stop her from bothering me, Alex continued to lie. Are you saying you spent money on Loki? Hestia asked, still suspicious of the situation. I was just tired of her whining about her headache. I wanted her to shut up, so I bought her some booze. Right, Loki. Alex said, turning his attention to Loki. That headache was driving me crazy. And your very kind child saved me from it, Loki began to lie. All right, I'll believe you for now, Hestia said, still suspicious of the situation. Now to the main point, what are we going to do since we have a few new members? Hestia asked. I'll train them for a few days and then go on a raid with them, Alex said, laying out his plan. Why go on a raid? Hestia asked, not understanding Alex's plan. I want them to be able to trust each other's backs during battles and raids, Alex explained. But they're not strong enough yet, as you said, Hestia recalled Alex's words about the newcomer's strength. I'm not taking them to the lower floors. I'll go with them to the 10th floor at most, Alex said, making it clear he wouldn't endanger them. All right, I trust you, Hestia replied. After discussing his plans with Hestia regarding the upcoming family raid, Alex decided to visit the training grounds to check on the group and see how they were doing with the new weapons he had distributed. Arriving at the scene, Alex expected to find everything in ruins, but instead, he discovered that Loki's familia members were peacefully sitting and chatting while examining their weapons. He was surprised, as he had anticipated that they would be testing the weapons with such force that they would have destroyed Hephaestus' backyard, leading to a long lecture from Hephaestus or even Tsubaki for his irresponsibility. Yo, guys, how do you like the weapons? Alex asked, approaching the group. These are excellent weapons, even better than what we used before, Finn replied, clearly pleased with his new spear. That's good. I expected to see a half-destroyed training ground, and here you are, sitting peacefully and chatting, Alex said, coming closer. Who do you take us for? Do you think we smash everything we see? Bet responded in a rough tone. Isn't that the case? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. That only happened a couple of times, and it was a long time ago, Bet denied. Whatever you say. How do you like the weapons? I need your opinion. Do they feel good in your hands? Alex asked, surveying the group. The weapons are fantastic. Thanks. Now let me kiss you as a thank you for such a gift, Tiona shouted, trying to run up to Alex but was stopped by the other girls in Loki's familia. Let me go. I need to thank him. There's no better gratitude than a kiss from a beautiful princess, Tiona yelled, trying to break free. What kind of princess are you? You look more like a barbarian with muscles instead of a brain, Bet said with disgust. I'm a real princess. Look how elegant I am, Tiona replied, pretending to be a noble lady, making everyone roll their eyes, knowing how she dealt with monsters. Tiona, I told you there's no need for such gratitude. The hugs were more than enough, Alex said, looking at Tiona, who had been released. All right, then let me give you another hug, Tiona said, approaching Alex. Fine, another hug from a beautiful girl, who am I to refuse, Alex said, opening his arms for a hug. Instead of hugging him, Tiona decided to perform a sneak attack and kissed him on the cheek. Hee hee, gotcha, Tiona said with flushed cheeks after her successful sneak attack, to which Alex just shook his head with a smile. Tiona, what are you doing? Shouted the girls from Loki's familia, beginning to chase Tiona who ran away laughing. How can I help you, Ace? Alex asked, turning his attention away from the chase. Could you lean down? Ace asked, waving her hand. Sure, what do you need? Alex said, leaning closer to Ace. Here's my thanks, Ace said, kissing him on the cheek. Thank you, of course, for the kiss, but you didn't have to, Alex said, receiving another kiss. You didn't like it? Ace asked, looking at Alex with sad eyes. She herself didn't understand why she did it, but seeing Tiona kiss Alex, she wanted to do it too. Of course, I liked it. Who wouldn't like a kiss from a beautiful girl, Alex replied. After his words, Ace's eyes returned to normal, and her cheeks blushed again. Ace did it too, so why are you all chasing only me? Tiona shouted, pointing to Ace who had kissed Alex. No one listened to her and continued chasing her with laughter just to annoy her. Alex looked at the members of Loki's familia, who were chatting and laughing cheerfully, and couldn't help but smile. Ace, standing nearby, was still thinking about the kiss she gave Alex and wondered if she should do it again when no one was around. Alex didn't know what Ace was thinking, but if he did, he wouldn't mind at all. A couple of days of training flew by unnoticed, and it was time for the first family raid. Waking up early in the morning, Alex decided to do something crazy, something he might regret or, on the contrary, be delighted about. He chose to change his age back to 12 and see how everyone would react. But when he transformed into his 12-year-old form, he noticed a problem. His legs became shorter, and his strides shortened. Remembering one of his magical tools, the chastafel in its pillow form, he decided to use it for flight. This is quite convenient. I wouldn't want to get off it now. Now I understand why King always flies on this pillow, it's very comfortable, Alex thought, lying on the flying cushion. Flying on his new cushion to the main hall where everyone had already gathered, Alex anticipated their reaction. Hey, good morning, he said in a childish voice, catching everyone's attention in the hall. You, Alex Cohen. How did you become like this? Exclaimed Hestia, pointing at Alex with disbelief in her eyes. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. I just wanted to check something, and here's the result. Also testing out new weapons, Alex said, floating on his cushion. If you became a child, what about our love that was just beginning between us? Now I'll have to wait for you to grow up, Hestia said, falling to her knees and crying. Everyone looked at her with raised eyebrows. Hestia, I can return to my normal form, it's just an age-changing spell, Alex said, flying closer to Hestia. Then change back to your older version so I won't get in trouble for sleeping with you, demanded Hestia. Hestia, technically I'm still 18 years old, this is just an altered form, Alex said, descending from the cushion, which transformed into a spear. But Hestia didn't listen to him and continued crying, insisting he return to his normal form. Is this your new weapon? How interesting, said Hephaestus, approaching from behind and looking at the spear floating next to Alex. This is the spiritual spear chastafel that I created. It has 8 variations of form, but I won't show them all now, he, Alex replied, chuckling. Others found his laughter endearing and wanted to take little Alex for themselves. You've created an interesting spear, Alex, said Hephaestus. Now let's gather up and head out for the raid, Alex said, trying to reach the food table, but he was interrupted. Let me help you, said Hephaestus, picking up Alex and carrying him to the table. If you're helping me, why didn't you put me on a separate chair? Alex asked, when Hephaestus placed him on her lap. Maybe it's just not comfortable for you, replied Hephaestus in a monotone voice. Well, whatever you say. Who am I to refuse? Alex said, leaning closer to Hephaestus and starting to eat. The others watched him with envy, watching Hephaestus take charge and spoil little Alex Cohen. Hephaestus, give Alex Cohen back. He's a member of my family, and I should take care of him, shouted Hestia, coming to her senses after the shock. Hestia, sit down at the table and eat quietly, don't disturb the others, Hephaestus said sternly, not allowing Hestia to take Alex away. Hestia could only pout and sit at the table, thinking that next time she would be quicker than Hephaestus and snatch little Alex Cohen for herself to pamper him. Mysterious machinations. While our group was having breakfast, another group gathered in a dark place, plotting something sinister. They were unaware that all their plans would be futile, for there is a saying, all intrigues and schemes are useless against absolute power. But this would become clear in the future, when this group of pseudo-villains would begin to act. What do you decide to do with our plan? Asked one member of the group. Our plan will continue without delay, we'll just find another scapegoat to blame if necessary, replied another. That bastard ruined our plans. I told you we should have chosen a different god, not this arrogant idiot, said a female voice. It's not just Apollo's fault, but also a member of Hestia's family who ruined our plans, added a third. We must eliminate him before he grows up and starts to thwart our schemes, said the fourth. We shouldn't show ourselves yet, our plans won't change. Apollo might spill something before he's sent to the realm of the gods, intervened the second. He's right, let's lay low for now, but we'll continue the plan, just with more caution. And don't forget, we need another scapegoat, added the female voice. Silence, ordered the leader's voice at the head of the table. After his words, silence fell in the hall, and everyone turned their attention to him. We will test this item I obtained through my power to see how it affects monsters, he continued, showing a black crystal he held in his hand. How will we test it? Shall we use monsters we've already captured, or test it directly on dungeon monsters? Asked the female voice. I will send one of my followers to implant this crystal into a dungeon monster, replied the leader. If the crystal integrates with the monster and enhances it, we'll have a backup plan for the future, the leader concluded. Alex and his group. While the group of pseudo-villains discussed their nefarious plans, Alex and his team arrived at Babylon. Alex was still unaware of the existence of villains scheming something sinister, but if he had known, he would have simply laughed at them. After all, they acted and behaved like third-rate villains from movies, hiding like rats to discuss their plans. If you're a villain and want to do something bad, why hide and then put on a hypocritical face, claiming circumstances forced you? Just embrace who you are. As Alex and his group drew closer to the dungeon, more adventurers began to notice the child flying on a cushion alongside the girls. Hey, look, that kid is flying on a cushion, said one adventurer to his friend. I see he's flying on a cushion, I'm not blind, his friend replied. It's probably some artifact worth a lot of money, the first one continued, his eyes gleaming with greed. Yeah, exactly. If we sell it, we can live the good life forever, the second one agreed, not taking his eyes off the cushion. Why would a kid have such an artifact? He could lose it, the third one chimed in. You greedy idiots, look at the kid flying on that cushion before you speak, said the fourth one, noticing the resemblance of the child to someone important. He looks like. Started the first. Yes, exactly like him. Maybe he's his son or younger brother, confirmed the fourth. Are you saying this kid could be related to that lunatic? Asked the third. Yeah, most likely, because they look alike. And I don't want that lunatic chasing me to the ends of the earth. I don't want to suffer the fate of Apollo's children, said the fourth. You still haven't told us what happened there, said the first. I can't tell you because there's a ban on that information. But I can say one thing, their fate was worse than death. It's better not to provoke that lunatic, replied the fourth, implying he'd rather face Goliath alone than provoke the Demon King. That's because all the adventurers who were at that war game started calling him the Demon King. I'd rather live a few more years than provoke that monster, said the fourth, heading towards Babylon. Arriving at the first floor of the dungeon, Alex and his group stopped, and Alex decided to lay out the plan of action. Ladies, I want to congratulate you on your first raid, Alex said, sitting on his cushion and clapping his hands. The faces of the girls turned sour, as they would have preferred to sleep in. I know Lily might have told you about her first raid, don't worry, Alex continued. The girls' faces brightened as they knew what speedrun was and didn't want to repeat it. Your task in this raid is to improve teamwork. In the future, you will often work together and help in training future family members, Alex said, jumping off the pillow. Daphne, you will be the vanguard of this group, and you will need this, Alex said, handing Daphne a new sword and shield. Why such generosity? Daphne asked, picking up the weapon and checking how it felt in her hands. It's not generosity. You're a member of my family, so it's my responsibility. As captain, I have to take care of you, Alex replied, rummaging in his pocket. Daphne's face blushed slightly at his words, as she thought he was stingy because she didn't get the gun when he was giving it away. "This is for you, Cassandra. You are also very important in this raid as a healer and support," said Alex, taking a long staff and pendant out of his pocket. "Thank you," said Cassandra, taking the pendant and starting to inspect it. "All right, equipment distributed. Now, the plan, your group must reach the 10th floor, Alex said. "Just the 10th? Do you think we're weak?" Daphne asked, clearly unhappy with being underestimated. "Do you think it's that simple?" Alex asked, prompting nods from Daphne and Cassandra. Lily sensed something was wrong but didn't manage to say anything before Alex acted again. "Since you say it's simple, there will be a slight complication. Cassandra will only heal and do no damage. Daphne and Lily will have to use only the skills they've learned in training over the past few days. And most importantly, a spell will be placed on you to attract monsters," Alex said. Tears welled up in Lily's eyes as she fell to her knees, accepting her fate. Lily looked at Daphne, and her teeth ground with anger at the woman who couldn't keep her tongue behind her teeth. "And finally, the spell will strengthen each time you stay in one place for too long," Alex said, climbing back onto his cushion. "Now, ladies, your raid begins. Go ahead, you can start." "I'll keep an eye on you just in case," Alex said, indicating it was time to start. The group of 3 started their first raid, unaware of how difficult it would be. The spell attracted all the monsters on the floor, making progress much more difficult. As they progressed through the first floor, Lily decided to tell them what awaited them. "Who pulled you by the tongue? Why did you decide to speak? Do you understand how silly this spell is?" Lily shouted at Daphne. "Is it really that bad?" Cassandra asked, not understanding why Lily was so angry. "When I went on a solo raid, I had a similar spell on me. Every time I stopped, it got stronger, and eventually monsters from the entire floor came running at me," Lily recounted, recalling her grim experience. "And most likely, because someone doesn't know when to keep quiet, the spell will start strong and get stronger every time our progress slows down," Lily said, indicating what lay ahead for them. "No big deal, they're just first-level monsters, it's not a problem," Daphne said, trying to reassure everyone. "No big deal, you say? Let's see how you handle it when there's a whole crowd of them, and if there are no monsters on this floor, the dungeon will start spawning new ones," Lily said through gritted teeth, seething with anger. "He'll help us, right?" Cassandra asked, starting to worry. "Last time, he didn't intervene even when there were a lot of monsters," Lily said, still upset. "You were alone last time, now we're a group, so there's no need to worry," Daphne said, not taking the situation seriously. Hearing her words, Lily became irritated with Daphne again. "Alex, why did you bring this woman into the family? We could have managed with just Cassandra. At least she has common sense and understands the situation," Lily muttered, looking at Daphne. As the group continued to advance through the floors, Alex floated behind, observing their raid. He noticed someone watching them with ill intentions and decided to address the issue immediately, without waiting for this enemy to cause trouble. "Stop hiding, little rat. I know you've been watching my group since the beginning of the 4th floor," Alex said towards the large rock. "So, you want to continue playing hide and seek," Alex said, transforming a pillow into a spear and launching it towards the rock. As the rock shattered, a shadowy figure jumped out from behind it. "And who are you to want to harm my group so badly?" Alex asked, looking at the person dressed in all black. "The kid thinks he can handle everything he encounters." "You're as arrogant as that person from your family," the man in black said. "Who are you talking about?" Alex asked, not understanding whom this idiot was referring to. "I'm talking about Voldegod, the captain of the Hestia family, who decided to attack a god and thought he could get away with it," the enemy replied, drawing his weapon. "Ha ha. That's rich." Alex burst out laughing, amused by the thug's words. "What are you laughing at? Have you gone mad before dying?" the villain said, clearly not understanding why the child in front of him was laughing. "Oh my gods, I haven't laughed like that in ages. I didn't even think I wouldn't be recognized in this form," Alex said after his hearty laughter subsided. "What do you mean?" the villain began to say, clearly sensing something was amiss. "I mean you're an idiot for not recognizing the very person who attacked a god," Alex said, while Chastafol began to glow and take its 5th form. "You can't be him," the villain exclaimed, pointing his weapon at Alex. "Don't point that weapon at me, it's rude. Now, you're going to tell me why you're here, or we can chat nicely and then you'll spill everything," Alex said, aiming his weapon at the enemy. "I won't tell you anything. I'd rather die than betray my master," the arrogant lackey shouted. "While you were shouting, I already figured out why you're here. Most likely, your master, or whatever you call him, sent you here to check on something. But you noticed my group and decided you could eliminate future problems for your master," Alex said, looking at the enemy with disdain. "How did you figure it out?" the lackey asked. "You're probably an idiot, because all lackeys of villains act like this," Alex replied, regarding the lackey as an idiot. I still won't betray my master, the lackey yelled and attempted an escape skill. Well, you tried, but did you really think you could escape? Alex said, launching Chastaful in its fifth form towards the lackey who tried to flee. And so the villains start to emerge, thinking they're the smartest. Well, at least it's some entertainment in this world, Alex thought, retracting the spear back into its pillow form and heading towards the girls. To be continued. Chapter 26, A New Strange Monster and the Challenges of Being a Child. While Alex was dealing with the minion, Lily's group had reached the fifth floor, and things were far from smooth. Monsters attacked them from all over the floor as the spell had intensified to the point of attracting all the surrounding creatures. Their teamwork was uncoordinated since this was their first expedition together. Well, are you happy now? Lily yelled, sending another monster flying. No need to shout, I can hear you just fine. And it's not my fault, who knew the spell would be this ridiculous? Daphne replied, blocking an attack from a monster. I told you how my first run went, Lily said, scattering a horde of monsters to give herself a break. You said you needed to run quickly, but you never mentioned a spell that attracts monsters, Daphne responded, slicing through another monster. Girls, stop arguing. We're starting to slow down, which means the spell will get stronger, Cassandra interjected, healing Daphne. We wouldn't have to go through this if someone had kept their mouth shut, Lily retorted, pushing through the crowd of monsters. Oh, for God's sake, how long are you going to keep repeating that? You've been saying it for 5 floors already, how much longer will you continue? Daphne asked, defending Cassandra from a group of attacking monsters. I'll keep saying it for as long as it takes, Lily replied. While the group continued to argue and bicker, they miraculously managed to reach the 6th floor. The spell kept getting stronger, now attracting monsters from the entire floor and angering the dungeon, which began spawning new creatures to get rid of the adventurers. Lily realized the situation was getting worse and came to the only solution, asking Alex to remove the spell. Alex, please remove the spell, this isn't funny anymore, Lily said in a tired voice. Really? I thought this was pretty easy for you, Alex replied, floating nearby. The spell has become so strong that it attracts monsters from the whole floor and makes the dungeon spawn new ones. Please, remove it, Cassandra said, nearly out of energy. Well, I don't know, it's supposed to be easy since these are just first-level monsters, Alex said, approaching the group and killing all the monsters so they could rest. Alright, I admit I was arrogant. Now, please remove the spell. I won't do it again, Daphne said, tears welling up in her eyes. Okay, no need for tears. Why are you starting to cry? I was just waiting for you to give up and ask for help, Alex said, dispersing the spell. You waited for us to ask you to remove the spell? Cassandra asked, catching her breath now that the monsters were no longer chasing them. That's right, it was a little lesson for you not to be arrogant, even on the first floors of the dungeon. Danger lurks everywhere, Alex said, jumping off his cushion. You just wanted to teach us a lesson. Daphne shouted. That's right, it was a small lesson so you wouldn't underestimate the dungeon, Alex replied, finding himself in someone's arms. Did you really have to do it this way? Cassandra asked, holding Alex like a plush toy. It was the quickest way, and Daphne gave me a reason to do it, Alex said in a serious tone, looking more cute than serious as he hung in Cassandra's arms. If you wanted to teach them a lesson, why did I have to go through this? Lily yelled, pointing at Alex. You're part of their group, so you had to go through all the hardships with them, Alex said, spreading his hands. This isn't fair. I'll tell Hestia-sama everything, Lily said, dropping to her knees in tears. Life isn't fair, my little Bilbo. Going through all the problems together will bring the group closer, Alex said, making himself comfortable in Cassandra's arms. I told you to stop calling me Bilbo, I'm not a guy but a cute hobbit girl, Lily replied, standing up from the floor and sitting down to catch her breath. As you say, Lily. Now, rest up and continue the raid, you still need to reach the 10th floor, Alex said, to which the girls rolled their eyes. Meanwhile, as Alex's group caught their breath after their lesson, a group of adventurers returning from a raid was pursuing a strange monster they had encountered in the dungeon. This monster was smarter and stronger than its kin. Black veins covered its entire body, and its eyes were bloodshot, like those of a berserker. It attacked other monsters, possibly to show its strength or assert its dominance on the floor. We will never know, as the monster was running toward another creature that had entered the dungeon. The monster was being chased by a group of adventurers and had no choice but to flee. It felt the power of these people and chose to run, seeking other monsters or adventurers to consume, becoming stronger. Alex's group was unaware of the monster approaching their floor. Congratulations, ladies, you completed your first raid. Despite your failures and arguments, the most important thing is that you managed. And I want to congratulate you on that, Alex said, clapping his hands. I'm going to tell Hestia-sama about how you tormented us, Lily began to complain, threatening Alex with the wrath of the lowly goddess. Nice move, my young hobbit. I'm so proud that you've grown, literally, Alex said, looking down at Lily. What does that mean? Lily protested until she noticed Alex looking at her from the height of his cushion. Get down from that cushion so I can strangle you. I'm taller than you now, so don't talk to me about height, Lily shouted, trying to jump up to Alex's cushion. How about no? Alex replied, dodging Lily's attacks. Lily, get back now. Alex shouted, returning Chastyful to its spear form and launching it at the strange monster. After killing the strange monster, Alex decided to approach and examine it because, unlike other monsters, it didn't disintegrate upon death but fell to the floor, black blood oozing from it. This indicated that this monster was significantly different from the others. Alex recalled the minion he had encountered in the dungeon and realized why it had come here. These semi-villains had decided to infuse the dungeon monsters with a strange substance to strengthen them and create a wave that would break out of the dungeon and cause chaos. As Alex pondered the purpose of creating such monsters, the group of adventurers who had been chasing the monster arrived. Hey, buddy, step away from that monster, it could be dangerous. Shouted a rough voice, approaching Alex's group. Yeah, better step back, it's kind of strange, said another, calmer voice. Looks like this monster died from its wounds by the time we caught up, added a female voice. The adventurers were closing in, but Alex paid them no mind, continuing to study the monster. He understood that these semi-villains had made a cunning decision, using monsters to create chaos, diverting suspicion from themselves. The group of adventurers had now approached Alex's group. Lily, Daphne, Cassandra, what are you doing here and where's Alex? Asked an elegant voice. Hello, Riveria, we're on a raid at Alex's insistence to strengthen our teamwork and improve our skills, replied Cassandra, glancing at the arriving adventurers. Where's Alex? He wouldn't let you wander the dungeon alone, Riveria asked, scanning for Alex. Hey, buddy, you look a lot like my friend. Are you his brother or son? Asked Gnome Garrett, inspecting the small Alex. Yeah, he really does look like him, this kid's a spitting image of Alex, agreed Group Captain Finn. As members of Loki's family looked at young Alex, Lily's group watched with surprise. Hey, kid, are you Alex's son or brother? If you're his son, you can call me Mom, said Tiona, approaching Alex. What, a mom? You need to grow up first to be a mom, retorted Riveria, not allowing Tiona to get close to the child. Actually, I'm already 17, and other Amazons start having kids even earlier. So, Grandma Riveria, step aside and let me hug this cute little guy, said Tiona. Hearing this, Riveria was ready to explode. Alex turned his gaze to the arriving group. Hey, guys, what brings you here? Asked Alex, drawing attention. Kid, you're Alex's son, right? You can call me Mom, Tiona said, approaching. What son? It's me, Alex, said Alex with a funny face, not expecting to be mistaken for his own son. What? Shouted Loki's family group. But why are you a child again? How is that possible? Asked Riveria, pushing Tiona away. It's just an age spell, Alex replied, shrugging, which elicited joyful squeals from the female members of Loki's group. Even the stern Riveria couldn't remain indifferent. But how did you do it? Riveria asked, lifting Alex up and enveloping him in a hug. Alex was about to start explaining when Tiona intervened. Riveria, put Alex down, and I promise I won't do anything to you, Tiona said, pointing her weapon at Riveria. Why should I put him down if he's okay with it? Look, he's perfectly fine with this, said Riveria, gesturing towards Alex, who didn't mind being in the arms of the beautiful elf. I said, put Alex down. Tiona repeated, ready to attack. Seeing them about to argue again, Alex jumped down from Riveria's arms and decided to step away, knowing that when girls fight, it always ends badly. While Riveria and Tiona fought over the right to hug Alex, someone else took the initiative and picked him up. How can I help you, Ace? Asked Alex, not understanding why this silent girl decided to hug him. Nothing, I just felt like doing it, but I don't understand why, Ace replied in a monotone voice. Well, whatever you say, Alex said, shrugging. Hello, Lafia. How's your new staff? Alex asked, turning his gaze to Lafia, who silently stared at him. Hello, Alex-sama. The staff is very good and makes the task much easier, Lafia replied nervously, clearly nervous under Alex's gaze. All right, girls, enough fighting. We need to go. We have to celebrate my family's first raid, said Alex, clapping his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Tiona and Riveria stopped fighting and focused on Alex, who was being held by Ace. They understood that if Ace wanted to do something, she would do it. Alex also asked to take the monster with them to show it at the guild as evidence of the emergence of a new type of monster. The group decided to move on and reach the floor where Alex defeated the minion of the villain. Finding the minion's body, Alex asked them to take it with them and blame the monster. Loki's family group didn't understand why they should do this, and Alex explained who this guy was. He asked them to keep quiet about it so that the villains wouldn't scatter and would think that their plan to change the monsters had succeeded. Nodding, they dragged the bodies of the monster and the minion towards the exit. At the entrance to Babylon. After Alex's group and Loki's family left Babylon, they were met by a worried goddess who couldn't sit still and decided to meet her children after their raid. In reality, Loki just wanted to drink, so she decided to meet her family to go celebrate a successful raid. But when she saw her family members, she was surprised not by the monster they were dragging or the dead minion, but by Alex in his child form being carried by Ace and refusing to let go. Ace, don't you dare tell me this is your child and Alex's, Loki said, pointing a finger at Ace. How could you do this to me? I wanted us to have a family, me, you, and Alex. I thought we would have a happy family, and you beat me to it. Loki shouted, falling to the ground and pounding her fist, attracting the attention of passing adventurers. Turns out Princess Sword has a child, that's quite unexpected, said a random adventurer. You idiot, how can this child be Princess Sword's son when he looks about 10 years old? Another retorted. You're right, but Goddess Loki said he's her son and Alex's. But who is this Alex? Asked a third. Alex is Alexander Voldigod, now known as the Demon King, answered the second. Damn, I envy him, he got himself such a cute wife and child, said the third, with the first nodding in agreement. You two are idiots, how could they have a child if they only recently met? Asked the second. Well, I don't know, maybe there's magic or something involved, the first replied doubtfully. Lord, why did you give me these two idiots in the group? Said the second, hitting himself on the forehead. Seeing Loki attracting attention with her antics, Riveria, as the most responsible member of the family, decided to knock Loki out to prevent her from causing problems. After knocking out Loki, the group headed to the guild to report on their raid, the monster they encountered, and to show the victim's body for identification. Alex had already gotten down from Ace's arms, much to her disappointment, and decided to look around for his consultant. He wanted to surprise Aina with his new appearance, but it turned out Aina was off duty, which disappointed Alex as he wanted to see her reaction to his current form. After reporting on the monster, the group decided to go celebrate their raid. Having made their decision, they headed towards Mistress of Fertility. The Mistress of Fertility. Alex and his group arrived at the Mistress of Fertility and took their usual seats. Meanwhile, Alex, floating on his cushion, observed the waitresses welcoming guests at the entrance. His gaze settled on one of them, Anyanaya. The group of waitresses hadn't noticed Alex yet, who was hovering above everyone. Anyanaya, hello. Long time no see. Exclaimed Alex, flying into the room. I told you, my name is Anyanaya, not Anyanaya, said Anya, turning towards Alex. She didn't notice him at first, just a child floating on a cushion. Who are you, Naya? Where's the guy who calls me Anyanaya? She asked, looking around. Anyanaya, it's me, said Alex, floating closer. Alex Naya, how did you become so small? Did you shrink, Naya? Asked Anya, inspecting him. Hold on, Alex Naya turned into a child. How? Shouted Anya, finally understanding the situation. Her cry caught the attention of other visitors and waitresses, who also noticed the floating Alex. Alex, is that you? Asked Chloe, approaching and looking at him with sparkling eyes. Alex, let your little sister hug you, she continued, reaching out. No, thanks. I don't like the way you're looking at me, and please stop drooling, said Alex, not letting Chloe come closer, feeling uncomfortable around her. Chloe, calm down and wipe off your drool. Don't you dare approach Alex, said Ryu, stepping forward and tapping Chloe on the head to calm her down. Alex, what happened to you? Why did you become a child? Asked Ryu, looking at Alex, who was sitting on the cushion. Just age-changing magic, that's all, replied Alex, jumping off the cushion. I've never heard of such magic, said Ryu, approaching and picking him up. Why does everyone pick me up when I get off my cushion? Asked Alex with a crooked smile. I'm doing it so Chloe doesn't try to snatch you, Ryu calmly replied, pointing to Chloe, who was giving Alex a fierce look. I understand, but please put me down. I'll go to my group, said Alex, trying to break free from Ryu's grip. No. It might be uncomfortable for you to sit at the table, so I'll help you, said Ryu, unwilling to let go of Alex. What about Mamma Mia? She might get upset, said Alex, pointing to Mamma Mia, who was looking their way at that moment. She won't mind, replied Ryu. Alex turned to Mia, and she gave him a thumbs up, indicating everything was fine. Sigh, as you say, Alex replied with a crooked smile. Ryu smiled and walked to the group's table, while Alex shook his head, deciding to enjoy Ryu's elfish embrace, realizing he was the one who caused this situation by choosing to become a child. To be continued. Chapter 27, Drunk Loki and the First Semi-Villain. While Alex was chatting with the waitresses and avoiding being kidnapped by a certain cat girl, a troublesome goddess woke up. Ugh, my head. I had such a strange dream, said Loki, waking up on a chair in the restaurant. When did we get to the hostess of fertility? I must have dozed off and forgotten, she added, deciding to set the question aside as she saw the drink in front of her. Loki-sama, what did you dream about? Asked Finn, drawing everyone's attention. Realizing that all eyes were on him, Finn broke into a sweat, knowing he had made a mistake. I dreamed that Ace and Alex had a child and they left me, living a happy life without me, said Loki, sipping alcohol from her glass. Hey, that can't be, Loki-sama, it's just a dream, Finn tried to smooth things over. Right, there's no way Ace and Alex could have had a child without me, said Loki, taking another sip from her glass. Who had a child? Asked a child's voice approaching the table. I'm saying, Ace and Alex couldn't have had a child without me, Loki began to say, turning toward the voice and then losing her speech, dropping her glass from her hand. Why you were Ace and Alex's child? How can this be? How could they leave me and go have fun without me? They should have invited me, cried Loki, falling to the floor in tears and pounding her fist on the ground. They should have invited me. Then we would have a family of 3, we'd be happy and live by the sea in a wonderful house. Loki continued to cry, drifting into her fantasies. What's happening with Loki-sama? Asked Rio, watching Loki, who was on the floor mumbling something through her tears. Just ignore her, she's always like this. Hestia did the same thing, maybe it's a tradition for all gods to act like this when they're upset, said Alex, shrugging. Don't compare me to that big-boobed shrimp, shouted Loki, getting up from the floor. See how quickly she recovered, said Alex, pointing at Loki. The members of the Loki familia shook their heads, understanding their goddess's character. They knew how fickle Loki's emotions were. If you're Ace and Alex's child, you can call me Mama Loki. I'll adopt you and love you. After all, my love with your father has only just begun to bloom, said Loki, looking at Alex and spouting nonsense. How about no, replied Alex, causing Loki to fall to her hands and knees and start crying again. This is so unfair. It's all because I don't have boobs, Loki started to cry and spout nonsense again. Everyone at the table shook their heads at Loki's antics and continued eating, knowing that Loki would soon get over it. Why don't you want to call me Mama Loki? Loki asked, getting up from the floor again. Loki, how old do you think I am? Alex asked, watching Loki as she began to scrutinize him. Around 10, Loki answered after some thought. Then how could Ace have a child of that age? Alex asked, looking at Loki with a twitching eye, wondering how this goddess of mischief could be so clueless. Well, it's that strange magic of Alex again. And maybe Alex and Ace just didn't want a constantly crying baby, so they immediately grew him up to this age, Loki replied, shrugging, making everyone roll their eyes. Loki, can you come over here for a moment? Alex asked, beckoning Loki closer. You've finally decided to call me Mama Loki. Ouch, why? Loki said, jumping up from her seat and running over to Alex, only to be flicked on the forehead when she got close. Do all gods' brains start working poorly when they descend to the mortal world? Alex asked after the flick. That flick, those eyes. You're just like Alex, Loki said, rubbing her forehead. Hearing her words, everyone choked on their food, realizing that Loki still didn't understand that the child in Rio's arms was Alex. I can't take this anymore, it's not even funny. I am Alex. Loki, for the love of gods, can you stop being so stupid? Alex said, tired of Loki's foolishness. Don't lie to me. Alex is tall and handsome, and you're small and cute, Loki said, not believing Alex's words. Rio, let me go, I'm going to hit her with my stick to bring her to her senses, or else I'm going to start getting stupid myself listening to this goddess, Alex said, trying to get off Rio's lap and grab his stick to strike Loki. Seeing Alex's growing anger, everyone started laughing, anticipating what would happen to Loki. Wait, if you have that stick, then you must be Alex, Loki said, seeing Alex almost breaking free from Rio's hold and realizing she was in for trouble if Alex reached her. And how did you come to that conclusion? Alex asked, holding the stick ready in case of a foolish answer from Loki. Only Alex could have a stick like that, Loki shouted. Everyone at the table turned their attention to the stick, remembering the rumors in Orario about the crazy adventurer attacking others with a stick. Realizing where this could lead, they decided to remain silent to avoid getting hit themselves. Finally, you've come to your senses, Alex said, putting the stick back in his pocket, making Loki sigh in relief, recalling the rumors and what Hestia had said about the stick. And now, with this problem solved, we can celebrate the first successful raid of the Hestia Familia. Cheers! Alex said, raising a glass in honor of Lily, Cassandra, and Daphne. Cheers, everyone at the table echoed, raising their glasses. You can't, Rio said, taking the glass from Alex's hand before he could take a sip. Technically, I'm 18, you know that, right? Alex said, to which Rio still shook her head, saying he couldn't drink. Alex just looked at her and decided to stay silent. Meanwhile, among the villains. While Alex and his group were celebrating the first successful raid of the Hestia Familia, a group of semi-villains gathered once again to discuss their sinister plans for creating chaos. The plan to alter monsters had succeeded, albeit with some losses, but it proved that the item provided by their leader could create an entirely new type of monster not tied to the dungeon. "It seems our plan worked, though it's a shame we lost such a good and loyal pawn," said the leader. "That pawn was good, but he managed to create problems even after his death," said one of those sitting at the table. "Right, could he not die without leaving a trace? Now suspicions will fall on the family to which the dead idiot belonged," said a female voice, looking at one of them. "There will be no problems. I'll handle it. I'll just say he died fighting that monster and try to pin the blame on the Loki Familia, claiming they couldn't save him in time," said the man everyone was looking at. "That doesn't excuse his negligence in this matter. You assured me that everything would be fine and that he was your most loyal follower," said the leader. "He was my most loyal follower who died carrying out the task you set," retorted one of them. "Now we need to think about what to do with the Loki Familia to ensure that suspicions for this incident don't fall on our group. It's too early to reveal ourselves," he continued. "Our plans will proceed without a hitch, just the timelines have shifted a bit. We shouldn't rush, it's all part of the plan," said the leader. "Then what are we going to do about this loser who died in the dungeon while carrying out the task?" asked the second. "According to the report I received from the guild, the Loki Familia has already found him dead. All we need to do is cover up any traces that might lead back to us," said the leader. "And how are we going to do that? The guild is under the jurisdiction of Arenas. We don't have people in the guild who could help us," replied the third. "That's your job since your subordinate died carrying out this task. As his god, you must take responsibility and solve this problem. And if you're discovered, don't even think about leading them to us," said the leader. "I'll handle this problem, don't worry." "But what about the person who could cause us significant trouble if not dealt with?" asked the third. "For now, we won't touch him. Last time, he nearly killed Apollo just because Apollo couldn't keep his mouth shut. We don't need him hunting us down all over Arario. While it could create the chaos we desire, the ends don't justify the means," said the leader. "From what I've learned, Apollo has locked himself in his home in the Divine Realm and hasn't come out since his return. He stopped meeting with anyone and just stays shut in," said a female voice. "What did that guy say to him to scare Apollo so much?" continued the woman sitting at the table. "It doesn't matter anymore. We've already lost Apollo as a pawn. Who can replace him?" asked the second. "How about Ishtar?" "I never liked that woman, and besides, she's in conflict with Freya," the woman suggested. "I don't think she's a good fit. Ishtar is clever and won't fall for these tricks," said the third. "Then who do you propose?" the woman asked aggressively. "I could suggest Set or Phobos," the second interjected. "We'll hold off on selecting a new pawn for now. First, we need to resolve the current issue," said the leader. Everyone nodded in agreement. "Then you can all go. And Thanatos, resolve this issue since it's your family member who caused it." "Don't let us down again," said the leader, leaving the room. "I won't screw up again," said Thanatos through gritted teeth. Celebrations and secrets. While the villains were busy trying to resolve the problems they had created, our hero and his group were having a great time celebrating. However, as is often the case, there's always someone who will spoil the fun. In this instance, it was the drunk goddess Loki. Out of curiosity, Loki decided to find out what had happened today, given that Alex had turned into a child. However, she missed the most important details. Besides the little Alex that Ace had carried out of the dungeon, the group had dragged along a strange monster and the corpse of an adventurer, which Loki had ignored. "Alex, so you're not Ace and your own son, you just turned into a child?" Loki asked, now sitting next to Alex and looking at him. "How can I be my own son?" Alex replied, chuckling. "Well, I don't know, you tell me how you became like this. And don't you dare pull that rainbow trick again. I don't care that you're small now, I'll strangle you," Loki threatened. Alex was about to give his usual response but changed his mind upon hearing her words. He didn't want a drunk goddess chasing after him. "I just woke up and decided to try out a spell, this is the result. Plus, I'm testing out my new weapon," Alex replied, pointing to the spear floating behind him. "Since you're small again, want to sit on my lap?" Loki asked, patting her knees. "No, thank you. Ryu's lap is very comfortable, and if I sit on yours, others will start asking me to sit on their laps too," Alex said. Ryu blushed, and all the girls at the table began protesting, as they all wanted Alex to sit on their laps. "What's so special about that elf's lap? Why don't you want to sit on mine?" Loki fumed. "Ryu's lap is very comfortable, and she protects me from perverts like you, Loki," Alex said, taking Ryu's hands and wrapping them around himself as if for protection. Ryu nodded in agreement. "What do you mean perverts like me? I'm not a pervert," Loki retorted, leaning her face closer to Alex. "That's exactly what I mean. I won't mention all the times you tried to peek under Ace's skirt, only to be stopped by Riveria," Alex said, pushing Loki's face away. I'm not peeking, I'm just interested in what kind of underwear Ace is wearing. And anyway, if a girl asks another girl what kind of underwear she's wearing, it's not harassment, Loki said like a true sage. If you were just interested, you wouldn't reach for Ace's skirt every day to peek, Alex responded with disgust. Well, aren't you curious to know what kind of underwear a girl is wearing? Loki asked, and all the girls at the table looked at Alex, waiting for his answer. It's only interesting if the girl is my beloved. I'm not interested in what a girl I don't know is wearing, Alex replied. Any guy would be curious about what kind of underwear his beloved is wearing, because that's normal, he added. The guys at the table nodded, confirming his words. Well, whatever you say, little pervert, Loki said. Alex just shook his head. What was that monster you brought out of the dungeon? Why was it so strange? Loki asked, changing the subject because everyone was giving her strange looks. We don't know, Loki-sama. We encountered it in the dungeon when we were returning from the raid. This monster attacked its own kind, was much stronger than its peers, and more aggressive. When we attacked it, it managed to fight back and escape, which means it had the intelligence to understand it was losing and needed to flee, Finn began explaining. And what about that guy? Loki asked. You'll find out at home, where there are no prying ears, Alex interjected, not letting anyone continue. Loki narrowed her eyes, realizing something was up, and decided to question her children about the situation at home. Do you know something, Alex? Ryu whispered in his ear. It's better not to spread this information for now, it could bring you unnecessary trouble, Alex replied quietly. I'm strong and can take care of myself, Ryu retorted. You may be strong, but you don't know who the enemy is, where they're hiding, and what kind of people they have under their command, Alex responded. I think I know who might be behind this. But they were supposed to have been destroyed thanks to the efforts of the guild and other families in Orario, Ryu whispered. It could be the remnants of Evolus, who hid after those events, Ryu continued, hinting at a potential threat. Ryu, it could be them, or it could be another organization. There are too many variables in this situation, Alex said quietly. So for now, it's better not to get involved. I don't know what this organization did to you, but it could be other idiots who think they're villains. So for now, stay out of it, Alex said. I can help, Ryu insisted. I know you're strong, but I still worry about you. So it's better to wait, and when I find out who's behind this, I'll ask for your help, Alex said. Ryu blushed and nodded. While the pair whispered, they didn't notice everyone at the table watching them. Everyone was curious about what they were discussing, but no one dared to interrupt, seeing Ryu blush. However, this didn't stop the drunk goddess. Hey, what are you whispering about over there? Confessing your love to each other? Loki asked, banging her glass on the table. Everyone at the table rolled their eyes at her latest antics. Maybe, Alex replied with a smile. Ryu blushed even harder, while Loki, shocked, widened her eyes, unable to believe Alex admitted it so easily. All right, it's time to go since these three from my family are already drunk and passed out, Alex said, pointing to the trio who were asleep on the table. And Loki, don't spread unnecessary rumors. I'm being clear, Alex added, lifting the drunk trio onto his shoulders. Loki nodded seriously, understanding the situation was delicate. Well, then, see you. Ryu, I'll drop by again in a few days, Alex said, carrying the drunken girls towards Hephaestus's home. Upon hearing his words, Ryu nodded with a red face as everyone who heard began whistling and congratulating Alex for catching the attention of a serious elf. No one cared that it was a child saying this. Shaking his head at the drunken adventurers, Alex headed home. The next day, Alex decided to go to the guild to gather information about the monster from yesterday and find out which family the attacker belonged to. Upon arriving at the guild, Alex started looking around, checking if any of the semi-villains had come to cover up the matter of their dead minion. While Alex was waiting in the lobby, Thanatos arrived. I've been summoned here to report that a member of my family died in the dungeon yesterday, Thanatos said, feeling a gaze upon him. He met the eyes of a strange child who was looking at him with a smile. Thanatos didn't understand why the child was looking at him and smiling, but something about that smile made him uneasy. It felt very strange, as if the child had found what he was looking for, and that something was Thanatos himself. To be continued. Chapter 28, Thanatos's acting skills and Freya's invitation. In the evening, after Alex left the hostess of fertility, the members of the Loki familia also gathered and went home, needing to rest after the raid and calm Loki, who at any moment could start babbling nonsense and end up spilling something that could cause problems. Upon arriving at their mansion, the Loki familia dispersed to their rooms to take a shower and rest. Only the familia's captain, Finn, stayed behind to tell Loki what had happened in the dungeon and whose corpse they had sent to the guild to determine which familia it belonged to. Alex hadn't revealed much information about the situation, but Finn understood enough to realize that trouble awaited them in the future. Well, Finn, tell me what happened in the dungeon and why Alex asked us to keep quiet about this situation. Loki asked, approaching the bar and grabbing a bottle of alcohol. I'll explain everything in order so you don't get confused, Loki-sama, Finn said. Hearing his words, Loki nodded, signaling him to continue. When we were returning from the raid, we encountered a new type of monster. It had black veins running through its body and red eyes, Finn continued. And what kind of monster was it? Loki asked, pouring herself another glass of alcohol. It was an orc. It was stronger and faster than its kin, and most importantly, its power was equivalent to level 4 monsters, which is unusual for those floors, Finn said, describing the monster and what he had noticed. Are you saying there was a level 4 monster on the upper floors? Loki asked, spitting out her drink. That's right, Loki-sama. When our group decided to kill this monster, it managed to evade our attacks. It seemed to have the intelligence to realize the situation wasn't in its favor and escape to the upper floors. Thankfully, it didn't encounter anyone except Alex's group along the way, Finn explained. And what happened after you chased the monster? Loki asked, hesitating to pour herself more alcohol. After the monster escaped, we decided to catch up to it and eliminate it to prevent it from causing more problems. But the monster reached the 10th floor, where it was killed by Alex, Finn said with a wry smile. Are you saying that this monster managed to escape from a group of at least level 4 adventurers and reach the 10th floor, and if it weren't for Alex, the monster could have escaped the dungeon and caused a lot of chaos? Loki summarized. That's correct, Loki-sama. And the monster didn't turn to ash after death, its body remained intact, so we were able to send it to the guild, Finn added, pointing out the peculiarities of the situation. I don't like this situation. If there are more monsters like this, it's going to be a huge problem, Loki said, thinking seriously. What about the corpse of the adventurer you were carrying with you? Loki asked, still thinking about the new type of monster. We found this adventurer on the 5th floor. According to Alex, this adventurer wanted to attack his group to eliminate them for his master, Finn replied. But you said this adventurer died at the hands of the monster, Loki said, surprised, not understanding why her familia members gave her different information. We reported that to the guild because, according to Alex, this adventurer was responsible for why the monster turned out the way it did, Finn explained. So, you're saying that we possibly have a group capable of creating unusual monsters that are stronger, smarter, and faster than their kin, and that they could escape from the dungeon? Loki asked, realizing the scale of the problem. Do you have any suspicions about who might be behind this? Loki asked, hoping Finn had some information. Unfortunately, no, Loki-sama. Alex said he would go to the guild tomorrow and wait there for the god who comes to claim the corpse to cover up the situation, Finn said with a wry smile, as he hadn't thought of that possibility at the time. Who do you think it could be? Maybe it's the remnants of Evelys or someone else? Loki asked, considering the options. I don't think it's Evelys because they were exiled. It could be a new group trying to imitate them or seeking revenge. We don't have enough information to draw conclusions yet, Finn shook his head. So, what should we do in this situation, Loki-sama? Finn asked. For now, we won't take any action. As you said, we have too little information. We'll wait for their next moves and address them as they come, Loki said, thinking aloud. Then, should we look for allies to deal with this problem? Finn suggested. We can't know who might be part of this group, so we need to be cautious. The only allies we have for sure are Hephaestus and Hestia, Loki replied, understanding that something bad was about to happen, probably worse than Evelys. So what will we do, Loki-sama? Finn asked, to know what to prepare for. We wait for now. Alex said he would go to the guild tomorrow to wait for the god who comes to cover up the matter. Then we will have our first suspect, and from there, we will start looking for his accomplices, Loki answered after thinking. Then I'll go to the other familia members who were present at the time and ask them not to spread this information, Finn said, heading off to the other group members. After Finn left, Loki immersed herself in thought. She didn't like where this was heading. She had had enough of the problems caused by Evelys, and now there was another group that could consist of both gods and adventurers angry at the gods. Loki understood that new problems were brewing, and she didn't want a repeat of the tragedy where many adventurers and gods perished and returned to the heavens. Loki continued to think and no longer wanted to drink in such a situation. She needed to wait for news from Alex to seek potential allies. Sighing, Loki decided to go rest and leave these problems to her future self. The next morning, when Alex woke up, he realized he was in a very uncomfortable position. Hestia was hugging him like a pillow and didn't want to let go. Alex decided to free himself from this situation, understanding that Hestia might sleep for a long time. After escaping the goddess's grip, he decided to wake her up, as they needed to discuss the current situation and possible threats. With some difficulty, he woke Hestia and headed to the dining hall to talk to everyone. Good morning, everyone, Alex said, entering the dining hall where Tsubaki and Hephaestus were already seated. Where are those three? Don't they usually wake up early for training? Alex asked, looking around. Didn't you bring back those 3 who got drunk and passed out last night? Now they're sleeping soundly. Tsubaki replied, understanding that the girls had drunk too much and now couldn't be woken up. All right, I won't wake them up, let them rest. They had a tough time in the dungeon yesterday, Alex said, recalling what the girls went through. How long are you going to stay in the form of a child? Tsubaki asked, approaching Alex. I'm fine with it for now. I'm still getting used to this height, Alex said, feeling himself being lifted again. Hephaestus, why did you pick me up again? Alex asked, turning to the red-haired goddess. I just feel like it, Hephaestus replied, heading toward the table. Fine, it's not like I mind. When Hestia arrives, we need to discuss something, Alex said, now sitting on Hephaestus's lap. What exactly do you want to talk about? Tsubaki asked, realizing she missed the chance to have Alex sit on her lap. I'll explain everything when Hestia gets here, Alex replied, starting to eat breakfast. What do you want to talk about when I get here? A sleepy Hestia asked, entering the room. Unfortunately, there's an idiot or a group of idiots who think they're villains and want to cause trouble, Alex began, explaining everything that happened in the dungeon and about the monster. Are you saying that there's a group of gods or adventurers who want to create chaos and have already succeeded in creating a strange monster? Hephaestus asked after Alex recounted the events in the dungeon. As for the adventurers, I'm not sure, but that gods are involved, 100%. From what I've learned since being here, it's clear that gods get incredibly bored, and they'll do a lot to alleviate their boredom, hiding behind ridiculous excuses, Alex said. You're right about that. But what are we going to do about this situation? Tsubaki asked, curious about their course of action. For now, nothing. We'll pretend we haven't noticed anything so that these rats make a mistake and reveal themselves. Then we'll act, Alex explained his plan. So, we're just waiting for them to make a mistake? Hephaestus asked, unhappy with the idea of waiting, as innocent people might get hurt. We won't have to wait long. Later, I'll go to the guild to wait for the god who comes for their dead adventurer. Then we'll know at least one suspected member of this group, Alex assured, confident in his plan. Are you not afraid that this adventurer was just used and that the god knows nothing about it? Tsubaki asked. No, I don't think so. This adventurer spoke about his master, and it's most likely his god. We just need to wait and then investigate this god and everyone connected to him. Or it could give them the opportunity to make him a scapegoat, while the others go into hiding for a while, Alex concluded. Then we have to wait for the information you get at the guild, Hephaestus said with a sigh, realizing there were no other options at the moment. After the discussion, everyone lost their appetite. They understood that problems were brewing again. They didn't know who the enemy was, how many people were in this villainous group, or who was conspiring with them. There were too many unknowns. Why didn't Alex just use his magic to find the villains? The answer was simple, if he did that, where would be the fun in the hero facing the villain and winning? Alex wanted to feel what other heroes experienced when confronting enemies. He decided to face these villains as they appeared, to completely destroy their plans, and to show other such idiots that there was no point in trying anything, all their plans would be foiled. After finishing breakfast, Alex decided to head to the guild and observe which god would come. He was sure it would be a god associated with a negative aspect, and he already had a few guesses about which gods might be semi-villains in this situation. Guild Hall. Upon arriving at the guild hall, the first thing Alex decided to do was gather information about the monster and the dead adventurer. However, he understood that such information wouldn't be easily disclosed, so he needed someone to help him in this situation. Searching for his target, Alex found her, Ina, his cute half-elf advisor. Approaching the counter where Ina was working, he wanted to say hello but was interrupted. Hey there, little one. What are you doing here? Lost. Need help finding your family? Ina began asking questions. Alex's eye started to twitch from all these questions. Why are you silent? Shy. No need to be shy, big sister will help you, Ina continued with a kind smile. Ina, it's me, Alex said, interrupting the endless stream of questions. Little one, I don't know you, but you look very much like my friend. Could you be his brother looking for him? Ina said, noticing that the child in front of her looked very familiar. Ina, this isn't funny anymore. It's me, Alex said, his eye twitching more from the situation. He still couldn't understand why his acquaintances couldn't recognize him. Alex. How can it be you? Why are you a child? Were you cursed? Ina started asking questions, and her shout drew the attention of everyone in the room. No, I wasn't cursed. It's just age-altering magic, Alex replied, already tired of explaining what had happened to him. But why did you use that spell? You're so small now, can I hug you? Ina started asking questions again, approaching Alex and squatting down so their eyes met. As you wish, I'm used to it by now. But we need a place where we can talk without any eavesdroppers, Alex said. Ina smiled happily, picked him up, and went to a consultation room. So, what do you want to know? Ina asked once Alex was seated on her lap. Does the guild have any information about the monster and the dead adventurer? Alex asked, getting straight to the point. Why do you need that information? Ina asked skeptically, not understanding why Alex needed it. I'm just curious, and I was the one who killed that monster yesterday, Alex said, spreading his hands. If you killed it, why did the Loki Familia file the report? Ina asked, squinting her eyes. Because it had to be that way, Alex replied, not wanting to go into details. If you don't tell me why, I won't tell you which familia the adventurer belonged to, Ina said, adjusting her glasses and looking at Alex. If you don't tell me, I'll find out anyway. That god will have to come here to retrieve the adventurer's body, Alex said with a smug smile, causing Ina's glasses to slide down her nose. You still have to tell me, or I won't let you go, Ina said, threatening another way. I can't tell you everything right now because I'm not sure about many things myself. Just know that this dead adventurer is involved in the situation, and it's better if you don't tell anyone about this to avoid putting yourself in danger, Alex said, making it clear that the situation was delicate. Do you suspect that a god might be involved in this? Ina asked, to which Alex nodded. The adventurer belonged to the familia of Thanatos. Yesterday, he was informed that the Loki familia brought the body of his familia member to the guild and requested to identify him. Ina shared what she had learned that morning. All right, then I'll sit in the hall and wait for Thanatos to see what he does and how he reacts, Alex said, jumping off Ina's lap and heading to the door. You're not going to put yourself in danger, are you? Ina asked, concerned for Alex. Don't worry, Ina. I'm much stronger than you can imagine. Better yet, take this. This bracelet will protect you in case of danger, Alex said, already by the door, tossing Ina a magical bracelet for her protection. Seeing the bracelet, Ina looked at it suspiciously and wanted to ask more questions, but Alex had already stepped into the hall. Shrugging, Ina put on the bracelet and returned to her work. When she entered the hall, she noticed Alex had taken a seat on an empty sofa, waiting for Thanatos to arrive. Alex sat and pondered what Thanatos would do when he arrived. While he was lost in thought, adventurers took note of the unfamiliar child sitting in the hall, but no one dared to approach, as rumors began to spread that this child was the son of the Sword Princess and the Demon King. No one wanted to mess with the child of such a pair. After sitting for some time, Alex finally saw one of the suspected culprits in the situation with the monster and the dead adventurer. He noticed Thanatos entering the hall and heading straight for the guild's deputy. Thanatos was a tall man with long, smooth dark purple hair and eyes. He wore a long, tattered black robe with gray patterns and purple edges. His entire appearance screamed villain. Alex understood that only villains would wear such an outfit, making it obvious they were villains. As Alex watched Thanatos with a smile, Thanatos turned around, and their eyes met. Alex's smile widened. He waited to see what Thanatos would do, cause trouble or silently take the body and leave the guild. While Alex pondered Thanatos' next move, Thanatos had already begun speaking with the guild's deputy. I was called and told that an adventurer from my familia was found dead in the dungeon, Thanatos said in a calm tone. That's correct. We called you because this situation is a bit unusual, replied the guild deputy, Remmer. And what is so unusual about this situation that it required calling me? Thanatos asked upon hearing Remmer's words. Your familia member died from a strange monster that was eliminated by members of the Loki familia, who then brought the monster's body and your adventurer's body to the guild, Remmer explained. And what kind of strange monster killed my familia member? Thanatos asked, pretending not to understand what had happened. We don't know what happened with the monster, but after it was killed, its body did not dissipate but remained intact and was brought to the guild, said Remmer, who himself did not understand what was wrong with the monster. So you're telling me a strange monster appeared, attacked my familia member, and killed him, and the guild has no information about it? Thanatos said, feigning anger. Unfortunately, the guild does not have any information on this matter at the moment, and we are still investigating the case. The appearance of this monster may be an isolated incident, Remmer responded calmly, as he had faced an angry god before and knew how to handle such situations. Then when will the guild investigate this incident? Thanatos asked, continuing to pretend to be angry. We will do everything possible to find out what happened with this monster and provide you with all the information once the investigation is complete, Remmer replied in an official tone. While Thanatos pretended to be angry and sought information from the guild, Remmer maintained his official tone to calm the god down. Alex observed the situation and could barely contain his laughter. Thanatos played his role so well that Alex wanted to give him an Oscar for the best portrayal of a concerned god. Alex did not wait to see if Thanatos would accuse the Loki familia of not saving his family member. After finishing his dispute, Thanatos left the guild with an angry expression and went home. Alex realized there was no need to stay at the guild any longer and decided to go home to report what he had learned after Thanatos' performance. Saying goodbye to Ina, Alex went to his usual empty alley and was about to teleport home. How long are you going to keep hiding? The last person who did that got hit by my spear, Alex said, summoning Chastafol and pointing it towards the roof. After his words, a figure dressed entirely in black with cat ears leaped down from the roof. And who might you be? Planning to teach me a lesson for attacking a god? Alex said, aiming his spear at the cat boy. No, I was sent by my mistress to invite you, the cat boy replied in a monotone voice. And who is your mistress? Were you not taught to reveal details when inviting someone? Am I supposed to know who your mistress is right away? Alex said with a sarcastic tone. My mistress is the goddess Freya, the cat boy continued. Well, why should I go to her? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. My mistress asked me to invite you, and you will go to her even if I have to bring you by force, the cat boy said threateningly. You're amusing. Aren't you afraid of becoming a pincushion with your words? Alex asked, transforming Chastafol into its fifth form. It doesn't matter. I will do what Mistress Freya commanded, the cat boy said, preparing for an attack. All right, I won't kill you. I'm curious about what Freya wants from me, Alex said, returning Chastafol to its cushion form. At his words, the cat boy was stunned and couldn't understand what had happened. Well, what are you waiting for? Show me the way, or will we stand here in this alley all day staring at each other? Alex said, looking at the cat boy, who was now in a daze. The cat boy snapped out of his daze and decided to show the way. Shrugging, Alex followed him, flying on his cushion and wondering what Freya wanted from him. To be continued. Chapter 29, Heart to Heart with Freya or a New Ally. On the way to Freya. While following the cat boy, Alex pondered why Freya had invited him. This woman certainly hadn't done it without a reason. Alex wanted to understand why she kept observing him, despite him closing his soul off from prying eyes. If anyone could see his soul, how many gods would perish out of curiosity just by looking at it? Considering various options, he decided to ask the person leading him to Freya directly. Hey, cat boy, do you know why Freya invited me? Alex asked, looking at his companion. I don't know, and it's not my business what Lady Freya desires. I just follow her orders, the cat boy replied. So, you're an obedient dog, even though you're a cat, Alex said sarcastically, spreading his arms. Lady Freya doesn't see us as her slaves, she considers us family, the cat boy said, staring at Alex. Well, if you say so. What's your name? I'm tired of calling you cat boy, Alex asked. My name is Alan Frummel, Alan replied in a monotone voice. Frummel? Are you by any chance the brother of Anya, who abandoned her? Alex asked, narrowing his eyes. That's none of your business, Alan replied without even looking at Alex. It is my business. Anya is my friend, and if she asks, I'll bring you to her, whether you like it or not, even if it means dragging your broken body, Alex said, repeating Alan's words when he was invited to Freya. And don't think anyone in your family or even Freya herself can stop me if I want to do something to you, Alex continued, smiling at Alan. And if I find out from Anya the details of why you left and abandoned her, believe me, you little bastard, I'll forcefully drag you to her to apologize, Alex said, looking into Alan's eyes with a threat. Alex wanted to continue the conversation, but Alan stubbornly remained silent and unresponsive, no matter how Alex tried to irritate him. This went on until Alan led Alex to the apartment where Freya resided. Entering, Alex saw Freya sitting at a table with a tea set and snacks. Behind Freya stood her personal bodyguard, Otter. Surveying the room, Alex decided not to delay and headed toward the table, but he was stopped. Where do you think you're going? Alan asked, pressing a dagger to Alex's throat. Freya watched the situation with interest, waiting to see what decision Alex would make. You realize this is the second time you've threatened me? Alex asked, looking at the blade at his throat and gripping it between his fingers. Lady Freya didn't permit you to sit down, Alan said menacingly. Now listen carefully. I ignored your threat the first time because I was curious about what Freya wanted. But now you've threatened me a second time, and there won't be a third, Alex said, breaking the dagger between his fingers. And Freya, control your children, because they might die if they continue to behave like this, he added, looking directly into Freya's eyes. Alan, stand down. This person is our guest, Freya commanded. I apologize, Lady Freya. I was just concerned for your safety, Alan said, stepping back. Well, are you done with your little performance? Alex asked, jumping off his cushion and approaching a chair to sit down. I don't know what you're talking about, Freya said with a smile, watching Alex, who looked adorable as he sat at the table. If you say so. Do you happen to have a higher chair? This one's a bit low for me, Alex said, looking at Freya. Show more respect to Lady Freya, Alan spoke up again threateningly, but Alex just rolled his eyes and ignored him. Why don't you return to your original form? Freya asked with a sweet smile. No need, I'll just adjust my chair, Alex replied, making the chair higher and more comfortable. Then, maybe you can tell me why you've become a child again. Freya asked, watching Alex as he adjusted the chair and sat on it, testing its comfort. Hearing her words, Alex smiled. Don't you already know? Alex asked, looking at Freya with amused eyes. How would I know why you've become a child again? Freya responded, feigning ignorance. This place has a great view of the city, doesn't it? Alex said, looking out the window. Freya turned, glanced out the window, and nodded in agreement. But you still haven't answered why you're a child again, Freya said, turning back to Alex and looking at his face. All my friends and those who know me didn't recognize me. Even random adventurers called me the child of the Sword Princess and the Demon King. But your cat Alan immediately knew who I was. Interesting, isn't it? Alex asked in a childlike voice, looking at Freya with an innocent smile. Alan is an excellent detective and scout. He easily finds those I need, Freya responded with an innocent smile, praising Alan, who took a proud breath at her words. Really? Or is it because a pair of purple eyes is constantly watching me? Alex asked with an innocent face. Freya nearly choked on her tea at his words. I don't understand what you're talking about, Freya calmly replied, placing her cup on the table. If you say so, Freya. Then why did you invite me here? Don't tell me it's just to chat, Alex said, taking a snack from the table. After tasting a cookie, he smiled, and Freya, seeing his face, felt an urge to hug Alex in his child form. However, being a complex goddess, she restrained this desire and decided to answer. I was simply curious about the new adventurer who appeared and accomplished so much recently, Freya replied, watching Alex, who had already moved the plate of sweets closer to himself. You've only told half the truth, Alex said, finishing the last sweets on the plate and staring intently at Freya. And what makes you think I'm only telling half the truth? Freya asked, signaling for another plate of sweets to be brought. You told the truth that you wanted to see me, but you didn't reveal all the reasons why you wanted to see me, Alex replied, taking the new plate of sweets. You can speak directly, there's no need to beat around the bush. Even Loki has stopped trying to deceive me, so you don't need to bother either, Alex said, looking into Freya's purple eyes. Loki stopped trying to deceive you. You never cease to amaze me, Freya chuckled softly, not expecting that even Loki wouldn't be able to deceive this child. It's not that she didn't try, she just can't deceive me, Alex explained, spreading his hands. So, Freya, you'd better tell the truth or I'll leave, I have things to do, he added, looking at Freya, who continued to smile. When Alex saw that Freya was still silent, he decided it was time to leave. As soon as he started to get off the chair, Freya spoke. All right, I'll tell you the truth. I tried to look at your soul and saw nothing, and that intrigued me greatly, Freya quickly said, not letting Alex leave. So, even with sealed powers, you can see people's souls? Alex asked, to which Freya nodded, confirming his words. Interesting. So, Arcanum can't seal special abilities, Alex mused aloud, looking at Freya. Following the principle of equivalent exchange, you can ask me what interests you, Alex said after thinking for a moment. Can you answer why I can't see your soul? Freya asked, very curious about why she couldn't see Alex's soul, as her power allowed her to see even the souls of gods. I hid my soul so as not to kill idiots who like to peek, Alex answered. At his words, Otter and Alan wanted to draw their weapons, but Freya stopped them. And how can you kill those who see your soul? Freya asked after stopping her children from attacking. That's already a second question, Freya. Now it's my turn to ask. Why do you look at people's souls, or rather, what do you do it for? Alex asked. The color of a soul reveals a person's potential, and I take them into my family. But I couldn't see your soul, and that intrigued me greatly, Freya answered, looking at Alex and trying to understand his actions. Now it's my turn. How I can kill someone who looks at my soul is not something I do myself, rather, the one who looks essentially kills themselves. You know the old saying, if you stare at the sun for too long, you might go blind, Alex replied, starting to look out the window and observe the city and the people walking on the streets. As you said, you gave a half-truth, so answer fully, Freya said, taking advantage of the fact that Alex used his own words against her. Hey, you used my words against me, well played. Alright, the situation is quite complex to explain, but to put it simply, my soul is special for this world, just like my power, Alex said, which left Freya puzzled. What do you mean by special for this world? Freya asked, not understanding where Alex was leading. Essentially, my soul and my power are pure destruction. To put it simply, if you tried to look at my soul, you would be erased forever, Alex said, causing Freya's eyes to widen. I'll show you what that means. Imagine this cup is your body, and the tea inside is your soul, or as it's commonly called, the essence. After you looked at my soul, it would be like this, Alex said, demonstrating. He took the cup, poured tea into it, and used his power of destruction, the cup simply disappeared. Are you saying that even gods could die by looking at your soul? Freya said, her hands trembling under the table, not believing Alex's words. Well, to put it plainly, yes. And the more I use my powers, or more precisely, the more I strive for destruction, the closer I get to my essence, Alex said, causing everyone in the room to tense up. There's no need to act like that, Freya. If I wanted to harm you, I would have done it already. I just had to not hide my soul, and you would have killed yourself, Alex said, trying to calm Freya. And you are a goddess, you should understand what destruction is. First comes creation, then destruction, and this cycle repeats endlessly. It's like life and death, everything is interconnected. That's how the world was created, Alex continued. How do you know all this? Only gods who were born a long time ago know about it, Freya asked, calming down a bit and trying to learn new information. Where I come from, this information is quite common, Alex answered with a smile, forgetting that theories like the Big Bang and black holes don't exist in this world. And where are you from? According to the records, you are from the Far East, Freya asked, not believing what was written about Alex in the guild. That's a secret. And to find out, we need to get closer, as secrets are shared only between those who are close to each other, Alex said, looking at Freya, who frowned at his response. Freya understood that this was their first meeting, but the more she learned about Alex, the more intrigued she became. Then I'll ask something less personal so you can answer. Why did you join Hestia's familia instead of another one? Freya asked, looking at Alex, who was pondering her question. That's a rather complex question. But I can say that, before meeting Hestia, I didn't have a home to return to in this world, nor a family to strive for. But after arriving in Orario and learning that to become an adventurer you need to join a familia, I saw many gods recruiting members for their families. Only Hestia was the one I was looking for, as she is the goddess of the home, and I thought that by joining her, I would find the home I desired. And I was not wrong. After meeting Hestia, I found a home and started making friends. Her kind nature prevented me from becoming someone I didn't want to be. That's my answer, Alex explained, causing Freya to ponder his words deeply. Then why didn't you join Loki's or Hephaestus's familia, since you're close with them? Freya asked, curious about why he chose Hestia over someone else. Loki is fun but strange. I wouldn't be able to stay around her constantly and would probably end up hitting her with a stick at some point due to her silly antics, Alex said, explaining why he didn't want to be part of Loki's familia. As for Hephaestus, after meeting her, I realized she doesn't trust strangers much, so becoming part of her familia would be very difficult. But she is very kind at heart, and she might have accepted me. But who knows? Since I'm already in Hestia's familia, I'm satisfied, Alex continued. If you need a family and a home, I can provide that for you. You could join me, and I would give you all of that, Freya offered, looking at Alex. Don't overdo it, Freya. What sane person would leave a home where they are loved and valued just to get a replacement that's exactly the same? Alex said, narrowing his eyes at Freya. I can give you more than Hestia, Freya replied, not understanding why Alex was starting to get angry. You can't give what Hestia has given me. And never mention this topic again, because my hand might slip, and I would destroy you and everyone associated with you, Alex said, giving Freya a heavy look. At his words, Otter and Alan were ready to attack at any moment to protect Freya, but she stopped them, understanding that this would create even more problems. You will never understand what Hestia is willing to do for her familia. And I'll take your offer as a bad joke, Alex continued, looking at Freya. Then let's consider it a joke. And you're right, I can't understand what Hestia is willing to do, Freya said, squeezing her hand under the table, either out of fear or because she was turned down. Well, since we've sorted out this issue and gotten to know each other better, before I leave, what do you know about Evelys? Alex asked, trying to lighten the mood. Why do you think we've become closer? Freya asked, raising an eyebrow at Alex. Well, it usually goes like this, you argue here and there, then you fight, and eventually, you become friends and start discussing business and potential alliances, Alex replied, shrugging. You understand that's not how it works, Freya said, who had completely calmed down and looked at Alex, who seemed to be talking nonsense about friendship. In my hometown, it was usually like that. First, you threaten each other, then you fight, and in the end, you drink together as best friends, Alex said, looking at Freya, not realizing what he had said wrong. All right, I don't want to continue this topic, Freya sighed, looking at Alex, who had a confused expression. Evelys, as you call it, was an organization of gods who considered themselves evil simply because it was their nature and wanted to create chaos. My familia joined forces with other familias and the guild to defeat this group, and after our victory, they were banished from Orario. Why do you need this information? Evelys has already been expelled, and all their remnants have been destroyed, Freya explained, curious about why Alex wanted this information. There are reasons, Alex replied. You said we're already close, so I think it's worth sharing why you need this information, Freya said. At her words, Alex's eye twitched because Freya had used his own words against him once again. All right, you won. I'll tell you, Alex said, explaining about the monster and adventurer, not forgetting to mention the god he suspected. Aren't you afraid that I might be part of this group? Freya asked with a smile, narrowing her eyes at Alex. While we were chatting, I figured out that you're not part of that group, Alex replied, smiling at Freya. Oh. And how did you figure that out? Freya asked, intrigued by how Alex had come to that conclusion. When I first entered and your cat threatened me, you were ready to attack me to protect your child if necessary. Even though you like to manipulate and cause trouble, you're not a bad goddess and you wanted to protect your child. That's how I figured out that you're not part of that group. If you were part of those idiots, you would have asked different questions during our conversation and tried to find out my weaknesses, rather than asking simple questions. Alex summarized what he had learned from the conversation with Freya. Well, if you say so, I'll believe you for now, Freya said, smiling. And one last question. Would you like to join or at least help? Alex asked. As for joining, I need to see the others you're allied with. As for help, it depends on what kind of help you need, Freya said, resting her hand on her cheek and looking at Alex intently. You yourself said that Alan is the best tracker. I want him to follow Thanatos and find out where he goes and who he meets, Alex said. Freya pondered and looked at Alan, who was standing aside and observing the conversation. I think I can provide that kind of help, but what will I get in return? Freya asked, wanting something in exchange. I can give you anything within reason, Alex offered. And what can you give me that I can't get myself? Freya asked, continuing to consider Alex's offer. I'm saying I'll fulfill any reasonable wish, but nothing beyond that, Alex replied. Then make me a child, Freya said with a playful smile, looking at Alex. Alex nearly choked on the cookie he was eating. Ahem, are you serious right now? Alex asked, trying to clear his throat, confused by how this goddess thinks. One moment she's serious, and the next she's joking. Well, of course, a goddess's wish is to become pregnant, Freya said, staring into Alex's eyes. I said within reason, not to help conceive a child, Alex said with a crooked smile. So you can't give me everything I want? Freya asked, making a sad face. First of all, I'm not going to have a child with someone I just met, and second, the first reason should be enough to understand my situation, Alex said, looking at Freya, who was making a sad face to show how pitiful she was. Then we need to get to know each other better, Freya said with a smile. Alex's eye continued to twitch at the sight of this goddess who changes her demeanor like a seasoned actress. In any case, I made my offer, and you can decide whether to help me or not, Alex said tiredly, standing up from his chair and heading for the exit. Alex understood that Freya had relaxed and returned to her usual self, but he couldn't tolerate such people for long and decided to leave while he could. I'll help you, but in return, you'll take me to your place so I can consider the alliance after hearing your discussion, Freya said, standing up and moving toward Alex. Well, thank you. Now we can go, Alex said, looking at Freya and turning toward the exit. Of course, let's go. Alan, please investigate Thanatos' family and everyone associated with them, and be careful, Freya said, picking Alex up and giving Alan the order. Why did you pick me up? Alex asked, sinking into Freya's soft embrace. You said we'd become closer, so I thought I could do this, Freya said, holding Alex and realizing she was ready to carry him always. All right, as you say. Alan, even though you're a jerk, this is for you. And remember, Ani's words will determine your condition, Alex said, tossing his cloak to Alan and reminding him of the possible consequences. What kind of cloak did you give Alan? Freya asked, looking at the cloak in Alan's hands. Just a cloak to help him stay hidden, Alex replied, shrugging. Thank you, Freya said, hugging Alex tighter. Yeah, and now you can take me home, Alex said, pointing to the door, prompting Freya to laugh elegantly. And take Otter with you for protection, Alex reminded, so Freya wouldn't have to return alone. He would come with me anyway. My children are very concerned about my safety, Freya said with a maternal smile. Well, as you say. Now I'll just teleport us closer to Hephaestus's home, Alex said, casting a teleportation spell. Upon appearing in front of Hephaestus's house, Freya immediately walked inside as if it were her own home. Alex noticed her actions, shook his head, and looked back at Otter, who had a face like a stone mask. Alex shook his head again, observing the duo. Freya's every action screamed that she was a goddess, even entering someone else's house without permission. Hey, is anyone home? Alex called out, hanging in Freya's arms. Alex Cohen, you're back. Why is this woman with you? And why are you in her arms? A delighted Hestia ran up, but upon seeing Freya and Alex, she began to shout. She tried to kidnap me to adopt me, but it didn't work out, and she brought me here. Help me, Hestia, this weird lady wants to kidnap me, Alex said, putting on a sad face and faking tears. Freya heard his words, her lips twitched, and when Alex called her a weird lady, she nearly exploded. Freya, put Alex down, and I promise I won't do anything to you, Hestia said, aiming a taser at Freya. Freya looked at Hestia holding the taser and at Alex trying not to laugh, and sighed, realizing she had been outplayed. To be continued. Chapter 30, The Detective Cat and the Goddess Battle. Alan's perspective. After Alex used teleportation magic on Freya and Otter, only Alan remained in the room. He had been tasked with investigating the Thanatos Familia, Thanatos himself, and all his associates. Alan looked intently at the cloak in his hands, examining it again, unable to understand how it could conceal him. How can this rag possibly help me, thought Alan, staring at the cloak. Deciding to test it, Alan draped it over his body and approached a mirror. He noticed that the part of his body covered by the cloak had become invisible. Removing the cloak and then putting it on completely, Alan saw that his entire body had vanished. He realized how the cloak would help him stay hidden while investigating the matter his mistress had assigned to him. First, I need to find where the Thanatos Familia lives, inspect the house and its members, thought Alan, donning the cloak and setting off to locate the Thanatos Familia. The search didn't take long. Alan quickly found one of the members and began to follow him. Arriving at the house where the Thanatos Familia lived, Alan slipped inside and decided to eavesdrop on the adventurers' conversation. Why did Lord Thanatos return from the guild so angry? Asked one of the members. He was summoned to the guild today regarding the death of Eret, who died in the dungeon, replied another. Now I understand why Lord Thanatos is upset. Eret was his most loyal follower, said a third. And what is Lord Thanatos going to do about it? Asked the second. We don't know yet. Lord Thanatos doesn't share his plans with us, only Eret knew what he was up to, said the first. So, we're just waiting for Lord Thanatos' decision, asked the third. The other two nodded in agreement. Alan listened to the conversation between the three members of the Thanatos Familia and realized they had no useful information. He needed to continue his search. He learned that, besides the deceased Eret, there were a few more loyal followers of Thanatos, but they were currently on missions assigned by Thanatos himself. Seeing no other option, Alan decided to infiltrate Thanatos' private quarters, hoping to find something there. Now I need to find a way into Thanatos' room and uncover the evidence Lady Freya asked for, thought Alan as he approached Thanatos' private quarters. As he got closer, he heard noises coming from the room. Damn. 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 Thanatos was shouting, throwing everything off his desk. I shouldn't have listened to those bastards and sent my most loyal subordinate, he could have still been useful to me, said Thanatos, sitting down and burying his head in his hands. I should have sent a regular newcomer I recently accepted into the Familia, and then I could have avoided suspicion. But what's done is done. If an investigation starts, I need to get rid of all the evidence and cut off contacts with the other members for now, Thanatos continued, talking to himself, unaware that he was being overheard. So there are others. I need to wait and see if Thanatos mentions their names, then I can return to Lady Freya, thought Alan, continuing to listen to Thanatos' self-talk. Alan continued to listen to Thanatos, trying to catch any hints that might lead to his associates. But Thanatos, as if knowing he might be eavesdropped on, said nothing unnecessary. This went on until Alan heard footsteps approaching Thanatos' room. He noticed it was a girl. He quietly moved away to avoid making any noise and waited for the girl to enter Thanatos' room. Maybe then he would hear something new. Lord Thanatos, I have returned after completing your task, the girl said as she entered the room. Savina, did you accomplish what I asked? Thanatos asked, looking up at the girl. Yes, Lord Thanatos, I did everything as you requested. But may I ask, why are you in such a bad mood? Savina replied, noticing Thanatos' foul mood and decided to inquire about it. I sent Eret to carry out a task, and he failed. Now, if we're not careful, suspicion might fall on us, Thanatos replied, still angry about the failure. Are you talking about that plan, Lord Thanatos? Savina asked, to which Thanatos nodded, and Savina understood that it was best not to make any unnecessary moves to avoid suspicion. Lord Thanatos, what if the others knew the mission would fail and wanted to make you a scapegoat in case your group was exposed? Savina suggested. Hearing her words, Thanatos pondered and realized that this possibility might be true. If they decided to make me a scapegoat, I'll drag those bastards down with me, Thanatos replied, starting to think of a plan to avoid becoming the scapegoat. So, what should we do, Lord Thanatos? Are we going to take any actions? Savina asked, awaiting instructions. We won't do anything for now. First, we need to get rid of the evidence in case the guild discovers anything. In the meantime, we'll lie low and act like a regular adventurer family, Thanatos responded, outlining the plan. Then I'll recall the others who are carrying out your tasks, Lord Thanatos, so they can return and stay out of sight, Savina said, to which Thanatos agreed and added that she shouldn't contact others in case someone is watching or listening. Hearing the order, Savina nodded and went off to send the message for the others to return. Looks like I won't learn anything more for now. This information should be enough to report back to Lady Freya, thought Alan, discreetly leaving the Thanatos Familia house. He was already imagining Lady Freya praising him, but he didn't know that one guy wouldn't let that happen. Hephaestus's estate. Let's return to the moment when Alex, Freya, and Otter arrived at Hephaestus's estate. Alex started complaining about Freya kidnapping him, and Hestia, determined to retrieve Alex even by force, sprang into action. Freya, let go of Alex, and I promise you can leave here unharmed, Hestia said, pulling a taser from her bag and pointing it at Freya. Hestia, don't do something foolish that you'll regret, Freya said, still holding Alex and showing no fear of the taser. I don't care, I'll get Alex back no matter what it takes, Hestia declared, her tone resembling that of a heroine about to fight the Demon King. Hestia, where have you been? And why haven't you returned if Alex is here? Hephaestus's voice approached them. What's going on here? Hestia, why are you pointing a taser at Freya? And Freya, why are you here? Hephaestus began asking questions as she saw the situation. Hephaestus, help! This woman is trying to kidnap Alex and adopt him. Hestia shouted, hoping for the support of her best friend. Can someone explain to me what's happening here? Hephaestus asked, not believing Hestia's words. Hephaestus, save me. This strange lady wants to kidnap me, Alex continued, putting on a show. Sigh. Can we stop this and have someone tell me the real reason Freya is here? Hephaestus said, not believing Alex's antics after all his tricks. Fine, I invited Freya to discuss some matters regarding a group of idiots who want to cause chaos. I also asked for her help, Alex clicked his tongue, seeing that Hephaestus wasn't buying his act. He thought he needed to try harder to get a fantasy Oscar. Hearing his words, Hephaestus nodded, while Hestia looked confused, not understanding what was going on. Hestia, Alex tricked you, Hephaestus said, seeing the bewildered expression on Hestia's face. I don't care if he tricked me or not. As his goddess, I haven't carried him in my arms yet, and yet some cat burglars already have, Hestia replied, still pointing the taser at Freya. It's his payment for the help I'm giving him. So, Hestia, you'll have to wait, Freya said elegantly. Hearing her words, Alex didn't understand why she said that. What kind of help did you give Alex that he needs to repay you like this? Hestia asked, not believing Freya's words. Who knows, Freya replied. Alex, what is this help? Hestia asked, seeing that Freya didn't want to answer. I asked her to send one of her children to keep an eye on someone, Alex said, trying to break free from Freya's arms. And you have to pay her this way? Hestia asked, looking at Alex suspiciously. No, I said that if he helps, I would give her what she asks for, within reason. She picked me up because she wanted to. I had nothing to do with it, Alex said, jumping down from Freya's arms and standing on the floor. Then what did she ask from you? Hestia continued to question. Nothing yet, Alex replied, not wanting to add fuel to the fire. He wanted Hestia to get angry and zap Freya with the taser upon hearing this. Has Loki arrived yet? Alex asked, looking at Hephaestus. No, Loki hasn't come yet. She's probably still sleeping, Hephaestus replied, approaching Alex to pick him up. Then I'll go get that drunkard and be back. And Hestia, don't fight with Freya. Freya, that goes for you too, Alex said, dodging Hephaestus's arms, making her pout. Before leaving, Alex reminded the two goddesses not to quarrel. After Alex disappeared in a flash of light, Hestia glared at Freya. Freya simply smiled sweetly and continued inside the house, completely ignoring Hestia's angry gaze. Hephaestus noticed that another troublesome goddess had appeared, which would cause a ruckus. She shook her head and went to show Freya a place to sit and wait for Alex. Freya thought about finding Alex's room first but decided against it, knowing that the two other goddesses were watching her. She thanked Hephaestus, took the indicated seat, and waited for Alex. Loki's estate. Arriving at Loki's estate, Alex took a moment to admire the opulence of the place. It was clear that Loki's family spared no expense on the house, which looked luxurious and extravagant. Shaking his head, Alex approached the door and knocked, ready to pick up Loki and discuss matters regarding the villainous organization. As he heard footsteps approaching, he tensed up. Alex, what brings you here? Missing me already? Tiona asked in a sweet voice. I came to, Alex began to reply, but Tiona swiftly picked him up and carried him inside the house. Guys, look who's here. It's Alex. Tiona shouted, carrying Alex in her arms. Upon seeing him, everyone began greeting him. Tiona, let me have Alex, Ace said in a monotone voice as she approached Tiona. No, you've already carried him before. It's my turn now, Tiona replied, turning away from Ace and hiding Alex so he wouldn't be taken away. Give Alex to me, Ace repeated in the same monotone voice. Before they could start bickering, Alex intervened. You all realize that I'm not just a cuddly toy, right? Alex said while being held by Tiona, who was protecting him like a mother hen. That's right, he's not a toy. Now, Tiona, put Alex down, Riveria interjected. As soon as I let him go, you'll just pick him up yourself. Do you think I don't know what you're up to, Grandma Riveria? Tiona said with a sarcastic edge. Who are you calling Grandma? Riveria exclaimed, her eye twitching. All right, ladies, no need to quarrel. I'm here on business. I came to take Loki, Alex said, cutting off any further arguments. What do you need Loki for? Finn asked, keeping his distance to avoid getting caught in the middle of the girls' squabble. It's about the monster and the adventurer from yesterday, Alex replied. At his words, everyone fell silent, realizing there was information about the situation. Did you find out something? Finn asked. Alex nodded. Finn decided it would be best to summon Loki before discussing the matter further. He went to wake her up. While Finn went to rouse Loki, the girls' bickering continued, as the winner would get to carry Alex. The girls were on the brink of a full-blown fight when Finn returned, leading a groggy Loki who was swaying from lack of sleep. Loki's estate. Why are you here so early? You know girls need their beauty sleep to stay beautiful, Loki said in a sleepy tone. I came to take you. Alex began, but was interrupted again. You came to take me so we could get married? Loki asked, suddenly waking up. At her words, everyone in the room grimaced. Alex's eye started twitching even more. No, I didn't come for that, Alex said, his eye twitching. If not for that, then why did you ask me to wake up? Loki asked, pouring herself some coffee. I've gathered some information and may have found a potential ally, Alex replied, ignoring the girl's attempts to stretch him out. And who is this potential ally? Loki asked, observing the girl's attempts to keep Alex. You'll find out when you get there. Better bring someone who can actually listen, unlike you, Alex said, already being held by the victor of the battle, Ace. Are you saying I can't listen? Loki asked loudly. You've got it in one ear and out the other, Alex shrugged. Hearing his words, Loki grit her teeth in anger. Then who should I bring with me? Loki asked, finishing her coffee and preparing to leave. Choose someone you consider responsible, Alex said, looking at Loki. Who should I take? Loki pondered, glancing at her family members. After a moment's thought, a mischievous smile appeared on her face, and she made her choice. I'll take Finn with me. He's the captain of my family, Loki said with a playful grin at Alex. Loki approached Ace, who was holding Alex, and reached out her hands. Now, Ace, give me Alex, and we'll head out, Loki said, trying to take Alex from Ace. Ace was reluctant to give up Alex but eventually relented and handed him over. Once Alex was out of her arms, Ace felt a pang of discomfort and wanted to take him back, but Loki didn't give her that chance and began to leave. Seeing Ace's sad face, Alex threw her a candy and told her not to be sad. Ace looked at the candy and decided to eat it. After tasting it, Ace's eyes sparkled with delight, and she decided to ask for more candies like that next time. Author's note, I really love strawberry candies and sweets in general, so feel free to share what sweets you like. Hephaestus Estate. Returning to Hephaestus Estate, Alex immediately noticed Freya elegantly sipping tea, completely ignoring Hestia, who was glaring at her with animosity. When Alex appeared, Hestia initially felt relieved but then noticed that he was in Loki's arms. Loki, noticing Hestia's gaze, smirked, showing her superiority. Washboard, put Alex down. It's not your turn to hold him right now, Hestia yelled, rushing towards Loki and trying to pry Alex from her arms. No one asked you, busted shrimp, Loki replied, dodging Hestia's attempts and hiding Alex. Now I understand what some anime heroes felt like when adult women constantly pursued them in their childhood, Alex thought, as Loki carried him around, dodging Hestia. While the battle for Alex's embrace raged on, Freya watched with a cheerful smile, understanding that in the end, the one who could take advantage of the situation would win. She waited for the right moment. The struggle for the right to hold Alex continued, and Alex was about to intervene, but his savior, Hephaestus, stepped in. You too, Alex is not a toy or a hugging pillow. Loki, put Alex down immediately, Hephaestus said in a serious tone. Hearing her words, Hestia and Loki stopped. Loki, seeing Hephaestus's gaze, flinched and lowered Alex to the floor. And, Hestia, I'm turning a blind eye to you sneaking into Alex's room at night to sleep with him. Don't forget this is my house, and I can stop you from doing that, Hephaestus continued, shifting her gaze to Hestia, who trembled under her friend's stare. All right, we're done here, Hephaestus said, approaching Alex and picking him up. Seeing Hephaestus's actions, Hestia and Loki wanted to protest but immediately fell silent under her gaze. She's good. Never would have thought Hephaestus could use this situation so effectively. It seems the main enemy is Hephaestus, not Hestia, Freya thought, watching Hephaestus's actions. Now we can discuss the situation we're in, Hephaestus said, sitting down at the table. Seeing that Hephaestus had sat down, Loki and Hestia followed suit, quietly taking their seats, afraid to make a noise. Freya. Has Alan returned yet? Alex asked, still shaken by Hephaestus's actions. Alan hasn't returned yet, but I think he will be back soon, Freya said with a soft smile. Realizing that this cat hadn't returned yet, Alex began to consider which gods might be part of this group and how best to lure them out. Author's note: if it's not too much trouble, could you suggest a couple of evil gods from mythology that I might use for the semi-villainous group? To be continued. Chapter 31, Plan of Action and Useless Information. Hephaestus Manor. While Alex was lost in his thoughts, the goddesses exchanged glances, particularly noting Hephaestus, who held Alex on her lap. Hestia looked the saddest in this situation since she was the only one who hadn't had the chance to carry Alex in her arms, even though she forgot that she slept with him every night. Freya continued sipping her tea, observing Alex deep in thought, knowing she would have a chance to ask him for a favor later. Loki, after glancing at Hephaestus, decided to have a drink, pulling out a bottle of alcohol from who knows where and opening it. What? Loki asked when everyone started looking at her. You're all silent, so I decided to relax, she added, pouring herself a drink. How can you drink in a situation like this? Hestia asked, glaring at Loki. Alex asked me to bring someone who would listen. I'm just here for company as a goddess, Loki replied, shrugging. Finn, hearing her words, only shook his head, knowing that Loki had always been a carefree goddess. Hephaestus also shook her head, while Freya merely smiled. Why is everyone silent? We gathered here to discuss matters, the group of idiots, as Alex calls them, Loki said, taking a sip from her glass. Everyone turned their attention to Alex, who was deep in thought and not responding to their words. Hephaestus gently nudged him in the side to get his attention. Alex snapped out of his reverie and turned to Hephaestus, not understanding why she did that. Seeing that he was paying attention, Hephaestus gestured to the others who were watching him. What? Alex asked, not understanding why everyone was looking at him. Finn smirked, realizing why Loki had become so close to Alex. They were similar. Finn didn't yet know how much. Alex knew how to restrain his nature, whereas Loki couldn't. You gathered us to discuss the alliance and the information you received, Freya said, looking at Alex with a puzzled expression. Oh, right. I got lost in thought, Alex replied. He wanted to wait for Alan, but Loki couldn't wait any longer. As for the information I have at the moment, it's just the name of a god who might be part of this group of idiots, and I've also figured out how they create or rather enhance monsters, making them several levels higher than their peers, Alex said, standing up from Hephaestus's lap, who was reluctant to let him go. Standing on the floor, Alex stepped back and started rummaging in his pocket. Hestia, where's my board? Alex asked, searching his pockets. Here it is, I put it in my bag, Hestia said with a smile, pulling out a large board from a small bag. Seeing Hestia pull such a large board from her bag, everyone except Hephaestus widened their eyes, not understanding how it fit in there. Hey, can I have one of those? Loki asked, drooling over the bag, imagining how she could hide all her alcohol in it from Reveria. Who? Do you need my board? Alex asked, pretending not to understand what Loki wanted. I'm not talking about your board, Loki started to say, but was interrupted. Right, why would she need another board when she already carries one with her all the time? Hestia interrupted, laughing at Loki. What did you say, you busted midget? Loki shouted, trying to attack Hestia. While Hestia and Loki started fighting again, Freya looked at Hestia's purse and thought it was a very useful item for everyday tasks. She could carry her outfits and many different things in it. She wanted to get such a purse but didn't know how to ask without losing the favor Alex had promised. Hephaestus, seeing the two fighting again, sighed and decided to stop them once more. Alex clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. All right, that's enough, you two. And Loki, about the purse, I'll think about it, Alex said. Hestia and Loki exchanged glances, huffed, and turned away from each other. Seeing that they had calmed down, Alex decided to continue. Our first suspect is Thanatos and members of his familia, Alex said, sticking an image of Thanatos and the dead adventurer on the board. Next is the monster that was enhanced using some method, he continued, attaching a photo of the altered orc. At the moment, this is all we have. I estimate their group might consist of 5 to 10 gods, Alex concluded. Do you know which gods might be part of their group, or at least have any theories about who they might be? Hephaestus asked, pondering the situation. This is just a theory for now, but after meeting with Freya, I think it could be gods who embody evil aspects, Alex said, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Which aspect does Thanatos belong to? Alex asked, realizing he hadn't checked this earlier. Thanatos is one of the gods associated with death, Freya said, looking at the board. But death is a part of life, its opposite. It's literally part of balance. Death can't be either bad or good, Alex said, slapping his forehead. Every second, something dies and is born. How can death be considered something bad? Alex asked, not understanding why Thanatos considered himself evil. Alex, aren't you afraid of death? Hestia asked, not understanding why Alex was upset. Everyone looked at Alex, not understanding what had caused such a reaction after learning what Thanatos was responsible for. Life and death are a natural cycle for everything. Even for the universe and gods. Nothing can live forever, Alex answered Hestia's question. Alright, we got off topic. We need to name potential gods with a negative aspect and look for clues linking them to this group, Alex continued, steering the conversation back on track. It could be Erebus, Nyx, and many other gods associated with negative aspects, Freya suggested after some thought. Alright, we'll start with Erebus and Nyx and look for others as we progress, Alex said, writing the 2 names on the board. Also, let's not forget that Apollo didn't have a negative aspect but might have been connected to this group, Hephaestus added, recalling Apollo's behavior. Most likely, Apollo was their pawn and a fool who was easy to manipulate, Alex replied, dismissing the idea that Apollo was part of the group. Could Soma be part of this group? Hestia asked, remembering how much Lily had suffered from Soma Familia members. No, Soma is definitely not part of this group. That idiot always stays in his room brewing wine. If he were involved, he would be showing up more often, Alex answered, shaking his head. What if he's brewing wine that makes his Familia members dependent and causes chaos? Loki asked, raising her hand. That's already understood, since the wine is brewed by a god and thus has such an effect. But he does it unintentionally, Alex replied, based on the information gathered about Soma Familia and Soma himself. He knew that Soma was just a recluse who didn't want to interfere and simply made wine, but that didn't excuse his inaction regarding his Familia. Also, let's not forget that besides negative gods, other gods might be part of this group, Alex said. Hearing his words, the goddesses exchanged suspicious glances. Seeing this, Alex shook his head and tapped the board to draw their attention. No one in this room is part of this group, he said. The goddesses smiled sheepishly, realizing they had forgotten this. Alex could understand Loki and Hestia suspecting each other, but he hadn't expected Freya to start looking at the others with suspicion. Most likely, they will lie low for a while, so we will have time to look for those who might be part of this group, Alex said. Everyone exchanged glances, understanding that there was no other option. So what should we do in this situation? Finn asked, realizing that chaos worse than what evils did might break out in the future, and there might not be enough people to protect all of Orario. Getting stronger is the simplest option in this situation. Without strength, you're essentially cannon fodder, Alex said, spreading his arms. Finn pursed his lips, understanding the simple truth but hoping Alex would offer other options as well. For starters, we need to wait for the next gods meeting, and we'll need Freya's ability to be a social butterfly, Alex said, and everyone turned their gaze to Freya, who was sipping tea. Freya noticed everyone looking at her and smiled. And what do you need my help with? Freya asked, sitting in a more elegant pose. You interact with many gods, and through conversations, you'll look for flaws in their words and possible members of this group of idiots. That's if they show up at the meeting, of course, Alex said, looking at Freya. What will I get in return? After all, I'm not part of this group yet, Freya asked, smiling sweetly. Hestia was ready to explode at her words, but was stopped by Hephaestus. All the same conditions, but within reason and without your past requests. I'll say no to those right away, Alex replied, not allowing Freya to say anything excessive. He didn't want Hestia to, in a fit of rage, shock Freya. Haha, then I'll think about it for now and put my requests on hold until I figure out what I want, Freya said, laughing elegantly. Hearing her words, Hestia realized that Freya had asked for something excessive and began to look at her even more suspiciously. Hestia decided she would protect Alex's innocence from this woman, so she wouldn't corrupt him. And what about what you said about getting stronger? Finn asked, ignoring the goddesses who were eyeing each other suspiciously. Our house will be finished soon, and I'll set up a training room in the basement. You'll come there, and I'll train you, Alex answered with a smile. Finn heard what Alex said and realized that the training would be akin to torture. Even if they did become stronger, it would be a very tough ordeal. Finn could already imagine the faces of the other participants and their tear-filled eyes. While the team discussed their affairs and actions in case of an emergency, the group of villains gathered to discuss their plans. What should we do about Thanatos? Asked a female voice. Nothing for now. He hasn't been exposed yet, replied the leader, sitting at the table and staring at the empty seat where Thanatos should have been. What if he gets exposed? That idiot might drag us all down with him, said a male voice. If he tries to drag us down, we'll just shift all the blame onto him and say he forced us, said a third participant. I suggest we replace him or find someone else for our group. With more eyes and allies, it will be easier to act in the future. And if Thanatos decides to betray us, we'll have more votes to suppress him and divert suspicion, proposed the female voice after some thought. Replacing Thanatos isn't an option for now. If we drive him out, he'll definitely do something foolish. As for new members, who do you suggest? Asked the second participant. We should look for those with similar interests, who can support us or corrupt other gods, said the third, grinning. I'm not sure we can corrupt any gods. Apollo was an exception because he was lustful and arrogant. It was easy to pull him into darkness, said the female voice. While the group argued, the leader sat and observed, frowning. He didn't want to repeat Evelus's mistakes, so he acted cautiously, leaving no traces. Even in Apollo's case, he hadn't intervened, only observing and giving orders. He pondered the possibility of recruiting new members, but that also carried the risk of being exposed prematurely. The leader considered which god might fit their organization without risking exposure. Erebus, what do you think about new recruits and replacing Thanatos? Asked the second participant. Let's postpone replacing Thanatos for now. If he gets discovered, we'll blame him. If this fool can cover his tracks, we'll keep him, replied Erebus after some thought. And new recruits? Asked the female voice. Let's also postpone that. But you can try to get close to those you want to invite. Remember, Orario has eyes and ears everywhere. Everyone is curious, and rumors spread quickly, warned Erebus, indicating that it was better to act cautiously and not attract unnecessary attention. From now on, we go underground and make no moves. The experiment with the monster succeeded, albeit with some flaws. This means we can try to enhance the Rex monster. But creating a crystal for such types of monsters will take time. For now, we gather our strength and search for potential recruits, avoiding contact with each other. We'll communicate using the old method, outlined Erebus. Hearing his words, everyone understood that it was best to keep a low profile and go about their business as usual. What about Thanatos? Asked the third participant. I'll send him a message myself, telling him to keep a low profile, said Erebus, rising from his chair. This meeting is over. I hope to hear good news next time, he added as he left the room. Seeing that Erebus had left, the others continued to debate who would be the best to invite. Unable to reach a definite decision, they each maintained their own opinions and dispersed, realizing that it was uncertain when they would meet again. Suspicion began to rise, and it was best to keep a low profile, as Erebus had advised. Hephaestus's mansion. While the group of villains was making their plans, Alex's team was discussing which gods might be part of the villainous group. After a lengthy discussion, the board was filled with names of gods, ranging from the so-called evil ones to the most ordinary. Alex looked at the filled board and realized that the goddesses had decided to name all the gods who might be in Orario or might descend in the future. Alex rubbed his face, understanding that it was better not to ask these goddesses for more, as you tell them one thing, and they do another. Freya, seeing Alex's puzzled expression, smiled and approached him. What's with your face? Why the frown? Freya asked, standing next to Alex. What do you mean by frown? Did you seriously decide to name all the gods that are in Orario? Alex shouted with a twitching eye. Well, you asked us to name the gods, Loki said, not understanding why he was angry. I asked you to name the gods who might be part of the group, in your opinion, not all the gods in Orario, Alex said, looking at the goddesses. Seeing his gaze, everyone turned away with awkward smiles. Fine, we need to wait for Alan, who should be arriving soon, and ask him what he has learned, Alex said with a sigh, looking at everyone in the room. While Alex was contemplating whether to do everything himself or wait for a chance to participate in a group battle against the villains and defeat them with the power of friendship, he grimaced at the thought. The only anime where he liked the power of friendship was Fairy Tail, everything else he considered nonsense. Everyone watched Alex's frowning face, wondering if they had done something wrong. Hestia was the most concerned, feeling useless in this situation. While Alex was deciding what to do, Alan arrived with information. Lady Freya, I have arrived after completing your order, Alan said as he appeared in the room and removed his cloak. What did you find out about Thanatos? Alex asked, looking at Alan, who had a smug expression on his face. Hearing Alex's words, Alan grimaced and ignored him, waiting for instructions from Freya. Alan, what did you find out? Can you tell us? Freya asked with a motherly smile. Seeing her smile, Alan was encouraged, while Hestia and Loki grimaced. Thanatos is definitely part of this evil group. Some members of his family are aware of his plans, Alan said. Well, why are you silent? Or is that all you found out? Alex asked with a twisted face. Alan decided to ignore his words and continued. Eros, who died in the dungeon, was his closest family member. Also, there is a girl named Savina and a couple of other people whose names he did not reveal, Alan continued. Hearing this, Alex began to lose patience, as he could not stand people who went silent and stopped speaking. Seeing Alex reaching for his pocket, Freya asked Alan to continue. Thanatos decided to cover his tracks and will likely lay low, behaving like an ordinary god with a family. The girl named Savina went to recall other members to return, Alan said, expecting praise from Freya. Seeing his proud face, Alex began to get even angrier. You did so well, maybe I should scratch behind your ears for that. Alex said with a sweet smile that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Alan looked at Alex, not understanding why he was saying that. You're an idiot. I gave you a cloak to hide, and instead of bringing any useful information, you only mentioned the name of the corpse and the girl who's supposedly under Thanatos' command. Did you not think to steal any documents or at least letters that might have the names of Thanatos' associates? Instead, you brought essentially useless information that could have been heard on the street. And what's with that proud face, as if you completed a top-secret mission? Alex ranted, furious at the foolish cat. Now I see where Annie's character comes from. You two are literally the same, he continued. Come on, Alex. He's not to blame. Maybe he didn't want to get caught and acted cautiously, Hestia tried to calm Alex. If you're so smart, you could have gone and done it yourself, instead of asking Lady Freya to do you a favor, Alan replied with a sarcastic tone. I'll hit you with this stick right now, Alex said, pulling out a stick from his pocket. Everyone who knew about the stick ran to stop him. Let me go, I'll hit him. All he found out was that Thanatos is part of the group and that he has close adventurers who carry out his orders, Alex said, struggling against those holding him back from beating up Alan. Freya didn't understand why they were holding Alex back until she saw the stick. While Hestia was calming Alex, Freya decided to ask about the stick. Loki, hearing Freya's question, wasn't sure whether to answer. After some thought, Loki decided to explain what the stick was. Freya crookedly smiled, recalling a rumor she had recently heard. All right, Hestia, that's enough. I'm not angry. Essentially, the information Alan brought may be half useful, but only if we intercept Savina before she hides, Alex said, putting the stick back in his pocket and sighing heavily. So, what's the plan of action? Finn asked, seeing that Alex had calmed down and sighed. First, we need to strengthen our forces in case these idiots start executing their plans earlier. Then we wait for the gods' meeting to find those who were or are currently close to Thanatos. And lastly, expect that things might hit the fan at any moment. For now, that's all we can do, Alex said. Everyone understood that they didn't have many options for action. By the way, where are those three misfortunes? I haven't seen them since yesterday evening, Alex asked, looking around. Lily, Cassandra, and Daphne left after they woke up. According to Daphne, since they did well in the raid, they can afford some rest and entertainment, Tsukaki said. Just as Alex was about to ask more questions about the girls, they returned, but their appearance left much to be desired. They looked as if they had been in a bar fight. What happened to you? Why do you look like you got into a bar brawl? Alex asked, looking at the girls who were covered in dust. We were accosted by members of the Soma family, and we got into a fight, Cassandra said. Alex looked at them, not understanding how they could end up in a fight with Cassandra, who was always the voice of reason. He decided to hear the whole story and asked Cassandra to explain everything from the beginning. To be continued. Chapter 32, A Day Without Alex or How the Girls Found Trouble. Hephaestus Manor. After Alex left the Hephaestus Manor, the three drunkards who had celebrated their first raid yesterday were still in a deep sleep, unwilling to wake up. Alex had promised that today would be a day off, so they drank themselves into a state where they had forgotten about yesterday's raid. The first to wake up was Cassandra, who was being hugged by Daphne like an octopus. When Cassandra woke up and disentangled herself from Daphne, she rubbed her eyes and squinted from a severe hangover, trying to remember what had happened yesterday. She remembered the raid and coming to the hostess of fertility, but after that, her memories were blurry. Cassandra decided to drink some water to soothe her parched throat. She got up and, with unsteady legs, headed for the room's exit, trying not to wake anyone. But fate played a cruel joke, and Cassandra, not having gone far, tripped and fell with such a crash that it could have woken up half of Orario. Hearing the sound of the fall, Daphne and Lily groaned and began to wake up, clutching their heads. Their angry eyes looked at Cassandra, who was lying on the floor in a ridiculous pose, awkwardly smiling at the two girls. Couldn't you be quieter? Daphne asked, holding her head and trying to suppress her nausea. Ugh, my head, groaned Lily, trying to get up from the couch. Sorry. It's not my fault my legs won't listen to me, Cassandra said, trying to stand but still swaying. Does anyone remember what happened yesterday? Daphne asked, holding her head and trying not to fall back onto the bed. I only remember our raid, then coming to the hostess of fertility, and after that, everything is a blur, said Lily, trying to recall, but the headache wouldn't allow it. The girls sat and tried to remember last evening, but nothing came to mind, so they decided to leave it for later when the headache subsided. After sitting for a while, they decided to get up. Groaning and like a group of zombies, the girls trudged to the dining hall to drink water and eat something. Tsubaki, who was sitting at the table at the time, saw the three girls walking shakily and grumbling and couldn't help but laugh at their appearance. Hearing Tsubaki's laughter, the girls groaned and grabbed their heads. Hearing their groans, Tsubaki laughed even harder as it looked comical, with everyone acting in sync. After the girls reached the table, they just collapsed onto it, not wanting to move anymore. Tsubaki shook her head and decided to help them. "Here you go, girls, this really helps with hangovers," Tsubaki said, placing glasses with a drink in front of them. "What is it?" Cassandra asked, lifting her head and looking at the glass. "It really helps with hangovers. Sometimes I overdo it too, and this drink is just right in the morning," Tsubaki said with a smile, looking at the three groaning girls. After the girls drank the beverage Tsubaki gave them, they began to feel better, and their headaches started to subside. Deciding that the headache had passed along with the nausea, they decided to eat. Tsubaki, seeing them starting to feel better, shook her head, recalling that her first hangover was just as bad. Tsubaki served them food and sat at the table, continuing to read requests and orders for weapon crafting. The girls ate, slowly enjoying the food Tsubaki had brought them. After breakfast, Lily began to look around and noticed that Alex, who was usually home by this time, was not there, and neither was Hestia, who usually lazed around the house. "Tsubaki, where's Alex?" Lily asked, noticing his absence. "Alex went to the guild to take care of some matters and find out something. He won't be back until evening, so you can relax," Tsubaki said, glancing up from her orders. "And what about Lady Hestia and Lady Hephaestus? Where are they?" Cassandra asked, knowing that Hestia usually woke up around this time and came for breakfast. Hephaestus went to her shop for some business and took Hestia along to keep her from lazing around at home, according to Hephaestus, Tsubaki said, remembering how Hestia had cried and protested about leaving. "So what should we do today?" Daphne asked, looking at the others at the table. "You can rest. Alex gave you the day off to relax. You can go shopping or just unwind at home, it's up to you," Tsubaki said, her eyes still on the orders. Hearing Tsubaki's words, the girls exchanged glances and realized they had a free day. They began deciding what to do. Cassandra suggested just relaxing at home. Hearing her suggestion, Lily and Daphne shook their heads. Daphne proposed going shopping. Lily thought for a moment and agreed to go shopping. Daphne and Lily then looked intently at Cassandra. Under their gaze, Cassandra gave in and agreed to go shopping too, even though she secretly wanted to stay home and lie down. Seeing that Cassandra didn't want to go anywhere, Daphne decided to tempt her in her own way and started whispering about a new pastry shop that had opened. Cassandra, who didn't want to go out, quickly changed her mind upon hearing about the new pastry shop and was now unstoppable. Cassandra hurried to her room to get ready and go for sweets. Seeing Cassandra rush off, Daphne shook her head and went to get ready as well. Tsubaki watched this scene and laughed, saying, "It's good to be young." Hearing her own words, Tsubaki made a face and thought that she was still young herself, being a girl in the prime of her life. Lily, seeing Daphne and Cassandra getting ready, also followed them. As Lily was about to leave the dining hall, she decided to invite Tsubaki to join them, to which Tsubaki shook her head and said she still had work to do. Lily, hearing her response, said that she could come with them next time. Tsubaki smiled and said she would definitely go with them next time. After the girls got ready and set out to enjoy their day off, they had to decide where to go. Here opinions differed. Cassandra wanted to go straight to the pastry shop, Daphne wanted to look at armor and weapons, and Lily wanted to buy clothes and check out a new couch she had saved up for. They hadn't gone far from Hephaestus's house before a dispute broke out about where to go. No one wanted to compromise. This argument continued for a while until Lily found a way out of the situation. "Daphne, why do you need armor?" Lily asked, posing an obvious question. "I need armor because I play the role of the vanguard in our team," Daphne replied, indicating that she needed to ensure the group's protection. "You don't need to buy that subpar armor. Alex can make you something much better than what you can buy, and you won't spend any money," Cassandra said, with Lily nodding in agreement. "And why would he make me this armor?" Daphne asked, not believing that Alex would just make her armor for free. "Didn't you listen when he was talking? You're a member of his family, which means you're his responsibility," Cassandra said, recalling Alex's words from the dungeon. "That doesn't change the fact that he might not want to make armor for me," Daphne continued to deny. "If he refuses, I'll ask Lady Hestia to persuade him," Lily suggested. Daphne thought this could work if Alex declined. "Well, if you agree, then we're heading to the pastry shop on the shopping street," Cassandra said, seeing that Daphne was no longer arguing. "No, we're going to look at beds first. I'm tired of hearing Lady Hestia brag about her soft bed. I want one too, and nothing will stop me from getting it," Lily declared, not giving Cassandra a chance to object. "Or do you want to sleep on the floor when we move into our renovated house? Are you saying there are no beds for us?" Daphne asked, not understanding how that was possible. "When we moved to Lady Hephaestus's place temporarily, Alex didn't plan on taking in new members. So nothing was prepared, Lily replied with a wry smile. Lily's words caused a collective sigh as the girls realized that ordering new beds was a priority. But where will we put them if we buy them immediately without waiting for delivery? Cassandra asked, understanding there was nowhere to put the beds and no point in leaving them at Hephaestus's house. That's easy to solve with the bag Alex gave me, Lily said, showing the brown backpack on her back. Seeing the small backpack on Lily's back, the girls didn't understand how it would solve the bed problem. Lily, seeing their confusion, decided to explain what kind of bag it was by pulling out various small and large items to show that the backpack could hold many things. Cassandra and Daphne were amazed by the backpack and decided they should ask Alex for one too. Seeing that the conversation was over, Lily said they should head to the shopping street. Upon arriving at the shopping street, the girls first went to the store selling home furniture. Entering the store, they began looking around and choosing furniture for personal use. Daphne was unhappy that Alex hadn't thought of this earlier, as new members could join their family at any time, and there would be no place for them to stay. While browsing typical room items like beds and nightstands for personal belongings, each girl picked what she liked best. But Lily had another goal, a soft bed like the one Hestia had ordered. Not seeing a similar bed, Lily decided to ask the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, hearing Lily's question, pondered for a moment, trying to remember if they had any more of those beds in stock. While he thought, Cassandra and Daphne came over to Lily and decided they also wanted such beds. Yes, we should have those beds in stock unless they've already been sold, the shopkeeper said after some thought. If we buy items in bulk and pay up front, will we get a discount? Lily asked, having already calculated the total and, being thrifty, eager to negotiate a discount. It depends on how much you plan to purchase, the shopkeeper replied, seeing that the girls were interested in more than just the beds. We're buying 3 beds, 3 nightstands, 3 wardrobes, and other small items for setting up rooms, Lily listed. If you're buying that much, I can offer you a 10% discount on your entire purchase, the shopkeeper offered. I want a 20% discount, Lily countered, holding up 2 fingers. The shopkeeper shook his head and refused to give such a discount. A negotiation ensued. Lily insisted on 20%, but the shopkeeper, experienced with such customers, stood firm at 10%. The haggling continued for a good 10 minutes until the shopkeeper finally conceded and offered a 15% discount. Lily proudly smiled at her victory. Daphne and Cassandra were impressed by Lily's bargaining skills and decided to always take her along for shopping in the future. Although the Hestia familia might have plenty of money in the future, saving money whenever possible is always beneficial. After paying for the order, the shopkeeper offered delivery, hoping to earn a bit more from these customers. However, he was stunned when Lily simply packed all the items into her small backpack and left with a triumphant smile. The shopkeeper couldn't believe his eyes for a long time until his colleague called him for lunch. After leaving the furniture store, the girls decided to stroll a bit before visiting the pastry shop. While walking through the shopping street, they bought various trinkets and small items for their home, knowing that they might not have free time for a leisurely walk anytime soon. Cassandra kept asking Lily where she learned to haggle. Lily thought for a moment and decided to share her story since they were now family, and there was no point in hiding her past. Lily had found the home she had always dreamed of and a family that cared for her. Lily recalled her first meeting with Alex, the person who had saved her. It was hard for her to believe how he could change his demeanor like flipping a page in a book, at one moment serious, and the next moment acting sweet and innocent. Lily shared her entire life story, except for the part where she had caused trouble with Alex to avoid being overheard. While Lily told her story, their group arrived at the pastry shop. You must have suffered a lot, Cassandra said, hugging Lily. Yes, you've had a tough life, but now we're family, and we won't let anyone hurt you, Daphne said, patting Lily on the shoulder for comfort. Everything is fine now. Alex and Lady Hestia helped me cope. Alex is helping me become stronger, Lily said with a smile. She no longer worried about her past, focusing on the future as Alex had advised her. It's right that you've been able to let go of your past to look toward the future, Cassandra said wisely, continuing to hug Lily. After Lily shared her story, it brought them even closer and strengthened their friendship. Cassandra, who was eagerly anticipating the new desserts, was ready to rush to the pastry shop, but their path was blocked by a group of adventurers. Isn't this our little thief? We were wondering where our wallet disappeared, one of the adventurers said, approaching Lily's group. You'd better step aside and go your own way, Daphne said, stepping in front of Lily to protect her. What's this? The little insignificant helper found herself some friends and got braver, the adventurer mocked, eyeing Lily's group. Though, they're not bad. How about spending some time with us, and we'll forget this girl's debt, he added with a lewd smile, causing his group to laugh. I'm warning you for the last time, you'd better leave if you don't want any trouble, Daphne said sternly, ready to draw her weapon. And what if we don't leave? Are you going to beat us? The adventurer asked mockingly. You're right. Daphne said, landing a punch on the adventurer. Seeing their leader attacked, the other members of the adventurer group joined the fight. However, they didn't expect the group of girls to be so tough. Despite the numerical advantage, the adventurers faced opponents who had trained under Alex and fought hordes of monsters in dungeons. Even Cassandra, who was a healer, could hold her own against her attackers. Lily, who had trained the longest with Alex, sent enemies flying with her fists, leaving them unable to get up after her blows. The battle lasted for a while, but the girls managed to defeat their opponents. Looking at the defeated foes, the girls were proud of themselves. However, Daphne didn't forget the adventurer leader's words and approached him to give him a kick in the groin, making sure he knew not to mess with the girls. Afterward, the girls noticed they were covered in dust and dirt with a few bruises on their arms. Realizing they wouldn't be able to go to the pastry shop in such a state, they decided to head back home. Cassandra, pouting, wanted to cry, but Daphne promised that she would go buy her a cake tomorrow. Cassandra could only give in and cast a sad glance at the pastry shop one last time before leaving, her final thought being, "I'll come back, I promise." Hephaestus Mansion. Let's return to the moment when the girls arrived home and found a group of people discussing their future plans. The girls decided to share their story. Hold on. I asked you to tell me how you got into this mess, not to recount your entire day," Alex said, having listened to Cassandra's account. "And what's with the monologue at the end where you say you'll come back?" Alex continued, looking at Cassandra oddly, who looked away. "You asked for the story, so what's the problem?" Daphne retorted upon hearing Alex's words. "Alright, that's not important. What's important is that you were attacked by Soma's family," Alex interrupted, not allowing Daphne to continue complaining. "So, what are we going to do about this situation?" he asked, looking at the girls. Everyone in the room noticed them, observing that they were covered in dust and had a few bruises. "Alex, you need to teach them a lesson for attacking my children," Hestia exclaimed, unaware of the commotion this would cause. "Tell me, Lily, do you want revenge? Do you want to go back and beat the foolishness out of them? Do you want to make them suffer? Do you want to beat them so badly that their own mother wouldn't recognize them?" Alex began, his smile growing wider with each word, creating an unsettling feeling among everyone in the room. Those who heard Alex's words and saw his mad grin took a step back. No one had ever seen Alex like this before. Alex continued to look at Lily with his crazed smile, waiting for her response. Lily looked at Alex and nodded resolutely. In response, Alex laughed maniacally and began preparing for a crusade. To be continued. Chapter 33, Revenge is a dish best served hot. Hearing Alex's maniacal laughter, everyone in the room grew tense, not understanding why he started acting this way. Hestia had just asked him to teach a lesson to the guys who attacked the girls. While Alex rummaged through his pockets, everyone watched him with strange looks, as his maniacal grin didn't leave his face. Hestia, more than anyone, didn't understand what had just happened. One moment they were discussing how to deal with the gods who wanted to cause trouble, then the members of her family returned, and suddenly Alex began laughing and talking about revenge. "Alex Cohen, what are you planning to do?" Hestia asked cautiously. As a wise man once said, revenge is a dish best served cold. But I don't agree with those words. Revenge should be swift, like a stone flying towards the head, Alex replied, searching in his pockets for items that would help him in this task. "Don't tell me you plan to go to the Soma family's house," Hestia asked, watching as Alex finished his preparations. Alex nodded and started returning to his adult form, changing into his signature outfit for causing trouble. Seeing Alex return to his adult form, Hestia realized that this time, the problems would be bigger than before. "No, I won't let you do what you're planning," Hestia yelled, running up to Alex and clinging to him. "Hestia, my dear goddess, you asked me to teach them a lesson. Why are you trying to stop me now?" Alex asked, looking at Hestia hanging on him. "I asked you to teach them a lesson, not to create even more problems," Hestia yelled, preventing Alex from moving. Seeing that Hestia wasn't willing to let him go, Alex came to a decision that would allow him to leave. He looked at Hestia seriously, making her start to feel nervous. "Hestia, if you let me go, I'll make you an offer you can't refuse," Alex said, looking Hestia straight in the eyes. What offer?" Hestia asked nervously. "A date just for the two of us. Just you, me, and a candlelit dinner," Alex whispered in her ear. Hearing his proposal, Hestia blushed deeply, and her pigtails began to twirl from embarrassment. Noticing that Hestia's grip was loosening, Alex decided to use his final weapon in this situation. He slowly leaned down to Hestia and kissed her on the forehead. Feeling the kiss on her forehead, Hestia completely lost consciousness from embarrassment. Alex caught Hestia, who had fainted, and gently laid her on the couch, deciding to continue his preparations. Everyone watching Alex's actions at that moment was stunned. No one expected him to handle Hestia in such a manner. Some watched the interaction with envy, while others just shook their heads with wry smiles. Everyone was curious about what exactly Alex had said to Hestia to make her blush so much, and why he decided to kiss her, even if it was just on the forehead. Just as Alex was about to embark on his path of revenge, another goddess intervened, understanding that Alex's actions would lead to no good. "Alex, whatever you're planning, you better stop it," Hephaestus said in a stern tone. Alex turned around at her words and looked at her intently, making Hephaestus nervous. "Hephaestus, how can you do this to me?" Alex said, putting on a sad face. "What are you talking about?" Hephaestus started to get nervous. "Don't you remember that evening when we stood under the moonlight in each other's embrace?" Alex said dramatically, causing question marks to appear over everyone's heads. "What evening? What moon? What embrace?" Hephaestus, blushing, began to ask questions. "How can you forget that wonderful evening?" Alex said, with tears welling up in his eyes. Everyone who heard Alex's words turned their gaze to Hephaestus, who was blushing and confused about what was happening. "We admired the beautiful full moon, you were in my arms, and I whispered words of love into your ear," Alex continued, approaching Hephaestus. Seeing him coming closer, Hephaestus began to step back until her back was against the wall. Alex slowly approached her, took her hand, and brought his face so close that their noses almost touched. "Don't you remember all my words of love to you, Hephaestus? Don't you remember how you turned and hugged me tightly, saying that you loved me too, that we would be together in sorrow and joy, and that whatever problems we might face in the future, we would overcome them? And our passionate kiss of love that we shared afterward?" Alex said, bringing his face closer to Hephaestus. She blushed even more until her face was as red as her hair. Alex slowly leaned in, and seeing his face get closer, Hephaestus could no longer bear it and fainted from embarrassment, sinking to the floor with a red face. Seeing that another goddess had been taken out, Alex proudly smiled. Everyone who saw and heard his every word and action stood with their mouths open in astonishment. Those who knew Hephaestus couldn't believe that such a serious goddess could have done such a thing and then fainted from embarrassment. The most amused at this moment was Tsubaki, who had always seen only the serious side of Hephaestus and finally saw her blush like a lovesick maiden today. Alex was just finishing his preparations when he was interrupted again. Loki, seeing that two goddesses were out of commission, realized this was her best chance to join in on the chaos with Alex. While Alex was distracted, watching the blushing Hephaestus, Loki quietly snuck up, jumped on his back, and wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his torso. "You know you're not going anywhere without me," Loki said, clinging to Alex. Alex sighed heavily, having forgotten about Loki. He still remembered his vow to never take her along again, knowing that this woman could ruin everything. Not knowing what to do with Loki or how to distract her from the situation, Alex thought for a moment, pulled Loki off of him, and began to look at her. "What, do you want to kiss me or hug me, or maybe you want to start whispering words of love in my ear?" Loki said, looking at Alex before her. "Just know, I'm not as simple as these two. I don't mind if you kiss or hug me, but I'm still going with you." Alex continued to look at Loki, still unsure how to get rid of her. "If you keep looking at me like that, I'll kiss you myself," Loki said and grabbed Alex's head to kiss him. "Loki," Alex simply said. Loki stopped and raised an eyebrow, not understanding what he wanted. "I have something for you," Alex said, setting Loki down and reaching into his pocket. "What is it? Are you going to take the initiative and kiss me? Or do you want to invite me to your room?" "I'm up for anything," Loki said, causing everyone in the room to grimace. "No, I have something better for you," Alex replied with a crooked smile. "What could be better than kissing a goddess or spending the night with one?" Loki asked, watching Alex reach into his pocket. "I'm giving you this. It's a bottle of rum you won't find anywhere else, it's one of a kind in this world," Alex said, pulling a bottle of rum from his pocket and showing it to Loki. "And what do you want in return?" Loki asked, her eyes fixed on the bottle. "You don't come with us, and this bottle is all yours," Alex said, waving the bottle in front of Loki's eyes, which followed its every move. "Have fun or get a one-of-a-kind drink," Loki thought aloud, still staring at the bottle. She thought hard, not wanting to give up. She wanted both to drink and to cause trouble. Loki thought so intensely that everyone felt like smoke was about to come out of her head. Finally, Loki gave up and made her choice. "I choose the alcohol. But this is only for this time, and remember, I'm not an easy goddess to fool. Next time, you're taking me with you. But for now, I have a date with this beauty," Loki said, snatching the bottle from Alex's hands. Everyone who knew Loki's true nature just rolled their eyes, understanding that this drunkard just wanted to maintain her goddess prestige. Seeing that all obstacles were removed, Alex turned his attention to Lily, who had started to regret her decision and wanted to retract her words. Alex noticed her hesitation, approached her, and crouched so their eyes were level. Lily looked into Alex's radiant eyes and began to feel embarrassed, imagining he might treat her the same way he had with Hestia and Hephaestus. But her dreams were not to come true. She forgot that once Alex was set on creating chaos, he was hard to stop, and all his actions with the goddesses were only to clear the way. "My little Bilbo, what troubles you?" Alex asked, starting to stroke Lily's head. Stop calling me Bilbo. Maybe we shouldn't do what you planned and just forget about what happened. Lily said with a grimace, trying to dissuade Alex. My little Bilbo, this is our adventure. Even if we have to face enemies and create problems, it's still an adventure. While you're young, you can make minor mistakes. When else can you have fun if not in youth? While the fire of your youth burns, you need to do crazy things. So that when that fire starts to dim, you can remember these moments with a smile on your face among your friends, Alex said with such passion that everyone who heard him was inspired by his words. So, Bilbo, you don't need to worry. Keep smiling, even when facing problems or enemies. Everything should be faced with a smile. Whatever we do today, we must do it with a wide smile on our faces, Alex said, smiling like an omnipotent being. And now, Bilbo, let's start our new adventure, get revenge on the wrongdoers, and show them who's in charge, Alex added, pointing a finger at the sky. Cassandra and Daphne, watching Alex trying to convince Lily to create chaos and get revenge, could only smile wryly. But when Alex spoke about the fire of youth burning in their hearts, they too wanted to participate. Daphne was already ready to be part of this adventure, while Cassandra was still doubtful. Seeing Cassandra's indecision, Daphne decided to make the choice for her. Alex, can we also join you? Daphne asked, intruding on Alex and Lily's conversation. Alex turned his head to Daphne and began to consider the decision. Of course, you can. You're part of this story too, so you can join, Alex said, changing Daphne and Cassandra into matching outfits. From now on, your code names are Merry and Pippin. Remember them and never use your real names. Here are masks for the new participants, Alex said, approaching the girls and placing his hands on their shoulders. After Alex welcomed them into the group and handed over the masks, they immediately put them on. Seeing that everyone was ready to go, Alex and his new team of chaos creators were set for their path of revenge. All the while, a silver-haired goddess watched them with a smile, also eager to benefit from Alex's path of vengeance. Ahem, Freya gently cleared her throat, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Haven't you forgotten something, Alex? She asked, gazing at him with soft eyes. Alex turned to Freya and frowned, thinking that another goddess was trying to interrupt his fun. Finally, he had new allies, part of his family, and after this event, his family would be even closer and more united. Now someone else was trying to interfere with their adventure. Everyone noticed Alex's serious expression and became wary, not understanding what he intended to do at that moment. Alex strode determinedly towards Freya, but was blocked. You won't get close to Lady Freya. Alan shouted, stepping in front of Alex. In response, he received a karate chop to the head and crouched down. Freya, why are you trying to stop me? Alex asked, approaching Freya so close that he could feel her breath. Is it fair that all the goddesses in this room received something, but I did not? Freya said in a seductive tone. Of course, I'll give you something, Alex replied, leaning closer to Freya. She squinted, trying to figure out what he was planning. Boop. Alex said, poking Freya on the nose, leaving her bewildered as she touched her nose, unsure of what had just happened. What was that? Freya asked, looking at Alex in surprise. That's all you can get for now, Alex said with a toothy grin. Ha ha ha. No one has ever treated me like that before, but it's so refreshing. This time I'll overlook your antics. But next time, you'll need to give me a reward to earn my forgiveness, Freya said in a tender tone, placing her hand on Alex's cheek and gently stroking it. You can continue, and we'll head home. Feel free to visit anytime, Freya said, removing her hand from Alex's cheek and giving him a gentle kiss on the cheek before heading for the exit. Alex couldn't understand why Freya was doing all this. It was a very strange experience for him, as from his memories of this world, Freya had been completely different. Putting those thoughts aside for now, Alex turned to his companions and was ready to set off. Knowing where the Soma family's home was located, Alex decided to teleport them to the nearest alley, so they wouldn't have to walk far and wouldn't be noticed as they made their way directly to the place. While Alex was preparing his revenge plan and trying to deal with the goddesses obstructing him, the Soma family members returned home, all covered in bruises and dirt. They were met by other family members who were idly lounging around and drinking. Upon seeing their condition, everyone started laughing and pointing fingers. Not wanting to be laughed at for being defeated by a group of little girls, the leader of the beaten group decided to lie, claiming they had faced a large group of adventurers who attacked them. I see you had a good time, one of the Soma family members said with laughter. Yeah, looks like you had a rough time, another one laughed. We were attacked by a group of adventurers, but we managed to fend them off, the leader of the beaten group lied through gritted teeth. As you say. But you still got treated like a kid, a third laughed. There were more of them, and there were only 5 of us. I'd like to see how you would have handled the situation. At least we managed to put up a fight. You'd probably have been beaten up right there, the leader of the losers continued to lie. And now give us some medicine so we can tend to our wounds, he continued. Everyone kept laughing at their condition until someone brought the medicine for bandaging. While the group of fools was tending to their wounds and planning revenge on the girls who had beaten them, there was a knock at the door. One of the Soma family members opened the door and started talking to the person knocking. It wasn't long before the person who had opened the door stumbled back into the house and fell heavily to the floor, crashing into the wall. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the group that had entered, led by a strange person in a mask who, according to rumors, had been attacking adventurers. After Alex and the girls teleported to the alley, Alex began distributing items that would help them with their task. Lily received a pair of iron knuckles in exchange for her gloves, Daphne, being the heavy hitter, got a large club, and Cassandra, the weaker girl, received a stun gun to fend off and incapacitate her opponents. Alex handed each girl a pamphlet labeled, Orario Dental Center. The girls read the title on the pamphlet and looked up at Alex, confused about its meaning. Alex simply shook his head and told them not to think too much about it. Deciding it was time to go, Alex headed towards the Soma family's home. As he got closer, he observed the house, which looked more like a den than a god's residence. Lily, we do as usual. Do you understand? Alex said, looking at Lily. Lily nodded seriously, remembering that she just needed to follow Alex's instructions and do everything on time. Daphne and Cassandra didn't understand what Alex meant, but Lily simply said to listen and do what Alex said, and everything would be fine. Seeing that everyone was ready, Alex knocked on the door and waited for it to be answered. Hearing the approaching footsteps, everyone prepared and waited for the door to open. Who are you and what do you want? Asked the adventurer who opened the door, looking at the strange group before him. Hello, good sir. We are representatives of the Orario Dental Center and have come to ask you a few questions, Alex said, looking at his interlocutor. What questions do you want to ask? The adventurer asked in confusion, still looking at the strange group before him. While you review our pamphlet, we'll ask you a few questions, Alex said, and Cassandra handed over the pamphlet for review. Would you be willing to donate your teeth for scientific purposes? Alex asked, looking at the adventurer who decided to read the pamphlet. What teeth? The pamphlet only says, grin and bear it, the adventurer replied angrily, raising his eyes to Alex. If you don't want to give them up voluntarily, we'll take them by force. Now, grin and bear it, Alex said, delivering a punch to the adventurer's jaw. The blow sent the adventurer crashing into the wall on the other side of the hall, knocking him unconscious. As soon as the adventurer lost consciousness and his head dropped, his teeth began to fall out of his mouth. Entering the room where all the members of the Soma family were, Alex greeted them with a smile. Good evening, gentlemen. What a lovely evening it is, perfect for collecting donations for the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, Alex said, moving to the center of the room. The Soma family members were reluctant to respond and began drawing their weapons, pointing them at Alex and his group. Seeing that the conversation was not going well because these adventurers were not the most reasonable, Alex sighed and was about to continue speaking when one of the adventurers lost patience and decided to attack. Lily, who was still unsure whether to continue, saw that one of the adventurers decided to attack. She resolutely stepped in front of the attacker and struck him with all her strength, sending him crashing into the ceiling and then falling to the floor with a thud, losing all desire to continue fighting. Seeing their comrade hurt, the adventurers cast aside any doubts and began their attack. Alex noticed the battle had started and, shouting "Smash the fools," drew his favorite stick, delivering a blow to the first adventurer who came into his line of sight. Daphne, as the true ogre, swung her massive club, sending attackers flying in all directions with maniacal laughter. It seemed she enjoyed the situation very much or simply wanted to relieve some pent-up stress. Cassandra, being the most timid, decided to hide in the chaos and quietly use the stun gun on enemies who ignored her. The adventurers, unwilling to surrender to those who had invaded their home and attacked them, fought hard, but no matter how they tried, the battle was lost in disgrace. Alex surveyed all the members of the Soma family, who lay moaning and clutching their bruised spots in agony. He gave the girls a thumbs up, signaling that they had done well. He was searching among the injured bodies and finally found his target, the leader of the group of idiots who had dared to attack his family. Approaching the fool who lay on the floor clutching his broken leg, Alex squatted beside him, looked him in the eyes, and asked, "Have you ever been told what madness is?" Alex asked, leaning in so close that the adventurer forgot about his leg pain and started sweating profusely. "And no," the fool stammered. "If you haven't been told, then why did you answer?" Alex said, hitting the fool on the head. "I see you're suffering from leg pain. I can help you forget about that pain. Would you like that?" Alex asked, looking at the adventurer who was suffering from a broken leg. "What are you going to do?" the fool nervously asked, afraid of what Alex might do. "It's quite simple, don't worry. Just give me your hand, and the pain in your leg will go away," Alex said, gently taking the fool's hand and gripping the pinky finger, then decisively breaking it. The fool screamed as his pinky was just broken. "See, now you've forgotten about the pain in your leg," Alex said, giving a thumbs up to the fool, but the fool was already rolling on the floor in agony. Alex shook his head at the ungrateful man and decided it was time to leave since the revenge had been completed. Calling the girls, who were currently kicking other adventurers trying to escape, they laughed and followed Alex. As they were about to leave the Soma family's house, a punitive squad appeared. "It's them again. Catch them. This time they won't escape," shouted the leader, pointing at Alex's group. "Damn, they found us again. Bilbo, Mary, and Pippin, let's use the tactical retreat plan," Alex shouted, tossing a smoke bomb at his feet and running into the alley. Once in the alley, Alex transformed back into a child, summoned Chastafol, and sent the girls home. As soon as Alex finished teleporting the girls, the punitive squad charged into the alley and began looking around. "Kid, have you seen anyone running through here?" the leader asked, looking at Alex in his child form. Alex simply turned and stared at the punitive squad, remaining silent. "Kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what the leader asked?" one of the squad members said. "Shut up. Look at this kid, then speak, or do you want to get us into more trouble?" another squad member said, trying to silence the first speaker. When the speaker took another look at the child, he realized his mistake and broke into a sweat, understanding that if anything happened, they would have to face two strong adventurers. "Kid, I'll ask again, did you happen to see anyone running by?" the leader asked in a still calm tone. "Are you talking about the strange people in masks?" Alex asked innocently, and everyone nodded. "They ran in that direction. They rushed past me, laughing and nearly knocking me over," Alex continued, pretending to be upset. "Thanks for the help, kid. And you shouldn't be wandering around alone, you should head back home to your parents. They might be worried," the leader said. He didn't want these two causing a commotion in the city if something happened to the child in front of him. Alex nodded, indicating he understood. Seeing that Alex was leaving, the leader led his squad in pursuit of the members of the Flying Spaghetti Monster cult, as they were now being called. The leader was determined to catch them, as they always managed to slip away like slippery fish. Seeing the squad leave, Alex thought it best to avoid returning home for now and decided to head to the Goddess of Fertility to hang out there until things settled down. To be continued. Chapter 34, Mistaken for a Child Again and Hestia's Date Invitation. After watching the punitive squad leave, Alex wondered where to go. Going home wasn't an option yet, with angry Hestia and Hephaestus waiting for him there. Deciding it was best to head to the Hostess of Fertility and wait until things calmed down, Alex flew towards his favorite restaurant. He pondered what to do next and what awaited him in the future. Lost in thought, Alex didn't notice when he had already arrived at the bustling evening restaurant. He stopped and looked at the crowded hall, debating whether to go in, until he was distracted. "What are you doing here, little one? Are you lost?" asked a sweet voice behind Alex. Hearing the voice, Alex turned around and met the eyes of a girl. The owner of the voice was Seer, whom Alex hadn't seen in a long time. Surprised to see such a beautiful big sister? "Don't be shy, I'll help you," Seer said, looking at Alex, who had a question mark above his head. "Come on, let's go inside. You must be hungry. Big sister will treat you to some food," Seer said, grabbing Alex's hand and leading him inside. This is not funny anymore, thought Alex as Seer held his hand and led him into the restaurant. Approaching the bar, Seer sat Alex on one of the stools and spoke to Mia, who was wiping glasses and observing the strange situation. "Mamma Mia, I found this child at the entrance. Can we feed him? If needed, I'll pay for his meal," Seer said, addressing Mia, who started to smile at the duo in front of her. "Are you sure you want to pay for this kid's food?" Mia asked, still smiling. "Of course, I'm ready." "He must be hungry," Seer said, trying to pat Alex on the head, but he dodged and avoided her hand. "Naughty boy, looks like you'll be eating for free today," Mia said, placing a glass on the counter and continuing to smile. "These are all the perks of being in a child's body," Alex replied, shrugging. "How have you been lately, kid?" Mia asked, placing a drink in front of Alex. "A little of this, a little of that. You know, the usual," Alex said, sipping from the glass. Hearing his words, Mia just laughed. Seer, watching their interaction, didn't understand what was happening. How did Mamma Mia know this child, and why did he act like he came here often? Alex and Mia noticed the question mark above Seer's head, laughed, and continued chatting. Seer grew more puzzled. This continued until another waitress approached. "Alex Naya. Are you still little?" Anya said, approaching Alex and picking him up. "Anya Naya. How are you?" Alex asked, finding himself in the catgirl's embrace. "Wait. Anya, you know this kid too?" Seer exclaimed, pointing at Alex who was in Anya's arms. "Seer, you know him too? Doesn't this child remind you of anyone?" Mia asked, smiling and observing the situation. "He looks like Alex and behaves the same way. So, he must be his son," Seer pondered, looking at Alex. Finally, she struck her palm with her fist, coming to a conclusion. Hearing her words, everyone had question marks above their heads. No one understood how she came to that conclusion. Since you're Alex's son, you can call me Mom, because sooner or later, your father and I will get married, Seer said, showing the face of a love-struck maiden. Alex, who had hoped that someone would recognize him, realized he was mistaken. Everyone who saw him thought he was their own son, and all the girls who saw him asked him to call them moms. Seer, smiling at Alex who was grimacing and trying to say something, was interrupted by another waitress. Did you come again, Alex? Do you have some free time today? Ryu asked, approaching at that moment. Ryo, you know this kid too? Seer asked, looking at the approaching Ryo. I won't let you take my rightful place as the mother of this child, Seer continued, pointing at the girls and ready to charge into battle. Sigh Seer, this child is Alex, he just used an age-changing spell, Ryo said, who had already taken Alex from Anya and was hugging him. After her words, something short-circuited in Seer's head, and steam started coming out of her ears while her face turned red. Seer covered her face with her hands and squatted down so no one would see her at that moment. Do you still want me to call you Mom? Alex asked, looking at the embarrassed Seer sitting on the floor, covering her face. Hearing his words, Seer lifted her face, which now showed no embarrassment, only anger. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you are Alex? Seer said, standing up and pointing at Alex, ready to unleash her righteous fury. You didn't give me a chance to say anything, you just grabbed my hand and led me inside, Alex said, spreading his hands. If you want me to forgive you, let me hug you, Seer said, extending her arms to take Alex. I would let you, but you see, the situation here is that Ryo is protecting me while I'm in this form, so it's better to ask her for permission, Alex said, pointing at Ryo who was holding him at that moment. Ryo, let me hug Alex, Seer said, looking at Ryo with a piercing gaze. No, Ryo replied, not letting Seer take Alex. But why? Seer asked with tears in her eyes. You are acting just like Chloe when she saw Alex. You just control yourself better, so I won't give you Alex, Ryo replied, blocking all of Seer's attempts to hug Alex. I promise I won't do anything, cross my heart, Seer said, acting very pitiful at that moment. All right, but if you try anything perverted, I'll hit you, Ryo said, handing Alex over. Seer was already happy but tensed up a bit upon hearing her words and seeing Ryo's look. Seeking help from others, Seer turned to Mia and saw that Mia was already holding a rolling pin, just in case Seer tried anything perverted. Seer realized that no one believed her words, and she could only prove her innocence through her actions. Seer, holding Alex in her arms, hugged him tightly and tried not to do anything perverted so that Alex wouldn't be taken away from her. Alex, seeing how pleased Seer was to hug him, could only shake his head with a crooked smile. While Seer enjoyed hugging Alex, a group of adventurers entered the restaurant, discussing the attack on the Soma family house. Hearing their words, Alex could only smile and listen to what they were saying. Did you hear that the members of the Flying Spaghetti Monster cult attacked again today? Said the first one, taking a seat at a table. What did that madman and his helper do this time? His friend asked, sitting across from him. He has new associates now, and they attacked the Soma family house, trashing it and beating up everyone who was home at the time, said the third member of the group. Weren't there 3 of them? Their leader, the wolf girl, and the red-haired girl with the hammer, asked the second. No, there were 2 new participants in this incident today. There was a red-haired girl swinging a club like an ogre and another with purple hair who looked skittish, said the first. Wasn't the red-haired girl already a part of this group of lunatics? Asked the second. No, this time it seemed to be a different red-haired girl because, as described, her behavior was more like that of an ogre, said the third. And the other red-haired girl was more crazed than bloodthirsty, the first continued. Where did you get all this information? Asked the second. My friend is part of the punitive squad, and he was one of the people interrogating the victims, so I learned from him what happened, the first replied. Yeah, it all started with him attacking adventurers in the dungeon, then he began attacking adventurers in alleys, and now it's escalated to him attacking entire families, the third began recounting the whole situation. Do you think they'll be able to catch him? Or will he continue his madness? Asked the second, posing an important question. It's still unknown, as they always manage to escape by various unknown means, the third shook his head in response. While the group of adventurers continued discussing the latest incident involving the members of the Flying Spaghetti Monster cult, Alex enjoyed Seer's embrace and listened to their conversation with a crooked smile. Chuckling to himself upon hearing their words about catching him, Alex could only shake his head and look at them with pity, knowing that in this world, no one could catch him, no matter how hard they tried. Seer noticed Alex smiling and shaking his head and squealed, hugging him tighter, as Alex looked even cuter doing such movements. Ryo, who was serving tables and listening to what the adventurers were saying, glanced suspiciously towards Alex. Alex looked at her and waved with a smile. Ryo shook her head, dismissing these thoughts, thinking that it couldn't be Alex. If he wanted to do something like that, he wouldn't hide behind a mask. If Alex could hear her thoughts at that moment, he would only smile crookedly and say that it was all him and that he started it only to teach the adventurers a lesson, but then everything escalated, and he got caught up in it and couldn't stop anymore. After chatting a bit more with Cyr and Rio, Alex decided to head home and face the possibly angry Hestia. Back to the time when Alex sent the group of girls home. After the girls fled following Alex, he immediately teleported them home. The girls looked around and noticed they were in Hephaestus's house. The group that stayed home hadn't dispersed yet and watched them with strange looks, as they had just left to take revenge and now were returning without Alex. Loki, who was having a date with a bottle of rum, noticed the joyful faces of the girls who appeared and looked sadly at the bottle, realizing she missed something fun. All she could do was take out her frustration on the bottle, wishing to finish it so she wouldn't see any more. Loki thought that next time she wouldn't fall for something similar and would definitely go on adventures with Alex, no matter the cost. When Loki was thinking about how to make Alex take her on adventures next time, her thoughts went in another direction, and when Loki realized what she was thinking about, she blushed. Touching her flushed face, Loki decided to blame it all on the alcohol, which made her think that way. Everyone in the room watched the group of girls whispering with smiles on their faces, curious about what they were discussing. But what interested them the most was what happened at the Soma family house. While the girls were discussing what they had done, Hestia woke up with a scream. She looked around and noticed the girls standing and discussing their matters. Hestia sighed in relief, thinking they hadn't gone to create problems. At the same time, Hephaestus came to her senses, stood up with a flushed face, and noticed Tsubaki's playful gaze. She blushed again and looked away, not wanting to meet Tsubaki's eyes. Hephaestus noticed that the girls hadn't gone anywhere and stayed in place, also sighing in relief, understanding that no one had gone anywhere. Loki, who continued to take out her sorrow on the bottle, noticed that these two had woken up and sighed in relief, decided to ruin their mood by saying that Alex's group had already created problems and just returned. Hestia, hearing Loki's words, turned her head like a robot towards the girls and noticed their outfits, realizing that Alex and these girls had gone for revenge after all. Hestia, who was supposed to go through all the stages, decided to stop at anger, got up from the couch, and ran towards the group of girls. "Why did you follow him?" Hestia yelled, running up to the group. "Cassandra, don't tell me you went too. Aren't you supposed to be the most sensible one in this situation?" Hestia asked, her pigtails starting to float. Daphne, hearing Hestia's words, glanced at Cassandra and grimaced. Daphne clearly knew the true nature of this girl since Cassandra once dragged her to another town just to try her favorite dish. Cassandra only pretends to be a modest and shy girl. Once she gets used to a person, she starts behaving spoiled. "And you, Lily, didn't you say you wouldn't go with Alex anymore when he wanted to cause chaos?" Hestia said, pointing a finger at Lily, who looked away in embarrassment. "And where is Alex anyway? Why isn't he with you? And what exactly did you manage to do while I was unconscious?" Hestia asked, looking around and finally focusing on the girls. Hearing Hestia's words, the group of bystanders perked up their ears, eager to hear what Alex and his group had done at the Soma family house. Lily and Cassandra avoided Hestia's gaze, unwilling to say anything. But Daphne, being straightforward, decided to tell everything in detail. After hearing the whole story, Hestia fell to her knees and started crying, realizing that Alex had caused trouble again, and now the punitive squad was looking for them everywhere. The bystanders listened to this story with amusement, while Loki looked at it all with sadness, understanding the fun she had missed. Hephaestus, seeing the state of her friend, decided to comfort her. While Hephaestus was consoling Hestia, some time passed, but Hestia wouldn't calm down. Hephaestus could only smile wryly and wait for Alex, hoping his return would soothe Hestia, though it might make her even angrier. At that moment, Alex returned, thinking everything had already settled down, and saw that the group of people hadn't dispersed. Some looked at him with pity, while Loki smiled in a way that didn't bode well. Alex was about to greet everyone when a black-haired missile flew into him and started shaking him like a tree that needed to shed its fruit. Alex looked at the culprit, and it was Hestia. Trying to detach the goddess from himself, Alex exerted enough effort not to harm Hestia, who clung to him like an octopus to its prey. After a couple of minutes of persistent attempts, Alex managed to pull Hestia off and hold her at arm's length to prevent her from shaking him again. Hestia began to calm down a bit and looked at Alex with angry eyes. "Don't you want to tell me anything?" Hestia asked, hanging from Alex's arms. "We weren't recognized," Alex said, setting Hestia down on the floor and giving her a thumbs up. Hestia, who had just started to calm down, flew into a rage again and tried to break free from Alex's grip to resume her attack. "Hestia, calm down, why are you so angry? Didn't you ask for a lesson to be taught?" "And it was the most effective way to avoid suspicion on our family," Alex said, trying to soothe Hestia, whose eyes seemed to shoot fire. "What do you mean, avoid suspicion on our family?" Hestia asked, pausing and not understanding what Alex meant. "It's simple, everything I did in the past created a reputation for people who are members of the cult of the pasta monster. That way, no one would think our family could be behind it, Alex explained his actions. Hestia pondered for a moment and stared into Alex's eyes, trying to discern if he was lying or not. All right, I'll believe you for now. What about what you mentioned earlier? Hestia huffed and started speaking, but towards the end, her words became quieter, making it impossible to understand what she was saying. Are you talking about the date where it will just be you, me, and a candlelit dinner? Alex whispered in Hestia's ear. Hestia, upon hearing this, nodded with a red face and began to fidget with her hair in embarrassment. Seeing Hestia behave this way, Alex couldn't help but think how cute she looked at that moment. Of course, we'll go on a date if that's what you want. We're heading back home tomorrow, and after the move, we can go on a romantic date, Alex said with a gentle smile, looking at Hestia, who blushed even more from his words and gaze. Everyone watched their interaction, eager to hear what they were talking about. Only Loki, lacking tact, decided to intervene and break their romantic atmosphere. What are you whispering about? You know, more than two people talking out loud, Loki said, already drunk. Alex just smiled and said nothing. Alex noticed Hephaestus watching their interaction with jealous eyes and decided to approach her to ask what was wrong. Hephaestus, hearing his question, simply shook her head with a smile and said that everything was fine. Seeing that it was getting late, Alex offered to have Loki teleported home so that Finn wouldn't have to drag her drunken body all the way. Loki, hearing Alex's offer, was delighted as she wouldn't have to expend energy to get home. She wanted to thank Alex for his help and decided to reward him with a goddess's kiss, as she called it. But Alex simply pushed her face away and said she should try that when her breath didn't smell of alcohol. After pushing Loki away, Alex sent her home, reminding Finn not to stand too close to Loki at the moment as she might get motion sickness. Finn nodded gratefully before disappearing in a flash of light. Alex looked around the room and said it was time to get ready for bed since they were heading back to their renovated house in the morning. Hestia, who had been lost in her fantasies, immediately snapped out of it and was thrilled that they were returning home. Alex noticed Hephaestus's face had become sad after his words. He decided it would be better to talk to her in the morning and try to convince her to move with them, as Alex had grown accustomed to having Hephaestus always around. Leaving that decision for the future, he went to sleep. To be continued. Chapter 35, The Crazy Goddesses or Hestia's Kiss. Alex heard a voice that caught his attention and saw a fox girl with golden hair in front of him. But to understand how he ended up in this situation, we need to go back to the beginning of the day. The next morning, Alex woke up to the bright sunlight shining on his face. Squinting, he realized it was time to get up, as it seemed like the sun was deliberately sending its rays to wake him up and make him a productive person. Laughing at his thoughts about productivity, he decided to get up, but was hindered by a body hugging his arm. He thought it was Hestia, as this goddess often sneaked into his bed at night to hug him like a pillow. Deciding to wake the lazy goddess, Alex gently nudged her. Hestia, wake up. We need to pack, said Alex, gently shaking the goddess. As he continued to wake her, he noticed that the hair peeking out from under the blanket was not black, but red. Seeing this, Alex wondered who it could be. In this house, there were only two people with such hair, Hephaestus and Daphne, and Loki, that drunkard, definitely couldn't have snuck into his bed at night. While his mind was short-circuiting, the person sleeping next to him woke up. When he saw the owner of the red hair, his mind short-circuited again. Good morning, said Hephaestus, stretching to loosen her stiff muscles. Not hearing a response, she glanced at Alex, who had many question marks above his head. Smiling, Hephaestus looked at Alex, who still didn't understand what was happening. How? Why are you here? Asked Alex, finally coming to his senses and pointing at Hephaestus, who had just woken up. I just wanted to understand why Hestia always sneaks into your bed, said Hephaestus, smiling so brightly that Alex thought he was looking at the sun. What? Huh? Alex uttered before his mind short-circuited again. He couldn't understand why Hephaestus had sneaked into his bed, and why this reserved goddess had done so. Seeing his confusion, Hephaestus began to laugh, delighted that her plan to surprise Alex had succeeded. Seeing that Alex still hadn't recovered, she placed her hands on his cheeks and gently turned his face so their eyes met. You did say that we stood under the moonlight in each other's arms and shared a kiss of love. Why are you acting like you've forgotten about it now? Said Hephaestus in a gentle tone, continuing to look into his eyes. Alex remembered the previous evening and the words he had spoken, blushing as he had just wanted to set off on an adventure as soon as possible. Seeing his embarrassment, Hephaestus laughed and released his face. But remembering that today Alex and the others were moving to a new house, she became sad, and her face grew somber. What's wrong? Asked Alex, seeing that her face had grown somber, even though she had been smiling a moment ago. Nothing, everything's fine, replied Hephaestus in a sad tone. Are you sad because we're moving? Asked Alex, looking at her. Hephaestus flinched at his words and didn't want to look at Alex at that moment, thinking it was selfish to ask them to stay. If you're sad, you can move in with us, said Alex, deciding that Hephaestus should move in with them. But this is my home, and what about Tsubaki? I can't leave her here alone, said Hephaestus, shaking her head and unwilling to agree. Hephaestus, look at me, said Alex, taking her cheeks in his hands and turning her face so she would look at him. A home is a place where you're awaited, not just a building made of wood. A home is something more than a structure. It's where your family is and where you feel comfortable. Even if I move in with you, I can't leave Tsubaki alone, said Hephaestus, trying not to look into Alex's eyes. Don't worry, if she doesn't want to move, I'll just kidnap her, and she won't have a choice, said Alex with a toothy grin. Hearing his response, Hephaestus couldn't help but laugh. But what about my things and my smithing equipment? Asked Hephaestus, already halfway convinced. That's for you to worry about. Just put everything in this bag, and for your work, I'll create teleportation runes that will send you to your workshop or your family's shop, said Alex, giving Hephaestus no reason to refuse the opportunity to move. Taking the new bag in her hands, Hephaestus began to think about whether she should do it, whether she would be an extra burden in that house. Don't overthink it. Living together is more fun. And you won't have to stay in this big house with Tsubaki anymore. We'll live together as one big family, Alex continued to persuade. All right, I agree, but we need to get Hestia's opinion. I don't want to upset her, said Hephaestus, getting up from the couch. Just use your trump card and tell her that you've taken care of her a lot and now it's her turn to repay the favor, said Alex, looking at Hephaestus. She laughed at his words. After waiting for Alex to get dressed, they decided it was time to leave the room, as everyone might already be awake and having breakfast. Lily, surprised that Alex hadn't appeared in the dining room yet, decided to go wake him up. Approaching the door, she was about to knock but didn't get the chance as the door opened, revealing not Alex but Hephaestus, dressed only in shorts and a tank top. Lily couldn't understand why Hephaestus was in Alex's room and why she was dressed like that. She was even more puzzled by Hephaestus's smile, as if it was the happiest day of her life. Hephaestus, seeing Lily with her mouth wide open, blushed and quickly left the scene, heading to her room so no one would notice her. Alex, wanting to follow Hephaestus, was surprised to see Lily standing there, looking back and forth between him and the fleeing Hephaestus. Alex smiled, patted Lily on the head, and headed to the dining room. Lily, still not understanding what was happening, watched Alex walk away. When he entered the dining hall, he noticed that everyone was already seated except for Lily, who remained in a daze, and Hephaestus, who had run off to change. Alex sat down and saw Hestia, who had woken up on her own and was sitting with a joyful expression. Hestia was eating her breakfast, happily swinging her legs as she sat on the chair, clearly in a good mood. She was excited to finally return to her newly renovated home and couldn't wait to see it. Alex noticed her good mood and decided to ask about Hephaestus moving in right away. Hestia, I have a question for you, Alex said, catching her attention. Yes, what do you want to ask, Alex Cohen? Hestia replied, turning her gaze to him. How would you feel about Hephaestus moving in with us? Alex asked, looking at her. Everyone who was eating breakfast at that time choked and began to stare at Alex. Hestia thought for a moment. Why are you asking this? She asked with some doubt. Just yesterday, when I said we were going home, Hephaestus's face looked very sad. This morning, I asked her if she wanted to move in with us. She said it all depends on your answer, Alex replied. If she doesn't mind moving in with us, then I don't mind either. After I descended to the mortal world, she took care of me, and I can repay her in this way. And I don't want to part with Hephaestus either, as she's my best friend, Hestia said. Hephaestus, who had approached and overheard Hestia's words, was overjoyed and hugged her friend. Hestia accepted her embrace with a smile, understanding that they wouldn't have to part. Tsubaki, watching all this, was happy for her goddess but a little sad, thinking they had forgotten about her. Alex, noticing her sad expression, walked over to her, placed a hand on her shoulder, and said that she was moving in with them and had no choice, either she would come willingly, or he would have to kidnap her. Daphne and Cassandra, hearing Alex's words about kidnapping, shivered and looked at Tsubaki, whose face was full of question marks. Tsubaki couldn't understand what Alex had just said and why he would need to kidnap her. Alex assured her that no one had forgotten about her, so there was no need to worry, and handed her a bag to pack all her things. Tsubaki laughed heartily, took the bag, and went to pack her belongings. After breakfast, everyone went to pack their things for the move. Hephaestus was still unsure if she should move, and Alex wanted to talk to her again, but Hestia intervened. Hanging on to Hephaestus, she began to act like a child. Seeing her friend's behavior, Hephaestus dismissed all her doubts and began to pack as well. Having packed their things, they took one last look at the empty house they had recently lived in. Everyone looked at it wistfully, and Hephaestus was the saddest, as she had lived in this house for a long time. Alex suggested putting a barrier around the house so no one could enter, and Hephaestus agreed. Taking one last look at her old home, she left with the group. When they arrived at the site where the ruined church once stood, they were surprised to see a beautiful mansion in its place. The foreman, finishing his reports on the construction, turned around and saw Alex's group. He approached and asked how they liked the mansion that his men had built. Alex shook his hand and started a conversation about how they managed to build such a house in such a short time. The foreman laughed and said it was the result of many years of practice. Laughing along with the foreman, Alex asked if there was anything else left to finish or if they could start moving in. The foreman replied that all the work was done and they could move in. Alex signed the documents confirming the completion of the work, handed over the remaining money, and even gave more since the job was done excellently. After saying goodbye to the foreman and his men, Alex's group entered the house and were amazed at how well everything was done. "All right, this is our new home now, you can choose your rooms. Hephaestus, once you've chosen a room, tell me where you want to set up your workshop, and I'll take care of it," Alex said, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. "And Tsubaki, if you need a separate workshop, let me know right away," Alex continued, shifting his attention to Tsubaki, who was contemplating his words. "Hestia, you haven't forgotten that we have a date today, right?" Alex asked, standing next to Hestia and watching as everyone dispersed. "I haven't forgotten, but after we all settle in, I need to go somewhere," Hestia replied, blushing. "And where do you need to go?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "It's a secret. Anyway, you have to wait for me by the fountain at 6 p.m. "Got it," Hestia replied, pointing at Alex with her finger. Alex laughed at the aggressive Hestia and went to choose his room. After choosing a room, he went to check on the others and see if they needed any help. After checking on everyone, he returned to the first floor with a sad face because everyone had shooed him away, saying that in terms of aesthetics, he couldn't help set up a girl's room. Alex's own room was quite empty, as there was nothing in this world he wanted to place in his room, and he always carried all his necessary items with him. While Alex sat in the main hall with a sad face, the girls were setting up their rooms. Hestia decided to approach Hephaestus and talk. "Have you settled in, Hephaestus?" Hestia asked, entering her room. "I'm almost done. I'm about to go look for a place for the workshop." "And you, Hestia, are you finished already?" Hephaestus asked, turning her gaze to her friend. "I don't have that many things, so I finished quickly," Hestia replied proudly. Hephaestus just smiled and shook her head. "And what are you going to do now?" Hephaestus asked, putting the last item in the closet. "I'm going to the god's bath because I have a date with Alex today, and I want to look my best for the date," Hestia replied shyly. Hearing her words, Hephaestus felt a bit sad, thinking that she would have a chance to go on a date with Alex in the future. "Would you like to come with me?" Hestia suggested. "I can't, because I need to set up the workshop," Hephaestus declined, saying she had other plans. After the conversation, Hestia rushed to her room to grab her things for the bath. Hephaestus shook her head at her friend's hyperactive behavior and decided to find Alex to help with her workshop. Meanwhile, Hestia made her way to the bath to enjoy its services. Approaching the bath, she felt a bit shy about entering, as she had never been able to afford such luxuries before. Putting aside her thoughts, Hestia entered, focusing solely on her upcoming date with Alex. Once inside the bath, Hestia undressed and wrapped herself in a towel. She then entered the hot springs area, looking for a quiet spot where she wouldn't be noticed or disturbed. Finding a secluded corner and trying to avoid drawing attention, she headed there to start her water treatment. Hestia didn't want to attract attention, fearing that the other goddesses might bombard her with questions. However, a pair of orange eyes were already watching her. The goddess with those eyes watched Hestia with a smile, pondering how to approach her without startling her. As Hestia settled into her spot and prepared to relax in the water, she didn't notice when another goddess quietly approached her. "What are you doing here, Hestia? I've never seen you in the god's bath before," an elegant voice jolted Hestia from her relaxation. "Nice to see you, Demeter. What brings you here?" Hestia asked, looking at Demeter, who had approached her and was glancing around, hoping that the other goddesses wouldn't notice her. "I'm just happy to see an old friend." "And you still haven't answered why you're here, considering you've never been to this place before," Demeter said, sitting down next to Hestia. "I just decided to come, that's all," Hestia replied, shrugging her shoulders, mimicking Alex. "Really? Because it seems like you're lying," Demeter said with a sly smile, watching Hestia, who was pretending to have come just to relax. "Why would I lie? I had some free time and decided to visit this place, that's all," Hestia said, trying not to reveal the true reason. "Well, if you say so. Don't you want to talk about the child in your family? There are many rumors about him." "It's best to hear it from the goddess who took him in," Demeter said, showing interest in Alex. "Why are you interested in Alex?" Hestia asked in a defensive tone. "I'm just curious, since there are many rumors about him, like how he defeated a giant on the first level and leveled up faster than anyone else, as well as the incident with Apollo," Demeter said, looking at Hestia. Hestia thought for a moment and decided to tell Demeter how she met Alex, what he had done, and how he cared for her, leaving out the story about Apollo. After sharing everything, Hestia continued to boast like a proud mother or a lovesick maiden who thinks her beloved is the best. I see that love has blossomed in your heart, Hestia. I'm so happy for you, Demeter said, placing a hand on Hestia's cheek and looking at her with a maternal smile. And if I guessed correctly, you're here because you have a date today. Hestia tensed up and tried not to look in her direction. So, I guessed right. Hey, girls, Hestia has a date today. Demeter shouted to the other goddesses who were bathing. Hestia realized she had been caught. The goddesses heard Demeter's words and, remembering who Hestia was, realized that one of the 3 virgin goddesses in the heavens was going on a date today. Like hungry wolves, the goddesses rushed to where Hestia was, eager to question her about everything. Meanwhile, Alex was unaware that Hestia was being interrogated by goddesses eager for fresh gossip. He was helping Hephaestus and Tsukaki set up their workshop for work. Time flew by as they worked, and it was already time to head out to meet Hestia at the fountain before their date. Alex was pondering what to wear, not knowing what Hestia would be wearing, so he immediately dismissed the idea of a suit. After some thought, he decided to go with something he usually wore during his studies. Wearing a red plaid shirt with a black t-shirt underneath, black pants, and simple shoes, Alex looked in the mirror and nodded, satisfied with his choice. He asked the opinion of the women in the house, and they said the outfit would be fine unless they were going somewhere fancy. Thanking them, Alex checked the time and realized it was time to go, as a man should not make a woman wait. Arriving 15 minutes early, he waited by the fountain. As he waited, his thoughts were occupied with how Hestia would look, hoping the situation wouldn't repeat what happened with Belle in the canon. Sitting on the edge of the fountain, Alex noticed Hestia running towards him, dressed in a pink blouse and a black skirt. He was most surprised that her hair was down. She had looked cute with braids before, but now she could be called beautiful. Alex Kuhn, I'm sorry for making you wait, Hestia said as she reached him. It's all right, I didn't wait long. This outfit looks great on you, and with your hair down, you look simply stunning, Alex replied, complimenting her. Thank you, Hestia said shyly. Well then, are you ready for our date? Alex asked, extending his hand to her. Hestia smiled and was about to take his hand when suddenly a pair of hands embraced Alex from behind. Alex, feeling the soft touch on his back, turned his head and saw a beautiful mature woman with long golden hair and orange eyes. So this is your child, Hestia? Up close, he looks even better, said the soft voice. Demeter, why are you here? Hestia shouted, pointing at the goddess hugging Alex. Alex realized he was facing a situation similar to Belle's in the canon. Such beautiful eyes your child has. Do you mind if I join, Hestia? Demeter said, examining Alex's vibrant eyes. Go away, Demeter, you're ruining my date with Alex. Leave before the other goddesses arrive, Hestia said, pointing at Demeter, who was unwilling to let go of Alex. And who said I came alone? Demeter asked with a sly smile. As soon as Demeter said this, goddesses began appearing from all sides, having been watching the scene. Although some remembered what Alex had done to Apollo, they relaxed seeing his calm reaction to Demeter's actions and decided to approach. The goddesses surrounded Alex and started asking various questions. Their voices merged into a jumble, and Alex couldn't make out what they were saying due to the sheer number of questions. Hestia, who had been pushed aside by the goddesses, stood with her mouth agape, not understanding what had happened. Surrounded by the goddesses, Alex decided to use one of his secret techniques to escape. He transformed into a child, which surprised everyone, and broke free from Demeter's grasp, running towards Hestia. Hestia, stop standing there like a statue, we need to run, Alex said, rushing over to her. Seeing Hestia's unresponsive state, he picked her up. Nigurandeo. Alex shouted as he fled with Hestia in his arms. They're escaping. Catch them, one of the goddesses shouted, pointing in the direction Alex was running. But how did he become a child, another goddess said, not understanding what was happening. Does it matter? What matters is that he became very cute, and now I want to hug him even more, replied the first goddess. All right, girls, we need to catch them, Demeter said, looking at Alex with a maternal smile. Alex, who was running at that moment, felt a chill on his back and glanced back at the goddesses. Seeing Demeter's smile, he ran even faster, fearing for his innocence. Having escaped from their pursuing goddesses, Alex and Hestia ended up on a high bell tower with a stunning view of the sunset and the city of Orario. Sorry, Alex Kuhn. I didn't know they would chase us, Hestia apologized, standing next to Alex and looking at him. It's all right, Hestia. I also didn't expect to be chased by a group of goddesses one day, Alex replied with a laugh, which made Hestia laugh along with him. At least we found a beautiful place to have our date. Look, Hestia, what a beautiful view we have from here, Alex said, looking at Hestia and pointing at the sunset visible from the tower. It really is a beautiful place, Hestia replied, gazing at the setting sun. Hestia, I promised you a candlelit dinner, but unfortunately, we were interrupted, Alex said, looking at Hestia, who was admiring the sunset. It doesn't matter, I feel comfortable just being with you, Hestia said with a beautiful smile. Hestia, in all the time I've spent with you, I have many things I want to say to you, Alex said, looking at Hestia as she smiled. What do you want to say? Hestia asked, her cheeks blushing. I could say thousands of things, but I'll say just a few, Alex said, taking a deep breath. I love you, Hestia, and I hope to spend all my time with you, Alex continued, gazing tenderly at Hestia. Hestia, hearing his confession, blushed deeply and didn't know how to respond. Unable to tear her eyes away from Alex, she gathered her courage and decided to take a bold step. Summoning all her willpower, Hestia embraced Alex around the neck and kissed him gently. That's my answer. I love you too, Alex, Hestia said after the kiss. Hearing her response, Alex's eyes widened. He laughed, hugged Hestia tightly, and kissed her again. It was a simple kiss, filled with the love of the Demon King and the goddess. After another kiss, Alex and Hestia continued to enjoy the sunset, holding hands, finally expressing their feelings for each other. As the sun disappeared below the horizon, the couple realized it was time to head home. Alex helped Hestia down from the bell tower, and they walked home hand in hand, like a loving couple. As they strolled through the evening-lit orario, illuminated by lanterns, they enjoyed each other's company, ignoring the passers-by. However, their encounter with the group of goddesses who had been searching for them was imminent. I found them. Grab them, girls. One of the goddesses shouted, pointing at the loving couple. Alex turned at the shout and saw the goddesses rushing towards them. Frowning, he realized that these goddesses were completely tactless and had spoiled everything again. Shaking his head, he lifted Hestia in a princess style. Hestia, not expecting this, clung to Alex's neck, holding on tightly to avoid falling. Feeling her grip, Alex darted into a vacant alley. He told Hestia that he would get her home and distract the crazy goddesses himself. Hestia protested, asking him not to do it, but Alex just smiled and said they wouldn't catch him anyway. After sending Hestia home, Alex waited for the goddesses who continued to pursue them. When the goddesses caught up with him, Alex started running away, laughing and shouting that they wouldn't catch him. While running from the goddesses, Alex decided to throw his mana blade in a random direction to escape. As soon as the blade was thrown and collided with something, Alex vanished right before the goddesses, who thought they had cornered him. Finding himself in an unfamiliar empty room, Alex began to look around to understand where he was, until he was interrupted by a voice. To be continued. Chapter 36, The Demon King and the Courtesan. After Alex teleported Hestia home, the goddess, experiencing teleportation for the first time, found herself in the main hall of her new home. Feeling dizzy and nauseous, Hestia tried not to fall, grabbing onto the first object she could find to steady herself. Looking around, Hestia realized she was home and that a group of girls was staring at her with open mouths. Hestia paid no attention to them, her thoughts were entirely occupied with Alex, who was being chased by the goddesses. Hephaestus, watching Hestia who had just appeared in the middle of the hall, noticed that something was wrong with her. Hephaestus began to think that the date had gone badly and that Hestia was now upset. Deciding to comfort her friend, Hephaestus approached Hestia. Hestia, there's no need to worry if the date didn't go well. You'll have another chance in the future, Hephaestus said, placing a hand on Hestia's shoulder. Huh? What are you talking about? Why do you think the date didn't go well? Everything was great. Hestia asked, not understanding why Hephaestus said that. If the date went well, then why are you in such a state? Hephaestus asked, looking at Hestia, who was beginning to recover. It's just that when I was in the god's bath, I ran into Demeter, who let slip that I had a date, Hestia said, starting to grind her teeth. And that's all? Hephaestus asked, clearly sensing there was more to the story. When I met Alex at the appointed place, we were ready to go on our romantic adventure, Hestia said, holding her blushing cheeks and twirling around. But Demeter interfered, bringing along other goddesses and disrupting us, Hestia continued, stopping and grinding her teeth again. Well, as Alex said, gods have absolutely no tact and no sense of not meddling in others' lives, said Lily, who was listening to Hestia's story. Everyone familiar with such gods nodded in agreement. And what happened next? Lily asked, also interested in the date, since she wanted to invite Alex out in the future but feared she would face the same interruptions as Hestia. After they surrounded Alex and started asking him questions, I was at a loss and didn't know what to do, Hestia said in a sad tone. Alex managed to break free from their grasp and escaped with me, and then, Hestia continued, trailing off and mumbling with a red face. What happened then, Hestia? Hephaestus asked, looking at Hestia, who was mumbling with a red face. Then Hestia tried to say but still couldn't bring herself to mention something so embarrassing. Hestia-sama, you're a grown woman. Stop mumbling and tell us what happened next with Alex, Lily intervened, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. Everyone nodded in agreement with Lily's words, as they were also very curious. Hestia, still mumbling and recalling that kiss on the tower, heard Lily's words, looked up, and saw everyone waiting for her to tell them what happened. A vein on Hestia's forehead bulged at these girls who wanted to know everything. Do you want to hear what we did? Fine, I'll tell you, Hestia began in an irritated tone, causing everyone to blush. Alex and I kissed. Hestia said loudly for everyone to hear. What? Everyone in the room shouted in unison. Seeing their surprised faces, Hestia smiled proudly, showing her victory. Hephaestus felt a bit disappointed but shook her head, understanding that she still had a chance. After all, strong men often had many wives. But for now, Hephaestus decided to be happy for her friend who had found love. Hestia noticed Hephaestus's initially gloomy expression that turned back to normal and decided to talk to her later when they were alone. Back to Alex, who at that moment was looking at the fox girl and trying to remember who she was. In front of him stood a beautiful, slender girl with a shapely figure. She had long golden hair, a pair of fox ears on her head, and a tail that gently swayed behind her. A pair of sparkling green eyes, shining like emeralds, looked at Alex. She was dressed in a beautiful red kimono. Have you come here for services? A melodious voice asked, addressing Alex. What services? Who are you? And where exactly am I? Alex asked, still looking at the fox girl. This is a brothel, and I am a courtesan working here, the girl replied, continuing to look at Alex. She was fascinated by Alex's eyes, which she had never seen before. They were rainbow-colored. Well, this is just great. Next time, I won't throw a mana blade in a random direction, Alex began talking to himself, causing question marks to appear above the girl's head. While Alex was busy berating himself for messing up, the girl continued to look at her guest, not understanding how he ended up here in an instant and why he was now standing and talking to himself. Excuse me, sir, if you're not here for services, then why are you here? The girl asked, snapping Alex out of his stupor. Do you want the short story or the long story? Alex asked, shifting his gaze to the girl. His question confused her. What do you mean by short or long story? The girl asked, with even more question marks appearing above her head. All right, the short one. I was being chased, I escaped, and then I ended up here, Alex said, spreading his arms. Then you must have done something bad if you were being chased, the girl concluded, taking a few steps back. How did you come to that conclusion? I was being chased because they wanted to interrupt me spending time with a family member, Alex said, looking at the girl, who sighed with relief upon hearing his words. Seeing that the girl had calmed down, Alex's eye twitched at the thought that she was a bit slow. Well, since I ended up here, who are you? Alex asked the most important question. I already told you, sir, that I am a courtesan in this brothel, the girl replied, making Alex's eye twitch again. I asked for your name, not your profession, Alex said with a sigh. My name is Haruheim, the girl introduced herself. Then, Haruheim, you can call me Alex, Alex said, looking around for a place to sit. I'll stay here for a while until those goddesses stop searching for me, Alex said, sitting down on a tatami mat. Sir Alex, goddesses are chasing you? Haruheim asked, hearing his words and not understanding how that was possible. Alex nodded with a wry smile. Then, while I'm hiding here, Haruheim, can you tell me how you ended up in such a place and where you are from? Alex said, wanting to know the girl's story. Haruheim, looking at the men before her, couldn't understand how he ended up here and why he decided to stay if he didn't need her services. She was very surprised by his behavior. Alex was unlike anyone she had met during her time working here. Haruheim watched Alex, who simply sat on the floor near the window, and her thoughts began to wander. A small thought appeared that maybe he was the hero who would rescue her from this place. But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, Haruheim sadly shook her head, remembering that she was just a courtesan and not worthy of being saved by a hero. For some reason, she wanted to tell her story to the person who had accidentally appeared in her room. She felt an urge to trust him and tell him everything. Haruheim decided to sit opposite Alex and share her story. I am from the Far East and was part of a noble clan, Haruheim said, sitting down across from Alex. You are from the Far East too? Alex asked, sticking to his story. Sir, are you also from my homeland? Haruheim asked. Alex nodded. Seeing his confirmation, Haruheim smiled joyfully, having met someone from the same place. Where exactly are you from, sir? Haruheim asked. I don't know. One day, I just woke up alone in a forest and have been traveling ever since, Alex said, slightly embellishing the truth. It must have been hard for you, not knowing where you come from, Haruheim said sadly. It doesn't matter. I have already found myself a new home and people I can call family, Alex said with a smile, looking out the window. Hearing his words, Haruheim could only smile sadly. Alex didn't notice her sad smile because he was looking at the moon shining in the sky at that moment. Enough about me. Now you should tell me your story, Alex said, shifting his gaze to the girl in front of him. I was part of a noble clan, but my life was not as rosy as it might seem. All the time I lived there, I felt like I was in a cage. The only thing that saved me was books and stories. My family worshipped the god Takamikazuchi. One day, I became friends with the children from his family, and we started secretly sneaking out at night to play. Haruhime began to recount her life in her old home. Then I was accused of eating an offering to our god and was expelled from the family, Haruhime continued in a sad tone. When I was being expelled from my family, a hobbit merchant arrived and told my father he wanted to buy me. And my father sold me to this merchant without hesitation, Haruhime continued her story. The longer Alex listened, the more he remembered the girl's story and the angrier he became. Alex never liked parents who so easily abandoned their children, especially selling them into slavery or worse. His fists clenched in anger. Haruhime, immersed in her sad story, didn't notice how Alex's face contorted with rage. Go on, don't be sad. It's all in the past now, and maybe someday, a moment will come when you find the happiness you desire, Alex said, trying to calm himself. You are very kind, sir, but I am just a courtesan. I don't think such a moment will come in my life, Haruhime said with a sad smile. Alex, noticing that she was starting to feel sad again, decided to steer the conversation in another direction to distract her from her painful memories. You said you liked reading books and stories. What did you read about, and what stories did you enjoy? Alex asked. Hearing his words, Haruhime's ears twitched, and she blushed a little, feeling shy about her interests. I like stories about heroes, Haruhime said quietly, feeling embarrassed about her preferences. Hearing her words, Alex clicked his tongue involuntarily, which caught Haruhime's attention. Don't you like stories about heroes? Haruhime asked, hearing Alex click his tongue. It's not that I don't like them. It's just that usually, the heroes in these stories are simple idiots who loudly proclaim they'll save everyone but end up committing genocide against another race, supposedly evil. And in the end, they get statues celebrating the person who committed genocide. Then they live happily ever after with their families, and everyone rejoices at the ending. Alex expressed his opinion about hero stories. Why do you say that, sir? Haruhime asked, her head filling with question marks as she looked at Alex, who was expressing his opinion about heroes. If you look at it from an outsider's perspective, rather than from someone who reads the stories and always follows what the hero does, you can see that the Demon King and the hero are essentially the same. The Demon King is the protector of his race, just as the hero is the protector of humans. It's just two sides of the same coin. After the hero wins, he becomes useless, and people forget about him, Alex said, sharing his viewpoint. Sir, are you saying that hero stories don't tell everything and only show the positive aspects of the hero's life? Haruhime asked, starting to understand what Alex was getting at. You're a smart girl and quickly grasped what I'm saying. I'm not saying hero stories are bad, and I'm not saying the heroes themselves are bad. Everyone has their own concepts of good and evil. The Demon King wants to conquer the world and all that, but maybe he just wants to protect his people and make them prosperous, while the hero in the story just wants to protect the innocent. There is no right or wrong in these stories, everyone has their own perspective, Alex said with a smile, looking at the girl in front of him. But heroes are good people who strive to protect everyone, Haruhime said, not wanting to accept Alex's point of view. You're right, heroes want to protect everyone. But why wouldn't the Demon King want to protect his people? Alex said, looking at Haruhime, who opened and closed her mouth like a fish, unable to find an answer to his question. But heroes usually save people and princesses who have been kidnapped, Haruhime said, trying to justify heroes. You're right, heroes do save princesses. But why can't someone else save her? Because as soon as an ordinary guy saves a princess, he's immediately called a hero. But if the Demon King saves the princess, he's called a villain because everyone is already used to thinking of him as a villain, Alex said, laughing at the situation. Haruhime could only shake her head with a smile, realizing she had thought the same way. While Alex and Haruhime were chatting about heroes and sharing their impressions, the door to the room opened, and a drunken man appeared, wanting to use the services. Entering the room, he didn't notice Alex sitting by the window. All his attention was focused on the girl, and he couldn't wait to fulfill his desires. A lecherous smile appeared on his face. He was ready to step in when he heard a cough that caught his attention. Hearing the cough that distracted him from his thoughts, he wanted to yell at the person who interrupted him. Turning with rage to the person who had disturbed him, his face instantly turned pale, and the alcohol that had given him courage left his body. Pointing with a trembling finger at the person who distracted him, he stammered. Why are you here? Oh, you know me? Alex asked, looking at the men with a playful smile. I didn't see anything, the visitor said and immediately fled, not forgetting to close the door. Do you know that man? Haruhime asked, not understanding what had happened. Nope, I've never seen him before, Alex said, shrugging. Then why was he so scared of you? Haruhime asked another question, because she saw that the men who had just entered turned very pale at the sight of Alex. I don't know, maybe he's shy, Alex said, laughing at the fleeing visitor. Ignoring the random visitor, they continued chatting about everything that came to mind. They had no idea that the idiot who had just fled with a pale face was noticed by a group of Amazons who had been keeping an eye on Haruheim's room. The Amazons couldn't understand why he had fled and why he was so pale. Usually, they had to wait until Haruheim lost consciousness to carry her out of the room and create the illusion that she had completed her work. "What are we going to do, Aisha?" one of the Amazons asked. For them, Aisha was like an older sister and always knew what to do. "We need to check if Haruheim is safe," Aisha answered in a concerned tone, worried that something bad might have happened to Haruheim. The group of Amazons approached Haruheim's room, and Aisha sharply opened the door, surprised to see another person there besides Haruheim. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Aisha asked, taking a defensive stance. And who are you? Haven't you been taught to knock before entering?" Alex asked, looking at the girl who had burst in and started asking questions. Alex took a closer look at the girl and was impressed by her beauty. She had beautiful tan skin, a toned body, long black hair flowing down her back, and a pair of violet eyes. Glancing at her attire, Alex smirked, noticing that she wore clothing similar to that of dancers. "I'll ask you again, who are you?" Aisha ignored the question. "It doesn't matter who I am," Alex said, standing up, which made the Amazons tense. Seeing Alex stand with a smile on his face, Aisha and the Amazons behind her were ready to attack at any moment. Alex stopped paying attention to them, all his focus was on Haruheim, who still didn't understand what was happening. "Tell me, Haruheim, do you want to leave this place?" Alex asked, snapping Haruheim out of her stupor. "What?" Aisha wanted to intervene, but her mouth was sealed by magic, and her body was immobilized with a light wave of Alex's hand. "What do you mean by leave this place?" Haruheim asked, not understanding what Alex was talking about. "I'm saying that I'll get you out of here. I'll save you, and you can live a free life without selling yourself," Alex said, continuing to look at Haruheim, who pondered his words. "But I'm just a prostitute, I can't be saved anymore," Haruheim said, tears welling up in her eyes. "If you say you can't be saved, then I'll do it differently," Alex said, his words causing even more tears from Haruheim as she thought he was rejecting her. "I'll simply kidnap you, and you won't have a choice," Alex said, scooping Haruheim up in a princess carry and stepping one foot onto the window frame. "Right, don't wait for a hero to save you, because there's a demon king who will kidnap a princess like you," Alex said, looking into Haruheim's green eyes. Haruheim, hearing his words, was confused because she was no princess, just a courtesan. Aisha, who still couldn't move, recognized the person holding Haruheim and was shocked to see the one about whom various rumors had spread. "Now hold on tight, my princess, for you are being kidnapped by the Demon King," Alex said, preparing to jump out the window. Haruheim, frightened by his movement, clung tightly to his neck. "Good evening, ladies, and don't think about pursuing us, it might end badly for you," Alex said, glancing back at the Amazons. His eyes gleamed, causing the Amazons to shiver. "And now, we're off," Alex said, leaping out the window with maniacal laughter. The Amazons finally regained their ability to move and speak after Alex's magic dissipated. They were unsure of what to do, as their job was to protect Haruheim and ensure she didn't escape. "Aisha, what are we going to do?" "Ishtar-sama ordered us not to let Haruheim leave," one Amazon said anxiously. "What else can we do? If the rumors are true, I don't want to chase after that guy, and I'm glad Haruheim could leave this place," Aisha said with a sad smile. "Then what will we tell Ishtar-sama?" "And you'll probably have more trouble from that hag Phryne," another Amazon said. "We'll just say we don't know who kidnapped Haruheim and keep quiet about this situation," Aisha said, making a last-ditch effort to protect Haruheim. While the Amazons were discussing Haruheim's abduction, Alex and his fox princess teleported home. Alex set Haruheim down on the floor and told her to follow him. Haruheim was still in shock, as too many events had happened that evening, all tied to the man in front of her who had just kidnapped her and called himself the Demon King. Haruheim was still contemplating whether to follow him or return, but seeing his kind smile, she decided her life might change for the better. After all, if a hero didn't save her, why couldn't the Demon King? Remembering her conversation with Alex, Haruheim decided to follow him. Entering the house behind her captor, she saw a black-haired girl almost knock him over and start shaking him like a tree. At that moment, Haruheim began to doubt if the man before her was really the Demon King he claimed to be. To be continued. Chapter 37, a new family member and the Demon King's attack. Teleporting to the entrance of the house, Alex looked at Haruheim, who was still in shock. Smiling, he beckoned her to follow him. Seeing that Haruheim decided to follow, Alex grabbed the doorknob and turned it, intending to enter the house. However, before he could take his first step inside, he was nearly knocked over by a black-haired rocket that began to shake him. The shaking was so intense that various items for his dubious activities started falling out of Alex's pockets. Everyone watching Hestia shake Alex and seeing the items fall out of his pockets widened their eyes in disbelief. Alex realized that items were falling from his pockets and crookedly smiled, understanding he had been exposed. Because all attention was on Hestia shaking Alex, no one noticed the new guest following behind him. Trying once again to get Hestia off him, Alex decided to try a different approach. Instead of using force, he opted for a gentler method. He gently took Hestia's cheeks and kissed her on the nose. Hestia's face turned red, and she stopped shaking Alex, looking at him with a flushed face. "I see you've calmed down. What happened this time that made you start shaking me? Or is this a tradition now?" Alex asked, looking at Hestia, who continued to cling to him. "Where did you go after you sent me home?" asked a blushing Hestia, not wanting to let go of Alex. "I distracted them and then teleported to a random place," Alex said with a crooked smile. "Couldn't you have just teleported with me right away?" asked Hephaestus, sitting on the couch. Hearing her words, Alex looked a bit embarrassed. "Would you believe me if I said I just wanted to test the range of my mana blade?" Alex said with a crooked smile. Everyone listening nodded, understanding that he had once again done something foolish. "All right, so you figured out how far your mana blade goes, or whatever you call it. Now tell me, why were you gone for so long?" Hestia asked, wanting more details. "How should I put this?" "I ended up in a place," Alex said, reluctant to answer. "Can you stop talking in riddles? Just say it straight," Lily said in an irritated tone. Alex looked at Lily and wanted to smack her for that. Couldn't she just drop the subject? Noticing Alex's stern look, Lily felt threatened and covered her behind. Everyone stared at Alex, who didn't want to answer. Under so many gazes, Alex couldn't hold out any longer and decided to tell them where he ended up. "I ended up in a brothel," Alex said in an even tone. "Where?" everyone shouted, hearing his words. "I said, I accidentally ended up in a brothel," Alex repeated, trying to stop Hestia from shaking him again. "What were you doing there? Confess quickly," Hestia shouted, trying to break free from Alex's grasp. "I didn't do anything there. I just waited for a while until the goddesses stopped searching the city and then went home," Alex answered. "You better have done nothing, because that's Ishtar's territory," Hephaestus interjected. Hearing her words, Alex averted his eyes, not wanting to look at Hephaestus. Noticing this, Hephaestus sensed something was wrong. "What did you do?" Hephaestus asked with a frown. Maybe not. I kidnapped one of the courtesans and threatened other people in the brothel," Alex replied with a slight smile. Hearing his response, Hephaestus facepalmed, realizing that this guy in front of her had messed up again. "So where is the kidnapped courtesan?" Hephaestus asked, looking around. "Here she is," Alex said, turning around but not seeing Haruheim. "She was just here," Alex continued, looking around until he noticed a pair of ears sticking out from behind the door. "Haruheim, come in, don't be afraid, they won't hurt you," Alex called to the fox girl. Hearing her name, Haruheim slowly emerged to face the other inhabitants of the house. Hephaestus, noticing how shy she was, began to doubt whether this girl was really a courtesan. Lily, seeing the fox girl, realized that her position was at risk since Alex always enjoyed petting her ears when she transformed. Seeing the girl's shyness, Alex decided to approach her, take her hand, and introduce her to everyone. Haruheim, whose hand was taken, blushed deeply, and steam began to rise from her head. Hephaestus, watching this, became even more convinced that this girl couldn't be a courtesan. Leading Haruheim into the house, Alex positioned her in front of him to introduce her. "Her name is Haruheim, and she's from the Far East. For some idiotic reasons, she was sold to a brothel," Alex said, introducing the girl. "Alex, let me ask you, are you sure this girl is a courtesan?" Hephaestus asked, looking at Haruheim, who was blushing. "Well, how should I put this correctly? She is a courtesan, but at the same time, she's not," Alex said, causing question marks to appear above everyone's heads, including Haruheim's. "What do you mean?" Hestia asked, not understanding where Alex was going with this. "Maybe accidentally or not, I peeked into her memories," Alex said, putting on an innocent face. "Mr. Alex, what do you mean by that?" "I don't understand at all," Haruheim asked, not grasping what Alex was saying. "To put it simply, you're still a virgin," Alex said, looking into the girl's green eyes. "I remember everything that happened," Haruheim said, not believing Alex's words. "You foolish potato. All you remember is a man entering your room and then losing consciousness. The other girls did all the work for you. It was all done to prevent you from running away," Alex said with a grim expression, remembering the purpose for which Haruheim was kept. "If what you're saying is true, then why did they do that?" Haruheim asked, not understanding the situation. "You'd better not know why they did it. Just know that you're free from that now, and your innocence remains intact. You can find someone you love," Alex said, shaking his head and not wanting to reveal to Haruheim the real reason she was kept in the brothel. "Now that we've cleared that up, why did you look into her memories?" Hestia asked, clearly sensing that Alex did it for a reason. Hearing her question, Alex made a grimace. Everyone who saw his face understood that he was up to something and was planning to cause more chaos. I did it accidentally. It's not my fault, Alex replied, putting on an innocent face. That excuse won't work anymore, mister. Now, spill it, why did you do it? Hestia said, no longer willing to believe Alex's claims of it being an accident. Fine. I was thinking of launching a meteor at Haruheim's old house, Alex said, his eyes beginning to shine with anticipation at the thought of the explosion. You were going to do what? Have you lost your mind? What on earth do you mean by a meteor? An angry Hestia said, realizing that Alex had crossed the line this time. Hearing his response, everyone in the room broke into a cold sweat, understanding the potential consequences. Haruheim, not knowing what a meteor was, looked around and, seeing everyone sweating, began to understand that it was something bad. Mr. Alex, you don't need to do that. Please reconsider, Haruheim said, grabbing Alex's hand and forgetting her shyness. But after what they did to you, how can I forgive them? Alex asked, looking at the girl with tears in her eyes. After his words, everyone looked at the girl, realizing there was a sad story behind it. Alex gently wiped the tears from Haruheim's eyes and asked if he could tell her story to the others. Haruheim hesitated at his actions but eventually nodded. Seeing her nod, Alex recounted everything Haruheim had endured, her life, how her father sold her, and her time in the brothel. After sharing everything he knew about Haruheim, Alex sighed, realizing he wouldn't be able to launch a meteor, but who said he couldn't vent his anger in other ways. Everyone who listened to Haruheim's story became somber, with the most sensitive ones already in tears, sympathizing with the girl. Hestia was the angriest, as her divinity was tied to family and home. Alex, you must help avenge Haruheim. Hestia shouted, pulling Alex out of his thoughts. Hestia's cry attracted the attention of everyone in the house, and everyone stared at the kind goddess with their mouths agape. Hephaestus was the most surprised, not understanding how her friend had become like this, and began to look at Alex with narrowed eyes, realizing that he had corrupted her friend. Your will shall be done, my lady, Alex said, kneeling before Hestia with a mad grin on his face. Everyone who knew such a smile didn't bode well could only pity the poor idiot who would fall under his wrath. But no meteors and definitely no explosions, Hestia said, shutting down all potential destructive plans. All right then, Alex clicked his tongue. And don't forget the most important thing, Alex. This girl is part of the Ishtar family, and she won't let her go just like that. After hearing what you said, I'm starting to understand that she was held for a reason, Hephaestus said, drawing attention. What family? I don't understand, Alex said, shrugging his shoulders and pretending not to get it. Mr. Alex, Lady Ishtar took me into her family, and I still bear her crest, Haruheim said in a sad tone, thinking she might have to go back. What crest? There's nothing there, Alex said in a tone that made it clear the girl was mistaken. But I clearly remember Lady Ishtar performing the ritual, Haruheim said, beginning to doubt her own memory. You can check for yourself, Alex said. Haruheim, increasingly doubtful about being a member of the Ishtar family, began to undress to check. Seeing the girl start to undress, Hestia, being the fastest, closed Alex's eyes. Alex felt not only his eyes but also his ears and mouth covered. He began to think they were trying to kill him rather than just preventing him from seeing Haruheim undressing. Haruheim, having removed her yukata, realized she couldn't see her back and shyly smiled, asking for help from others who were doing their best to keep Alex from peeking. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that the girl was just a bit naive and wasn't trying to seduce Alex in this manner. Hephaestus decided to tell the girl that there was no Ishtar family crest on her back. Upon hearing the confirmation, Haruheim cried, realizing she was free and felt that the only person who could have done this was her savior. Wanting to hug him, she started to approach Alex, but the girls pushed her back, saying she needed to get dressed before they would allow her to come near. Seeing their fierce eyes, Haruheim was frightened and retreated, deciding to put her yukata back on. Seeing that the girl had dressed, they decided to release Alex, who had been kept from seeing. Alex, now freed, looked at the girls with a crooked smile, thinking they probably wanted to kill him rather than just cover his eyes. Did you want to kill me or something? Alex asked, his eye twitching so much it looked like he was signaling SOS. Did you want to watch a girl you just met undress? Hestia asked aggressively, causing Alex's face to twitch. So, you did the same thing with Lily, Hephaestus said, realizing Alex was involved in this. I don't understand what you're talking about. Did Lily and Haruheim ever belong to those families? They could have left at any time, they just weren't allowed to, Alex said with a serious face. Hephaestus realized she wouldn't be able to get the truth out of him this way, sighed wearily, and decided to go along with what Alex said, pretending they weren't part of those families. And if Ishtar starts arguing that we stole Haruheim, just act like you don't know anything and keep repeating that you don't know anything, Alex said, laying out his plan. And what if they want to take her by force? Lily asked, realizing Haruheim's situation was more complicated than she thought. I'll help her become stronger so she can defend herself. And if Ishtar doesn't calm down, her family will meet the same fate as the Soma family, Alex said with a mad grin, causing smiles to appear on the faces of his companions. Haruheim, the subject of the discussion, was lost on what was being discussed. Tsubaki, observing the fox girl, simply put a hand on her shoulder and told her not to think too much about it for now. Alright, let's get back to the most important thing. Haruheim, do you want to become part of Hestia's family, or would you prefer to remain free? Alex asked, looking at the embarrassed girl. Mr. Alex, are you also part of Hestia's family? Haruheim asked, worried that her savior might kick her out if she refused. Well, sort of. If you don't want to, you can just stay in this house, no one's going to kick you out, Alex said, noticing the girl beginning to get nervous. I also want to be part of Hestia's family, that way, I can repay all that you've done for me, Haruheim said, her face becoming serious, which made everyone present smile. Alright, it's time for everyone to go to bed. Tomorrow the girls have training again, and Haruheim will be part of that. We also need to go invite Loki's family, and we should probably visit Freya to find out about Ishtar and prepare a plan in case she starts causing trouble, Alex said, laying out his plan for the next day. Why do you need to see that woman? Hestia protested, once again clinging to Alex. Freya has more knowledge about other gods than you, my goddess, Alex said, patting Hestia on the head. Hearing his words, Hestia could only puff up, unwilling to let go of Alex. Alex pried Hestia off him and told everyone to go to bed. He asked Lily if Haruheim could spend the night in her room since there were no free beds in the house. Lily grimaced again, realizing she would have to share her new soft bed. Noticing her dissatisfaction, Alex tossed her a black box, which Lily immediately caught and opened. Inside were a pair of silver gloves. Seeing the new weapon, Lily gave Alex a thumbs up, signaling that she didn't mind letting Haruheim stay in her room. Alex shook his head with a smile and told Haruheim to follow Lily, adding that if she needed anything, she could ask the other girls. After sending the girls away, only Alex and the two goddesses remained in the hall. Saying he was going to bed and kissing Hestia on the head before leaving, Alex went upstairs. Hestia watched as Alex went up to the second floor, then shifted her gaze to Hephaestus, who hadn't left yet. Hephaestus, I want to talk to you, Hestia said, looking at her friend, who had a vague idea of what the conversation might be about. What do you want to talk about, Hestia? Hephaestus asked, wanting to confirm her suspicion that the discussion would be about Alex. I want to talk about your feelings for Alex, Hestia said directly. Hephaestus, hearing her friend's words, wanted to leave but couldn't, as Hestia had grabbed her by the hand. Hephaestus, don't go. Let's talk, I understand what you're feeling, Hestia said, holding her friend's hand. I know you love Alex, and I understand you're trying to hide it because you see me as your friend. Hephaestus, stopping at her words, trembled slightly, fearing that Hestia might be hurt by her feelings. Hephaestus, I'm not upset that you also love Alex. In fact, I support it, Hestia said, causing Hephaestus to look even more confused. Hestia, I'm not. Hephaestus tried to argue, but Hestia interrupted her. Hephaestus, I see how you look at Alex, and I'm not angry at all. I'm actually happy, Hestia said. Hestia, but why are you supporting me? You and Alex have only just started being together, and I don't want to interfere, Hephaestus said, wanting to deny her feelings. Because we need to form a team. Together, we'll keep other girls away from Alex. You're my best friend, and I'm willing to share him with you. Together, we'll drive away all those clingy women who will try to get close to Alex, Hestia said, raising her fist to the sky. You've been too influenced by Alex since he joined your family. You've even started to imitate him, Hephaestus said with a smile on her face. So you agree then? Let's form a united front against other girls who want to get close to Alex, Hestia said with a broad smile. You do understand that other girls will still approach Alex, and you won't always be around him, Hephaestus said, making it clear that a harem was inevitable. Then we won't let any bad women near Alex, Hestia said, already less confident about her plan. While Hestia and Hephaestus discussed their plan to prevent more girls from getting close to Alex, Alex entered his room with a manic smile on his face. After changing into his favorite outfit and putting on his mask, he teleported to the location from Haruheim's memories, eager to carry out his plan. Remembering that Hestia had forbidden explosions and large-scale attacks, Alex sighed, realizing he wouldn't be able to see a meteor strike the ground from a close distance. Following the memories, Alex headed to Haruheim's former home in search of his target. Entering through the front gate, no one even noticed how an outsider had penetrated the property. Searching for his target, Alex found Haruheim's father, who was standing under a tree, gazing at the sky. Quietly approaching him, Alex decided to make his presence known. Good evening, what a beautiful moon tonight, don't you think? Alex said, standing behind the men and drawing his attention. Who are you, and how did you get into my house? Haruheim's father said. It doesn't matter, my dear conversationalist, as everything has its reasons and consequences, Alex replied, ignoring the question. If you leave now, I'll pretend you were never here, the father said threateningly. Sorry, my new friend, but I can't leave. I have a reason to be here, Alex said, ignoring the threat. Tell me, my new friend, do you regret anything in this life? Regret? My life is going great, the father said, not understanding where Alex was going with this. Well, from your eyes, I can see that you have no regrets about selling your daughter. That makes my task easier, Alex said, and the man tensed at his tone. What are you? The father began to say, but was interrupted. This is for selling Haruheim, Alex said, delivering a powerful punch to the face, knocking the father to the ground and breaking half of his teeth. This is for selling her to a brothel, Alex continued, breaking the father's legs. This is for planning to sacrifice her, Alex said, stepping on his ribs. And this is from me for being someone I can't stand, Alex finished, delivering a kick to the groin. After the final blow, the father lost consciousness, covered in blood and with broken bones. Taking one last look at the man lying at his feet, Alex moved on to his next target, Haruheim's younger brother, who had betrayed her. He learned this from the father's memories, who knew the truth and decided to blame Haruheim to protect the little scoundrel. Quietly entering the room, Alex found his next target sleeping on the tatami. Approaching Haruheim's brother, Alex crouched down and decided to wake him. Wake up, sunshine, it's morning, Alex said, lightly patting his cheeks. Seeing that this had no effect, Alex decided to be more forceful. I told you to wake up, you piece of shit, Alex said, delivering a hard slap that immediately woke the scoundrel. Feeling the blow, Haruheim's brother wanted to scream, but his mouth was covered. Shoo, no need to scream, Alex whispered, covering his mouth with his hand. Fully awakening from the taste of blood in his mouth, Haruheim's younger brother didn't understand what was happening. I won't say much, just know this is retribution for what you did in your childhood, Alex said, and at his words, the scoundrel's eyes widened as he remembered his actions. Who would have thought that all of this was motivated by jealousy of Haruheim, who became friends with Takamikazuchi's children? Jealousy is a dangerous emotion. But everything has consequences, and now you will face them. Alex clenched Haruheim's younger brother's jaw, causing him severe pain. You see, I originally wanted to drop a meteor on your pathetic house, but my goddess is too kind. So I decided to punish only the two responsible for Haruheim's sad fate, Alex said, squeezing the jaw so that a crunch was heard. The scoundrel began to struggle, trying to escape the pain. I'm short on time, and my family might notice my absence, so I'll make this quick, Alex said, using a spell that slowly broke every bone in the scoundrel's body. Feeling the pain from all his bones breaking, Haruheim's younger brother lost consciousness, bleeding heavily. Alex smiled, satisfied that he had vented all his rage, and teleported home. He lay down on his bed and fell asleep with a slight smile on his face. To be continued. Chapter 38, Haruheim's new fate and the beginning of training. Waking up the next morning, Alex felt he hadn't slept this well since arriving in this world. After lying in bed for a bit, he realized something was missing and started feeling around the bed for another person. Not finding who he was looking for, Alex opened his eyes and began looking around for the goddess who always sneaks into his bed. Confirming that Hestia was nowhere to be found, he sighed in frustration and decided it was time to get up. Dressing and heading to the dining hall to have his morning coffee and start his day, Alex walked downstairs and was surprised to see everyone already sitting at the table and having breakfast. Alex couldn't understand how this could have happened. Usually, in the mornings, only Hephaestus and Tsubaki were up for breakfast, while the rest loved to sleep in and wouldn't wake up unless disturbed. Pushing these thoughts aside, Alex approached Hestia, who was eating breakfast, kissed her on the head, and took an empty seat next to her. Everyone watching Alex slightly smiled because his actions were so smooth, as if he was already used to doing this. Good morning. How come everyone's up so early? Alex asked, sipping from his cup. It's already 10 a.m., Hephaestus said, watching Alex, who choked on his coffee upon hearing her words. How is that possible? I usually wake up early, Alex said, stroking his chin. Remembering what he did yesterday, he smiled, realizing why he had slept so well. Everyone who saw his smile understood he had done something, but they were more interested in when he managed to do it. Hephaestus, who figured it out faster than anyone, realized he had done something last night when he went to bed. What did you do last night after you went to bed? Hephaestus asked, drawing everyone's attention. All eyes were again on Alex, who blushed upon hearing her question. I went to bed. You know I go to bed on a schedule to maintain my sleep routine, Alex replied, trying to divert suspicion. I would believe you if we had just met. But over the time I've known you, I've come to understand that you must have done something, Hephaestus said, not letting Alex off the hook. Hephaestus, what about our love and trust? How can you doubt me? Alex asked, making a pitiful face. I might love you, but that doesn't mean I'll believe you when you say you did nothing, Hephaestus replied, not believing Alex's pitiful face. But when she realized what she had said, her face turned red. Everyone at the table had their mouths wide open, not believing what Hephaestus had just said. Hephaestus began mentally cursing herself for yesterday's conversation with Hestia. I love you too, but honestly, I did nothing last night, Alex replied, trying to fix the situation, but his words had the opposite effect, and Hephaestus blushed even more. Alex, tell the truth. Your innocent face won't fool anyone anymore, Hestia said, staring intently at Alex. The girls at the table watched Hestia and thought she would be jealous, but they didn't know that Hestia and Hephaestus had formed a united front to keep bad women away from Alex. All right, Alex clicked his tongue. Yesterday, I visited Haruheim's old home. Everyone at the table understood that this did not end well. Lord Alex, you didn't blow anything up or throw a meteor at the house, did you? Haruheim asked nervously. Haruheim, you don't need to call me Lord, just call me Alex. And no, I didn't throw a meteor or blow anything up, Alex said, causing the group to breathe sighs of relief. But then they tensed, realizing that if he didn't do that, he must have caused trouble in another way. Then, Lord Alex, Haruheim began, but Alex's gaze stopped her, and she fell silent. Then, Alex, what did you do when you went to my old home? Haruheim asked nervously. I just had a nice chat with your father and brother, Alex said with a sweet smile. But Lily and Hestia knew that he didn't just have a nice chat. Why did you talk to my brother? Haruheim asked, not understanding what her brother had to do with it. Do you want the truth or a lie? Alex asked, looking into Haruheim's eyes. His question left her stunned, not understanding why he asked that. Can I know the truth? Haruheim asked, nervous but wanting to know the truth. All right. Yesterday, I went to take revenge for what your father did to you. But after I beat him and read his memories, I saw that it was your brother who framed you, and your father wanted to protect his son instead of punishing him. After learning the truth about why you were sold, I went to your brother and read his memories. The reason he framed you was because he was jealous that you befriended the children of your god and that Takemikazuchi himself was kind to you. He decided to frame you to get rid of you. He thought that after you disappeared, he would receive the same treatment you did, but he didn't expect Takemikazuchi's family to leave the area to look for you. After that, he behaved even worse, but I won't say what your brother did, Alex explained the reason why Haruheim faced such a terrible fate. It was all due to simple jealousy. Haruheim, hearing the reason why her life turned out so horribly, began to cry, unable to believe that her younger brother, with whom she had been close in childhood, had framed her. The girls began to comfort the crying Haruheim, and Lily especially sympathized with her, as she had faced a similar fate and understood her pain. Hestia, learning the truth, became even angrier and regretted not allowing Alex to launch a meteor at the perpetrator's house. Hephaestus could only look at the girl with pity, not knowing how to support her. She glanced at Alex, signaling him to help. Alex, seeing Hephaestus's look, just shook his head with a crooked smile, knowing he was the reason Haruheim was crying. Remembering the words of a respected person, he decided to say them to Haruheim to help her. Haruheim, don't cry and listen to me, Alex said, approaching the girl and gently stroking her head to get her attention. Haruheim felt the hand on her head, turned to Alex, who was looking at her with kind eyes, and wanted to hear what he had to say. Listen, Haruheim, as a wise man once said, whom I hope to meet one day, family is not limited to blood ties, nor does it begin with them. Family cares about you no matter what you do for them. Family stands by you in both sorrow and joy. They always have your back, no matter what. Now, you don't need to search for such a family because you have us. We will always be by your side. Even if you are clumsy or not good at fighting, it doesn't matter. We will take care of you and protect you from any misfortunes that may come your way, Alex said, repeating the words of the respected person. Everyone who heard his words was surprised and curious about who had said those words. Hestia, as the goddess of the home, nodded, understanding that family is not just about blood ties, you can find family even among strangers. Alex's words touched everyone in the room, especially those who had no family or had been abandoned. So don't be sad, my little fox. Whatever happens, I will protect you and make you stronger. If in the future you want to throw a meteor at your house, I will help you achieve that. I will help fulfill any desire in your heart, Alex said, wiping the tears from the girl's eyes and giving her the motivation to move forward. Haruheim, stopping her crying, hugged Alex tightly, and tears started flowing from her eyes again. Alex continued to stroke her head to calm her down. The most observant girls noticed that he took the opportunity to touch her ears. Narrowing their eyes at Alex, they stared at him intently, but he pretended not to notice their looks and continued to stroke Haruheim's head, enjoying the chance to touch her ears. Oh, Alex, it tickles, Haruheim said, embarrassed, no longer crying. Sorry, I just got carried away, Alex said, clearing his throat. The important thing is that you're not crying anymore. So don't be sad because of those two bastards. Your new life starts from this moment, and now you have a new family that will take care of you, Alex said with a smile, looking into the girl's eyes. Haruheim heard his words, smiled brightly, and nodded, understanding that it was all in the past, and she could start a new chapter in her life. I see that everyone is calm now, so we can start our training. I will make Haruheim a nine-tailed fox who can defeat anyone, Alex said, raising a finger to the sky. Everyone who heard his words could only shake their heads, clearly not understanding how his brain worked. One moment he was saying serious words that could deeply affect a person, and the next, he was spouting nonsense with a silly expression. Lord Alex, but I can't grow extra tails. How are you going to do that? Haruheim asked, not understanding what Alex meant. You'll find out later. It's all about your power, or rather, the lineage that flows in your veins, Alex replied. Everyone looked at Haruheim, who blushed under their gazes. What do you mean, Alex? What's with her power and lineage? Hephaestus asked, not understanding what Alex was talking about. It's all about the power she inherited, which is why Ishtar didn't want to let her go. Her lineage is connected to one of the goddesses, Alex replied, looking at Haruheim, who was still embarrassed. Haruheim is a priestess born to serve a god. And as we know from legends, priestesses were always sacrificed to appease the gods and bring about miracles, Alex said bluntly. Are you saying that Ishtar wanted to sacrifice this girl? Hestia asked, not believing what she heard. After all, the gods had not demanded sacrifices for many years. Exactly. Ishtar wanted to sacrifice Haruheim to bring about a miracle and strengthen other members of her familia. If she doesn't cancel her plan, I will have no choice but to send her back to the heavens, Alex said grimly, not specifying that he intended to destroy her core so she could never resurrect. You can't kill a god. Last time, you got away with attacking Apollo because he was a bastard who did many bad things, but this time, Uranus won't help you, Hephaestus said, trying to stop Alex from attacking a god. If there are no witnesses and Ishtar herself doesn't realize who attacked her, then there won't be any problems, Alex said, spreading his hands. Both goddesses sighed wearily, understanding that it would be difficult to convince him to cancel his plans. All right, time for training. Haruheim, go with Hestia so she can accept you into the familia, and the rest follow me. Tsubaki, you're coming too. Just because you're a smith doesn't mean you can skip training, Alex said, moving away from Haruheim, who was already hugging him with her tail. Lily's group could only sigh wearily, understanding that their hellish training was about to start again. Tsubaki, watching this with a smile, flinched at Alex's words and could only look at him, not understanding why she was involved. Seeing that he was ignoring her, she could only sigh and seek help from her goddess, who averted her gaze in shame. Alex led the group of girls to the basement, where they discovered a training hall. Entering, they were surprised by its size. Instead of an ordinary basement, a huge coliseum opened up before them. Tsubaki, intrigued by everything new, wanted to know how he did it, but remembering that his answers usually lacked specifics, she just grimaced. While the girls inspected the coliseum, Alex rummaged in his pocket with a crooked grin, understanding that it would be better to organize his things in different pockets. He postponed this plan for later when he would have time to overcome his laziness and correct the mistake. Calling the girls over, Alex began distributing new training equipment. All right, my lovely ladies, here are some new items to help with your training, Alex said, pulling out various items from his pocket and handing them to the girls. These are weights to help you move more freely in training weapons. After distributing all the new gear, he noticed Cassandra's look and added. And don't give me those eyes, Cassandra. Just because you're a healer and support in this team doesn't mean you can't smack an enemy in front of you with your staff. Cassandra, who had been looking at him with teary eyes, just nodded. Alex continued. Here are the training plans for each of you. If you have any questions, you can ask them after I return from visiting Loki's familia. He handed out the sheets with the plans, not giving them a chance to object. While Alex was explaining how to perform the exercises, Hestia and Hephaestus arrived, and Haruheim, like a curious child, looked around, not understanding how such a large space could fit in the basement. Good, now that everyone is here, there's something I need to do with Haruheim before I leave to help her get stronger faster, Alex said, drawing the girls' attention. How can I help, Lord Alex? Haruheim asked, coming closer and wrapping her tail around him. What I'm about to do might cause you some pain, but it may pass quickly. So don't worry and try to relax, Alex said, preparing to cast a spell to awaken Haruheim's power. What are you planning to do with her? And what do you mean, might be painful, or might not? Hestia asked, ready to protect the girl. She needs to go through a rebirth that will awaken her powers, Alex said, casting the spell on Haruheim while everyone was distracted by his words. The process happened instantly, and before them stood a new Haruheim with 2 tails and a changed hair color, previously golden, her hair now had white tips. I told you it would be quick. Probably, Alex said, examining Haruheim for any issues. How do you feel? He asked the girl, who was still in a daze. I don't know how to describe it, but I feel like I've gotten stronger, Haruheim replied, trying to understand what had happened to her. It's good to hear you're feeling better. Now I need to fetch Loki's familia, Alex said, turning his gaze away from her new tales. Before leaving, Alex kissed Hestia on the cheek and prepared to depart, but noticed Hephaestus's jealous glance, which she quickly tried to hide. Alex approached Hephaestus, which flustered her, and kissed her on the cheek before teleporting away, leaving Hephaestus with a deeply flushed face and the others with their mouths wide open. Teleporting directly into Loki's home, Alex found himself in the middle of the living room, causing a commotion among its members. Seeing the flash, everyone grabbed their weapons, but upon recognizing Alex, they sighed with relief and forced awkward smiles, not understanding why he had appeared in their hall. Yo, kids, how's it going? Alex asked, noticing the weapons pointed at him. Could you not appear in the middle of my house without warning? Because of you, I broke a bottle of alcohol I barely managed to get. Loki shouted, pointing at the shattered glass on the floor. Alex glanced at the broken bottle and gave an apologetic smile. And besides, it's still morning, and you're already hitting the bottle. Aren't you ashamed of the example you're setting for your familia? Alex said, pointing at Loki and trying to deflect from his own mistake. Don't point your finger at me. It's your fault. And pay me back for my alcohol. Loki said, running up to Alex and grabbing him by the collar. All right, calm down. I came here to take you all to training today, Alex said, lifting Loki and placing her over his shoulder. Put me down. I'm not a child. Loki screamed, trying to break free. How about no? Now be quiet, Alex said, giving her a light smack on the behind. Loki felt the smack and fell silent, not understanding what had just happened. All the members of Loki's familia stared with their mouths agape. Before I take you, how's your progress after training? Alex asked, looking at the surprised group. To sum up, we've become stronger. Our stats haven't changed, but our strength has increased, Finn, who had been tracking the group's progress, replied. See, I told you it's possible to get stronger without Falna. Now, my dear kids, gather up, you're in for an exciting 3-month adventure, Alex said, giving a thumbs up. You mean torture, Beta said, recalling what they had been through. It's all small stuff, my wolf friend, Alex said, rolling his eyes. And if you do well, you'll get a reward, Alex said, creating confetti, which elicited sighs from Reveria, who watched as he foolishly used magic. And what's the reward? Tiona asked, running up to Alex. It's a secret, Alex replied, patting her on the head. And if I kiss you, will you tell me what the reward is? Tiona asked, with some of the girls looking at Alex with anticipation. Nope. You can kiss me, but I still won't tell you, Alex said, continuing to pat her on the head, causing her to start acting like a cat. And if I add Ace and Grandma Reveria to the mix? Tiona said, trying to melt his heart. I wouldn't mind, but I still won't say, Alex replied, causing the cheeks of the mentioned girls to flush. Are you going to hold me like this forever, or are you waiting for me to kiss you too? If you want a kiss, just say so, don't be shy, Loki said, still hanging on Alex's shoulder. Everyone was embarrassed, realizing they had completely forgotten about Loki. I already told you, you can only try that when your breath doesn't smell like alcohol, Alex said, setting Loki down on the ground. Loki heard his words, puffed up, and began to act like a spoiled child. All right, that's all you're getting for now, Alex said, kissing Loki on the head. She started twirling in place but then stopped, realizing that it wasn't enough for her. Now I'll send you to the training grounds in my house, or do you want to walk there on your own? Alex asked, causing the members of Loki's familia to ponder. Send us, I don't want to walk, I'm so tired, Loki said, starting to whine. Alex looked at her, and his eyelid began twitching at the thought of how she could already be tired. Whatever you say, but I won't go with you. I have more business to take care of. I'll come and start the training as soon as I'm done, Alex said. After chatting a bit more with Loki's familia, Alex sent them to the training grounds and prepared to head to Freya, unsure whether to teleport or simply show up at Babylon. Not knowing if she was home, he decided to walk to Babylon to check. Upon arriving at Babylon, he felt several gazes from the upper floor and realized that Freya was home. Waving at her in greeting, Alex decided to teleport directly to her room. To be continued. Chapter 39, New Threat and Time Skip. Feeling that Freya was home and watching him, Alex waved at her and immediately teleported to her room. Looking around, he noticed that aside from Freya, only Otter was present, his face as expressionless as ever. Nodding at Otter, Alex approached the table where Freya was already pouring tea. Alex looked at Freya suspiciously, wondering if she had truly been expecting him or if she watched him around the clock. The thought made him shiver, as Freya might have a Yandere tendency. However, after some thought, Alex decided that it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. If handled correctly, a Yandere could be very beneficial. Alex decided to observe Freya's actions a bit longer, uncertain if this was the same Freya who, in the canon, brainwashed an entire city into believing Bel was part of her familia and that Hestia had stolen him. "I see you were expecting me," Alex said, sitting at the table and watching Freya. "What makes you think I was expecting you?" "Maybe I just wanted to have afternoon tea, and you happened to arrive at the right time," Freya replied, pushing a plate of cookies closer to Alex. "Well, then I'm lucky to have tea with a beautiful goddess," Alex said, eyeing the plate of cookies and feeling his suspicion about Freya deepen. "Won't Hestia be jealous if you call me beautiful?" Freya asked with a sweet smile. "Beauty is subjective, and everyone has their own idea of what beauty is," Alex replied, avoiding a direct answer. "So, why have you come to see me today?" Freya asked, sipping her tea and never taking her eyes off Alex. "Actually, I just came for a visit and wanted to ask you a couple of questions. If you don't mind, I'd also like to invite Otter to a training session," Alex replied, eating a cookie. "I'm flattered that you decided to visit me. But what do you want to ask me that made you come all this way?" Freya asked, her eyes sparkling with interest. Alex noticed the sparkle and began to suspect that Freya might be someone to avoid. But if she had set her sights on him, it was better to accept it and try to avoid unnecessary deaths if she got upset. "I think you already know what I want to ask," Alex replied with a faint smile. Freya gave a sweet smile and pretended to think. "You want to know about Ishtar? But why bother about Ishtar when you can just ignore her?" Freya asked with a dangerous gleam in her eyes. "It's not that I'm overly interested in her. It's just that I might have ruined some of her future plans and want to understand what she might do," Alex said, trying to ignore the gleam in Freya's eyes. Hearing his words, her eyes returned to normal, and she continued to smile. "And what did you do that could have ruined her plans?" Freya asked, looking at Alex with intrigued eyes. "Do you want the short story or the long one?" Alex asked, causing Freya to look puzzled. "What's the difference?" Freya asked, not understanding where he was going with this. "All right, then the short one. I accidentally ended up on her territory, met a girl who supposedly worked for her, and then I kidnapped her," Alex explained, causing Freya to sigh. "But you didn't explain how you ruined her plans," Freya said, narrowing her eyes. "The girl I kidnapped was supposed to be sacrificed so that Ishtar could strengthen other members of her familia. She wanted to forcibly raise their levels. And it's likely related to you," Alex said, pointing at Freya, who started thinking after his words. "Are you saying Ishtar is foolish enough to do something like that?" Freya asked, and Alex rolled his eyes, realizing she was pretending. "Freya, you know that doesn't work on me. Can you give me a brief rundown of who Ishtar is and what to expect from her?" Alex said, almost rolling his eyes to the other side. Freya laughed, seeing how Alex was acting. "And what do I get in return for this information?" Freya asked, wanting a gift from Alex. "I knew you wouldn't tell me for free, so I prepared this," Alex said, pulling out a handbag that matched Freya's outfit. "Oh, Lady Freya, please accept my humble offering so that I may receive the answer to my question," Alex said dramatically, holding the handbag with both hands and lifting it for Freya to take. "I see you made it in my favorite colors," Freya said, taking the handbag and examining it in her hands. "Why aren't you following the script? You could at least play along," Alex said sadly. "Actually, this is your handbag, and why are these my favorite colors?" "You're the one who has to carry it," Alex said, not understanding what Freya was getting at. "Then what are you wearing?" Freya asked, pointing at Alex's clothes. Looking at himself, Alex realized he was still wearing his usual black and red outfit. "I thought you dressed like this on purpose so that our outfits would match better," Freya said in an innocent tone. "It's just a coincidence. And about the handbag, it has two variations. You can carry it over your shoulder with the chain, or use it as a clutch by removing the chain," Alex said, changing the subject and explaining how to use the handbag. Deciding to demonstrate, Alex showed Freya how to use the handbag. Freya, having received the new handbag, started playing with it, trying out different ways to use it. Alex watched as Freya, like a child with a new toy, put various items into the handbag and immediately took them out. When she finally tired, Freya stood up and walked to the mirror to see how the handbag looked with her outfit, trying different ways to wear it. Satisfied that the handbag suited her perfectly, Freya returned to the table and looked at Alex, wanting to thank him for the gift. However, she didn't know how to express her gratitude, as Alex had given her the handbag to get information that was essentially useless. For the first time in many years, Freya felt a slight pang of guilt for her actions. If Alex had heard her thoughts, he would have just looked at her with a crooked smile, knowing that in the cultivation world, such things were very common, though not as refined as the handbags he gave to other girls. Alex noticed that Freya had finally calmed down and was looking at him with a small sense of guilt in her eyes. He couldn't understand why she was looking at him that way. "Looks like you liked it," Alex said, noticing Freya as she sat back down at the table. "It's a nice gift, but I can't accept it." This information isn't worth something so valuable, Freya said, wanting to return the handbag, even though she liked it very much. No need to return it, it's my gift as a token of friendship. In some worlds, such things are very common, Alex said, not thinking about what he had just revealed. Freya heard his words, and her eyes sparkled with interest. What do you mean by other worlds? Freya asked, looking at Alex, who realized he had said too much. Aren't you a goddess and supposed to have such information? Alex asked, trying to dodge the topic. No, I don't know. Maybe Aurena's knows, Freya said, shaking her head to deny his assumption. So what about other worlds? Freya asked, her eyes gleaming with the desire to know more. Maybe we can pretend I didn't say anything. Alex asked, trying to avoid the topic. No, you have to tell me, and don't think you can escape, Freya said, grabbing Alex's hand. All right, I'll tell you briefly. Where I come from, there's a rather interesting theory. It's called the multiverse theory, Alex said, and Freya's eyes sparkled even more. She pulled up a chair and sat next to Alex so he couldn't escape without telling her something so fascinating. Go on, and don't even think about running away because I know where you live, Freya said, sitting beside Alex and holding his hand. All right, I'm not going to run. It's my fault for speaking without thinking. The essence of this theory is that every choice we make creates a separate universe, encompassing all possible variations of fictional and non-fictional worlds, Alex said, looking out the window. His words had a profound impact on Freya. Otter, who had been standing silently all this time, paid attention to Alex's words and began to ponder. In simpler terms, every time we face a choice, the universe splits, creating a new one. For example, if I ask you to kiss me, you have a choice, to kiss me or not. Thus, in one universe, you kiss me, in another, you don't, not to mention other variations where you hit me and so on. If you've read stories and other tales that describe fictional characters, there's a high probability that these worlds exist. Alex explained everything he knew and understood about this theory. You mean there are many different worlds? Freya asked. That's right, there are bad worlds and good worlds, Alex said but stopped mid-sentence, causing Freya to feel confused. Wait, bad and good universes. Villains who can cross universes, world infection, Alex began to mutter to himself, causing confusion on Freya's part as she watched him mumbling something under his breath. What's wrong? Why did you stop talking? Freya asked, watching Alex, who had a very tense look on his face. Damn old man, I knew it couldn't be that simple, Alex shouted, standing up from his chair, startling Freya, who nearly fell over. I should have guessed what this could lead to, Alex continued to fume, realizing that his peaceful, lazy life might be in jeopardy. What happened? Why did you suddenly get so angry? Freya asked, looking at Alex, whose eyes were blazing with fury. No time to explain. You're coming with me. Otter, get ready, you're coming too, Alex said, looking at Freya and calling out to Otter, who had been listening the whole time. Otter looked at Freya, seeking her command. Freya, being a smart woman, began to understand that something was amiss and nodded to Otter, indicating that he should go too. Seeing that Freya and Otter were ready, Alex approached them, placed his hands on their shoulders, and teleported to the training grounds where everyone was training at that time. The flash of light caught the attention of those training, and they realized their break was over. But when they saw Alex, looking grim and focused, they understood that something serious had happened. Hestia, ready to run to Alex, noticed his stern expression and realized that something important had happened again. Alex scanned everyone who was training and stopped at the goddesses. You three, come with me, Alex said, giving the goddesses no choice. They didn't understand what was happening but followed him silently. Leading the group of goddesses to his workshop, Alex continued to ponder that the situation might be even worse than he had thought. Entering the workshop and pulling out the board with the plan against the semi-villains, Alex began erasing it, making space for new notes. Alex, what happened and why did you come back so grim? Hestia asked, worried that Alex was angry again. I'm not grim, but if my theory is correct, this could turn out badly for this world, Alex said, looking at the board. What do you mean by badly? Loki asked, losing her playful tone. In the literal sense. If I hadn't accidentally blurted out to Freya, I might not have thought about this for a long time, Alex said, turning his gaze to the goddesses. Alex, did you tell her who you are? Hestia asked, which piqued the interest of the other goddesses, especially Freya. No, I didn't say that. I accidentally let slip some other information, Alex said, sighing heavily. So who or what are you? Loki asked, bursting with curiosity. I'll tell you later. Right now, we have a completely different topic to discuss, Alex said, pushing Loki aside, who pouted and sat on a chair. In short, there are countless worlds, both fictional and non-fictional. And in these worlds, there are various beings, from the weak to those who can destroy entire universes, Alex said, scaring the group of goddesses. What are you trying to say? Hestia asked nervously. I mean that there are good and evil beings. The evil ones typically cause genocide and such, but these can cause genocide on a much larger scale, Alex replied, his expression growing even more serious. Why are you telling us this? Hephaestus asked, understanding that Alex wasn't sharing this information without reason. There's about a 30% chance that these bastards have been contacted by beings from outside this universe and want to conduct an experiment here. They found an idiot who will be their pawn, and this idiot thinks they have a partnership, Alex said, starting to write on the board. Are you saying that someone or something has decided to make this world their playground? Freya asked after some thought. Maybe yes, maybe no. But it's better to be prepared for the worst. And these beings are definitely not ones the gods of this world can handle, Alex replied, contemplating who might be involved. Do you have any idea who it could be? Loki asked, seriously looking at the board. No, there are too many possibilities. From those who devour worlds to those who erase entire timelines, Alex answered, trying to get a hint using his memory. Then what should we do? If these beings are that dangerous, can't they just destroy this world and move on? Hephaestus asked, frowning. Tell me, Hephaestus, if you were a villain with so much power, and you knew that nothing in this world could harm you, what would you do? Would you destroy the world immediately, or would you slowly annihilate it, enjoying the suffering of its inhabitants? Alex asked, looking at Hephaestus, who frowned at his question. I think I would slowly drain it and enjoy the suffering of the beings that inhabit it, Freya answered. Everyone looked at her and took a step back. Freya just smiled sweetly, which frightened them even more. But it's only a possibility that other beings are involved. Let's hope it's just my paranoia, Alex said, laughing awkwardly, not believing his own words. So it's best to be prepared in case my suspicions are correct. Now will you tell us who you are? Loki asked, making everyone look at her with twitching eyes. Why are you all looking at me? This shorty knows everything, and we're left in the dark, Loki continued, shrugging. Hestia, hearing her words, wanted to attack Loki. Hestia, if you still have that sheet, you can show it to them. I don't mind, Alex said, looking at Hestia, who had calmed down after his words. Hestia looked at Alex nervously, her gaze asking if he was sure it was worth revealing such information. Alex nodded, indicating that he didn't mind. Stop looking at each other and get the sheet out, Hestia, Loki shouted, already losing patience. Hestia's eyes twitched, and she took out the sheet with Alex's statistics, placing it on the table for everyone to see. The trio of goddesses began looking at Alex's statistics and were horrified by what they saw. They shifted their gaze from the sheet to Alex and back, trying to process the information. Now it makes sense why you're so powerful, Freya was the first to speak, seeing what was written on the sheet. Her eyes began to shine even brighter, realizing that Alex was exactly the one who could give her the freedom she desired and alleviate her boredom. You're not angry with me, are you? Loki asked nervously, realizing she had made a mess. Well, that explains a lot. But Alex is Alex, so I'm not opposed to who you are, Hephaestus said, understanding why they had kept such information hidden. So, you can travel to other worlds? Freya asked, her curiosity piqued, wondering if Alex could travel to other worlds, her life would become even more interesting. I haven't tried yet. I'll need to try it after we find out if these idiots are connected to anyone or if they started all this on their own, Alex said, lighting a cigarette to calm his mind. Seeing that Alex had taken out and lit a cigarette, Loki asked for one too. Alex thought for a moment and handed her a cigarette. Loki, trying smoking for the first time, coughed but liked the aftertaste of the cigarette. While Alex and his group of goddesses were discussing the possibility that the group of idiots had some external help, Erebus was in his secret room, contacting someone to obtain more black crystals for enhancing monsters and creating chaos. Erebus, why have you contacted me again? We agreed not to communicate so frequently, came the hoarse voice from the communication device Erebus used. I need more of those black crystals, Erebus said immediately, not wanting to waste time. Really? And why do you need them? Haven't you received enough already? The voice asked. The experiments failed, and the last successful specimen was killed before it could reveal its potential, Erebus replied, gritting his teeth in anger. Is there someone in this world who can kill a creature with that power implanted in it? That's quite interesting, the voice said cheerfully. Will you give me more crystals? Better yet, give me ones that are stronger than the previous ones. I want to enhance more dangerous monsters, Erebus said, losing his patience. Don't forget who you're talking to, Erebus. Everything you've received was given by me, and I can take it all back. Then you'll go back to being the rat you really are, the voice responded maliciously. Don't cross the line. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even have gotten close to this world, Erebus said, clenching his teeth in rage. Haha, you're amusing. You're right, without your help, I wouldn't have been able to reach this world so easily, but that doesn't mean I couldn't get here at all, the voice replied, laughing at Erebus's words. Since you've entertained me, I'll send you a batch of new crystals. But don't forget who you're working for, Erebus, the voice added, ending the conversation. Erebus, staring at the disconnected communication device, gritted his teeth and began smashing everything in sight, cursing the being that dared to humiliate him. A mad smile appeared on his face, and his eyes became even fiercer. Erebus vowed to take revenge for the humiliation. He didn't realize that such villains leave no traces and, if their plans fail, they usually destroy everything immediately and start looking for a new toy. Time flew by unnoticed. The next God meeting came, and all the girls from Hestia's family had leveled up. Hestia, prouder than ever, boasted about how her children were becoming stronger. She boasted so much that she began to annoy Loki, who came every day to oversee her family's training. One day, Loki's nerves gave out, and the battle between the lowly goddess and the flat goddess began again. Freya started visiting Hestia's household more often under the pretense of helping Otter become stronger, but all the girls knew she wanted to get closer to Alex. Alex, keeping an eye on the red light district, noticed that Ishtar hadn't returned, and the other members of her family weren't going to act without her orders. The day of the next God meeting arrived. It was midday, and Alex was lying on Hephaestus's lap, who was stroking his head. Alex and Hephaestus had become very close during this time, and Hephaestus no longer felt shy about the affection Alex showed. Alex enjoyed the soft strokes of Hephaestus, marveling at how her hands remained so soft and tender despite her work. While Alex was enjoying himself, Hestia burst into the house, leading someone with her. "Alex, look who I found!" Hestia shouted as she entered the hall and saw Alex lying on Hephaestus's lap. She was already accustomed to this and wasn't jealous. "What's the matter, Hestia? Who did you bring?" Alex asked, not opening his eyes. "I kidnapped. Actually, invited another member to our family," Hestia said, initially stumbling over her words, then correcting herself. "You did what?" Hephaestus said, setting aside her book and looking at Hestia with a frown. "It's your fault she became like this," Hephaestus said, pinching Alex's cheek, causing him to open his eyes. "It's not my fault, she became like this on her own," Alex said, getting up from Hephaestus's lap, eager to see who Hestia had brought. When Alex stood up and looked at the person Hestia had brought, his eyes met those of the stranger, and he realized that something was amiss. To be continued. Chapter 40, Hestia the Kidnapper or Another Minion. Standing up from Hephaestus' lap, Alex wanted to know who Hestia had managed to kidnap early in the morning. When he stood up, his eyes met Hestia's, who was proud of herself for inviting someone to join the family. Alex just rolled his eyes at her smug expression. He then looked at the person Hestia had brought, and his eyes widened in surprise. Rainbow-colored eyes met red ones. The person Hestia had brought became embarrassed under Alex's intense gaze and tried to look away. Standing before him was a young girl with medium-length white hair and red eyes. Her entire demeanor showed that she didn't understand the situation she was in and was afraid to move for fear of doing something wrong. Alex continued to look at her with a tense gaze, realizing that she wasn't supposed to arrive this early. Her arrival was expected in another 6 months or so. The girl, frightened by his gaze, tried to hide behind Hestia, but it didn't work well because she was taller than Hestia. "Can't you see you're scaring her with your stare?" Hephaestus said, pinching Alex's nose. Alex looked at Hephaestus and felt embarrassed, not understanding how he could scare the girl just by looking at her. "Yeah, don't scare her. I barely managed to invite her to our family," Hestia protested. Alex and Hephaestus' eyes twitched at her words, as she had said she kidnapped the girl. "What's with you two?" "I always look like this when I just wake up," Alex said, rolling his eyes. The two goddesses remembered his eyes in the mornings and realized it was true. "Still, don't scare her. Now she's a member of our family," Hestia said, protecting the girl hiding behind her. Okay. What's your name?" Alex asked, addressing the girl. "My name is Bella Cranel." "Nice to meet you," Bella replied in a stuttering tone. "There's no need to be shy. Nothing will happen to you in this house. You can call me Alex, I'm kind of like the captain of this family, probably," Alex said, adding uncertainly. "What do you mean, probably?" Hestia asked, her pigtails starting to float, which scared Bella. "It means I'm more like a father or older brother in this family than a captain," Alex replied with a crooked smile. Hephaestus nodded, confirming his words, but her eyes narrowed, remembering what he usually did when he went out with the girls. "All right, Bella, don't be afraid. If you want to become an adventurer, I'll help you. If you want to be something else, I'll help with that too," Alex said, approaching Bella and patting her on the head. Thank you, I'll do my best to be useful," Bella said shyly, enjoying the gentle pats on her head. "Now, Bella, go with Hestia so she can officially accept you into the family, and then you'll need to come to my workshop," Alex said, stopping his gentle patting of her head. Okay. But how will I know where your workshop is?" Bella asked shyly. "I'll take you there later, so don't worry. Now, follow me," Hestia said, grabbing Bella's hand and pulling her along. Alex watched as the embarrassed Bella was dragged up the stairs by Hestia. He could only shake his head at the goddess, who was thrilled to have invited someone to the family. He watched until the girls were out of sight, then turned his gaze to Hephaestus, who had resumed reading. He decided to ask if she wanted to join him in the workshop. After a moment of thought, Hephaestus agreed. Putting her book in her bag, she stood up, took Alex's hand, and they headed to the workshop, enjoying each other's company. When they entered the workshop, Alex started opening drawers and displays, showing the weapons he had created out of boredom. Hephaestus, who had seen these items before, could only smile wryly, remembering the time she saw Alex making weapons. At that moment, she had wanted to hit someone with her hammer for the first time because Alex had simply taken a piece of metal and forged a weapon, then said he was tired. Hephaestus sighed and sat on the empty chair she usually occupied when visiting Alex's workshop. "What do you think about that girl?" Hephaestus asked, watching Alex as he pulled various weapons from the drawers. Alex paused for a moment, thinking about her question. "What exactly do you mean?" he asked, pulling out another drawer. "I mean her desire to become an adventurer and how you mentioned that you would help her become even more than an adventurer." Her eyes sparkled after your words, Hephaestus said after some consideration. "Well, that girl has the potential to become an adventurer and even more," Alex said, pulling out the last drawer. "And what could she become?" Hephaestus asked, intrigued by his words. "A hero," Alex replied, clicking his tongue and grimacing. Hephaestus couldn't help but laugh at his words, remembering that Alex was the Demon King. Alex, hearing her laughter, could only smile crookedly. "It really is funny when the Demon King and a future hero live in the same house," Hephaestus said, trying to stop laughing. "Don't forget that you love this Demon King," Alex said, approaching Hephaestus. She blushed at his words, noticing Alex leaning toward her. Hephaestus closed her eyes, anticipating a kiss, feeling his breath and her heart starting to beat faster in anticipation. "We're here!" Hestia shouted, bursting into the workshop, oblivious to the fact that Alex's and Hephaestus' faces were very close to each other. Hephaestus, expecting a kiss, blushed at Hestia's shout and then frowned at her friend, who had interrupted this romantic moment. Hestia could only smile awkwardly, realizing she had messed up a bit. "Sorry for the intrusion," Bella said quietly, entering the workshop and not noticing Hephaestus' tense look directed at Hestia. "I see you're done. Come here," Alex said, lightly pinching Hephaestus' nose to stop her from frowning. Embarrassed by this action, Bella approached Alex. "Why yes, how can I help?" Bella asked shyly, still feeling embarrassed. "Don't be nervous. I want to take your measurements to prepare some armor for you," Alex said, looking at Bella, who was trembling. "You want to make armor for me?" Bella asked, not understanding why he was talking about armor. "Yes. Since you're now part of this family, I need to take care of you. I'll start by making armor that suits you," Alex said, casting a spell to take her measurements. "All right, I've got your measurements. Now, you can choose a weapon you'd like to use. Don't worry, take anything you want. If you don't find something suitable, I'll make one specifically for you," Alex said, watching Bella nervously inspect the weapon racks. "And you too, stop making noise, you're distracting her," Alex said, glancing at the duo of goddesses, where Hephaestus was pulling Hestia's cheeks as she tried to apologize. Both goddesses immediately stopped, but Hephaestus continued to glare at Hestia, who had ruined the romantic moment. Alex was busy sketching armor designs for Bella. The girl was inspecting the racks, trying to choose a weapon that suited her. Bella stopped at a rack filled with various types of daggers and knives. Seeing so many weapons, she became confused and couldn't decide, afraid to touch them, thinking they were too expensive. Alex turned and saw that Bella was scared to even pick up a weapon and could only shake his head. He decided to tell her that these weapons were essentially worthless, so she didn't need to worry and could handle them freely. If she managed to break them, he'd even thank her. Hephaestus, hearing Alex say that the weapons he made were worthless, could only grimace, knowing that even the simplest knife made by him could be sold for a fortune. If Alex could hear Hephaestus' thoughts, he would only reply that in other worlds, such weapons would be considered junk. Bella, hearing his words, was a little scared but decided to choose a weapon, fearing to disappoint her new captain. She chose 2 knives, one was black with red accents, and the other looked like it was made of ice. Alex, seeing Bella had made her choice, decided to introduce her to everyone else. He picked up Hestia, who was still sulking from Hephaestus' earlier attack and was surprised to be lifted. Hephaestus just smirked and followed Alex, who left the workshop. Bella, shocked at how they treated a goddess, quickly followed, afraid of being left behind. Alex and his small group arrived at the training ground, where fights were taking place. Bella, amazed by the size of the field, began looking around with sparkling eyes until she noticed the ongoing battles. "Hey, kids, I want to introduce someone to you," Alex called out, catching everyone's attention on the field. "Is this another person you kidnapped?" Lily asked, looking at Bella, who hid behind Alex, scared by the attention. This time, it was Hestia, not me. And I don't kidnap people to force them into our family, Alex replied, causing the girls, who had been invited to the family in a similar manner, to roll their eyes. All right, stop looking at me like that, it really wasn't me. I didn't even leave the house today, it was all Hestia, Alex said, pointing at the goddess, who smiled guiltily. The girls in Hestia's family looked at Alex with accusing eyes, believing he had influenced the kind goddess. Please welcome our new family member, Bella, Alex said, ignoring the looks and placing Bella in front of him. Bella blushed deeply from the attention and wanted to hide behind Alex again, but his hands on her shoulders prevented her from doing so. Are you sure this girl can become an adventurer? She's too shy and timid to be an adventurer, Daphne asked, examining Bella, who tried not to meet her eyes. Yes, this girl has good potential, and she can become an adventurer or even more, Alex said with a smile, though his smile turned crooked at the end. Only those familiar with Alex understood why he grimaced. Are you saying this girl has the potential to become what I think? Haruheim asked, looking at Bella with sparkling eyes. Seeing Alex's crooked smile, Haruheim could only smile sweetly and approach him, wrapping him with her three tails. All right, ladies, today we have a raid, and we're taking Bella with us. She won't be fighting, she's coming along to understand what a dungeon is and to observe the battle, Alex said, not allowing any further questions. I also want to remind you that there will be a meeting of the gods today, and this evening might become even more surprising, Alex said, and a mad smile appeared on his face, causing everyone to sigh. While Hestia and Hephaestus attend the meeting, we'll go on the raid. Your task is to reach the 17th floor and fight the Goliath, Alex said, eliciting heavy sighs from the girls. Don't sigh, I even prepared a surprise for you, Alex said, noticing the girls' reluctance and deciding to play his trump card. Alex took out several black boxes and placed them in front of the girls. Lily reacted first and opened the box in front of her. Inside was a pair of black brass knuckles, better than the ones she usually wore. Looking around, Lily noticed that Daphne and Haruheim each had 2 boxes and, pouting, began to glare at Alex, who tried to ignore her displeased look. Daphne opened both of her boxes. One contained a silver sword and shield, and the other held a massive club. Her face twitched since she was jokingly called the giant, and now she received a club. Cassandra opened her box and found a beautiful golden staff adorned with gemstones inside. Haruheim, the calmest of all, slowly opened her boxes and saw a priestess staff and a katana. The girls decided to try out their new weapons and went to test them on the dummies. Seeing the enthusiasm in the girls, Alex could only smile happily, pleased that his plan to motivate the lazy girls had worked. Seeing that the girls were satisfied, Alex turned his gaze to the goddesses. Hestia, do you remember our plan for the gods' meeting? Alex asked, looking at Hestia, who had been in a good mood but tensed up after his words. Hestia began, but was interrupted. Yes, Alex said, cutting her off. But what about, Hestia tried to speak again. No, Alex interrupted once more. What's meant to happen will happen, and we can't stop it. It's all up to the will of the universe, Alex said dramatically, clenching his fist. Hestia could only sigh wearily, realizing that avoiding the consequences was impossible. Meanwhile, Hephaestus simply sighed and thought about how she ended up loving such a strange person. But then she remembered that he was only like this sometimes, and most of the time he was very responsible. What are you talking about? Bella asked, not understanding why her new goddess was sighing so heavily. Nothing much, don't worry, Alex replied, beginning to pat Bella on the head. And Hestia, if Ishtar starts causing trouble, you know what to do. I understand, don't worry, I'll do everything I can, Hestia said, frowning as she remembered what Ishtar wanted to use Haruheim for. After speaking with the 2 goddesses, Alex took Bella with him and went to join the girls who were checking their weapons, telling them it was time to head to the dungeon. The girls could only surrender and follow him. Following their usual routine, they grabbed onto Alex and were ready to go. Bella didn't understand what was happening. Alex just placed a hand on her shoulder, and then she was blinded by a light that appeared. Bella, experiencing her first teleportation, was disoriented. Noticing Bella's difficulty after the teleportation, Alex patted her on the back to help her feel better. Seeing that everyone was ready to move on, Alex led them towards Babylon. Adventurers who saw Alex parted like the Red Sea before Moses. Bella was confused by the adventurers' behavior, not understanding why they were acting this way. Daphne, seeing that Bella didn't get it, placed a hand on her shoulder and told her not to think too much about it. Bella looked at Daphne, wanting to ask a question, but seeing her just shaking her head, decided to give up. As the group approached the dungeon, Bella overheard the adventurers whispering and learned they were talking about some demon king. More question marks appeared over her head. Entering the dungeon, Bella began to look around like a curious child, as she had only heard about dungeons from rumors and what her grandfather had told her. Descending to the first floor, the girls checked their gear once more and waited for Alex to speak. All right, ladies, I see you've checked everything and are now ready, Alex said, looking at the girls who nodded in confirmation. Great. Then your task is to reach the 17th floor and defeat the Goliath as quickly as possible because we still need to throw a welcome party for Bella, Alex said, turning into a child. And let me tell you right away, there will be no spells for luring monsters or any such nonsense. Because if that happens, by the time you reach the 17th floor, you'll be fighting hordes of monsters, and it will take a lot of time. Alex climbed onto a cushion. Bella, in the meantime, had no idea what was happening, why her new captain had turned into a child, why a cushion was floating behind him, and why the girls weren't reacting to the situation. For the first time, Bella wondered if she had joined a normal family. Seeing the girls' confusion, Alex simply lifted her using magic and seated her behind him to keep her from getting lost while the girls fought monsters. Bella felt herself being lifted and was frightened until she realized she was sitting on something soft. Seeing that everyone was ready, Alex gave the command to start the raid. The girls immediately set off, while Alex began to slowly fly behind them in case something happened. Bella, feeling the cushion moving, grabbed the first thing she could, which turned out to be Alex in his child form. Alex, feeling someone hugging him, instinctively leaned into the hug. Bella, accidentally hugging Alex, felt him leaning on her, and her face turned bright red. The girls steadily advanced toward the 17th floor, where the Goliath was located. Alex decided to talk to Bella, who was struggling with her feelings, unsure whether to hug Alex or let him go. While Bella was caught up in her internal struggle, the group reached their destination. Alex noticed that the Goliath was not yet present, even though it was supposed to appear by now. The girls decided to catch their breath, rest a bit, and have a snack. Alex descended from the cushion with Bella, who immediately released him but felt a sense of loss. Alex approached the girls, eager to talk, but found himself in a tight embrace from Haruheim, who immediately wrapped him in her tails in a protective manner. Now you can say it was an easy raid, Alex said, wrapped in Haruheim's tails, looking at Daphne, who choked on her food at his words. How long are you going to keep bringing that up? I already apologized. Daphne said, gritting her teeth in frustration. I'll keep bringing it up for a long time, so get used to it, Alex said, trying to pull his arms free but realizing he was entangled in the tails and could only give up. Do you think, Alex, that there will be more strange monsters like that? Adventurers haven't seen anything like them since that orc, Lily asked, looking at Alex, who was enjoying being wrapped in tails, and wondered if she should also try transforming into a fox. Most likely, those mongrels are hiding like the rats they are, Alex said, feeling movement outside the Goliath's chamber. He realized that someone was eavesdropping on their group, and his smile widened. It's usually the case, mentally deficient villains do all sorts of nonsense and then take pleasure in it. In the end, it turns out they're just insane, Alex continued, feeling anger directed at him. He saw an opportunity to lure out another henchman. I find it funniest that the guy sent by his master, one mentally deficient person sent another to die and then pretended to be upset. What can you expect from a villain who can only think with their ass and whose brain is filled with crap? Alex kept insulting the presumed villain, hoping he would decide to attack. The girls listening to Alex couldn't understand why he was doing this, but seeing his sly smile, they realized something was up. What annoys me the most is that this half-villain. Alex was about to continue, but a blade flew towards him, which he stopped by catching it with his hand. Gotcha, little rat, Alex said, looking toward the person who had thrown the knife. The henchman realized the attack had failed and tried to run, but Alex couldn't allow him to escape. Breaking free from Haruheim's tails, he took up a position to shoot a bow. A bow made of flames appeared in his hands. Alex fired an arrow that pierced through walls and reached its target. He heard the scream of the wounded and went after him to gather information. Approaching the henchman, Alex saw a girl lying on the ground, missing one leg. She clutched the remnants of her leg and looked at Alex with hatred. You're probably Savina. Alex asked, moving closer to the girl who glared at him with malice. Why so angry? You attacked first, I just responded in kind, Alex said with a friendly smile, which only made Savina angrier and more insulting. Ah, these henchmen, never willing to say anything. But don't worry. Did you know that magic is a wonderful thing? If you know how to use it, you can accomplish a lot, Alex said calmly, squatting beside Savina and looking her in the eyes. Seeing his gaze, Savina was frightened and felt that something terrible awaited her. You did well to start being afraid because you're going to experience pain that you'll want to end yourself, or you can tell me everything and die without pain, Alex said with a kind smile, which made Savina try to crawl away, but magical chains wrapped around her, preventing her from moving. So, you've chosen the hard path, Alex said, placing his hand on Savina's head with the intention of forcing out all the information. Feeling his hand on her head, Savina was ready to speak, but suddenly felt an intense pain as though she were being turned inside out. The pain lasted only a moment, but for Savina, it seemed like an eternity. Alex, reading her memories, frowned, realizing that she had little information. This meant they would need to capture Thanatos or find other henchmen. To be continued. Chapter 41, New Goliath and New Titles. After processing all the obtained information, Alex could only sigh, realizing that Savina had no useful information. She was just a pawn, blindly following orders. That's why she attacked when Alex started insulting Thanatos. She might have had feelings for Eros, whom Alex had killed. The foolish minion couldn't control herself when her master was insulted. Alex looked at Savina with pity, understanding that she was nothing more than cannon fodder for her god. However, she did have one piece of useful information. Her task was to implant a dark crystal into Goliath to see how it would work on a monster Rex. It seemed she succeeded because Goliath hadn't appeared when Alex's group arrived, meaning the monster was absorbing the crystal. What should I do with you now? Alex asked, contemplating the information and looking at the half-dead girl lying on the floor. Savina croaked something, but Alex couldn't hear and leaned in closer. What are you saying? I can't make it out, he asked, crouching beside Savina. Screw you, Thanatos will avenge me, Savina croaked weakly. And why should he do that? You do realize how many deaths could have occurred if the mutated Goliath had escaped the dungeon, Alex said in a stern tone, looking at her. My master will avenge me, Savina repeated, a struggle for life appearing in her eyes. No, I don't think he will. He doesn't care about you or your buddy. You were both just cannon fodder, nothing more. Your master Thanatos thinks of himself as a god, and you as his servants, following orders, Alex said, looking into Savina's eyes as she began to get angry. Even if he saved you in childhood, he still considered you expendable and won't avenge you. Do you know how many similar children with similar stories can be found in this world? Alex continued. Savina's eyes widened, realizing she wasn't so special. She could only smile sadly and accept her fate. Kill me, Savina said, losing all will to live, hoping to meet Eros after death. Oh, I see you've accepted your fate. But I can tell you that after death, there is no release, only torment for all you've done, Alex said, his eyes glowing. Savina began to cry, understanding she wouldn't find peace even after death. But I will grant you a gentle death, so you can feel peace one last time, Alex said, placing his hand on her chest. Thank you, Savina said with a sweet smile, feeling the mana of the men before her envelop her heart. No need to thank me, we are enemies after all, Alex said, smiling at her one last time, and stopped her heart. Alex looked at the girl who died with a peaceful smile on her face. He could only pray for her soul, hoping she wouldn't end up where he thought. Despite her life, she repented in the end. Although her hands were stained with blood, she tried to help children in her own way, even if she couldn't help everyone. Alex sighed, understanding that in every world there are villains who treat loyal people as cannon fodder, and these people can sacrifice their lives for a master who doesn't care about them. Lighting a cigarette, Alex looked at the girl's body and decided to turn her into ashes. Collecting the ashes in a small jar, he decided to scatter them in the forest where he first appeared. Finishing his cigarette, Alex returned to the group of girls waiting for him in Goliath's chamber. Returning, he was met by worried girls who immediately surrounded him and began asking questions. Who was that? Where did you go? Why did you attack a person? They asked in unison, not giving Alex a chance to speak. Quiet, I'll explain everything, Alex said, making them fall silent. That was someone connected to that strange monster in the dungeon, and they're pulling the same trick again. The girls were confused. You mean the last monster was artificially created? Daphne asked. That's right. This time, they want to enhance an even stronger monster and see what happens, Alex replied. The girls shuddered, realizing this could end badly. Alex, which monster do they want to enhance this time? Haruheim asked worriedly. That one, Alex answered, pointing to Goliath, who started emerging from the wall. The girls immediately turned around, and what they saw horrified them. The Goliath emerging from the wall looked completely different. His entire skin was black with purple veins running all over his body, and his eyes were filled with bloodlust. If the old Goliath was 7 meters tall, this mutated one was nearly 12 meters tall. Dark miasma oozed from his body like flames burning on his skin. Alex began to guess why these idiots wanted to enhance such a monster. If they succeeded in doing this with the one-eyed dragon, much of the world would be in danger. Goliath, coming out of the wall, let out a terrifying roar towards the group of people he saw upon awakening. His instincts told him he was in danger. Not knowing what to do, Goliath's mind triggered a fight-or-flight response, and he chose to strike to eliminate the threat he felt from the group. Goliath delivered a powerful blow, raising dust upon impact. He has minimal intelligence, and this is all he could come up with in this situation, Alex said, looking at the fist blocked by a blue shield in front of him. The girls instinctively hid behind Alex when they noticed Goliath starting his attack. Not feeling the impact, the girls began peeking out from behind Alex's back to look at Goliath's hand being blocked by the shield in front of them. What happened? Why did he attack right away? Asked Lily, peeking out from under Alex's arm like a curious cat. This Goliath has a bit of intelligence, and his instinct told him that he either attacks or dies. So he decided to strike first, Alex replied, feeling Lily's head peek out from under his arm and instinctively began patting her head. What will you do now? Daphne asked, peering out and watching Goliath, who delivered another blow to the shield in front of them. Nothing special. I'll just kill him, that's all, Alex said, shrugging. To start with, Haruheim, can you take this notebook and record everything you see after I start attacking the new Goliath? All the details, how long it takes to regenerate and other little things. Everything you see needs to be noted down. Got it. Alex said, handing the notebook to the girl, who nodded in response. Seeing the girl had taken the notebook, Alex decided to see what the new monster was capable of. Seeing that everyone was ready, Alex summoned Yamato and was prepared to test the capabilities of the monster enhanced by the black crystal, as he had seen in Savina's memories. Leaving the barrier set up to protect the girls, Alex observed as Goliath, sensing his readiness for battle, took a few steps back. The monster's rationality was gone, leaving only unrestrained rage and a desire to destroy. Alex noticed that the crystal had affected the monster more than expected, the veins on its body became more prominent, and the miasma emanating from it grew more intense. Taking a stance to draw his sword, Alex was ready to attack. The girls, watching this, held their breath. Bella, seeing such a battle for the first time, was deeply astonished, her eyes shining with anticipation. Alex didn't wait for the monster to make the first move and began his attack. The girls only saw Alex draw his sword and heard the whistling of the wind. In the next second, all 4 of Goliath's limbs were severed. Now let's see how long it takes you to grow new limbs, Alex said, looking at the enraged Goliath lying on the floor. Haruheim, he grew his limbs back in 20 seconds. Alex shouted, preparing to deliver the next blow to the monster, which was beginning to rise. The girl immediately recorded this in the notebook. Alex took a position for the strike, and the girls held their breath in anticipation. In an instant, Alex vanished and appeared behind the monster. Sword marks appeared all over the hall. Goliath sustained numerous injuries that damaged his tendons, and he dropped to his knees, unable to move. The monster's rage only intensified, and the miasma erupted from its body even more. I see you're like a pitiful parody of the Hulk, who grows stronger with his rage, Alex said, looking at Goliath, who was consumed with intense fury and wanted to tear apart the person in front of him. Goliath quickly regenerated the damage inflicted by Alex and began to rise. Haruheim recorded how long it took the monster to recover. Alex noticed that such damage didn't significantly affect the monster and decided to take more severe measures, breaking all its bones to test its recovery speed. Summoning Beowulf and preparing for the attack, Alex took a stance in front of the enraged monster. Just a normal sequence, normal consecutive strikes, Alex muttered as he delivered a flurry of blows to the monster. The girls saw multiple fists crashing down on Goliath, and the hall was filled with unpleasant cracking sounds. After the series of blows, the monster fell like a rag doll, showing no signs of life. Alex might have thought the monster was dead, but the black miasma emanating from its body gave it away. Lily, who had watched Alex's strikes, was deeply impressed and wished to achieve similar strength someday. The girls looked at the fallen monster and then at the wall, which was covered in holes from the strikes. I think we can wrap this up. I've learned everything I wanted, Alex said, watching the monster that was getting up again and seemed even stronger. Alex decided there was no point in continuing to test the monster's strength and summoned a bow made of black flame. The temperature in the room rose sharply, and the floor around Alex began to melt. The girls behind the barrier felt the intense heat and started suffering from the high temperature. Alex drew the bowstring, and a black arrow appeared, raising the room's temperature even further. Goliath sensed a severe threat to its life and made a final attempt to attack. Alex didn't let it get close and released the string. The arrow flew towards Goliath and instantly ignited its body with black flames. The monster quickly turned to ash, leaving only a black skeleton that was unaffected by the high temperature. Interesting, Alex said quietly, looking at the huge black skeleton left standing after the monster's death. The girls, who had watched the entire battle from start to finish, swallowed hard and looked at Alex, who was standing in a relaxed pose, smoking and gazing at the monster's skeleton. Haruheim recorded everything she saw and even embellished it a bit, forgetting that she was documenting details about the monster and not writing a little story about a hero. Bella, who had watched the whole battle, couldn't take her eyes off Alex, who, like a fairy tale hero, had defeated the monster and now stood over the vanquished foe. If Alex knew what the two girls were thinking, he might have been either annoyed or simply smiled wryly, denying being a hero. What Alex saw in this monster was quite unpleasant to him because adventurers would definitely struggle against such a creature. If these idiots managed to unleash the most dangerous monster, it would be a very dangerous situation. Alex decided to prepare for this scenario. The girls noticed that his expression had become stern and began to suspect that the situation was worse than they thought. Why the long faces? Let's go eat and celebrate Bella's joining, Alex said, turning to the girls, who were also frowning. Hearing his words, the girls relaxed, understanding that if necessary, Alex would handle all these problems. They didn't know why, but their intuition told them that Alex could overcome any difficulties. Are you only thinking about food, or do you just want to start ogling your favorite elf Ryu again? Lily shouted, remembering that every time they came to eat, Alex would stare at the elven waitress. I don't mind a good meal, and I don't deny that I like Ryu, Alex said with a shrug, causing a vein to pop on Lily's head as she was ready to explode. What are you going to do with the skeleton? Daphne asked, covering Lily's mouth, who was trying to break free and attack Alex. I'll take it. I don't want it to somehow resurrect or, worse, infect other monsters, Alex said, hiding the skeleton in his bag. Haruheim, can you pass me the notebook? I want to see what you wrote and add some details, Alex said, looking at the girl who was still writing in the notebook. He felt uneasy about it. Haruheim heard his words, stopped her hand, and looked at Alex with embarrassment as he began to understand what the girl had written and could only sigh. Keep what you wrote for yourself and just let me rewrite what you recorded about the monster. You can share the story later, Alex said, looking at the girl, whose ears drooped in embarrassment. Okay, sure. I promise I'll let you read it when I'm done, Haruheim said with a red face. So, Bella, how was your first dungeon run? Alex asked, looking at the girl whose eyes were sparkling and who hadn't recovered from the battle yet. It was so awesome. Bella shouted, losing her previous shyness. Her eyes were fixed on Alex. As you say. Well, girls, let's go celebrate, Alex laughed at the girl who was no longer shy. Yeah. The girls shouted, raising their fists in the air. Alex was amused by their enthusiasm. While Alex's group was conquering the dungeon and fighting the new Goliath, the assembly of the gods had begun. One goddess was glaring angrily at Hestia. Hestia completely ignored this glare and was chatting with her friend Hephaestus. Another talkative goddess, who had already had a drink before the meeting, joined them. Hephaestus noticed that Ishtar kept glaring at them and frowning. Hephaestus wanted to say something to Hestia, but Hestia simply waved her hand, indicating that everything was fine. Loki, seeing Ishtar's anger at being ignored, could only stifle her laughter at the situation. Hestia remembered Alex's words that ignoring Ishtar would hurt her pride and make her even angrier, which might provide an opportunity to exploit the situation. Freya, who was sitting alone and smiling as she observed the situation, was waiting for a chance to use Ishtar's anger. If she succeeded, Alex might give her something in return. Freya's eyes momentarily lost their light but quickly returned to normal as she began to think about what to ask Alex for after helping Hestia with her problem. Freya's thoughts went in the wrong direction, causing her cheeks to flush, which made her beauty even more dangerous to those around her, but no one noticed. Freya quickly regained her dignified demeanor and scolded herself for such thoughts but wasn't going to deny them. As the gods chatted, waiting for the meeting to start, Urun entered the hall and took his place. He tapped the table, calling for silence. Seeing that the hall had quieted down, Urun decided to start the meeting. Thank you all for gathering today. To begin, we need to discuss the strange monster discovered by Loki's family in the dungeon, Urun said, prompting murmurs throughout the hall. The guild has exhausted all possible methods to understand how the monster became like this, but we've found nothing. If any of the god families have information, please bring it to the guild. All the gods started exchanging glances. Only one god in the hall showed a subtle smile, which did not escape Freya's notice as she had been observing everyone from the start. Freya recognized this god as Erebus, whom Alex had suspected first. Freya quickly scanned the other gods, hoping to find someone else who might be part of Erebus's group, but found no one. Freya thought that, as Alex had said, these idiots had gone into hiding, and only Erebus was present at the meeting. Freya's eyes narrowed as she began to suspect that Erebus was indeed the head of the group. As Freya continued to observe the other gods, the discussion about the new monster came to an end. It was time to bestow titles on adventurers who had reached new levels and achievements. Once again, if your families have information regarding new monsters, please report it to the guild immediately, Urun repeated. Now that we've settled this matter, we can move on to the titles we bestow upon adventurers, Urun continued, striking the table and eliciting excited smiles from the gods. I think we should start with the children of the Hestia family, who have recently shown themselves and earned new achievements. This caused sighs among the gods. Let's begin with the captain of the Hestia family. Alexander Voldiogod, formerly known as the Mad Rookie. After reaching a new level and gaining new achievements, I believe he is deserving of a new title, Urun said, causing a shiver among some of the gods who remembered Alex's battle against Apollo. Ishtar, gritting her teeth in anger, noticed the unusual state of some of the gods and frowned, not understanding what had happened during her absence. I think he should bear the title, Demon King, one of the gods in the hall loudly declared, not giving anyone a chance to object. Hestia wanted to say something but was interrupted, and she could only frown at the words. Loki, sitting with a smile, nearly burst out laughing. Freya, who had been observing the gods for flaws in their behavior, was momentarily distracted by the shouting god and gave a sweet smile. Hephaestus only sighed wearily, realizing that Alex wouldn't be able to escape this title. Does anyone else have any suggestions? Perhaps Hestia would like to make a proposal in honor of the child from her family. Uran asked, looking around the hall and finally turning his attention to Hestia, who shook her head. All right, since no one has objections, I declare that Alexander Volodyagod's title will henceforth be Demon King. Uran said, causing nods from the entire group of gods. Ishtar, not understanding what was happening, began to watch the gods who agreed with this decision. Her intuition told her that things were not as simple as she had thought and that the Hestia family was not as weak as she had assumed. After that, Uran announced that titles needed to be bestowed upon other members of the Hestia family. The ensuing debate was so fierce that Hestia barely had time to participate before the titles were already assigned to the girls. Hestia could only sit wearily in her chair, as though she had just fought the most terrible opponent. The titles awarded this time were as follows: Daphne received the title of Ogre for wielding a club and sending monsters flying, Cassandra received the title of Timid Healer for always hiding and healing allies, Lily received the title of One-Hit Girl for destroying monsters with a single blow, Haruheim received the title of Demonic Priestess for smashing monsters' heads with her staff, causing adventurers to flee in terror from the girl who, with a sweet smile, crushed monsters' skulls. When all the titles were assigned, Uran declared the meeting over and everyone could leave. Phew, it's finally over, Loki said, stretching in her chair to relieve her stiff muscles from sitting for so long. Hey, Shorty, why so glum? Loki asked, looking at Hestia, who was sitting in a defeated pose. What do you think, bored of washing? Hestia snapped back at Loki, who just laughed at her. Hestia, don't be sad. The titles your family members received this time aren't so bad, Hephaestus said, trying to cheer up her friend. I hope they'll be satisfied. I don't want a repeat of last time, Hestia said, looking at Hephaestus with empty eyes. You don't think so? Hephaestus asked. I don't know. Alex usually tells me everything, but sometimes I don't understand how his mind works, Hestia said with a crooked smile, remembering Alex's confession on the tower. Don't be down, Shrimp, everything will be fine, Loki interjected with a smile. You were forgotten to be asked, flat-chested, Hestia said, and her eyes began to glare at Loki. When their gazes met, a spark of electricity appeared between them, and they were ready to start a fight. The important thing is that Alex received a deserving title, Freya said, approaching the group of goddesses. Loki and Hestia, forgetting their feud, looked at Freya with surprised eyes, not expecting this woman to speak to them outside of Hestia's home. Freya was not bothered by their looks, only smiling sweetly. All right, enough sitting around. Let's head to the banquet, I need a drink, Loki said, ignoring the situation, and headed toward the hall. The remaining goddesses could only sigh at Loki's actions and followed her. Hestia also thought she needed a drink in this situation. The group of goddesses arrived at the banquet hall and ignored the other gods, heading toward an empty table laden with snacks and drinks. As they conversed on the side, one goddess, who did not hide her anger and disgust, watched them. Freya, deciding to join them, noticed Ishtar watching from afar. Smiling sweetly, Freya approached Ishtar and began to speak with her. I see you've decided to return from your journey. Freya asked, looking into Ishtar's eyes, which were filled with disgust. What does it matter to you, Freya? Ishtar retorted, her eyes showing even more disgust, which Freya ignored. Who knows? Freya said, looking away, which only further angered Ishtar. I heard something happened in your territory. How unfortunate, Freya said in a feigned tone. You're involved in this, Freya, Ishtar said, gritting her teeth in anger. Oh, no, of course not. How could I stoop so low? Freya said, pretending to be offended by Ishtar's words. Ishtar narrowed her eyes, wanting to know more, and her only option was to try to provoke Freya. The great Freya has joined forces with other gods. How low you've fallen, Ishtar said with disdain. Actually, you're mistaken, Ishtar. I haven't joined forces with them, but with him, Freya replied, not even looking at Ishtar, who was trying to provoke her. If you haven't joined them, then you won't mind if I attack the Hestia family, who kidnapped my person, Ishtar said, testing the waters. Freya only began to laugh at her words, further infuriating Ishtar. Your words always amuse me, Ishtar, Freya said, wiping a tear of laughter from her eye. You're treading on very thin ice right now, Ishtar. Freya approached Ishtar, who was frightened by her gaze, now devoid of any light. Ishtar saw for the first time Freya's eyes, empty and malicious like black holes ready to devour her. You're right, Ishtar, I won't do anything to you, but he wouldn't mind doing something to you. And when the ice cracks beneath you and you find yourself in the most vulnerable and desperate position, I'll be waiting for you, Freya whispered into Ishtar's ear in a tone that sent a cold sweat down Ishtar's back. Now go have your fun. I still need to chat with some acquaintances, Freya said, her eyes returning to their usual state. Freya smiled sweetly and left Ishtar, who remained standing, covered in cold sweat, watching Freya walk away. Overcoming her fear with hatred towards Freya, Ishtar decided to gather information about the Hestia family before taking any action. Although Ishtar was impulsive, she was not foolish. She understood that something was off in this situation and decided it was best to prepare. Ishtar glanced once more at Freya, who was already chatting with someone, and then shifted her gaze to Hestia. Sensing the look, Hestia lazily turned her head towards her and then simply turned away. Gritting her teeth, Ishtar left the meeting, determined to gather information. To be continued.